everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
One Piece, the Template System. Chapter 151 to 175. Thriller Bark 2616. Words. The thick wooden hull of the World Government galleon was splintered into jagged shards. Deep within the crushed deck, Bartholomew Kuma slowly opened his eyes. The simulated defeat orchestrated by Ben had been physically harmless, but visually spectacular. To the Marines watching from the shore, and the CP0 agents observing from the masts, it looked as though the warlord had been brutally overpowered. Kuma pushed a heavy beam of wood off his chest. He stood up, dusting off his black coat. He retrieved his worn Bible from the rubble, tucking it inside his coat. His role as a covert ally was secure for now. But he still had to maintain his cover as a weapon of the world government. He looked toward the western wall of Thriller Bark, where the sounds of artillery fire and crashing stone echoed through the fog. The pirate rookies, the supernovas, were advancing. Kuma raised his right hand, removing his glove to expose the soft paw pad on his palm. He took a single, deliberate swipe at the air. In a flash of displaced atmosphere, Kuma vanished from the ruined galleon. He reappeared instantly near the shattered western perimeter. The cobblestone courtyard here was swarming with Marine soldiers, but they were being systematically dismantled. Capone Gang Beej puffed on a cigar, laughing as he unloaded relentless cannon fire from his chest cavity into the undead ranks. Trafalgar Law was calmly operating within a blue spherical room, amputating zombie limbs without shedding a drop of blood, while Scratchman blasted explosive sound waves through the graveyard. Kuma landed silently on a stone archway overlooking the rookies. He didn't speak. He simply raised both hands, aiming his palms down at the chaotic battlefield. Pressure cannon, Kuma pushed the air. Dozens of paw-shaped bubbles of highly compressed air shot downward at supersonic speeds. The air bullets slammed into the ground between the supernovas. The force blue sent the pirate captains skidding backward. Scratchman dug his boots into the dirt to stop himself. He looked up, his eyes narrowing at the towering figure. The warlord. Bartholomew Kuma. Apapapapa. Finally, a real target. Don't be reckless, Law warned, gripping his nodachi. He is not a normal human. His repelling power is absolute. Kuma moved. He blurred, using his light-speed repel to appear directly in the middle of the supernova formation. He didn't throw a lethal strike. He remembered his silent vow to the magician. He would fight them, but he would not permanently maim them. Kuma swept his arm in a wide arc. The resulting shockwave of compressed air hit Apu, and Drake threw them backward into the ruins. It wasn't a lethal blow, but it carried the blunt force weight of a falling boulder, effectively stalling their advance and keeping them occupied. Unnoticed by the clashing supernovas, deep within the shadows of the rubble left by Ben's earlier catastrophic punch, a massive, onion-shaped figure groaned. Gecko Moria rubbed his bruised head, slowly peeling himself out of a cracked stone pillar. He peered through the thick fog, his eyes widening as he took in the sheer scale of the war unfolding across his island. 2 admirals, a warlord, an army of Marines, and the worst generation were tearing Thriller Bark apart. Moria realized immediately that he stood absolutely no chance in a direct confrontation. But he was a master opportunist. Kishishishi. Moria whispered, a dark, desperate grin spreading across his stitched face. Let them fight. Let them exhaust themselves. He slinked deeper into the shadows, moving quietly along the perimeter of the battlefields. He utilized his devil fruit, sending his own shadow detaching and sliding across the ground like a serpent. Whenever a Marine or a pirate fell unconscious in the crossfire, Moria's shadow silently snipped their shadow away, absorbing it to stockpile strength. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard leading to Moria's palace, Ben stood near the center of the crowd. He reached into his spatial storage pouch. He pulled out the original, heavily modified wooden caravel Going Merry, currently shrunk to the size of a toy model. He set it gently on the cobblestones. Command T, enlarge. The air warped. The ship rapidly expanded to its full, original size. Mary, Ben called out. Initiate launch sequence. Minnie Mary, standing nearby, nodded sharply. Understood, Papa. Vanguard protocol engaged. Mary hopped onto the deck. The ground shook. Everyone watched in awe as the Going Mary began to physically shift. The hull split down the center, folding outward to form two massive, reinforced legs. The side panels shifted into heavy, articulated arms, ending in massive fists. In less than 10 seconds, the caravel had transformed into a towering, 30-foot-tall bipedal robot. Minnie Mary sat securely inside a reinforced cockpit located in the robot's head. Mecha Mary online, Mary's voice echoed smoothly through the robot's external speakers. Meanwhile, on the eastern front of the island, Monkey D. Luffy was locked in a blistering, high-speed brawl with Admiral Akainu. But as the 30-foot-tall wooden robot rose above the ruined walls in the distance, Luffy paused. He looked over the battlefield, completely dropping his fighting stance. Luffy roared, his eyes turning into massive, sparkling stars. Fool, Akainu growled. Seizing the blatant opening, Akainu thrust his fist forward. A glancing blow of blistering, molten rock grazed Luffy's shoulder. Luffy yelped dramatically, frantically patting out the singed fabric on his shirt, and hopping from foot to foot. Nearby, Zoro glanced over his shoulder, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Pay attention, you idiot. You're losing concentration again. He's an admiral, not a training dummy. Luffy apologized quickly. He snapped his focus back. Akainu fired a rapid volley of concentrated magma hound's Mago variants directly at Luffy. Instead of stretching his arms to punch them, Luffy ripped a massive, 20-foot stone pillar out of the ground. He coated it entirely in hockey, wound up his hips, and swung it like a baseball bat. Gomu Gomu no home run, Luffy batted the magma hounds perfectly back at the marine fleet in the bay. One of the hounds struck a distant galleon, its hull instantly incinerating as the ship began to sink under Akainu's own attack. Back in the courtyard, Sunny tugged on Ben's coat. Can I have one too? Ben reached back into his spatial pouch and pulled out a metallic red and gold capsule. It unfolded instantly into the Hulkbuster armor. Get in, Ben instructed. Sunny ran forward, the front of the armor ceiling shut around him. Listen closely, both of you, Ben said, looking at the two towering machines. Take a look at your hands. I outfitted your knuckles with pure, marine-grade sea stone. Mecha Mary and Hulkbuster Sunny raised their massive fists, the dull gray stone gleaming. High above the courtyard, the three agents of CP-0 blurred, disappearing from the mast of a galleon using Soru. They possessed a mastery of Haki and Rokushiki that rivaled the power levels seen in the New World. The agent in the featureless mask moved fastest. Mid-air he transformed into a massive, jagged stone demon. He had the Ishi Ishi no Mi model, gargoyle. He dove at Robin, his heavy stone claws extended. Robin didn't panic. She crossed her arms. CN Fleur, spider net. 100 arms sprouted, woven together and coated in a deep purple, metallic sheen of armament Haki. The gargoyle crashed into the Haki-coated net. Robin focused her will, sprouted massive arms from the ground, and grabbed the gargoyle by his stone wings. With a sharp, sudden twist, she snapped the stone appendages midair. Statues shouldn't try to fly, Robin stated coldly. The remaining two CP-0 agents, the Mirror agent, Owl Mask, and the Acid Logia, Smiling Mask, charged forward. Ben stepped into their path. The Smiling Mask agent activated the Sansen no Mi, his body dissolving into bubbling green acid. He lunged at Mecha Mary's leg. The hull, reinforced by Ben's enchantments, completely ignored the corrosive liquid. Rocket Punch Protocol. Mary's voice boomed. The giant robot's right fist detached from the arm, propelled by a blue thruster. It flew across the courtyard, slamming the acid agent directly into a stone wall before magnetically flying back and reattaching to the arm with a satisfying click. Simultaneously, the Owl Mask agent activated the Geresu no Mi. He slammed his hands onto the cobblestones, and a forest of jagged, translucent glass spikes erupted around Hulkbuster Sunny, enclosing the massive armor in a crystalline cage. Initiating blunt force trauma, Sunny announced. Sunny didn't try to navigate the maze. He overclocked the arc reactor in his chest, coated his seastone fists in blue energy, and simply punched the air so hard the entire glass structure shattered like a dropped chandelier. The owl mask agent tried to transform into a swarm of razor-sharp glass needles to fly through Sunny's armor joints, but Sunny's fist was already there. The seastone knuckles made contact with the agent's chest. The agent's devil fruit power instantly short-circuited, as he was forced back into a solid state. He was launched backward by the multi-ton impact, crashing through several brick walls before falling unconscious. Ben watched his crew work. His advanced observation hockey spiked. Yada no Kagami. A blinding yellow light pierced the fog. An admiral was moving at the speed of light directly toward the island. Hold the line, Ben ordered. Ben's body lifted off the ground, shooting straight up into the sky like a missile. High above the island, a beam of pure light materialized into Admiral Kizaru. Moshi Moshi. Kizaru drawled. You look much scarier in person, magician. Speed is weight, Admiral, Ben replied, his silver hair blowing in the thin air. Indeed it is, Kizaru raised his leg, it began to glow. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru vanished. A beam of light shot at Ben's head. Ben's golden armor flared to life, hockey-coated and radiant. He tilted his head a fraction of an inch, the beam grazing his visor, before catching Kizaru's leg mid-air. The shockwave cleared the clouds for miles. Have you ever been hit by a mountain? Ben countered. Ben swung his left fist, the space around it warping with gravity. Kizaru dissolved into light, reforming 30 feet away. Making light heavy. That's quite troublesome. Kizaru used his Yada no Kagami, creating a beam of light to bounce off floating atmospheric debris, attacking Ben from multiple angles at light speed. Ben didn't move. His golden eyes glowed. Ruler's authority. With a casual wave of his hand, Ben used his telekinesis to instantly rearrange the floating debris in the sky into a closed, circular loop. Kizaru, already in his light beam form, found himself bouncing infinitely in a perfect circle of his own making. Kizaru was forced to manually cancel the move, reforming midair, looking slightly dizzy. Did you just make a pinball out of an admiral? The youth these days have zero respect for their elders. The world doesn't wait for your nap, Admiral, Ben said, his voice deep and resonating through his golden armor. Kizaru sighed, adjusting his glasses. I suppose I should stop slacking. Ama no Murakumo. He drew a long, gleaming sword made of pure light. He vanished again, appearing in front of Ben in a blur of yellow. The two collided, a sequence of strikes happening so fast the air itself began to ignite from the friction. Ben's armored fists met the light blade, black lightning, and yellow photons spraying across the sky like fireworks. Every time Kizaru tried to blitz, Ben's gravity fields pulled him off balance, forcing the Admiral to fight a stationary, heavy opponent who refused to budge. You're fast, Admiral, Ben grunted, catching the light blade between his palms and crushing the energy with a pulse of hockey. But light still has to travel through space. And space belongs to me. How scary, Kizaru murmured, his expression finally losing its lazy edge. The two of them pulled back, charging their respective energies, one a blinding sun of yellow light, the other a collapsing star of golden gravity. They lunged forward one last time, colliding in a silent, world-shaking explosion of light and gravity high above the fog. Meanwhile in the eastern side Luffy and Akainu were no longer holding back. The ground between them had turned into a literal lake of fire. Akainu's presence alone was melting the stone walls of the castle. You're a persistent brat, son of dragon, Akainu growled. He lunged forward, his entire body liquefying into a massive wave of magma. Inugami Guren. Dogbite Red Lotus. 3 massive hounds of molten rock erupted from the wave, snapping their jaws as they lunged at Luffy from 3 different angles. Luffy's eyes flashed red. He didn't jump. He leaned his body back at an impossible angle, the first hound passing over his chest. He pivoted on his heel, the second hound missing his shoulder. For the third, he threw a high-speed kick, his leg coated in hockey. "I told you." Luffy yelled, "I'm the captain. You can't catch me." Luffy disappeared. He appeared directly above Akainu, his arms retracted so far back they looked like coiled springs. Gomu Gomu no. Red Rock Gatling. A torrential barrage of hockey-coated, fire-infused punches rained down. Each strike created a small sonic boom. Akainu raised his magma arms, the two forces clashing with the sound of 1,000 hammers hitting an anvil. Absolute justice will not be denied by a fluke of nature. Akainu roared, his magma turning a blinding, volatile white. Ryusei Kazan, Hellfire. The sky rained liquid death as Akainu unleashed a concentrated version of his meteor shower, aiming to trap Luffy in a cage of falling lava. Zoro and Sanji were a blur of green and yellow against the frozen backdrop of Akiji's Ice Age. The Admiral had completely frozen the eastern harbor, turning the sea into a crystalline battlefield. Akiji stood calmly, his hands creating a long, jagged spear of ice. "Ice block, partisan." He hurled it at Sanji. At the same time, he sent a wave of frost creeping across the floor toward Zoro's feet. "Ice Age, floor." Sanji spun midair, his right leg glowing with a heat so intense it turned the air into steam. "Pole off Friar, Spectre." He unleashed a flurry of kicks, the flaming shockwaves melting the ice spears before they could reach him. "Don't get too close to the ice, Marimo." Sanji yelled, landing and immediately launching a low sweep that sent a wave of white-hot fire toward Akiji. "Worry about your own suit, Cook." Zoro retorted. He drew Shusui and Sandai Katetsu. He stepped into the creeping frost, his haki flowing through his boots to prevent them from freezing to the ground. Santoryu, Karasumagari. Three-sword style, Crow Hunt. Zoro moved with a jagged, unpredictable rhythm, his slashes cutting through the freezing mist Akiji used for cover. The air around Zoro seemed to vibrate with a demonic, purple aura. He met Akiji's ice sword head-on. The ice held against the hockey-coated steel for a heartbeat before shattering, but Akiji simply reformed it instantly. "You're both very energetic," Akiji sighed, though his eyes were sharp. "Ice ball." He exhaled a massive cloud of freezing vapor, aiming to encase the duo in a giant orb of absolute zero ice. Sanji and Zoro didn't retreat. They stood back to back. "On three?" Sanji asked, his leg flaring to life. "Whatever," Zoro grunted, crossing his swords. They launched a massive, coordinated counterattack, a cyclone of fire and steel that tore into the center of the blizzard, the clash of elements creating a massive, pressurized dome of steam that obscured the entire coastline. Chapter 152, Thriller Bark. 2432 words. The eastern docks of Thriller Bark were no longer recognizable as a piece of architecture. To the far east, the sky was a bruised, pulsating purple, continuously torn asunder by the volcanic eruptions of Luffy's duel with Akainu. High above, in the stratosphere, gravitational anomalies and flashes of light signaled the stalemate between Ben and Kizaru. But here, on the northern edge of the harbor, the world was unnervingly silent. The silence was heavy. It was the sound of a world where molecules had slowed their dance. The fog didn't drift, it hung as microscopic shards of crystalline ice that stung the lungs with every breath. The cold had stopped being a temperature, it had become a weapon of attrition. Roronoa, Zoro and Sanji stood side by side on a pier that had been transformed into a sheet of ultra-dense permafrost. Standing 30 paces away, resting casually on a jagged throne of ice that had erupted from the stone, was Admiral Kazan. "Arara," Akiji sighed, his voice sounding like dry ice cracking in a vacuum. "I was hoping to take a nap while Sakazuki handled the heavy lifting. But the two of you, your presence is very loud. It's quite bothersome." For a long, agonizing minute, none of the three combatants moved. To a normal marine observer, it would have looked like a bizarre staring contest. But in the realm of the elite, the battle was already reaching its crescendo. All three possessed advanced observation haki. In the mental plane, the harbor was already a ruin. Zoro's mind processed a path where he drew Shusui for a vertical slash, only for Akiji to dissipate into vapor and freeze his hilt. He discarded the thought. Sanji saw a trajectory for a mid-air flambeade shot, only to see Akiji anticipate the heat and manifest a shield of absolute zero ice that would shatter his tibia. He discarded it. Akiji, meanwhile, was running thousands of simulations. Every time he attempted to freeze Zoro, Sanji's white-hot flames provided a thermal counter. Every time he aimed for the cook, Zoro's blades carved a path through his frost. They were locked in a probability loop, a mental stalemate seen only at the highest levels of combat. The air between them groaned. The sheer pressure of three powerful minds mapping out a war in the future caused the ground to crack, and the frost to shatter into dust. Finally, a single variable shifted. A drop of sweat froze on Sanji's brow and fell, shattering on the tile. The mental stalemate broke. They moved. As they lunged, the environment itself turned against them. The fog, previously just a nuisance, crystallized into millions of microscopic, razor-sharp shards. As Zoro and Sanji accelerated, the air friction didn't just meet resistance, the ice shards acted as cutting edges, tearing at their clothes and skin. The ground beneath them behaved like liquid ice, solid enough to support weight, yet shifting with a frictionless treachery that threatened to ruin their footing with every step. Spikes of frost erupted from the air itself, manifesting without warning from the ambient moisture to intercept their paths. Zoro didn't just run, he carved. Santoryu, clear air. His blades moved in a defensive rotation, the haki emissions vaporizing the ice shards before they could lacerate his skin. Beside him, Sanji became a blue blur, his ifrit jam creating a localized thermal bubble that turned the cutting fog into a harmless, warm mist. Sanji hit the center first. He didn't use a name technique, he simply swung a heavy heel toward Akiji's jaw. Akiji didn't retreat, he raised an open palm, his skin turning into a dark, crystalline blue reinforced with armament haki. The impact didn't make the sound of flesh hitting ice. Instead, a deafening thunderclap of displaced air erupted, vibrating the very marrow of their bones. There was a clear, visible 1-inch gap between Sanji's burning shoe and Akiji's frozen palm. Neither was actually touching the other. Their emission haki, the invisible armor of Reiwa, was colliding in the air. Thick, jagged bolts of black and red lightning violently arced between their limbs, turning the nearby mist into plasma. The shockwave from the non-contact impact was so dense it leveled a nearby warehouse, turning the brick structure to rubble without a single finger touching the walls. Not bad, Akiji murmured, his hair whipping in the haki wind. You've learned to push your spirit outward. I learned it from a man who hits harder than a mountain, Sanji grunted, his leg vibrating with the effort to push the admiral back. Akiji's lazy expression vanished, replaced by the sharp, focused mask of a warrior. He exhaled a long breath that didn't dissipate, it fell to the ground like liquid nitrogen. Ice Age, absolute. The temperature didn't just drop, the very concept of heat was erased from a 50-yard radius. Molecules in the air stopped moving. The oxygen around Zoro's blades became so brittle it began to crack like glass. Zoro's eyes narrowed into slits of predatory gold. He felt the cold trying to seep into his steel, threatening to make Shusui and Sandai Katetsu brittle enough to shatter upon impact. He didn't just coat his blades in black hardening. He forced his haki to flow around the steel. I don't just cut meat and bone, Admiral, Zoro growled, the Wado Ikemanji clamped in his teeth. He stepped into the absolute zero zone. Santoryu, cold severance. Zoro swung his blades in a complex, weaving pattern. He wasn't aiming at Akiji's physical form. He was cutting the cold. His Ryo-infused slashes literally carved through the conceptual drop in temperature, creating a warmth corridor through the blizzard. The ice shattered into flower petals as he passed, his blades remaining perfectly flexible and lethal. Akiji reformed his body from a cloud of frost, his eyes sharp and analytical. He clapped his hands together, his breath pluming like an engine. Frozen hall of mirrors. In a heartbeat, the harbor was filled with hundreds of jagged, 10-foot-tall ice pillars. Each one was perfectly polished, acting as a mirror that reflected light and Akiji's own image. Zoro and Sanji found themselves in a dizzying kaleidoscope of frost. Everywhere they looked, they saw Akiji. The Admiral's thermal signature was suppressed by the surrounding cold. Sanji closed his eyes, using his haki to feel the life energy. Found you. He became a blue streak of light, ricocheting off the ice mirrors to build kinetic momentum. He aimed for a specific pillar, intending to rebound and deliver a finishing blow to the Akiji he sensed behind it. But Akiji was 3 steps ahead. The Admiral had deliberately exposed his haki signature as bait. The moment Sanji's foot was inches from the mirror he intended to rebound from, Akiji's finger twitched. Glacial anchor. The mirror didn't just stay solid, it transformed. The smooth surface turned into a sticky, hyperfreezing sludge of ice at the exact second of contact. Sanji's foot didn't bounce, it sank. His momentum was instantly killed, the sudden deceleration rattling his joints. Akiji appeared from the reflection of the adjacent mirror, his arm already moving. Ice break. A heavy, hockey-coated ice fist slammed into Sanji's exposed ribs. Sanji was launched sideways, crashing through several ice pillars before skidding across the permafrost. Sanji pushed himself up, but his right leg, the one that had touched the glacial anchor, refused to ignite. He tried to summon the flames of Ifrit Jam, but the fire stuttered. The heat didn't vanish, but it flickered like a dying candle. The internal frost from Akiji's trap had seeped into his muscle fibers. Every time he tried to burn hot, a sharp, biting pain shot up his leg. Damn it, Sanji hissed, his leg trembling. Zoro saw the opening. He didn't check on Sanji, he knew the cook would hate the pity. Instead, he drew Sandai Katetsu and Shusui, stepping into the line of fire. Zoro's left arm was also suffering. The sheer density of Akiji's cold was slowing his neural impulses. His swings were becoming heavier, more labored. Akiji pulled the surrounding ice toward himself, constructing a massive suit of ice carapace armor. It was adamantine hard, reinforced with his own dark armament haki. You cannot break what is solid, Akiji stated from within the fortress of ice. Watch us, Sanji sneered, forcing his leg to ignite despite the pain. Sanji unleashed a high-frequency, rapid-fire barrage of kicks against the armor. Bam 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 bam. He wasn't trying to break through the center. He was concentrating his white-hot heat into 4 specific, glowing red, hot spots on the joints of the carapace. Now, Marimo. Zoro dropped from the sky, Sandai Katetsu glowing with purple intent. He didn't waste energy on a wide, sweeping slash. He delivered a precision thrust directly onto the center of the 4 hotspots Sanji had prepared. The extreme, instantaneous temperature difference, Sanji's internal white-hot heat meeting Zoro's haki force against the external sub-zero ice, caused a massive thermal shock. The unbreakable adamantine ice didn't just crack, it shattered like cheap glass, exploding outward in a million shards and leaving Akiji's physical form exposed. Akiji stumbled back, his white suit singed. He stopped smiling. The lazy, bored admiral was gone. His eyes turned into cold, dead chips of blue. I see, Akiji whispered. You really have grown. He didn't wind up an attack. He didn't call out a name. He simply knelt and touched the ground with 2 fingers. Ice Age, silent coffin. Suddenly, the world ceased to function. There was no expanding wave of frost. There was no visual projectile. 1 millisecond, Zoro was mid-step, lunging forward with his swords. The next, he was encased in a block of solid, 5-foot-thick ice, his body frozen in a perfect statuesque pose. Sanji, mid-kick, suffered the same fate. The flames on his leg were snuffed out instantly as he was entombed in a translucent blue prison. Everything on the dock, the falling debris, the rising steam, the 2 pirates, was frozen in a state of absolute stasis. Akiji stood up slowly, the only moving object in a dead world. He walked toward the frozen Zoro, his hand glowing with a lethal blue light. This was the end. One touch to the ice, and he could shatter the statues into a million pieces. A faint sound of steam issued from Sanji's block. Sanji's internal temperature fought back. He couldn't move his limbs, but he forced his blood to boil. Sanji's block of ice exploded into steam. He fell to the ground, gasping, his royal blue shirt shredded. He didn't wait to catch his breath. He lunged at Akiji, his burning foot catching the admiral's arm just as it reached for Zoro's prison. Meanwhile Zoro flexed his haki, shattering the frost and falling into a crouch beside Sanji. They were both panting, covered in frostbite and bruises. The silent coffin had nearly ended the war in a single heartbeat. The impact of their escape created a massive, pressurized dome of weaponized steam. Inside the white mist, visibility dropped to 0 for anyone without observation haki. The battle shifted into a brutal, claustrophobic three-way exchange. Zoro's Shusui clashed against Akiji's newly formed ice saber. At the same time, Sanji's heel drove into Akiji's ribs. Akiji used his free hand to catch Sanji's ankle, while simultaneously using the hilt of his ice sword to parry Zoro's second blade. They moved in a tight, violent circle. It was a choreography of absolute desperation. Zoro swung for the neck, Akiji ducked and fired an ice bullet into Zoro's shoulder. Sanji countered with a spinning sweep, forcing Akiji to jump. Mid-air, all three exchanged a flurry of blows, haki-coated fists meeting ice armor, swords meeting shins. The steam around them turned red and blue as fire and ice fought for dominance. Every strike that missed carved a new trench into the island's foundation. "We can't win like this," Zoro grunted, carrying a flurry of ice daggers. "He's just waiting for us to freeze solid. Then we make it too hot for him to exist." Sanji replied, his voice strained. Sanji began to spin, not on one leg, but by using Jeppo to rotate his entire body in the air like a horizontal drill. His body glowing with a white-violet intensity. Ifrit Jam, Supernova Drive. Sanji became a swirling ball of white fire, radiating enough heat to melt the very air. Zoro didn't stand still. He took a wide stance, his three blades humming with a dark, demonic purple. He began to swing his swords in a rhythmic, circular motion, catching the heat Sanji was generating, and weaving it into a massive cyclone of wind. Santoryu, Scalding Dragon Twister. The fire from Sanji and the wind from Zoro combined into a towering hurricane of superheated, pressurized steam and flame. The cyclone tore through the ice mirrors, vaporizing them instantly. The hurricane descended upon Akiji. Akiji stood in the center of the storm, his hair whipping wildly. He didn't look afraid, but he finally raised both hands. Ice Age, Frozen Tundra. Akiji released a massive, outward expanding burst of cold. The two elemental extremes met. The resulting explosion was catastrophic. A dome of white energy expanded outward, leveling everything in vicinity. The stone docks were pulverized. The sea itself was simultaneously frozen and boiled, creating a chaotic landscape of jagged ice and bubbling water. The three of them eventually broke apart, sliding back through the thinning steam. Zoro stood with his swords lowered, his left arm hanging slightly limp, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Sanji leaned on one hand, his right leg smoking and twitching, the internal frost damage finally taking a visible toll. Akiji stood in the center of the ruins. He looked at his own singed palms, then at the two wings, who were still standing despite everything he had thrown at them. Akiji didn't look lazy anymore. A slow, slight smile touched his lips, a smile that carried more dread than any scowl. Slowly, the ice began to reform around his body, layer by jagged layer, thicker and darker than before. The temperature in the harbor didn't just drop, it plummeted until the very air felt like it was turning into a solid. "Arara," Akiji murmured, his voice echoing with a chilling resonance. "Now I understand why Sakazuki is taking this seriously." He took a step forward, the ground beneath him shattering under the sheer weight of his aura. But the era isn't ready for you to win yet. The battle for the frozen harbor was no longer a skirmish. It was a struggle for survival against a god who had stopped holding back. The fight was far from over. Chapter 153, Thriller Bark 2273 words. The epicenter of Thriller Bark had ceased to be an island, it was now a planetary scar. The collision between Monkey D., Luffy and Admiral Sakazuki had rewritten the laws of the Florian Triangle. Where the thick, eternal fog once reigned, there was now a sprawling dome of pressurized air, scorched stone, and ionizing heat. Above them, the sky remained split, a jagged, vertical fissure in the clouds that looked like the very heavens had been cleaved by a giant's blade. Luffy's boots, reinforced by Ben's alchemy and his own haki, hissed as they touched the molten slag that used to be a cobblestone plaza. He stood in a low, wide stance, his chest heaving with a rhythmic, labored wheeze. The shirt was now tattered, the sleeves singed by the ambient radiance of the Admiral's presence. Akainu wasn't just a brawler, he was an elemental disaster. As the Admiral took a heavy, deliberate step forward, the ground for 20 yards around him simply ceased to be solid. It turned into a churning, bubbling lake of white-hot magma. The sheer radiant heat was so intense that it was passively incinerating the oxygen in a 50-yard radius. Luffy felt his throat tighten. Every breath he drew felt like swallowing liquid lead. His lungs burned, the searing air threatening to blister his internal tissues. The atmosphere was a vacuum of oxygen, replaced by sulfurous fumes and the heavy scent of ozone. Opposite him, Akainu was a mountain of malice. The right side of his body was a churning, viscous flow of magma that dripped onto the ground, creating rhythmic, hollow pops as it vaporized the rock. "You are persistent, son of dragon," Akainu growled, his voice a low-frequency rumble that vibrated Luffy's very teeth. But persistence in the face of absolute justice is merely a slow suicide. Akainu lunged. Inugami Guren. A massive magma hound erupted from his shoulder. Luffy didn't dodge. He had to prove he could stand his ground. He crossed his arms, coating them in the densest armament haki he could muster. Luffy reached deep into his core, trying to pull that elusive, crackling black and red lightning he had seen Garp use. He tried to wrap it around his forearms. ZZZT crack. For a microsecond the infusion worked. But as the magma hound collided with his guard, Luffy's concentration wavered under the immense heat and the lack of oxygen. The Conqueror's haki didn't just vanish, it imploded. Because the haki was unstable, the feedback loop fractured his existing armament haki. The obsidian black coating on Luffy's arms shattered like glass, shards of spiritual energy dissolving into the air. The shockwave from the shattered haki vibrated directly into Luffy's radius and ulna bones. He let out a sharp, pained gasp, launched backward across the melting plaza. He skidded for 50 yards, his heels digging deep trenches into the stone, his teeth rattling from the internal vibration of the hit. Luffy pushed himself up, coughing up a spray of dark blood. His arms were shaking, the muscles twitching from the haki backlash. Akainu stood amidst the magma, observing the struggling pirate. The Admiral's face remained a mask of stony disgust, but his tactical mind was processing the exchange rapidly. He is trying to force the color of the Supreme King without understanding its flow, Akainu thought, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed Luffy's erratic aura. A crude, desperate imitation. The fact that he can even summon a spark of it in this environment speaks to the cursed bloodline he carries. He doesn't fight with the discipline of a soldier. He fights like a rabid animal backed into a corner. Dragon's son is too volatile. If he is allowed to mature, his charisma and raw willpower will rally the worst elements of this sea. I must execute him here, before that spark becomes a wildfire. The color of the Supreme King is not a trick you learn in a week, boy, Akainu stated coldly, taking a heavy step forward. Each footfall melted the ground into glass. It is the weight of your very soul. And yours is still too light. You mimic the form of a king, but you lack the foundation. Luffy panted, looking down at his trembling hands. His vision blurred for a moment, the heat haze making the world swim. He was dizzy, his brain screaming for the oxygen he refused to divert hockey to protect. Through the exhaustion, a memory flickered into his mind. Flashback, half-hour earlier, Ben was standing in front of Moria Mansion, looking at a Luffy who was currently on his way to port. "Luffy," Ben said. "You are fighting a Kainu. It's going to be the hardest fight of your life. The Admiral won't play fair, and they won't stop until you're dead." Luffy grinned, lifting his head. "Don't worry, Ben." Ben leaned forward, a small, knowing smirk playing on his lips. "I know, Captain, but listen to me. If we survive this, if you can push through whatever the Marines throw at you and we survive, I have a reward." Luffy asked, his voice a weak, hopeful whisper. "Not just meat," Ben clarified, his eyes gleaming with a mix of mischief and sincerity. "Mountain of meat. Prime Sea King cuts from the North Blue, giant turkey legs from Skypiea, and the rarest A5 water meat from the bottom of the Blue Sea. All perfectly roasted, stacked 20 feet high, and seasoned with spices that would make Sanji weep. It's all yours. One sitting. No sharing. No vegetables." Luffy's eyes had snapped open, stars instantly replacing the exhaustion. He sat up so fast his spine cracked. "A mountain," Ben promised. "But you have to live to eat it." Back in the molten crucible, Luffy's stomach let out a roar that actually startled the Marine infantryman standing 100 yards away. It was a guttural, primal sound, the roar of a predator that had been promised a feast, and refused to be denied by something as trivial as an admiral. Luffy wiped the blood from his mouth. His haki, which had been flickering and weak, suddenly flared into a messy, violent spiral. It wasn't the refined, calm haki of a master, it was feral, hungry, and absolute. "If I die here," Luffy growled, his voice deep and raspy from the heat, "I can't eat the meat mountain." Luffy's spirit roared. His conqueror's haki erupted not as a wave to knock people out, but as a violent, churning aura that pushed the magma back by 3 feet. "Mountain meat!" Luffy screamed. He vanished. It wasn't Soru. It was pure, unadulterated muscle power. He appeared directly in front of Akainu, his arms retracted so far back they looked like coiled springs. "Gomu Gomu no. Red Rock Gatling." Luffy unleashed a torrential storm of punches. Each haki-coated fist met a magma strike. For a moment, it looked like a stalemate. The red lightning from Luffy's fists, unstable but present, clashed with the magma, creating a series of world-shaking explosions. Akainu's eyes widened. The boy was no longer fighting with technique. He was fighting with a hunger that defied the logic of the sea. While the ground war was a lake of fire, the sky above Thriller Bark was a different kind of apocalypse. Nami stood near the base of the castle, her climatact raised, her eyes glued to the sky. Beside her, Chopper and Vivi were frozen in place, shielding their eyes from the light. "What is that?" Chopper whispered. High above the clouds, far beyond the reach of normal artillery, 2 stars were colliding. One was a brilliant, radiant gold, the other was a flashing, prismatic yellow. Every time they met, a massive, perfectly circular Mach-Cone ring of displaced atmospheric moisture exploded outward, clearing the fog for miles in a split second. Because of the altitude and the speed of sound, the visual flash of the collision would happen, followed by a long, eerie silence. Then, 5 seconds later, a series of deafening, bone-rattling booms would hit the ground, sounding like the sky itself was being hammered by a god. "That's Ben," Nami said, her voice trembling with awe. "He's fighting another admiral at the speed of light. They're covering miles of sky in every heartbeat." High in the sky, 2 figures were locked in a stalemate that defied the laws of physics. Admiral Borsellino, Kizaru, was a shimmering blur of photons. He moved with a lackadaisical ease that masked a terrifying lethality. Opposite him was Ben. The magician is encased in the radiant, jagged golden armor that hummed with magical energy. But he had added a layer of modern lethality. His forearms and boots were now coated in a secondary layer of pitch-black armament haki. Kizaru raised his leg. Moshi Mosh. Magician Koen. Such scary eyes. Have you ever been kicked at? Kizaru vanished. A beam of light shot directly at Ben's head. Ben didn't move. He didn't even raise a hand to block. The light-speed kick approached Ben's visor, but as it reached a distance of exactly 1 inch it stopped. Or rather, it appeared to stop. Kizaru's leg was still moving, the photons vibrating with immense kinetic energy, but it couldn't close that final inch of distance. It was as if Kizaru was trying to kick through a mile of invisible, high-density gel. Kizaru reformed his physical body, his legs still extended, suspended in midair. Behind his tinted glasses, Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly, shedding a fraction of his usual lazy demeanor. His mind processed the anomaly instantly. He isn't stopping my light with a physical wall, Kizaru analyzed internally, staring at the invisible barrier. He is stretching the coordinates of space itself. I'm moving at light speed, but the distance is increasing infinitely. This isn't a devil fruit. This is something else entirely. The intelligence reports labeled him a tactician, but this level of spatial manipulation, he is bending the very laws of physics. How truly terrifying. If I don't adapt, he will lock me down completely. Light should reach its destination, but you've made the road feel very long. Is this another one of your tricks? Kizaru asked, his tone deceptively casual. Ben hovered there, his golden eyes glowing through his visor. A calm, confident smirk touched his lips. You like it? Ben asked, his voice echoing through the helmet. I got the inspiration from a certain white-haired sorcerer. It's a spatial manipulation technique that brings the concept of infinity into the physical world. I'm essentially expanding the space in that 1-inch gap infinitely. You're moving at the speed of light, Admiral, but you're traveling across a road that never ends. How troublesome, Kizaru drawled. The youth these days have such terrifying hobbies. It makes an old man want to retire early. Kizaru realized a direct physical strike was being countered by Ben's spatial locks. He decided to play with numbers. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru's body suddenly flared. He used his light to create dozens then hundreds of afterimages. These weren't just illusions, they were light constructs that radiated the same heat and Haki signature as the original, making them indistinguishable to standard observation Haki. 30 Kizarus surrounded Ben in a sphere in the stratosphere. All 30 mirages opened fire, launching thousands of concentrated orbs of light. It was a 360-degree execution. Ben didn't use a shield. He didn't panic. Ben used his fingers to draw a complex, glowing runic circle in the air. Age of Gods magic, far more potent than any modern sorcery, rippled outward. An ethereal, violet-blue field of energy expanded in a 100-yard radius. This wasn't a combat field, it was a conceptual one. Inside the zone of truth, everything was stripped to its essence. The mana and soul signature of every object was highlighted, bypassing the refractive camouflage of Kizaru's light. To Ben's eyes, the 30 Kizarus changed. 29 of them were hollow vibrating photons with no spiritual core. But one of them possessed a dense, swirling vortex of soul energy and Haki that burned like a yellow star. Found the source, Ben muttered. Kizaru, seeing Ben's lack of reaction, prepared to turn back into light and reposition for another blitz. Ruler's authority, capture. Ben didn't aim for the clones. He aimed his golden gauntlets directly at the real Kizaru. He didn't just use telekinesis, he manipulated the gravity within Kizaru's own space. He created a localized gravity well so intense that it warped the very photons trying to leave Kizaru's body. Kizaru tried to dematerialize. His body flickered, his skin turning to yellow light, but then snap he was physically yanked back into his solid, fleshy form. The gravity was so heavy that the light couldn't escape the event horizon Ben had created around the Admiral. Kizaru's eyes widened behind his shattered sunglasses. He was physically unable to turn into light. Wait a minute. Kizaru murmured, his voice finally losing its lazy edge. "I told you," Ben said, closing the distance in a millisecond. "Gravity is the anchor of the universe. And right now you're grounded." Ben lunged forward. He didn't use a weapon. He delivered a devastating, hockey-coated close-quarters headbutt directly into Kazara's face. The impact in the thin air created a shockwave that tore through the upper atmosphere. Kazara's sunglasses shattered, and a thin trickle of blood ran from his nose as he was sent tumbling backward through the sky. Below, the shockwaves of Luffy's Gatling and Ben's aerial takedown echoed in tandem. The battlefield of Thriller Bark was tearing itself apart, the line between rookie pirates and the peak of the world government blurring into absolute chaos. Chapter 154, Thriller Bark 2296 words. The central courtyard of Thriller Bark was a wide expanse of cracked cobblestone and decaying stone architecture. Above, the fog of the Florian Triangle masked the sky in an oppressive gray light. While the vanguard of the Straw Hat crew clashed with the world government's forces on the coastline, and Ace's squad intercepted the Blackbeard pirates to the north. Nico, Robin, Nami, and the two androids Sunny and Mary stood in a defensive diamond formation in the center of the courtyard. The air was unnervingly quiet. The sounds of explosive magma and shattering ice were muffled by the sheer distance and the damp mist. Sunny stood clad in the massive, imposing red and gold Hulkbuster armor. The suit's internal arc reactor hummed, the blue light of its chest core piercing the gloom. Beside him, Mecha Mary, the 30-foot-tall bipedal war machine crafted from polished atom wood, stood with its colossal, sea-stone-plated knuckles resting against the ground. Nami held her upgraded climb attack loosely in her right hand. Her posture was grounded, her breathing steady. Months of absolute hell under Garp's relentless tutelage in the time chamber had fundamentally altered her baseline combat readiness. Robin stood a few paces away, her arms crossed lightly over the violet silk of her shirt. Her blue eyes scanned the upper ramparts of the crumbling stone walls. "Sensors are clear," Sunny's mechanized voice echoed from the external speakers of the Hulkbuster suit. "Heat signatures detect 0 biological entities within a 300-meter radius. The infantry appears to have been routed by the initial shockwaves." "Don't rely entirely on the scanners, Sunny," Robin advised, her voice calm and measured. "Technology can be fooled. The world government does not send its standard infantry when the objective is high value. Rely on your intent." "Auntie Robin is correct," Minnie Mary's voice projected smoothly from the wooden Titan's cockpit, her tone analytical and polite. "My optical sensors are clean, but my proximity alarms are registering anomalies. The ambient humidity just spiked, and the atmospheric pressure is dropping. We are being targeted." Nami closed her eyes for a fraction of a second. She breathed out slowly, forcing her mind to quiet. She pushed her newly awakened observation hockey outward, casting an invisible, spherical net of awareness over the courtyard. "Left flank. Right flank." Nami's eyes snapped open. "Above us." The warning came not a microsecond too soon. 3 figures dropped from the dense fog directly above the courtyard, descending in silence. There were no battle cries. They fell like executing blades. Sunny fired his repulsor boots, launching the Hulkbuster suit backward. Mecha Mary shifted its atom wood legs, twisting its torso to the side. Robin and Nami utilized Soru, vanishing from their standing positions, just as the stone floor beneath them melted and shattered. As the dust settled, the attackers stood in the center of the crater. They wore white suits tailored for maximum kinetic mobility. Their faces were obscured by unsettling masks. One wore a featureless mask, another a smiling theater mask, and the third the ridged visage of an owl. "Target confirmed," the agent in the featureless mask said. His voice was modulated and flat. "Nico, Robin. Priority, capture or eliminate. The surrounding hostiles are classified as collateral." The 3 agents moved simultaneously, turning the courtyard into an elemental hazard zone. The owl-masked agent, Aegis, 3, slammed his palms onto the cobblestones. Garesa no mi, shrapnel field." The ground around the 2 mechas crystallized. Jagged, translucent glass spikes erupted from the earth, shooting upwards to impale the robots. Targeting parameters locked. Evading crystalline structures. Sunny announced from the Hulkbuster. He engaged his repulsors, hovering just above the spikes. Aegis, 3 blurred into the air using Jeppo, his arms transforming entirely into razor-sharp glass blades. He launched a volley of glass needles toward Mecha Mary's cockpit. Deploying thermal countermeasures. Mary chirped from inside the cockpit. She swiftly triggered the ship's emergency venting system. High-pressure, scalding steam erupted violently from the wooden joints of her knee and shoulder. The sudden shift in temperature hit the incoming glass needles and the surrounding glass forest. Crack shatter. The rapid thermal shock caused the glass constructs to shatter into harmless dust. Aegis, 3 recoiled, shielding his face as his weapons disintegrated mid-air. Batter up. Sunny yelled. The armor pivoted, winding up its sea-stone fist. With a hydraulic roar, Sunny swatted the disoriented CP-0 agent like a baseball, sending Aegis, 3 skipping across the courtyard and crashing through a stone archway. On the ground, the smiling masked agent Aegis 2 targeted Nami. He didn't sprint, his body seemingly melted into the floor. Sen no Mi, corrosive wave. His form dissolved into a bubbling pool of green acid that rapidly expanded, surging across the courtyard and melting the cobblestones in its path. He intended to flood the entire area, leaving them nowhere to stand. Nami vaulted onto a broken pillar to avoid the acid. She didn't panic. She spun her climb attack, calculating the chemical composition of the attack. Rain tempo. A dense, localized rain cloud formed instantly above the courtyard. A heavy downpour washed over the stone, rapidly diluting the expanding pool of acid and neutralizing its corrosive strength. Mary, ignite it. Nami called out. Acknowledged, Mary reported from the cockpit. Mecha Mary raised her massive wooden arm, exposing a row of internal ports. She fired a volley of incendiary micromissiles directly into the diluted, watery acid puddles scattered across the ground. The explosions flash-boiled the water. A dense, scalding steam screen instantly filled the entire courtyard, blinding the CP-0 agents and masking the Straw Hats' positions entirely. From within the thick steam, the leader of the CP-0 squad, the featureless masked agent Aegis 1, moved with a singular purpose. His target was Robin. Aegis 1 charged through the whiteout conditions. As he ran, his skin turned into dense, jagged gray stone. He transformed into a massive gargoyle, the Ishi no Mi model gargoyle. Beating his heavy stone wings, he launched himself through the steam, aiming to crush Robin beneath his weight. Mecha Mary stepped forward to intercept, locking her wooden arms with the heavy stone beast. The two giants collided with a heavy thud. The gargoyle's Razoan strength began to slowly push the 30-foot wooden mecha backward. He is too heavy, Mary analyzed calmly. Applying supplementary force. Robin stepped out of the steam, her hands crossed. Achenta fleur. Several pale hands sprouted directly onto Mecha Mary's wooden chassis. They fused together rapidly, forming two giant, purplish-black arms coated entirely in armament hockey. The mecha now fought with 4 arms. The newly sprouted hockey hands reached forward and gripped the gargoyle's stone wings, pinning them firmly and denying him leverage. Initiating blunt force, Mary stated. With the gargoyle locked in place by the hockey arms, Mecha Mary's original wooden fists pulled back and delivered a relentless, synchronized barrage of heavy piston punches directly to the stone creature's face. The impacts echoed through the steam, chipping the gargoyle's stone armor and forcing him to his knees. Aegis 1 coughed, momentarily forced out of his beast form and back into his human state from the concussive trauma. The tactical reality of the battlefield began to solidify. The CP-0 agents recognized that isolated skirmishes were failing. The durability of the mechas and the coordinated, elemental tactics of Nami and Robin were pushing them back. They shifted their strategy. Aegis 1 raised 2 fingers. Aegis, 2, reforming from the diluted acid, and Aegis, 3, pulling himself from the rubble, immediately repositioned, executing high-speed Jeppo leaps to converge on Aegis 1's location. They're grouping up, Sunny warned, hovering his Hulkbuster armor to cover Nami and Robin. Detecting a spike in kinetic and chemical energy. They are combining their devil fruits, Mary called out, stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sunny's armor. Divert all power to forward shielding. The three CP0 agents stood together. Aegis, 2 unleashed a geyser of boiling green acid into the air, while Aegis, 3 generated a storm of razor-sharp glass shards. Aegis, 1, shifting his arms into heavy gargoyle stone, slammed his fists into the mixture, using a synchronized Rokushiki technique to propel the lethal concoction forward. Sunju Rokugan, corrosive shrapnel. A heavy shockwave carrying melting acid and piercing glass ripped through the air with a screech. The attack slammed into the crossed arms of the two mechas. Kra Komum. The vibranium plating of the Hulkbuster groaned under the load, glowing violet as the acid ate at the joints, and the glass shrapnel scored the armor. Shields critical. Armor integrity compromised by acidic compounds. Sunny yelled, the alarms inside the cockpit blaring red. Eject sequence initiated. Just before the Hulkbuster armor crumpled under the force of the combo, the back hatch blew open. Sunny ejected high into the air. The empty Hulkbuster suit remained in place, absorbing the remainder of the blast before melting and shattering into scrap metal. Mid-air, Sunny called out. My armor is compromised. Requesting Vanguard replacement. From her cockpit inside Mecha Mary, Mini Mary tapped her console. Acknowledged, Sunny. Rerouting a Vanguard unit from the Eastern Front now. On the shoreline miles away, one of the Red and Gold Iron Legion drones abruptly disengaged from a brawl with a pacifista. It shot straight into the sky and tore across the island toward the central courtyard. The empty suit arrived in a blur of blue thruster fire, splitting open midair to catch the falling Sunny. The armor sealed seamlessly around him just as he hit the ground. He landed heavily behind the CP0 trio, raising his repulsive palms to lay down suppressing fire. But the CP0 agents had accomplished their goal. The force of the explosion had kicked up a localized hurricane of dust, pulverized stone, and green acid smoke, obscuring the courtyard entirely. In the dust cloud, Aegis, 1 utilized life return, Kamii to erase his presence. His heartbeat slowed to a crawl, slipping past their observation hockey. He moved through the swirling acid smoke with the silence of a ghost, bypassing the others and appearing directly behind Nico Robin. He raised his index finger, coating it in a dense spike of black armament hockey, aiming precisely for the base of her spine. Sure gone, OG. Robin tried to turn, but the strike was too fast. The sound was sharp and metallic. Aegis 1's forward momentum was stopped dead. His hockey-coated finger was pressed directly against the flat edge of a remarkably thin, elegant, double-edged blade. The sword had slid perfectly between the agent's finger and Robin's spine. Frost instantly began to spread from the blade, creeping up the agent's finger, and freezing the residual acid in the air into harmless snowflakes. My, a polite voice drifted through the swirling dust. Striking a lady in the back while she is distracted. That is a severe breach of etiquette, sir. I find it utterly chilling. The dust cleared slightly, revealing a towering skeleton dressed in a tattered black suit, and an orange ruffled collar, holding a cane sword. Though the skeleton continued, I suppose I cannot be chilled, for I have no skin. Skull joke. Aegis, 1 stared at the undead apparition, caught off guard by the absurdity of the situation as the cold began to numb his hand. Brooke-san. Robin breathed, genuine surprise coloring her tone as she stepped forward. At your service, my dear lady, Brooke tipped his top hat gracefully. Aegis, 1 quickly retreated. Realizing his stealth approach had failed, he shifted rapidly back into his massive gargoyle form, intending to rely on his thick stone armor to crush the skeleton. He lunged forward, raising 2 massive stone fists. A sturdy exterior, Brooke noted calmly, adjusting his grip on his cane sword. But every armor has its gaps. Brook dashed forward. He didn't aim for the thick stone chest. Using his extreme lack of weight and incredible speed, Brook sprinted vertically up the gargoyle's massive stone leg. Aegis, one tried to swat him, but the skeleton was a blur. Oh bad coup droit. Brook didn't slash. He delivered rapid, precise stabs into the unarmored, shifting crevices of the gargoyle's body behind the knees, under the armpits, and at the neck joints. The freezing chill of the underworld erupted from the blade with every stab. The ice expanded rapidly within the articulating joints, flash freezing the moisture in the air, and locking the stone limbs in place. Aegis, one let out a strained grunt as his body seized up. He was physically paralyzed, locked in place like a frozen statue. Robin didn't hesitate. Achenta fleur. 80 hands sprouted across the frozen gargoyle, instantly tightening their grip and securing his immobilized limbs to the ground. Seeing his leader trapped, Aegis, too, recovered. His body bubbled with acid as he roared in anger, charging blindly at Robin to melt her sprouted hands and free his captain. Brooksan. Robin called out, maintaining her hold on the statue. At your service. Robin sprouted a thick chain of hands directly onto Brook's skeletal back. She pulled back and slingshot the lightweight skeleton forward at 3 times his normal sprinting speed. Brook became an absolute blur of white bone and black suit, rocketing toward the charging acidman. Yahazagiri. Aeronauch slash. He slashed past Aegis, too. The chill from the blade froze the acid in the agent's body solid, turning him into a frozen statue mid-stride. But before Aegis, too, could shatter from the freezing strike, Robin sprouted 2 hands directly on the agent's smiling mask. She violently yanked his frozen head downward, pulling him directly into the path of a supercharged lightning bolt that Nami had just called down from her climb attack. Aegis, too, was blasted into the cobblestones, knocked unconscious from the combined attacks. As Aegis, 1 struggled helplessly in Robin's frozen grasp and Aegis, 3 staggered out of the rubble from Sunny's repulsive blasts, the CP-0 squad realized the truth. They weren't fighting a scattered rear guard, they were fighting a perfectly synchronized, highly adaptable crew. Chapter 155, Thriller Bark 2537 words. The eastern shoreline of Thriller Bark was a ruined expanse of shattered cobblestone and upturned earth. To the far left, the air boiled where Monkey D. Luffy traded blows with Admiral Sakazuki. To the far right, the ocean itself was frozen solid, a testament to the clash between the Straw Hat Swordman, the Cook, and Admiral Kazan. But in the center of the vanguard's defensive line, the battle was defined by the cold, methodical application of physical force. Vice Admiral Bastille stood among the debris, his breath coming in sharp gasps behind his horned iron mask. His fingers were numb with a dull ache. Clutched in his right fist was a jagged piece of metal, the broken hilt of his signature shark cleaver. He tossed the ruined weapon into the dirt. A few yards away, Vice Admiral Momonga wiped a thin trail of blood from the corner of his mouth. His pristine white marine coat was torn at the hem. He kept his katana raised in a 2-handed guard, his eyes locked on the 3 men standing opposite them. To Momonga's right, Vice Admiral Dalmatian crouched low to the ground in his dog fruit hybrid form, covered in white fur with black spots. Dalmatian was panting heavily. "This makes no sense," Dalmatian growled. He spat a wad of dust onto the stones. "I hit him clean in the jaw. I drove a hockey-infused strike directly into his face. It should have snapped his neck. Instead, I nearly broke my own fingers." "It is not their mass," Momonga replied, his voice calm and analytical. The magician shrunk their bodies and their weight, but he could not shrink their spirit. "Look at the way the air warps around their weapons. They are coating their smaller forms in armament hockey so dense it acts like an unbreakable second skin. We are not fighting mere men. We are fighting a century of unbroken combat experience wielding indestructible metal." Standing 30 paces away, unbothered by the Marines, were Dory, Oimo, and Kashiai. The 3 warriors of Elbath, shrunk down by Ben's magic. They weren't panting. They weren't bleeding. Dory rolled his shoulders, adjusting his grip on the massive, rune-etched sword in his right hand. On his left arm rested a silver shield. "Are you finished talking, Marines?" Dory called out, his deep voice carrying over the noise of the war zone. "My joints were just beginning to warm up. It has been a long time since I fought human-sized opponents with a blade this light." Oimo chuckled, resting his spiked mace over his shoulder. "They hit fast. But their blows feel like the pecking of small birds. Shall we clear the path?" Kashii stepped forward, his own silver shield raised slightly, his heavy battle-axe resting by his side. "Let them come. A warrior respects an enemy who stands his ground, even when outmatched." Momonga tightened his grip on his katana. The blade hummed as he channeled a thick layer of armament haki along the steel, turning it pitch black. "Do not let their appearance deceive you," Momonga ordered. "They carry the haki of giants, but their reach is limited to a normal man's. We have the advantage in mobility. Bastille, you are without a blade. Run interference. Dalmatian, flank the axe-wielder. Exploit their blind spots. I will engage the swordsman." "Understood," Bastille grunted, dropping into a brawling stance, his forearms turning black with haki. "I'll tear his throat out," Dalmatian snarled. "Execute," Momonga commanded. The three vice-admirals moved simultaneously. The sound of Sora being utilized by three masterclass Marines created a rush of wind in the courtyard. They vanished from normal sight, leaving only faint trails of dust in their wake. Momonga reappeared first, directly above Dory. He had utilized Jeppo to strike from above. He brought his black blade down in an overhead cleave aimed squarely at Dory's neck. Dory didn't look up. He didn't attempt to dodge. The combat instincts forged over 100 years of daily duels on Little Garden allowed him to read the attack perfectly. Dory simply raised his left arm, angling the silver shield upward. Momonga's blade struck the shield. The Marine expected resistance, perhaps even a deep gouge in the metal given his haki. Instead, the vibranium URU shield swallowed the blow completely. The silver metal flashed with a faint blue light. Momonga felt the recoil instantly. His arms jerked backward, his wrists screaming in protest as his own kinetic force was halted dead. Before Momonga could recover his balance, Dory pivoted on his heel, and drove the edge of the shield upward, blasting the stored force directly into the flat of Momonga's katana. Momonga was thrown backward through the air, forced to execute a frantic mid-air backflip to land on his feet, skidding 10 yards across the stone. While Momonga engaged Dory, Dalmatian executed his flanking maneuver against Kashii. The Zoan user darted erratically around the courtyard, using Sora to bounce off the crumbling stone walls. He moved too fast to be tracked, constantly shifting his trajectory to confuse the giant. Kashii sighed, watching the blurry movements. "You move like a frightened rabbit, dog." Instead of trying to swat the fast-moving Marine, Kashii braced his silver shield firmly against the ground. He raised his heavy battle-axe and brought it down hard, striking his own shield. The shield absorbed the heavy blow and instantly released the force outward in a shockwave along the ground. The cobblestone floor rippled and shattered violently. The sudden destruction of the earth ruined Dalmatian's footing. The vice-admiral tripped mid-sprint, tumbling out of his high-speed movement and crashing onto the broken stones. Before Dalmatian could stand back up, Kashii reached over and grabbed him by the throat, slamming him into the dirt. Dalmatian gasped, slashing frantically at Kashii's arm with his claws. Dalmatian's claws struck Kashii's arm and stopped dead. Kashii's skin had instantly turned pitch black. Without his giant size, Kashii's armament haki was concentrated into a much smaller, far more durable surface area. The vice-admiral's claws couldn't pierce the armor. Kashii loosened his grip just enough to let the bruised Marine scramble away, coughing violently. On the far left of the skirmish, Vice-Admiral Bastille faced Oimo. Without his shark cleaver, Bastille ducked under a wide swing from Oimo's mace, letting the heavy weapon crash into the ground. Seizing the opening, Bastille grabbed the handle of the mace and delivered a heavy, hockey-infused kick to Oimo's wrist, managing to disarm the giant. The spiked mace flew several yards away, landing in the dirt. Bastille charged forward, coating his fists in armament hockey, aiming a powerful strike at Oimo's exposed chest. Bastille's fists connected. Oimo took one heavy step backward, a grunt of discomfort escaping his lips as he tightened his core, using internal hockey to absorb the worst of the impact. "Oh ho," Oimo chuckled, adjusting his sunglasses. That one actually stung. It felt like a bad case of heartburn. "You pack a decent punch, masked man." Bastille's eyes widened behind his iron mask. He had just delivered his strongest close-quarters attack, and the opponent likened it to indigestion. Bastille wound up his arm to strike again. Oimo didn't move to defend himself. He simply extended his empty hand toward the discarded weapon behind the Marine. The heavy URU metal mace responded to Oimo's spiritual connection, and flew straight back into his grip. On its return flight, the spiked head of the mace smashed into the back of the charging Bastille, launching the Vice Admiral face-first into the rubble. While the Vice Admirals were being pushed back, the Marines played their next card. 20 towering cyborgs, the pacifistas marched forward in a perfect line. They opened their mouths, yellow light gathering in their throats. "Incoming!" A voice called from above. 19 red and gold flying suits of armor, the Iron Legion, swooped down from the sky. They didn't just fly around aimlessly, they operated with flawless, synchronized tactical precision. 5 drones strafed the front line, firing concentrated blasts of blue repulsor energy directly into the pacifistas' knee joints, forcing the massive cyborgs to stagger. Another group fired blinding flares, knocking their laser targeting systems off course. Yellow lasers sliced wildly through the air, melting the ruined walls instead of hitting the pirate crew. Frankie stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. He wore his usual Hawaiian shirt and Speedo, looking completely human. "You think you're the only cyborgs around here?" Frankie grinned, his eyes gleaming behind his sunglasses. "Let me show you the real deal." Frankie held his hands out. Silver liquid metal poured from his pores, flowing rapidly down his arms. In a fraction of a second, the vibranium nanites assembled themselves into 2 massive, engine-powered mechanical fists, easily the size of small cars. Exhaust pipes roared to life on his forearms, venting blue steam. "Smack hands!" Frankie yelled. He lunged at the nearest pacifista. The world government machine raised its hands to block, firing a laser beam point-blank at Frankie's chest. Frankie didn't flinch. The yellow beam struck his skin, but the vibranium nanites beneath his epidermis absorbed the destructive heat and force completely. Frankie pushed through the blast and swung his massive metal fists. He bypassed the pacifista's guard and clapped both smack hands squarely over the cyborg's head. With a brutal, hydraulic crush, the pacifista's skull caved inward, wires and sparks erupting from its neck as the heavy machine fell backward, completely destroyed. 2 more pacifistas turned their glowing eyes toward Frankie, raising their palms. Frankie didn't panic. The giant fists melted back into liquid metal, flowing rapidly down to his legs. Punk busters. Massive, heavy-duty mechanical boots formed over his feet, complete with hydraulic shock absorbers and glowing blue thrusters on the heels. The thrusters flared. Frankie rocketed straight up into the air, easily clearing the 50-foot height of the pacifistas, just as their lasers scorched the ground where he had been standing. Hovering mid-air, the metal boots dissolved, flowing up his back and over his shoulders. With a loud clack, the liquid vibranium locked into the shape of a massive, dual-barreled plasma cannon, drawing power directly from the arc reactor in his chest. Slam cannon. Frankie fired a continuous, devastating barrage of blue arc energy. The blast slammed into the pacifistas from above. The raw, concussive force blew their armor plating apart, tearing through their mechanical frames and detonating their internal power cores in a chain reaction of explosions that sent scrap metal raining across the courtyard. The Iron Legion swooped in to finish the job, firing synchronized repulsor beams that severed the limbs of the remaining, damaged pacifistas. Super easy. Frankie posed mid-air as the cannon dissolved, letting gravity bring him back down to the stone floor in a flawless landing. These fakes are nothing compared to the Iron General. The initial engagement across the vanguard had lasted less than a minute. The results were clear. Seeing their ultimate cyborgs systematically dismantled by a single man and a swarm of drones, Mamanga, Dalmatian, and Bastille regrouped in the center of the ruined courtyard. Bastille pulled himself from the rubble, his back bruised. Dalmatian was panting, clutching his throat. Mamanga stood rigid, his grip on his katana strained. They were veterans of the New World, but as they looked at Dori, Oimo, and Kashii who had barely broken a sweat they realized standard attacks were useless. "Coordinate," Mamanga said, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "We attack together. From all sides. Do not give them a moment to breathe." The three vice-admirals scattered, initiating a simultaneous, multi-directional assault. They used Soru and Jeppo to strike from the front, the sides, and the air at the exact same moment. The three giants didn't panic. They stepped backward, standing shoulder to shoulder in a tight circle. In a synchronized motion honed by the warrior culture of Elbaf, Dori, Oimo, and Kashii snapped their silver shields together, forming an overlapping dome of metal. The Marines struck the shield wall with everything they had. Swords, claws, and fists battered the silver barrier, but the giants held firm. Using their battle instincts, the giants perfectly timed the enemy strikes. For a split second, they would open a small gap in the shield wall, thrusting their heavy weapons out like spears to strike the Marines, before instantly sealing the wall again. It was a traditional Elbaf shield wall tactic, and it was punishing. Mamanga was grazed by a sword thrust. Dalmatian was clipped by the axe. Bastille had to fall back to avoid being crushed by the mace. The vice-admirals were driven back, bleeding and exhausted. "Commander," a voice yelled from the entrance of the courtyard. Thousands of Marine reinforcements poured through the broken gates, armed with rifles and swords. They had arrived to back up the vice-admirals. "Swarm them," Mamanga ordered, pointing his sword at the giants. "Do not let them break formation." The massive army of Marines charged forward with a deafening war cry. Dori looked at the oncoming horde and laughed. He stepped to the front of the group. "Stand behind me, warriors," Dori commanded. He planted his feet firmly into the broken stones, and held his silver shield up with both hands, facing the charging army. Oimo and Kashii stepped up directly behind their captain. "Let's clear the path," Kashii roared. Oimo and Kashii wound up their massive weapons. With a coordinated shout, they swung the mace and the axe forward, striking the back of Dori's raised shield with all their strength. The silver shield absorbed the twin blows from the giant warriors. It held the power for a fraction of a second before a massive wave of force erupted from the front of the shield like a cannon. The shockwave swept through the courtyard, tearing up the ground and hitting the charging Marine reinforcements. Hundreds of soldiers were swept off their feet and sent flying backward into the walls and out of the gates. The courtyard was cleared in a single shot. The three vice-admirals shielded their faces from the wind, staring in shock as their reinforcement army was wiped out in seconds. Dori slowly lowered his shield. The three human-sized giants stood tall amidst the dust, completely untired, their black suits barely wrinkled. Mamanga tightened his grip on his katana, refusing to back down despite the situation. "We are the shield of the world," Mamanga said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. He raised his blade. "We do not retreat. We do not yield." Bastille crossed his arms, coating them in dark hockey. "We fight until we drop." Dalmatian snarled, shifting into a low stance. "For justice." Dori looked at the three battered Marines. He saw the resolve in their eyes. He nodded slowly, a look of respect crossing his face. He lowered his sword to his side, his posture shifting to deadly serious. "Very well," Dori rumbled. "You possess the spirits of warriors. It is an insult to face you with anything less than our full strength. Let us end this duel." Oimo and Kashii tightened their grips on their heavy weapons. Momonga took a deep breath, exchanging a brief look with Bastille and Dalmatian. They knew what was coming. They knew this next clash would likely be their last. The human-sized giants lowered their stances, their weapons raised, ready to meet the final charge. Chapter 156, Thriller Barl 3848 words. The heavy fog of the Florian Triangle clung to the shattered stonework of Thriller Bark. The island ship, once a terrifying symbol of Gecko Moria's power, was currently tearing itself apart. The eastern harbor was a war zone of ice and magma, while the western and northern walls had been breached by rival pirate crews. The constant booming of cannons, the clash of steel, and the heavy impacts of hockey echoed through the dead forests. Far from the front lines, moving quietly through the shadows of the ruined courtyard, was Gecko Moria. The warlord of the sea moved with a surprising lack of noise for a man of his massive, bulbous size. He crept along the edges of the battlefield, hiding behind fallen statues and broken mausoleums. He was sweating heavily, his stitched face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. "My beautiful island," Moria hissed under his breath, peering around a crumbling stone pillar. Decades of work. Ruined in a single morning by a bunch of arrogant rookies, and the world government's lapdogs. He watched as a squad of 50 Marine infantrymen were blown backward by a stray blast of air from the harbor, crashing into the stone walls and falling unconscious in the dirt. Moria's eyes gleamed with a dark, opportunistic light. He didn't step out to fight. He knelt down beside the fallen soldiers. He reached into his coat and pulled out a pair of large, heavy iron scissors. Using his devil fruit power, Moria grabbed the shadows cast by the unconscious Marines. To his hands, the shadows felt like thick cloth. With swift, practiced motions, he snipped the shadows away from their feet. As soon as the shadows were severed, he rolled them up and stuffed them into his pockets. The Marines groaned in their sleep, unaware that they had just lost their ability to stand in the sunlight. "Fools," Moria muttered, moving to the next group of fallen soldiers. "You bring your war to my home. You think you can just trample over my territory? I will show you why they call me a warlord." Moria spent the next 20 minutes scavenging the edges of the battlefield. He didn't discriminate. He took the shadows of unconscious Marines, defeated government agents, and even a few low-level pirates from the Supernova crews, who had strayed too far into the castle grounds. By the time he was finished, his pockets were bulging, and a massive, writhing ball of black shadows was clutched in his hands. It was the combined strength, skill, and combat experience of hundreds of trained fighters. "This will do," Moria grinned, a sinister, desperate chuckle escaping his throat. "Kishishishi. Oh, this will do perfectly." He turned his back on the battlefield and hurried toward a concealed entrance at the base of his central palace. He pulled a hidden lever, and a heavy stone door slid open, revealing a dark, spiraling staircase leading deep underground. The air grew significantly colder as Moria descended. The damp smell of earth was replaced by the sharp, biting scent of raw ice. He reached the bottom of the stairs and pushed open a pair of massive, frost-covered iron doors. He stepped into the special freezer. The room was vast, an enormous cavern carved directly into the foundation of the island. Massive blocks of ice lined the walls, keeping the temperature well below freezing to preserve the master's most prized possessions. But Moria didn't look at the smaller blocks. He walked to the very center of the cavern. Resting on his back, chained to the floor with links of iron as thick as tree trunks, was a corpse of staggering proportions. It was a giant, but it made normal giants look like ordinary men. The creature had massive horns protruding from its skull, long, unkempt hair, and thick, bulging muscles covered in rough stitches. Its lower jaw jutted out with two massive, boar-like tusks. This was Ors, the legendary continent puller. An ancient giant from a forgotten era, known for moving entire landmasses with his bare hands. Moria stood near the creature's head, completely dwarfed by the sheer size of the monster. "You have slept long enough, my greatest masterpiece," Moria said, holding up the massive, struggling ball of stolen shadows. Normally, Moria would carefully select a single, incredibly strong shadow to animate a special zombie. But today, he had no time for finesse. He needed absolute, overwhelming destruction. Moria slammed his hands down, plunging the entire mass of hundreds of marine and pirate shadows directly into Orr's open mouth. The effect was instantaneous. The shadows flowed into the empty vessel. The ancient, frozen muscles began to twitch. The thick chains holding the giant to the floor groaned and rattled as the body filled with the stolen strength of hundreds of living men. Orr's eyes snapped open. They glowed with a dull, eerie yellow light. Ruhr. Orr's let out a deafening, earth-shaking bellow. The sheer volume of the sound cracked the ice on the walls of the freezer. The giant sat up, snapping the massive iron chains holding his arms, as if they were made of brittle string. He looked down at his own massive hands, flexing his thick fingers, feeling the combined martial arts and combat training of the Marines flooding his new body. Moria stepped back, looking up at his creation with a wide, triumphant grin. "Listen to me, Orrs," Moria shouted, pointing toward the heavy ceiling of the cavern. "Above us, at the eastern port, enemies are destroying my island. There are Marines and pirates. They are tearing down my castle." Orrs slowly turned his massive head, looking down at Moria. The amalgamation of shadows inside him made his mind chaotic, but the overriding command of his master cut through the noise. "Enemies?" Orrs rumbled, his voice so deep it vibrated the floorboards. "Destroy enemies," Moria yelled. "Go to the port. Attack everyone. Smash the ice. Crush the magma. Do not stop until every single intruder is flattened into the dirt. Leave nothing standing." Orrs didn't ask questions. He simply raised his massive fists and punched directly upward. The thick stone ceiling of the freezer caved in instantly. Dirt, rock, and foundational support beams rained down as the ancient giant carved his own exit, climbing out of the underground cavern and stepping up toward the surface of the island. Moria watched the giant's legs disappear through the hole in the ceiling. He let out a long, satisfied sigh. "That should keep them busy," Moria muttered. He didn't follow the monster to the battlefield. He turned around and walked briskly toward a small, hidden elevator at the back of the freezer. He pressed a button, and the elevator carried him rapidly up to the highest tower of the main palace. The doors slid open to his private observation room. Standing by the large, arched window, looking out over the chaotic harbor, were Perona, and Dr. Perona was clutching her pink umbrella tightly, floating nervously a few inches off the ground. Hogback was sweating profusely, biting his fingernails as he watched the distant explosions of magma and ice. "Master Moria," Hogback gasped, spinning around as the warlord entered the room. "Thank goodness you are safe. The situation outside is completely out of control. The Straw Hats are fighting the admirals, and the other pirates have breached the walls. It's awful." Perona whined, landing on the floor. "My ghost hollows can't even get close to the harbor. The air is too hot, and the pressure is too scary. What are we going to do?" Moria walked over to the window. He looked down at his ruined courtyards, the shattered gates, and the fires burning in his forests. He felt a sharp pang of anger, but he quickly pushed it down. He was a survivor above all else. "We are leaving," Moria said flatly. Hogback blinked, his jaw dropping. "Leaving? But Master Moria, this is Thrillerbark. Your castle. Your territory. Look out that window, Hogback," Moria pointed a thick finger at the harbor. "Do you see what is happening down there? That isn't a simple skirmish. That is a war between monsters. The Straw Hats brought down Eni's lobby, and the world government sent their highest military powers to kill them." Moria turned to his subordinates, his expression completely serious. "If we stay here, we will be caught in the crossfire. The island ship is lost. It is going to be destroyed today." Perona looked around the beautiful, Gothic room. "But all our treasure. Our zombie generals." "A castle can be rebuilt," Moria stated firmly. "Treasure can be stolen again. Armies can be raised from new graveyards. But if we die here, it is over. I have just activated oars. He will march to the port and attack both sides. He is massive and he has the skills of 100 Marines. He will cause enough chaos and distraction for us to slip away unnoticed. Hogback wiped his forehead, realizing the terrifying logic of his master's words. You are right, master. Survival is the highest priority. Where will we go? To the hidden escape ship docked in the rear cavern, Moria ordered, moving toward his private safe to gather his most valuable belongings. Pack only what you can carry. We leave the heavy loot behind. Even if Thriller Bark survives this war, we can always come back and reclaim it when the dust settles. Now, move. Perona and Hogback didn't argue. They immediately scrambled around the room, grabbing small bags of gold, rare medical texts, and essential supplies. The Ghost Princess and the Mad Doctor followed their pragmatic captain out the back door, leaving their haunted kingdom to the wolves. Back at the eastern harbor, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Luffy was dodging another wave of Akainu's molten magma, his fists blackened with haki as he landed a heavy blow on the Admiral's side. Not far away, Zoro and Sanji were moving in a synchronized blur, attempting to corner Akiji amidst a forest of jagged ice spikes. Frankie and the Iron Legion were continuing their relentless, explosive dance against the pacifistas. The noise was deafening. The heat and cold clashed violently, creating thick walls of steam. But suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. It wasn't a subtle vibration. It was a massive, rhythmic quaking that shook the loose cobblestones and made the frozen seawater crack. Akainu paused his attack, his eyes narrowing as he looked toward the center of the island. Luffy stopped in his tracks, tilting his head in confusion. Zoro and Sanji backed away from Akiji. The thick fog hanging over the ruined castle walls began to swirl and part. A massive hand, the size of a marine galleon, reached out and grabbed the top of the outer stone wall. With a casual, effortless pull, the giant ripped the entire 50-foot stone barricade away, tossing it aside like a child's toy. Stepping into the light of the harbor was Oars. The ancient giant stood over 100 feet tall. His massive horns pierced the low-hanging clouds. His stitched, decaying skin looked like rough leather, and his yellow eyes burned with a mindless, chaotic rage. The entire battlefield ground to a halt. The Marines dropped their rifles, staring up at the towering monstrosity in sheer terror. What in the world is that? A Marine captain screamed, falling to his knees. That's not a normal giant. It's a monster. It's a zombie, another soldier yelled, pointing at the stitches. Moria's ultimate weapon. Akainu scowled, the magma on his arm dripping hotly onto the ground. Abominations of the dead. Disgusting. The warlord has lost control of his own island. Luffy, however, had a completely different reaction. He didn't look scared. His eyes widened with pure, unadulterated awe. Suji-ee. Luffy roared, entirely dropping his guard as he pointed at Oars. It's a supergiant. It has horns. I want to fight it. Idiot, Akainu growled. Seizing the blatant opening, the Admiral thrust his arm forward. A blistering hound of magma shot across the space, aimed straight for Luffy's exposed chest. Luffy, move. Zoro barked from across the ice. Luffy's instincts snapped him back to reality. He twisted wildly, the searing heat grazing his shoulder and singeing his black jacket as it flew past. That's dangerous. Luffy yelled, glaring back at the Admiral. I don't care, rookie, Akainu said coldly. Oars didn't care who was who. The chaotic mix of marine shadows inside his body simply demanded violence. He looked down at the tiny figures swarming the harbor. Oars bellowed. He pulled his massive right arm back. Despite his towering, bulky size, the giant dropped into a perfectly disciplined, rigid marine fighting stance. It looked absurd on a creature of his scale, but the execution was flawless. Oars threw a straight punch directly at the center of the harbor. The sheer physical force of the punch displaced the air, creating a massive windstorm. The pressure blew dozens of Marines off their feet before the fist even landed. The massive fist slammed into the ice, completely shattering the frozen bay and sending heavy chunks of glacial debris flying into the air. "He's destroying the battlefield," Sanji yelled, dodging a falling block of ice. "We can't fight the admirals if this overgrown corpse keeps smashing the floor." High above the harbor, hovering smoothly in the air, were Ben and Kizaru, who stopped the fight to see Oars. He looked down at the ruined courtyard. "A giant zombie," Ben muttered to himself, adjusting his glasses. "Moria must be desperate. Or he's packing his bags." Ben looked toward the edge of the conflict. Dory, Oimo, and Kashii were currently holding the line against a squad of vice-admirals. But dealing with a continent puller required a different approach. Ben's voice rang out, magically amplified to carry over the roar of oars. Dory swung his heavy sword, knocking a marine officer away, and looked up at the hovering magician. "We have a slight pest problem," Ben called down, pointing at the towering, roaring zombie. "It seems the enemy has brought a giant to the field. I believe we have a giant of our own who can show him how it's done." Dory followed Ben's finger. He looked at Oars. He saw the sheer size, the horns, and the stitched flesh. He saw the ancient giant drop into another stiff, unnatural marine martial arts stance. A wide, fierce grin spread across Dory's bearded face. His warrior blood began to boil. "A giant of old," Dory rumbled, gripping the hilt of his URU metal sword tightly. "I have heard the tales of the continent pullers in the halls of Elbaf. They were brutes who relied only on their size. Let us see if the dead can truly fight." "My thoughts exactly," Ben smiled. Ben raised his right hand. His eyes glowed with the warm, golden energy of his magic. He focused his intent entirely on the blue ogre. "Command T, restore." The air around Dory distorted violently. The magical restriction holding his size in check vanished instantly. Dory exploded upward. He didn't just grow, he shot into the sky like a rapidly expanding mountain. The ground cracked beneath his expanding boots. He bypassed 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet, growing until he returned to his true, towering Elbaf glory. He stood nearly 70 feet tall, his massive horned helmet gleaming in the strange light of the harbor. He wore his tailored black suit, which Ben had enchanted to stretch perfectly with his size. In his right hand, the URU metal sword expanded with him, becoming a massive, heavy blade capable of cleaving ships in half. On his left arm rested the silver vibranium shield, vibrating with raw, heavy power. The Marines on the ground shrieked, scattering wildly to avoid being crushed beneath Dory's massive, polished black shoes. "Gebababa." Dory's laugh was deafening. It rolled across the harbor like thunder, completely drowning out the groans of the zombies and the shouts of the soldiers. "Now this is a battlefield," Dory roared, rolling his massive shoulders. He looked up, finally standing eye to eye with the undead monster. Oars stopped his rampage. The zombie giant slowly turned his head, his yellow eyes locking onto the new challenger. Oars was still slightly taller, but Dory was broader, heavily armored, and radiated the focused, overwhelming presence of a living, breathing warrior king. Ben called down from the sky. "Take care of him. Keep him away from the battlefield." "Leave it to me, Ben," Dory yelled back. He banged his heavy sword against his silver shield. The metallic clang echoed across the island. Dory pointed his blade directly at Oars. "You wear the skin of an ancient giant," Dory shouted, his voice dripping with warrior pride. "But you stand like a stiff wooden puppet. You fight with the stolen movements of little men. I am Dory the Blue Ogre, captain of the giant warrior pirates. I will show you the true strength of Elbaf." Oars bellowed in response. Oars didn't charge blindly. Guided by the disciplined marine shadows within him, he dropped his massive hips, pulling his right arm back to his waist. He was attempting a giant-sized, highly focused karate punch. He thrust his fist forward. The sheer speed of the massive arm created a visible ring of white vapor around his wrist. Dory didn't dodge. He knew that dodging a blow of that size would just result in the harbor being destroyed behind him. Dory planted his feet firmly into the bedrock. He raised his left arm, angling the massive silver shield forward, and coated the metal in a thick, dense layer of black armament hockey. Kra Komum. Orr's fist slammed directly into the center of Dory's shield. The impact was deafening. The ground beneath Dory's boots shattered, deep fissures tearing through the stone harbor and plunging into the frozen sea. A heavy blast of air blasted outward, flattening everything in a 100-yard radius. But Dory didn't move an inch backward. The special alloy of his shield instantly absorbed the raw physical power of Orr's punch. The silver metal glowed with a bright, pulsating blue light, swallowing the destructive force whole. A heavy hand. Dory grunted, feeling the pressure against his arm. But there is no spirit behind it. It is just dead meat. Orr's looked confused. His stolen marine instincts expected the target to be crushed or sent flying. He pulled his fist back to strike again. Dory roared. Dory pushed forward with his shield arm, instantly releasing all the stored power from Orr's own punch directly back into the zombie's chest. The reflected force snapped Orr's backward violently. The zombie giant stumbled, his rigid marine stance failing him as he lost his balance and took a clumsy, heavy step back, crushing a ruined tower beneath his heel. Angry and disoriented, Orr's reached down into the frozen harbor. His massive fingers dug into the permafrost left behind by Admiral Akiji. With a raw display of brute strength, Orr's ripped a chunk of solid ice the size of a marine galleon straight out of the bay. He hoisted it over his head and hurled it directly at Dory. "You throw stones like a child." Dory laughed. Dory tightened his grip on his URU metal sword. He coated the heavy blade entirely in black hockey. He didn't try to dodge the incoming glacier. Instead, he treated his sword like a massive baseball bat. He planted his back foot, twisted his hips, and swung with everything he had. The blade struck the giant block of ice perfectly. The heavy URU metal, reinforced by Dory's immense hockey, didn't shatter the ice, it completely reversed its path. Dory batted the massive boulder right back at Orr's. The block of ice slammed squarely into Orr's face, shattering into a million pieces upon impact and forcing the giant zombie to stagger blindly backward, rubbing his stitched eyes. Orr's let out a furious, mindless roar. Feeling no pain from the impact, the zombie threw caution to the wind. He charged forward recklessly, ignoring his stolen martial arts training, and threw his massive body directly at the Elbaf warrior. Dory stood his ground, preparing for another clash, but Orr's didn't punch. Instead, the ancient giant threw his arms wide and wrapped them completely around Dory, trapping the warrior in a bone-crushing bear hug. "You hold tight, corpse," Dory grunted, his arms pinned to his sides. But a warrior cannot be trapped so easily. Dory didn't struggle physically. He closed his eyes, focusing his formidable willpower. His body darkened entirely, coating himself in full-body armament hockey. Then, with a sudden, explosive shout, Dory released a massive burst of his spirit outward. The sheer force of the hockey eruption hit Orr's like a physical wall, violently forcing the zombie's arms open and breaking the grapple. Dory stepped back, drawing his sword back to his side. Orr's, frustrated by his inability to crush the armored giant, raised his right foot high into the air, aiming to stomp Dory directly into the bedrock. A predictable move, Dory noted calmly. Dory dropped his URU sword to the ground. As Orr's massive foot descended, Dory raised both his bare hand and his silver shield. He caught the bottom of the zombie's boot perfectly, his boots digging deep into the stone harbor to anchor himself. "Hoa waff!" Dory roared, tapping into his pure, unadulterated Elbaf strength. He didn't just stop the stomp. Dory pushed upward, lifting the 100-foot-tall ancient giant entirely off his feet. With a mighty heave, Dory flipped Orr's backward, executing a flawless, earth-shattering suplex. Oars crashed flat onto his back in the middle of the ruined harbor. The island shook violently, a massive cloud of dust and debris rising into the air as the continent puller was pinned to the floor by the king of Elbaf. Geba Baba. Dory laughed, picking his sword back up and resting it on his shoulder. You fall too easily, corpse. A true warrior of Elbaf would have maintained his footing. Ors groaned, slowly pushing himself up off the ground. His yellow eyes burned with frustrated anger. He didn't understand why his stolen strength was failing against the armored warrior. Destroy! Ors rumbled, pulling a massive, broken ship's mast from the rubble to use as a club. Come then. Dory challenged, dropping back into a perfectly balanced, seasoned combat stance. Let our blades sing. The two towering titans clashed again, their weapons meeting high above the heads of the battling pirates and marines. The fight between the ancient, mindless monster and the skilled, hockey-wielding king of Elbaf raged on, shaking the very foundations of Thriller Bark with every thunderous blow. Dory clearly held the upper hand, his superior technique and unbreakable weapons dominating the clumsy brute. But Ors, feeling no pain and possessing endless, undead stamina, refused to stay down, ensuring the colossal duel would not end quietly. Chapter 157, Thriller Bark 4149 words 5 hours. That was how long the war for Thriller Bark had raged without a single moment of pause. The massive island ship, once a quiet graveyard hiding in the fog of the Florian Triangle, had been reduced to a fractured wasteland. The heavy mist had been burned away by the heat of the combatants, replaced by a lingering haze of gray smoke and falling ash. The stone walls were shattered, the dead forests were flattened, and the earth itself was scarred with deep craters. The battle had taken a heavy toll on everyone standing on the island. The initial rush of adrenaline had long since faded, leaving behind raw exhaustion and aching muscles. In the central courtyard, a massive cloud of dust slowly began to settle over the rubble. Lying in the center of the destruction, completely motionless, was the towering form of Ors. The ancient giant had finally fallen. Standing near the creature's head was Dory the Blue Ogre. He was breathing heavily, resting his heavy URU metal sword on his shoulder. The battle against the zombie giant had been a brutal test of endurance, but the true strength of Elbaf had prevailed. With a final, perfectly placed strike coated in dense armament hockey, Dory had shattered the creature's defense and knocked it unconscious, sending the massive beast crashing into the courtyard walls. As Ors lay defeated, the massive, dark shadow that Moria had stuffed into the corpse began to stretch and warp, separating from the giant's feet. Suddenly, the shadow broke apart into hundreds of smaller, individual shadows. Like a flock of blackbirds, they shot into the sky, scattering in every direction as they flew to return to their original owners. From the sky above, Ben slowly descended, floating down to the ruined courtyard using his magic. His unbuttoned floral shirt was dusted with ash, and his dark trousers were scuffed from the long battle. A fine victory, Dory, Ben said, landing softly on the broken cobblestones. He had size, but he fought like a puppet, Dory rumbled, his deep voice tired but proud. The dead cannot match the spirit of a living warrior. They lack the will to push past their limits. We need you back on the front line, Ben told him, looking toward the eastern docks where the sounds of fighting were still intense. The Marines are pushing hard, and the vice admirals are trying to flank the rest of the crew. Understood, Dory nodded, hoisting his heavy shield. Ben waved his hand. Command T, reduce. A pulse of violet magic washed over Dory. In the blink of an eye, the towering giant compressed down to the size of a tall human. Dory gripped his sword and shield and rushed toward the eastern perimeter to rejoin Oimo and Kashiai. Within minutes, Dory arrived at the docks. He took his place in the defensive line. Oimo and Kashiai were standing shoulder to shoulder, forming an impenetrable wall of human-sized giants. They were holding the line against Vice Admirals Bastille, Mamanga, and Dalmatian. The Marines were skilled and fast, utilizing their trained footwork and sharp blades, but the sheer physical toughness and unbreakable URU metal weapons of the four Elbaf warriors made passing them an impossible task. The Vice Admirals slashed and kicked, but their attacks bounced off the heavy shields, leaving them frustrated and exhausted. Dory's arrival solidified their defense, ensuring that no marine reinforcements could slip past to interfere with the main fights. Further down the ruined coastline, the environment was a bubbling, hostile nightmare. Luffy stood in the center of a melted crater, his chest heaving. For 5 straight hours, he had engaged in a relentless, high-speed brawl with Admiral Sakazuki. Maintaining his haki for this long had pushed Luffy's body to its absolute breaking point. His punches were slowing down. "You are reaching your limit, Straw Hat," Akainu stated, his voice a harsh rumble. He stood 30 feet away, magma dripping from his right arm. His white marine coat was gone, and he sported deep bruises across his chest and jaw from Luffy's strikes, but his killing intent remained undiminished. "Your spirit is stubborn, but your body is failing. You will not leave this island alive." Akainu took a heavy step forward, raising his magma-transformed fist. A thick mass of volcanic rock and liquid fire gathered around his arm, glowing with intense heat. Luffy planted his feet, pulling his right arm back to meet the strike, forcing his waning haki to the surface even as his muscles screamed in protest. He refused to step back. Before Akainu could throw his punch, a blinding pillar of white-hot fire dropped from the sky, crashing directly into the space between them. The clash of magma and white fire sent a heavy blast of steam rolling across the ruined courtyard. The lava cooled and hardened into brittle rock under the intense heat of the new flame. Luffy blinked, lowering his fist slightly. Standing right in front of him, his back straight and his fist smoking, was Portgas D. Ace was heavily injured. His chest and arms were covered in dirt and bruises. A deep gash ran down his shoulder, and his breathing was labored. But as he looked over his shoulder at Luffy, a wide, confident grin spread across his face. "Need a hand, Luffy?" Ace asked, wiping a smear of blood from his chin. Luffy's tired eyes lit up with relief. "You're back. I couldn't let you have all the fun," Ace replied, turning his attention back to Akainu. He raised his fists, coating them in a thick layer of armament haki, weaving the invisible armor directly into his white flames. "Take a breath. We'll handle him together." Akainu narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased by the sudden reinforcement. "Fire Fist Ace. Today you will die beside your brother. Your fire cannot burn hotter than my magma." "We'll see about that," Ace retorted. The two brothers moved simultaneously, standing side by side to push back the relentless assault of the Marine Admiral. They moved with perfect teamwork, Ace using his flames to create openings while Luffy followed up with heavy, haki-coated strikes, forcing the Admiral onto the defensive. A short distance away, taking cover behind a large chunk of shattered masonry, Nami and Chopper were catching their breath. Nami was checking her climb attack, her hands shaking slightly from fatigue. Chopper, currently in his small brain point form, was wrapping a fresh bandage around a cut on his own arm after returning from the northern front. Just then, Princess Vivi landed nearby, accompanied by Usopp and Bragi. She retracted her golden, feathered wings, looking exhausted but unhurt, her vibranium spear resting on her shoulder. Nami quickly stepped forward and turned to Vivi. "Vivi," Nami asked, keeping her voice low as she kept an eye on the distant Marines. "What happened with the Blackbeard pirates? Ace looks like he took a serious beating. Did your group defeat them?" Vivi nodded, leaning heavily on her spear. She looked serious as she recounted the events. "It was a really tough fight," Vivi explained quietly. "Blackbeard's darkness power is incredibly dangerous. It put out Ace's fire every time they got close, and Blackbeard had his own heavy haki. They were trading brutal blows for hours. The rest of us kept his crew busy, but Ace insisted on fighting Blackbeard alone." "So how did it end?" Nami pressed. "Ace used his strongest move," Vivi said, her eyes widening slightly as she recalled the attack. "He backed Blackbeard up toward the edge of the ruined northern cliffs. Ace gathered all of his white fire, but instead of just throwing it, he compressed it. He packed his haki tightly into the center of the flames so the darkness couldn't pull it apart. It looked like a miniature, blinding sun. Blackbeard tried to pull it in with his darkness, Vivi continued. But the hockey inside the fire was too dense. The blast blew the entire northern cliff face straight into the ocean. Nami gulped. And Blackbeard? He took a direct hit, Vivi said. The blast threw him completely off the island. He flew hundreds of yards out and crashed into the ocean. We waited and watched the water, but he never resurfaced. He's a devil fruit user, Nami realized. If he fell into the sea, and no one pulled him out. He sank, Vivi nodded firmly. His crew panicked. When they saw their captain go into the water and not come up, they lost their coordination. They took their boat and fled into the fog. We didn't chase them. Ace was too injured, and we needed to get back here to help Luffy. Nami let out a long, shaky breath and nodded. Let the ocean have him. High above the chaotic battlefield in the thin, cold air of the sky, the fight between Ben and Admiral Kizaru was reaching a stalemate. For 5 hours, they had engaged in a high-speed game of cat and mouse. Kizaru, made of light, moved with incredible speed, constantly firing beams of yellow energy. Ben utilized his magic and physical traits to warp the space around himself, dodging the light and occasionally landing heavy strikes that kept the Admiral on his toes. Ben hovered in the air, looking down at the island below. The battle had gone on long enough. The crew was running on fumes. It was time to conclude the war. Kizaru materialized 50 feet away, his yellow-striped suit perfectly clean, though he looked slightly out of breath. You have excellent stamina, magician, Kizaru drawled lazily, crossing his arms. But light never tires. How long can you keep dodging? Long enough, Ben smiled, dropping his hands to his sides. But you're right, Admiral. This is getting repetitive. Let's try a different tactic. Ben snapped his fingers. A thick cloud of pink, shimmering smoke erupted around Kizaru. Kizaru paused, blinking through his tinted glasses as the smoke expanded. A smoke screen. It wasn't a smoke screen. As the pink mist settled slightly, Kizaru found himself entirely surrounded. Floating in the air, sitting on invisible platforms of light, and pressing in close were dozens of hyperrealistic, magical illusions of breathtakingly beautiful women. They were entirely nude, their modesty conveniently and comically obscured only by strategically placed wisps of glowing magical steam and dazzling light. Kizaru murmured, his lazy drawl catching in his throat. The illusions giggled, a chorus of sweet, melodic voices echoing in the thin air. They crowded around the Admiral, draping their phantom arms over his shoulders, running soft hands down his yellow-striped suit, and whispering affectionately into his ears. Admiral-san, one of the illusions cooed, leaning her face inches from his, her spectral fingers tracing his jawline. You work so hard. Don't you want to take a break with us? Moving at the speed of light must make your poor muscles so terribly stiff, another whispered, pressing her soft, glowing form against his back and gently massaging his shoulders. Let us slow things down for you. You're always chasing after those scary pirates, a third illusion pouted playfully, trailing a delicate finger down his chest and tugging at his tie. Stay here. We promise to be much more entertaining than a battlefield. Come on, Borsalino-kun, a chorus of them giggled, pressing their cheeks against his arms and running their hands through his hair. Take off that heavy coat. The fleet admiral doesn't need to know you took a little vacation. Miles below, the battlefield was a chaotic clash of ice, fire, and steel. Zoro and Sanji stood side by side on the frozen ground of the eastern docks, preparing to face the encroaching, freezing aura of Admiral Akiji. Zoro drew Sandai Katatsu, his breath pluming in the cold air. Don't fall asleep, cook. This ice block isn't going to melt himself. But Sanji didn't answer. Sanji was standing completely rigid. His cigarette dropped from his lips, his mouth hanging open. The freezing temperature around them meant nothing. Deep within the cook's soul, a biological tracking system his unparalleled, highly sensitive, woman radar, or Lady Dar was going absolutely berserk. No one else on the ground could see what was happening in the stratosphere. The clouds in the sheer distance made the pink smoke and the illusions completely invisible to the naked eye. But Sanji didn't need to see them. He felt them. He heard the faint, melodic giggling echoing from the very edge of the atmosphere. His radar processed the unmistakable signatures of female voices high above. Sanji whispered, his visible eye widening until it took up half his face. Beautiful, unburdened by clothing, dozens of them up there. Zoro blinked, turning his head to look at his crewmate. What the hell are you talking about? You pervert. Melorian. Sanji didn't jump. He didn't use Jeppo. A literal geyser of bright red blood burst from his nose with the force of a high-pressure fire hose. The sheer pressure of the nosebleed acted as a pair of twin rocket boosters. Sanji was launched vertically into the sky at supersonic speeds, leaving a trail of red mist as he flew directly toward the stratosphere. I'm coming, my goddesses. Your knight is on his way. Sanji's voice faded rapidly into the clouds. Zoro stood there in the freezing mist, staring at the space where the cook had just been standing. A thick vein throbbed on his forehead. That idiot. Zoro groaned, shaking his head. He turned back to face Admiral Aokiji alone, drawing his second sword. Guess I'm carving this ice up by myself. Back in the sky, Kizaru was completely frozen. His brain short-circuited. For a man who moved at the speed of light, his mind came to a screeching halt. A massive, comical blush spread rapidly across his cheeks, turning his usually relaxed face bright red. His jaw went slack, and his sunglasses slid slightly down his nose. The sheer, concentrated absurdity and overwhelming sensory overload entirely bypassed his tactical defenses. Kizaru stammered, staring blankly at the swarm of beautiful phantoms as they placed their hands all over him. This is quite the distraction, Magician-kun. I didn't know you had this kind of hospitality. As Kizaru stood paralyzed by the comedic illusion, completely dropping his guard, Ben appeared directly beside him. Ben didn't punch him. He simply placed a firm hand on Kizaru's shoulder. Enjoy the company, Ben whispered. Ben channeled his magic, focusing entirely on the location of a specific island halfway across the world. The intent flowed straight from his mind to his hand. A sharp, deafening crack of displaced air echoed in the sky. Both Ben and Kizaru vanished, leaving the pink smoke and the illusions to dissipate into nothingness just as a screaming, nosebleed-propelled Sanji broke through the cloud layer, only to find absolutely nothing there. The shift was immediate. Kizaru felt his body being pulled through a tight, invisible space, the sudden movement jarring his senses. Another sharp crack sounded as they materialized in a new location. The biting cold of the Florian Triangle was gone, replaced instantly by the warm, humid, tropical breeze of the East Blue. The smell of salt and tangerines filled the air. They landed on a pristine, sandy beach of a deserted island in East Blue. Kizaru blinked, looking around at the palm trees and the peaceful ocean. His mind was still reeling from the sudden onslaught of phantom women. About 6,000 miles away from Thriller Bark, Ben answered calmly, standing beside him. Kizaru felt a sudden, cool breeze against his skin. He looked down. His pristine, yellow-striped suit was gone. His dress shirt was gone. His tie, his shoes, and his trousers were completely missing. Admiral Borsellino was currently standing on a sunny beach wearing absolutely nothing but a pair of yellow, polka-dotted boxer shorts. The Vivre card, which had been securely tucked into his jacket pocket, was safely stored inside Ben's pocket dimension. Oh, Kizaru murmured, his face still slightly flushed as he maintained his slow drawl despite standing in his underwear. You stole my clothes. I confiscated your tracking device, Ben corrected politely. Without the Vivre card, you have no way to navigate back to the Florian Triangle in the thick fog. Your involvement in this war is over, Admiral. Kizaru looked at Ben, mildly impressed. A tactical removal. Very efficient. But leaving me here in my underwear is a bit rude. Kizaru raised his finger, a bright yellow light gathering at the tip to fire a laser. Ben didn't wait. He locked the location of Thriller Bark back into his mind. With a final crack of displaced air, Ben vanished, leaving the half-naked admiral standing completely alone on the quiet beach. Ben materialized back on the roof of a ruined mausoleum near the western wall of Thriller Bark. "Attention everyone." Ben's voice boomed across the entire island, carrying clearly over the explosions with magical resonance. "The battle has gone on long enough. The Blackbeard pirates are defeated. We have achieved our goals." Down in the molten crater, Luffy and Ace paused their assault, stepping back. "We are leaving this island," Ben announced. "If we continue fighting, another wave of marine galleons will arrive. Supernova, fall back to your ships." Ben leaped down from the mausoleum, landing gracefully on the ground near the western wall. He placed himself directly in front of the exhausted supernovas, who had been fighting the Marines. Trafalgar Law, Capone Beach, X-Drake, Basil Hawkins, Scratchman Apu, and Jewelry Bonnie looked at the magician. They were battered, bruised, and bleeding. Ben reached into his coat pocket. He pulled out 6 heavy leather pouches and tossed them gently to the remaining captains. Law caught his smoothly. The others grabbed theirs as they landed in their hands. The pouches clinked heavily. "As agreed," Ben said, his voice calm. "That is your payment for helping with the Vanguard today. 100 million berries in each pouch. And a manual detailing the basics of hockey. The deal is done. You can escape now while our crew holds the Marines back." He turned his gaze specifically to the pink-haired captain. "Escape with your crew. I will find you once we all get out of here safely." Bonnie paused, looking at the heavy pouch in her hand, then up at the magician. She gave a firm, serious nod. "Don't die before then." Beej pocketed his pouch with a smirk. "You're paying us to leave." "I am concluding our transaction," Ben corrected. "The perimeter is clear. Take your men and go." Nearby, Admiral Akainu heard the booming announcement and the exchange. The magma on his arms flared violently, burning with an intense yellow heat. The sheer disrespect of pirates conducting financial transactions and escaping in the middle of his battlefield pushed his anger past its breaking point. "You will not escape." Akainu roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the ruins. "No criminal leaves this island alive." Akainu bypassed Luffy and Ace entirely. He turned his attention to the western wall, toward Ben, and the fleeing supernovas. As he turned, his furious gaze swept over the Straw Hat crew falling back. He locked eyes with the sniper standing near the rear guard. "God Usopp," Akainu growled, recognizing the face from the wanted posters. "The 450 million berry mun. The second highest bounty on this wretched crew." Akainu didn't hesitate. He thrust his magma-coated arm forward, launching a massive, superheated hound of lava directly at Usopp, intent on melting the high-value target where he stood. Usopp saw the attack coming. He didn't scream, and he didn't run. He stood his ground, his future sight giving him complete clarity on the path of the attack. Usopp drew his transforming bow rifle. He notched a specialized arrow with a pale blue, crystalline tip. The arrow shot through the air, perfectly intercepting the massive magma hound. It didn't aim for the center, it struck the very base of the attack, right where the magma connected to Akainu's shoulder joint. The moment the arrow hit, it shattered. A sudden, extreme burst of localized frost erupted. The heat of the magma melted the ice fast, but the sudden cold hardened the molten rock. For a single second, the magma around Akainu's shoulder turned into solid, brittle stone. Akainu's arm stalled, locked in place by the sudden cooling effect. Akainu grunted, trying to force his arm to move, glaring at the hardened stone on his shoulder. "You left yourself open." Usopp boasted loudly, pushing his sunglasses up his nose. Before Akainu could melt the stone, Usopp fired a second arrow into the air. Mid-flight, the arrow split into dozens of smaller, metallic projectiles that rained down around the admiral. "Scatter star!" Usopp yelled. The tiny projectiles didn't pierce Akainu. They embedded themselves in the ground in a perfect circle around him and simultaneously detonated. The synchronized explosions created a deafening, sensory-overloading shockwave that temporarily scrambled Akainu's observation haki. Akainu roared, his body liquefying into magma to absorb the blast, but as he stepped forward out of the smoke, his boot hit a third arrow that had been planted seamlessly in the dirt. A massive amount of high-density, fire-retardant industrial foam expanded instantly from the arrowhead, rapidly hardening and gluing Akainu's left boot firmly to the bedrock. A foam trap. Akainu snarled, looking down in disbelief as he tried to lift his leg. The foam sizzled under his intense heat, but it was designed to resist extreme temperatures, buying precious seconds. I am God Usopp, the sniper struck a majestic pose, resting his bow on his shoulder. Know your place when you fight the vanguard. My aim is flawless and my arsenal is infinite. You insolent bug. Akainu roared, furious that he was being stalled by a mere sniper. He thrust his free arm forward, launching 3 more magma hounds. Usopp didn't flinch. He switched his bow rifle into its rapid-fire rifle configuration. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of specialized sonic pulse rounds. The sonic vibrations collided with the magma hounds midair, violently disrupting the fluid dynamics of the molten rock and causing them to splatter harmlessly into the ground before they could reach him. Akainu finally melted through the foam trap, his face contorted in absolute, unadulterated frustration. He had intended to melt the sniper in a single strike, but instead, he was being juggled by party tricks and tactical gadgets. The pristine white marine uniform he wore was now ruined, covered in ash, frost, and chemical foam. I will incinerate you and your cheap toys. Akainu bellowed, the magma on his body flaring into a blinding, volatile yellow out of sheer rage. He unleashed his ultimate attack. Massive, building-sized fists of bubbling, superheated magma erupted from his arms, shooting high into the air. Dozens of molten meteors began to rain down, arcing directly toward the retreating supernovas, Ben, and the western harbor. Incoming! Law yelled, gripping his sword tight. Keep moving. Ben ordered sharply, stepping in front of the rookies. Go to your ships. Ben didn't draw a weapon. He simply raised his bare hands toward the falling sky of fire. He tapped into his transfiguration magic, focusing entirely on the first meteor plummeting toward them. He leaped lightly into the air, extending his hand, and firmly tapped the bottom of the lowest magma rock. A pulse of brilliant, pink magical energy surged from his fingertips into the molten stone. The magic didn't just stop at the first meteor. It triggered a chain reaction. The pink energy bounced from the first rock, arcing like a web of light to the second meteor, then the third, spreading rapidly through the entire falling barrage. As the magic touched each meteor, the blazing, orange-red liquid rock instantly lost its heat and its heavy mass. The meteors dissolved. In their place, millions of soft, delicate, bright pink cherry blossom petals materialized in the air. The deadly meteor shower was transformed into a beautiful rain of flower petals. They fluttered down softly, catching the wind and drifting lazily over the battlefield, smelling faintly of sweet spring air instead of burning rock. Akainu stood frozen, his raised fist smoking, his eyes wide as he watched his lethal attack turn into a gentle floral shower through a continuous chain reaction. The absolute destruction he intended had been wiped away with a single touch. Ben landed smoothly back on his feet, a single pink petal resting on his shoulder. He turned back to the stunned supernovas. I said, Ben repeated, his voice calm and polite amidst the falling blossoms. Without another word, the rookie captains broke into a run, sprinting toward their ships to make their escape. Ben turned his back on them, facing the remaining marine forces, ready to ensure his own crew made a clean escape from the island. Chapter 158, Thriller Bark. 3607 words. The eastern harbor of Thriller Bark was a battlefield divided by extreme elements. To one side, the air crackled with the suffocating heat of boiling magma, melting the cobblestones into glowing slag. To the other, the biting chill of absolute zero frost crept across the shattered stone, freezing the sea spray before it could hit the ground. The war had raged past the 5-hour mark. The physical toll on the combatants was immense, but the momentum of the battle had shifted. The world government's forces were slowly being fought to a standstill by a single pirate crew. On the northern edge of the harbor, Roronoa Zoro was fighting a one-man war against a moving glacier. Admiral Akiji swung his jagged ice saber, the heavy, frozen blade meeting Zoro's shoesway with a dull clash. Frost immediately attempted to crawl up the black blade, but Zoro's armament hockey shattered the ice before it could reach his knuckles. Zoro pushed back, forcing the admiral to slide a few inches across the permafrost. The swordsman was breathing heavily. He parried another barrage of ice spears, his single eye darting around the immediate vicinity. "Where the hell is that stupid cook?" Zoro barked, deflecting a sweeping kick from Akiji that nearly froze his boots to the floor. This was supposed to be a 2-on-1. Akiji tilted his head lazily, exhaling a cloud of cold mist. "Your partner seems preoccupied. I thought he was plotting a flank attack, but he hasn't moved in 5 minutes." Zoro risked a glance over his shoulder. 50 yards away, standing perfectly still in the middle of the freezing battlefield, was Sanji. He wasn't in a fighting stance. His royal blue shirt was unbuttoned, his tie was loose, and his hands were tucked casually into his pockets. His face bore an expression of complete, love-struck bliss. A steady geyser of blood trickled from Sanji's nose, staining his collar. His visible eye had morphed into a pulsating heart shape. He was swaying slightly on his feet, a goofy smile plastered across his face. "Beautiful," Sanji muttered to the empty, freezing air, completely oblivious to the war around him. "So soft. No clothes, just pure goddesses of the sky." Zoro's jaw dropped. A vein throbbed on his forehead. "Is he sleepwalking? We are fighting an admiral, and he's in dreamland." Akiji raised his hand, gathering a dense sphere of freezing air. "If he has lost his will to fight, I will kindly put him on ice." Before Akiji could launch the attack, a sharp crack of displaced air echoed across the harbor. Ben materialized directly between Zoro and the admiral. The magician didn't draw a weapon, he simply raised his bare hand, his palm glowing with the dense aura. Akiji fired the ice block, partisan, sending a cluster of massive ice spears hurtling forward. Ben swatted the air. The telekinetic force of his grip caught the ice spears mid-flight, and crushed them into harmless snow. "Sorry I'm late to this side of the yard," Ben said calmly, adjusting his glasses. He glanced back at the swaying cook. "It seems my diversionary tactic in the sky had some unintended collateral damage on our chef." "What did you do to him?" Zoro yelled, slashing an encroaching wave of frost. "He's completely useless right now. I cast a highly realistic illusion of several dozen unclothed women to distract Kizaru," Ben admitted shamelessly. "Sanji's internal radar must have picked up the frequency from miles away. He's suffering from acute sensory overload." Zoro stared at Ben, dumbfounded. "You broke our own crewmate with a naked ghost trick." "It was highly effective on the admiral," Ben defended himself mildly. He tapped the communication bead on his wrist. "I need you at the northern harbor." "Sanji is down. Not physically injured but entirely unresponsive." "Secure him." "On my way." Chopper's voice replied over the comms. A moment later, the heavy footsteps of Chopper's heavy point form shook the frozen ground. The reindeer bounded over a shattered stone wall, and slid to a halt next to the swooning cook. Chopper cried, immediately dropping back down into his brain point form to perform a rapid medical assessment. Chopper pulled out his stethoscope, pressing it to Sanji's chest. He checked the cook's pulse, his furry face crinkling in deep concern. He opened his medical bag and pulled out a glass thermometer, carefully slipping it into Sanji's grinning mouth. "Okay, let's just check your core temperature," Chopper muttered professionally. "You're in a freezing environment, so we need to watch for hypothermia." Chopper looked at the thermometer. The red line of mercury was rising rapidly. It passed 98 degrees. It passed 105 degrees. It hit 120 degrees in less than 3 seconds. What the Chopper gasped. The mercury didn't stop. Powered by the sheer heat of Sanji's perverted passion for the phantom women, the red liquid shot to the very top of the glass tube. The top of the thermometer exploded, a tiny puff of smoke emerging from the shattered glass as the mercury boiled over. Chopper shrieked, dropping his clipboard. Panic overtook his medical training. This is bad. His internal temperature is melting glass. Chopper screamed, running in frantic circles around the swaying cook. Chopper scrambled for a notepad and a pen, writing furiously with trembling hooves. I have to write his medical will. I diagnose him with acute spontaneous combustion syndrome. Chopper wailed, tears streaming down his face. Hold on, Sanji. Don't turn into ash. I'll save you. Sanji just giggled, swaying left and right. So bouncy, like clouds made of marshmallows. Stay with me, Sanji. Don't go to the light. Chopper screamed, grabbing Sanji by the collar and shaking him. Ben shook his head, a faint smile touching his lips. He turned his attention back to Admiral Aokiji. Chopper, just drag him behind a wall and make sure he doesn't freeze. Zoro, keep the Admiral busy. I'll provide cover. Don't tell me what to do, Zoro grunted, crouching low and readying his blades. While the northern harbor was locked in a bitter chill, the eastern plaza was a hostile environment. Admiral Akainu stood in the center of a molten crater, radiating a heat that warped the air around him. The ground beneath his boots was a bubbling pool of liquid rock. Yet, despite his destructive power, the fleet admiral's prized attack dog was currently experiencing deep frustration. He was being juggled. Akainu lunged forward, his right arm transforming into a snarling hound of magma. Inugami Guren. The magma hound shot across the plaza, aimed directly at Luffy's chest. Luffy didn't dodge. He stood his ground, his fists turning pitch black. He stepped into the strike, throwing a heavy, hockey-coated punch right down the center. The clash of hockey and magma created a shockwave that blew the surrounding liquid rock into the air. Luffy gritted his teeth, his emission hockey creating a razor-thin barrier that kept the searing heat millimeters from his skin. The physical strength of his punch shattered the magma hound, forcing Akainu to halt his advance. Before Akainu could follow up, a blinding wall of white-hot fire erupted from his blind spot. Port Gas D. Ace dropped from the sky, unleashing a massive pillar of flames directly at Akainu's flank. Akainu spun, raising his arm to block the flames. Fire is nothing to magma, boy. Maybe not, Ace grinned, his fists coated in his own layer of dark armament hockey. But a punch to the jaw is universal. Ace dashed through the roaring flames, delivering a heavy, hockey-laced hook that crashed against Akainu's crossed forearms, driving the admiral back a few inches. Akainu snarled, his body liquefying to absorb the physical impact. He prepared to retaliate, thrusting a molten fist toward Ace's stomach. The strike never landed. A specialized projectile hit the ground exactly between Akainu's feet. It didn't explode with fire or shrapnel. It erupted into a massive mound of ultra-dense, fire-retardant industrial foam. The foam expanded, burying Akainu up to his waist. The heat of his magma body caused the foam to sizzle and harden rapidly, turning into a solid cast that cemented his boots to the bedrock. What is this garbage? Akainu roared, struggling to pull his legs free from the hardened foam. It's called tactical superiority, a voice shouted from the high ground. Standing on the crumbling remnants of a Gothic watchtower, 300 yards away, was Usopp. The sniper had his transforming bow rifle braced against the stone parapet. His future sight allowed him to read Akainu's trajectory 2 seconds in advance, disrupting the admiral's footing perfectly. Akainu shattered the hardened foam around his legs, his anger building. He glared up at the watchtower, ignoring Luffy and Ace. You insolent pest, Akainu growled. He aimed a massive fist of magma directly at the sniper. Die Funka. The molten meteor shot upward, threatening to obliterate the tower. Usopp didn't panic. He calmly notched a specialized arrow with a vibrating, tuning fork tip. Trick arrow, sonic pulse. The arrow intercepted the magma fist mid-air. Instead of exploding, it emitted a high-frequency sonic wave that violently disrupted the fluid dynamics of the molten rock. The magma destabilized, losing its cohesion and splattering harmlessly into the courtyard before it could reach the tower. Akainu sneered, stepping forward to launch another attack. A pathetic trick. But Usopp was already drawing a second arrow, this one with a pale blue, crystalline tip. Trick arrow, cryogenic burst. Usopp fired. The shot went wide, flying 20 yards to the left of the admiral. A miss, Akainu stated coldly. But the arrow didn't stop. It sailed past the magma and struck the angled surface of a fallen marble pillar. The durable arrowhead ricocheted sharply off the marble, altering its trajectory. It bounced across the courtyard and struck the steel chassis of a broken pacifista cyborg lying in the rubble. The second ricochet sent the arrow shooting straight upward, perfectly intercepting a massive, suspended wooden water tank on a ruined aqueduct that loomed directly above Akainu's position. The crystalline arrow detonated against the wooden supports. The supports gave way. The tank, holding thousands of gallons of freezing, stagnant ocean water, tilted forward and dumped its entire payload directly onto the battlefield below. A torrential waterfall of freezing water crashed squarely onto Admiral Akainu, just as he was winding up his next attack. The reaction was instantaneous. The sheer volume of freezing water hitting the superheated magma caused a blinding eruption of steam. The heat of Akainu's body rapidly cooled, turning the liquid rock of his arms and shoulders into brittle, crumbling gray pumice stone. The admiral stood there, drenched, his magma temporarily extinguished and his arms encased in crumbly rock. Up on the watchtower, Usopp puffed out his chest. He pushed his sunglasses up his nose with a single finger, striking a majestic pose. "Humph," Usopp declared loudly, ensuring his voice carried across the courtyard. "Just as I planned. I calculated that exact trajectory to the millimeter. You are merely a pawn on God Usopp's chessboard, Marine." Akainu's eye twitched. A deep, unyielding vow formed in his mind. When this is over, Akainu mentally swore, his magma slowly beginning to reheat, and cracked the stone casing. "I will personally drag that sniper down from his perch. I will deliver absolute justice to God Usopp myself. Stop looking away." Luffy roared, dropping from above with a massive, blackened fist. Akainu was forced to snap his attention back to the brawlers, his frustration mounting as the Straw Hats flawlessly rotated their attacks. The battlefield was shifting. Behind the elemental chaos of the admirals, the main marine infantry was in a state of collapse, pushed back by the giants and the crowd control efforts of Nami, Vivi, and Frankie. A crisp voice crackled through Ben's earpiece. Ben parried a sudden, jagged ice blade from Akiji, stepping back to create distance while Zoro stepped in to cover the gap. "Go ahead, Mary," Ben said, his breathing even. "Satellite reconnaissance confirms the secondary objectives are clear," Minnie Mary reported from the bridge of the Thousand Sunny. "The Pirate Alliance on the western wall, the supernovas have completely evacuated the island." Ben smiled. The board was clean. The distractions had served their purpose, and the primary threats were isolated. "Excellent work, Mary," Ben said. "It's time to wrap this up." Ben turned to the swordsman currently locked in a fierce blade clash with Admiral Akiji. "Zoro," Ben called out. Zoro parried a heavy ice strike, his lone eye darting toward Ben. "I need 10 seconds, Ben stated simply. "Keep him occupied." Zoro's grin turned feral. He gripped Wado Ikimonji in his teeth, and leveled his other two blades. 10 seconds. I'll give you a minute. Don't dawdle, magician. Zoro launched himself forward with explosive speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes that forced Akiji to focus entirely on defense. Ben tapped his fingers together. The sound of apparition echoed through the freezing air. Ben vanished from the northern harbor. He reappeared instantly in the ruined central courtyard of Thriller Bark. The area was a wasteland of shattered stone and uprooted trees, the aftermath of the earlier battle between the giants. Lying in the center of the destruction, completely motionless and stripped of its stolen shadows, was the colossal, towering corpse of Ors the continent puller. Ben stood at the base of the ancient giant. He looked up at the massive horns and the stitched flesh. Ashamed to leave such research material behind, Ben murmured to himself. He raised both hands. Maximum aperture. The air around the colossal corpse of Ors began to warp and distort violently. A swirling vortex of golden magical energy opened in the air above the giant. The gravitational pull of the magic grabbed the ancient behemoth. With a groan of bending space, the 100-foot-tall corpse was lifted from the floor. It shrunk and twisted as it was pulled into the vortex, disappearing entirely into Ben's infinite pocket dimension. The courtyard was suddenly completely empty. Ben smirked, adjusting his glasses. Loot secured. Ben vanished from the courtyard. He reappeared high above the main plaza, hovering in the air directly over the sprawling battlefield. He looked down at his crew, scattered across the island, fighting their respective battles. Ben raised his hands high into the air. He closed his eyes, focusing on the magical signatures of the Kimoyo beads worn by every single member of the Straw Hats. Ben unleashed the magic. A blinding flash of violet and gold light erupted from the sky, washing over the entire island of Thriller Bark. Down in the molten crater, Luffy was mid-swing, his blackened fist rushing toward Akainu's face. Ace was beside him, a pillar of white fire gathering in his palm. On the frozen pier, Zoro had his swords crossed, bracing for an ice block from Akiji. In the ruins, Chopper was desperately writing a medical will while dragging a giggling Sanji by his collar. Usopp was reloading his bow on the watchtower. The violet light hit them all simultaneously. In perfect synchronization, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates Luffy, Ace, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Vivi, Karua, the Four Giants, and the Mecha Mary, Sunny, and all the Iron Legion vanished from reality. They were pulled instantly into the safe sanctuary of Ben's personal pocket dimension. Ben remained hovering in the sky above the main plaza. The massive flash of light faded, leaving the Marines and Admirals stumbling in confusion. Ben looked down across the ruined island to see if anyone was remaining. His observation hockey swept over the rubble, confirming his crew was safely extracted. But as his senses brushed the crumbling wall, he noticed a distinct, solitary signature left behind. "Ah," Ben muttered to himself, hovering in the cold air. "The skeleton. He doesn't have a Kimoyo bead, or anything to which I can lock his spatial coordinates yet. The extraction array couldn't target an unmarked signature." Without wasting a second, Ben snapped his fingers together. Ben vanished from the sky above the plaza, slipping right out of Admiral Akainu's line of sight, just as the magma user recovered his bearings. He reappeared instantly at the ruined wall. Sitting on a pile of rubble, drinking from a cracked teacup he had somehow salvaged, was Brook. He was looking down at the ground, where a distinct, dark shadow was now firmly attached to his skeletal feet. "Yo-ho-ho-ho," Brook chuckled softly, wiping a non-existent tear from his eye socket. "I have it back. I can finally see the sun again. I am one step closer." "Glad to hear it, Brook," Ben said, stepping out of the shadows. "But if you want to actually see that sun, we need to leave right now. The Marines are currently tearing the rest of the island apart." Brook jumped, his jawbone clattering loudly. "Magician-san. You startled me. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest. Though I don't have a heart." "Grab my arm," Ben said smoothly, offering his hand without missing a beat. "We're extracting. Everyone else is already waiting." Brook didn't hesitate. He grabbed Ben's sleeve with his bony fingers, his cane sword clutched in his other hand. Ben channeled his spatial magic. The two of them vanished from the ruined laboratory, slipping seamlessly into the pocket dimension where the rest of the crew was waiting. Back in the real world, silence fell over Thriller Bark. The roaring flames died down. The clash of steel ceased. The wind howled through the empty courtyards, the roaring flames died down. The clash of steel ceased. The wind howled through the empty courtyards. Admiral Akainu, who had braced his body and coated his arms in magma to intercept Luffy and Ace's double punch, stumbled forward as the resistance completely vanished. His momentum carried him over the edge of his footing, and he fell forward, landing directly into the molten crater of his own making with a heavy thud. Akainu froze. He pushed himself up, looking around the empty crater. He looked toward the watchtower. The sniper was gone. He looked toward the coastline. The giant robot was gone. Akainu's body began to tremble. The magma on his arms flared violently. He had them. He was fighting them. And they had disappeared. Thei eeped. Akainu roared. The roar was filled with hateful rage. Akainu threw both fists into the air, unleashing a blind volley of magma meteors that rained down on the empty courtyards, melting buildings and shattering walls in pure frustration. Miles away, on the frozen northern pier, Admiral Akiji stood alone amidst the permafrost. He lowered his ice sword, letting it dissolve into mist. He placed his hands in his pockets, his breath pluming in the cold air as he looked up at the empty sky where the violet light had flashed. Akiji let out a long, tired sigh. He pushed his sleep mask down over his eyes. Arara, Akiji murmured into the silence. To vanish an entire crew in the blink of an eye. The magician truly is a terrifying variable. He turned around, walking slowly past the frozen rubble, and the injured Marines scattered across the coastline. A Marine lieutenant ran up to him, saluting frantically. Admiral Kazan, sir. The pirates have vanished. Admiral Sakazuki is destroying the southern courtyard in anger. What are your orders, sir? Akiji didn't stop walking. He didn't look back at the island. Tell the men to return to the ships, Akiji ordered, his voice calm and cold. The battle is over. Treat the injured. Far away from the fog of the Florian Triangle, the sun shone brightly over the calm, crystal-clear waters of the East Blue. On a small, completely uninhabited tropical island, a gentle sea breeze rustled the fronds of the tall palm trees lining the pristine white beach. The sound of waves lapping against the shore created a peaceful rhythm. Beneath the shade of the largest palm tree, Admiral Borsellino, Kizaru, was lying back against the trunk, his hands resting behind his head. He was still wearing nothing but his yellow, polka-dotted boxer shorts and his tinted sunglasses. Scattered around him on the sand were several empty coconut shells. A few more unbroken coconuts rested in a small pile nearby. A few yards away, a campfire crackled steadily. Roasting over the flames on a makeshift spit was a huge, prehistoric-looking fish that Kizaru had casually shot through the head with a laser earlier. The smell of roasted fish and salt water filled the air. Kizaru stretched his long legs out in the warm sand. He let out a contented sigh. Moshi mosh. Kizaru murmured lazily to himself, listening to the rustle of the leaves. He knew the fleet at Thriller Bark was dealing with a massive headache involving the magician and the straw hats. He knew he could easily build a raft or use his powers to fly back across the red line to join the fray. But the sand was soft. The shade was cool. And the fish smelled excellent. I suppose. Kizaru drawled, reaching over to pick up a fresh coconut, easily popping the top off with a glowing finger. I got terribly lost. What a shame. I think I'll just rest here until Sengoku sends someone to pick me up. Until then, I can easily feign an excuse, saying I lost my way. He took a slow sip of the cool coconut water, completely unbothered by the war raging halfway across the world, enjoying his impromptu vacation in the quietest sea. Chapter 159, Thriller Bark 3357 words. The transition from the battlefield to the extraction point was instantaneous, and entirely devoid of grace. 1 second, the Straw Hat pirates were bracing for the next wave of attacks on the ruined eastern harbor of Thriller Bark. The next, a blinding violet light swallowed their vision. Gravity seemed to hiccup, turning sideways for a microsecond before slamming back into place with a heavy thud. Watch your elbows, Nami yelled, tumbling onto a smooth, hard surface. Get off my face, moss head. Sanji's muffled voice complained from the bottom of the pile. Shishishi. We're flying. Luffy bounced happily off the ground, completely unfazed by the sudden shift in reality. The crew quickly untangled themselves, pushing themselves onto their feet. They instinctively reached for their weapons, expecting to be surrounded by Marines or government agents. Instead, they found themselves standing in an environment that defied all geographical logic. There was no sky. There was no ocean. They were standing on a solid, invisible floor that stretched out in every direction, illuminated by a soft, ambient, shadowless light that seemed to come from nowhere. And they were not alone. Floating peacefully in the center of the white void, encased in a massive, perfectly spherical bubble of seawater, was the Thousand Sunny. But it was the surrounding landscape that truly made their jaws drop. The space was organized into massive, towering sectors like a private, infinite warehouse. To their left were mountains of raw materials neatly stacked, massive ingots of silver, vibranium, URU metal, titanium, and steel. To their right were endless aisles of wooden crates. Where are we? Usopp pushed his sunglasses up, spinning in a circle. Look at all this. Chopper trotted over to the nearest stack of crates. He read the label. Medical supplies. Bandages, antibiotics, rare herbs, there's enough here to supply an entire country for a decade. And over here. Vivi pointed to the next sector. Grains, rice, spices. Giant freezers just sitting in the open. And gold. Nami whispered. Her eyes turned into spinning berry symbols as she spotted a shimmering mountain of coins and treasure chests in the distance, the combined loot from Skypiea and Crocodile's vaults. Zoro, however, had his hand on his sword. He wasn't looking at the treasure. He was looking at two figures lying bound and unconscious on the invisible floor near a stack of iron plates. Looks like we have guests, Zoro grunted, walking over. It was Eustace, Captain, Kid, and his first mate, Killer. They had been knocked out cold by Ben hours ago, and safely stored away to prevent them from interfering with the main plan. They remained completely unresponsive on the invisible floor, utterly oblivious to the fact that they were currently hostages in another dimension. Before anyone could investigate further, the air in the center of the group cracked like a whip. Ben materialized out of thin air, looking perfectly composed. Standing right beside him, dusting off his tattered black suit and adjusting his top hat, was the towering, afro-wearing skeleton, Brook. Welcome to my spatial dimension, Ben announced smoothly, sliding his wand back into his sleeve. It's a pocket of reality I carved out using my magic. Time flows normally here, but physical space is effectively infinite. I use it as our primary supply vault and emergency extraction point. My shadow. Brook whispered, his bony hands trembling as he touched his own silhouette. It's back. It actually returned to me. Told you we'd get it, Luffy grinned widely. He marched right up to the towering skeleton. Luffy crossed his arms, looking up. You got your shadow back. You can sail in the sun again. And we're going to the Twin Capes eventually. Luffy held out his hand. Join my crew. Be our musician. Brook stared at the offered hand. The weight of 50 years of isolation, the guilt of leaving Laboon behind, and the reckless kindness of the pirates standing before him crashed over him all at once. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed, though the sound was thick with unshed, ghostly tears. He took off his top hat and bowed deeply, grasping Luffy's hand with his skeletal fingers. I would be absolutely honored, Captain Luffy. I pledge my life to your ship, even though I am already dead. Skull joke. Yeah. We got a musician. Luffy cheered, throwing his arms into the air. Welcome aboard, Brook, Robin smiled warmly. Geba Baba. A skeletal bard. Dory laughed, sitting heavily on the invisible floor. This crew grows stranger every day. As the crew celebrated their newest member, Ben noticed a distinct lack of culinary enthusiasm. He looked over toward a stack of crates. Sanji was lying face down on the floor, twitching slightly. The chef's visible eye was still a throbbing, cartoonish heart, and a small trickle of blood continued to leak from his nose. Heavens! Sanji mumbled into the void. Such flawless forms take me back. I was so close to paradise. He's still broken, Zoro sighed in disgust. The magician's illusion melted his brain completely. We can't have our chef out of commission, Ben said. Fortunately, I have the perfect countermeasure for this specific ailment. Ben reached his hand into the empty air, accessing a deeper, hidden corner of his spatial inventory. With a swift motion, a small, innocent-looking wooden doll flew into his hand. It was Candy. The high-speed, utterly terrifying training doll Ben had built for Sanji back in Logue Town to improve the cook's footwork and evasion. Sanji-kun, Ben called out pleasantly. Sanji didn't move. Beautiful angels. Ben tossed the doll onto the floor. The doll instantly expanded to its full, human-sized proportions. Its painted, overly cheerful smile gleamed in the ambient light. Ben tapped the back of its wooden neck, feeding a tiny pulse of magic into its core to activate it. The doll's eyes snapped open. They glowed a piercing, unnatural red. Sanji-kun. The doll's synthesized, overly attached voice echoed across the quiet dimension. Let's play. Sanji-kun. Sanji froze. The dreamy, love-struck haze that had clouded his mind for the past hour was instantly shattered. The primal, deeply ingrained survival instinct forged by months of running for his life from the terrifying doll completely overrode his hallucinations. Sanji bolted upright, his face draining of all color. He looked at the doll. The doll tilted its head, its wooden joints clicking rapidly as it prepared to sprint. Sanji screamed, his eyes wide with sheer terror. Anything but her. Hug me, Sanji-kun. Candy shrieked, its legs blurring as it launched itself at the cook. Stay away from me. Sanji spun around and broke into a dead sprint. His legs became a wheel of motion, utilizing Jeppo to literally run across the invisible air of the dimension to escape the relentless machine chasing him. I just want to practice kisses, Sanji-kun. Get it away. Ben, turn it off. Sanji wailed, sprinting laps around the massive mountains of vibranium. The rest of the crew burst into uncontrollable laughter. Well, his legs are working fine, Nami giggled, wiping a tear from her eye. Ben let the doll chase Sanji for a few minutes to ensure the illusion was completely flushed from his system before casually snapping his fingers. Candy instantly compressed back into a harmless, pocket-sized toy, dropping quietly to the floor. Sanji collapsed onto his back, panting heavily, his suit drenched in cold sweat. He looked around wildly, confirming the monster was gone. The love-struck stupor was completely cured. All right, Ben announced, raising his hands. He tapped into his magic. Golden Fleece. A warm, radiant shower of golden light rained down over the entire crew. The exhaustion, the minor cuts from stray shrapnel, and the deep, bone-weary fatigue of the thriller bark war vanished instantly. You are all healed, Ben said, lowering his hands. We are safe here. No marines or radar can penetrate this dimension. Take a few hours. Rest your minds. When you are ready, Sanji, the kitchens on the Sunny are fully stocked. Luffy drooled, his stomach rumbling loudly. Sanji pushed himself off the floor, straightening his tie and glaring half-heartedly at Ben. You're a sadistic bastard, magician. I'll make a feast to welcome the skeleton. Everyone onto the ship. 30 minutes later, the dining hall of the Thousand Sunny was filled with the mouth-watering scent of Sanji's cooking. The crew sat around the massive table, tearing into plates of roasted meat, pasta, and fresh bread. Brooke sat politely at the edge of the table, enjoying a plate of light pastries. Cook, Brooke asked politely. May I trouble you for a glass of milk? Sure thing, Bones. Sanji walked over and slid a tall, cold glass of milk across the table. Brooke picked up the glass. Thank you very much. Fighting that samurai zombie really did a number on my posture. In fact, he actually managed to land a glancing blow on my skull. Brooke tilted his head down. Right across his forehead was a visible, jagged, 3-inch crack in his bleached skull. Chopper gasped, dropping his fork. You have a cranial fracture. We need to cast that immediately. Don't move, Brooke, I'll get the plaster. Nonsense, doctor. Watch this. Brooke laughed. Brooke tipped the glass back and chugged the entire pint of milk in 3 seconds flat. Almost instantly, the jagged crack on his forehead began to glow. With a loud, audible snap, the two sides of the bone physically pulled themselves together, fusing seamlessly until the skull was perfectly smooth and pristine once again. Good as new. Brooke cheered, tapping his fixed forehead. Chopper completely froze. The piece of bread in his mouth fell onto his plate. Chopper whispered, his eyes wide. He scrambled onto the table, pulling out a small notepad and a pen. He ran over to Brooke, staring at the perfectly healed skull. Chopper shrieked, pulling his own ears. How does milk fix a fractured cranium instantly? You don't have a digestive tract to process the calcium. You don't have a bloodstream to deliver the nutrients to the bone marrow. You don't even have an esophagus. It defies every known law of medical biology. It's just the power of a balanced diet. Brooke laughed, pouring himself another glass. That doesn't explain the biology of it. Chopper wailed, furiously scribbling notes that consisted mostly of question marks. I have to rewrite my entire medical textbook. Skeletons are a medical nightmare. The crew laughed, enjoying the bizarre, comforting reality of their new dynamic. They had survived, they were together, and they had won. The real world, the ruins of Thriller Bark. The fog over Thriller Bark was thick, but it could not hide the absolute devastation that had been wrought upon the island. The eastern coast was a scorched, frozen wasteland. The central palace had a massive hole punched through its front doors. The western and northern walls were reduced to rubble. Standing on the edge of the frozen pier, his white suit pristine despite the chaos around him, was Admiral Akiji. He held a golden den mushi in his hand, the receiver pressed to his ear. Report, Kazan, the heavy, authoritative voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku crackled through the speaker. The tension in the older man's voice was palpable even across the ocean. Is the target secured? Has the threat been eliminated? Akiji let out a long, slow breath. His breath turned to frost in the air. He looked around the empty harbor. The massive marine battleships were damaged, several slowly sinking from Akainu's reckless magma bombardment. Thousands of soldiers were groaning on the ground, being treated by medics. But of the Straw Hat Pirates, there was absolutely no trace. The targets have vanished, Fleet Admiral, Akiji reported, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. A complete, instantaneous extraction. They bypassed our blockade entirely. There was a suffocating silence on the other end of the line. Vanished. Sengoku's voice was dangerously quiet. You had 3 admirals. A warlord. And an armada. How does a single ship vanish from the center of that formation? Spatial manipulation on a massive scale, Akiji replied truthfully. The tactician, Benjamin. He didn't just teleport himself. He moved his entire crew, and a battleship-sized vessel out of our reality, in a fraction of a second. They are gone. Sengoku audibly gritted his teeth, over the receiver. And Kizaru. Akiji closed his eyes. This was the part of the report that was going to cause an earthquake at headquarters. Admiral Kizaru's status is unknown, Akiji stated. Unknown. Sengoku roared, his composure finally breaking. What do you mean unknown? He engaged the magician in the sky during the initial skirmish, Akiji explained calmly. There were several light-based clashes. And then, the clashes stopped. Borsellino never returned to the surface. He is not responding to comms. No one has seen him since. The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush coal into diamonds. "Are you telling me," Sengoku's voice was a dark, trembling whisper, "that a rookie crew from the East Blue just destroyed our most secure judicial island, declared war on the world, routed our execution fleet, and potentially killed a Marine admiral?" "I am reporting the facts as they stand, sir," Akiji said. Akiji could hear the sound of wood splintering over the den mushi. Sengoku had likely just crushed his desk with his bare hands. "This cannot get out," Sengoku ordered, his voice suddenly sharp, ruthless, and entirely focused on damage control. "If the world learns that the combined might of 3 admirals and the cipher pole failed to apprehend a single pirate crew, the balance of power will shatter overnight. The world government will look weak. Pirates everywhere will rebel." "Understood," Akiji said. "The incident at Eni's lobby is already making headlines," Sengoku continued. "We cannot hide that. But this operation on Thriller Bark, it never happened. Classify it. Seal the logs. Anyone who speaks of a failure here will face a court-martial. Do you understand, Kazan?" "Perfectly," Akiji nodded. "Gather the wounded. Return to Marineford immediately. We need to formulate a new strategy. The Straw Hats are no longer a rookie nuisance. They are a Yonko-level threat." The line went dead. Akiji pocketed the snail. He looked out over the dark, empty ocean. He had known Robin since she was a child. He had watched her run for 20 years. And now, she had finally found a crew strong enough to make the world government blink. "Arara," Akiji murmured, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. "You found a terrifying place to call home, Nico Robin." He turned on his heel, walking back toward his damaged flagship to organize the retreat. Marine headquarters, Sengoku's office. In his ruined office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood over his shattered mahogany desk, breathing heavily. His face was a mask of dark, unyielding fury. He had ordered a total cover-up, but the knot of anxiety in his chest wouldn't loosen. An admiral, missing in action. It was unprecedented. With trembling hands, Sengoku opened the top drawer of his desk, which had miraculously survived the impact of his fist. Inside the drawer lay a small, velvet-lined box containing the vivre cards of the highest-ranking officers in the Navy. He carefully pulled out a small, white square of paper with the name Borsellino written on it. Sengoku held his breath. The paper was completely intact. It wasn't burning. It wasn't crumbling into ash. It was perfectly whole, pulling gently toward the east. Sengoku let out a long, shuddering sigh of profound relief, slumping into his chair. "He's alive," Sengoku muttered, rubbing his temples. "The idiot is alive. Maybe he's on his way back." Sengoku placed the card back in the drawer and locked it. He had to focus on the political fallout of Eni's lobby. He didn't have time to worry about his admiral. The East Blue, thousands of miles away, completely removed from the politics, the wars, and the anxiety of Marineford, the sun was shining brightly on a pristine, white sand beach. Admiral Borsellino, Kizaru, was currently experiencing a sense of peace. He was lying on a makeshift hammock he had strung between 2 palm trees. He was still wearing nothing but his yellow, polka-dotted boxer shorts and his tinted sunglasses. He let out a contented sigh, listening to the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. It was the perfect afternoon. He just needed lunch. High above the beach, a large, plump seabird was gliding lazily through the blue sky. Kizaru didn't sit up. He didn't even lift his head from the hammock. He just tilted his sunglasses down slightly and squinted at the bird. His mind, capable of processing information at the speed of light, did a fraction of a second of lazy mental math. He calculated the bird's flight path, the wind speed, the air resistance, and the exact trajectory required for a parabolic fall. Kizaru casually raised his right hand, extending just his pinky finger toward the sky. A tiny, almost microscopic spark of bright yellow light gathered at his fingertip. A needle-thin, perfectly silent laser shot upward at the speed of light. It struck the bird cleanly. 3 seconds later, there was a soft thud in the sand exactly 6 inches from the side of Kizara's hammock. Kizara rolled his head over. Lying on the beach was the seabird. It wasn't blown to pieces. The pinpoint laser had delivered the exact thermal output required to instantly, and perfectly, roast the bird golden brown without scorching it. Kizara didn't get out of the hammock. He simply reached his long arm down, picked up the roasted bird by the leg, and took a slow, satisfying bite. Moshi mosh. Kizara chewed happily, looking out at the calm ocean. Perfectly cooked. I really should retire here. He knew he should probably find a marine base and call for an extraction. But he also knew that if he returned right now, Sengoku would scream at him for 3 days straight about losing to a rookie pirate and losing his clothes. I'll give it another week, Kizara decided, taking another bite. I'll tell them the magician trapped me in a labyrinth. A very convincing excuse. He pulled his sunglasses down over his eyes and drifted off into a comfortable, sun-drenched nap. The Florian Triangle, the supernovas. Back in the thick fog of the Grand Line, sailing rapidly away from the ruins of Thriller Bark, the alliance of the worst generation was breaking apart as quickly as it had formed. On the deck of her own ship sailing nearby, Jewelry Bonnie didn't look frustrated or panicked at all. She was sitting cross-legged on a pile of crates, holding the heavy leather pouch Ben had tossed to her earlier. Next to the 100 million berries and the hockey manual. Bonnie reached her hand into the food bag Ben gave her. She pulled out a massive, steaming, perfectly cooked pepperoni pizza. She took a massive bite, her eyes lighting up. She swallowed it, reached into the bag again, and pulled out a gigantic, glazed ham on a bone. This is the greatest treasure in the world. Bonnie cheered, stuffing her face. That magician guy gave me a bag that never runs out of food. I love him. She turned to her crew, her cheeks stuffed with ham. Set a course for the nearest island. Bonnie ordered, muffled by the food. We're gonna dock and rest. Across the waters, Trafalgar Law, Capone Beach, Scratchman Apu, and Basil Hawkins were making similar decisions on their own vessels. They had all seen the sheer, apocalyptic scale of the forces gathered at Thriller Bark. They had seen the power of the Straw Hats, and the overwhelming might of the admirals. The new world was approaching. And the rookies of the worst generation realized simultaneously that if they wanted to claim a throne in the coming era, they needed to evolve. They opened the leather-bound manuals Ben had provided and began to read. The race for the new world had officially begun. Chapter 160, Thriller Bark. 3709 words. The heavy, enchanted doors of the spatial dimension slid open, revealing the bright, sunlit deck of the Thousand Sunny. Following the chaos and destruction of the war at Thriller Bark, the Straw Hat Pirates had retreated into Ben's expanded pocket dimension to eat, recover, and sleep. Free from the threat of marine pursuit and the thick fog of the Florian Triangle, they had finally taken a long, uninterrupted rest. Now they woke up refreshed. Their stamina was fully replenished, and their spirits were high. Standing at the helm, Ben manipulated the spatial coordinates of his magic. With a smooth, rushing sound of displaced air, he transferred the Thousand Sunny out of the magical void and safely back into the physical waters of the open sea. The bright blue sky stretched infinitely above them, and the gentle rocking of the ocean waves welcomed them back to reality. All right, everyone, Ben announced, adjusting his glasses. The ship is back on the water. Take your posts and enjoy the morning. I have a few errands to run before we set our course for the Sabaody archipelago. Luffy immediately sprinted toward his favorite spot on the Sunlion figurehead. Zora walked to the grassy deck to begin his morning stretches, and Sanji headed straight for the kitchen to prepare fresh coffee. Ben stepped away from the helm. He closed his eyes, focusing on a specific magical signature he had planted days ago. With the sharp sound of apparition, Ben vanished from the deck. Miles away, on a small, quiet island in the Grand Line, the Bonnie pirates had set up a temporary camp. On the beach, Jewelry Bonnie sat on a crate, eating a large slice of pizza. She looked up as the air distorted and Ben materialized right in front of her. You're late, magician, Bonnie smirked, wiping grease from her cheek. A wizard is never late nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to, Ben replied smoothly. Are you ready? Bonnie stood up and looked around at her crew. They weren't just hardened, rough pirates. They were the fishermen, the bakers, and the caretakers from the church in the Sorbet Kingdom, who had looked after her since she was a little girl. They had taken to the seas, risking their lives and becoming criminals, all to help her find her father. Her usual brash demeanor softened as she looked at them. Listen up, you idiots, Bonnie said, her voice carrying a rare, genuine warmth. This is where we part ways. I've found a crew that can help me finish this, and the heat on me is going to get a lot worse. I won't drag you into the crossfire of the world government. Captain. An older crewmate sniffled, wiping his eyes. We've looked after you since you were tiny. We'd follow you to the ends of the earth. I know you would, Bonnie smiled, crossing her arms. And that's why I'm telling you to go home. Thank you. For everything. But it's time you went back to living in peace. Ben stepped forward. He raised his right hand, dipping it into his spatial pocket. With a heavy thud, a massive, iron-bound treasure chest materialized on the sand. The lid popped open, revealing a blinding pile of gold coins, jewels, and compacted bundles of berries. This is your severance pay, Ben told the stunned caretakers. Return to the Sorbet Kingdom, or buy a quiet piece of land somewhere safe, and enjoy your lives. You've earned your retirement. The crew stared at the treasure, then back at Bonnie. Tears flowed freely down their faces. We will never forget you, Bonnie. They wailed in unison, waving through their tears. Yeah, don't go spending it all in one tavern, Bonnie laughed, though her own eyes were misty. She turned to Ben and nodded. I'm ready. Ben placed a hand on her shoulder. In an instant they vanished, leaving the loyal crew to their newfound fortune. They reappeared on the grassy deck of the Thousand Sunny. Welcome aboard, Ben said. Before Bonnie could inspect her new surroundings, Ben reached under his shirt and pulled out a small, metallic locket hanging from a chain around his neck. It was a twin to the communication device he had slipped to a certain warlord during the chaos of the battlefield. Ben pressed the center of the locket. Kuma, Ben spoke clearly into the metal. Do you read me? For a few seconds there was only static. Then a deep, mechanical, yet distinctly human voice replied. I read you, magician. Are you alone? Ben asked. The Marines have retreated to reevaluate their strategy. I am currently holding position on an isolated rocky outcrop miles away from the main fleet. Good, Ben said, his eyes narrowing with focus. Get ready. I am teleporting to your location now. Ben turned to Bonnie, who was suddenly trembling, her eyes wide with anticipation. Stay right here. Ben vanished again. On a barren, windswept cliff overlooking the dark ocean, Bartholomew Kuma stood silently, holding his worn Bible. His massive frame remained perfectly still as Ben materialized beside him. You kept your word, Kuma noted softly, his eyes looking down at the magician. I always do, Ben replied. He reached out and firmly grasped Kuma's massive, black-clad arm. They reappeared on the deck of the Thousand Sunny. The heavy physical presence of the towering warlord immediately drew the attention of the entire crew. Zoro's eye snapped open. He didn't ask questions. The metallic ring of Wado Ikemanji and Sandai Katetsu being drawn echoed across the deck. Sanji's leg instantly burst into the white-hot flames of Diable Jam. Luffy dropped his fishing pole, his fists coating themselves in pitch-black armament hockey. It's the bear guy. Luffy shouted, dropping into a combat stance. He followed us. Get away from him, Ben. Usopp panicked, drawing his bow rifle. The atmosphere on the deck turned hostile. The Straw Hats were ready to tear the warlord apart to protect their ship. The tension was broken by a sudden, tearful shout. Jewelry Bonnie sprinted across the grassy deck, her boots pounding against the wood, and launched herself directly at the massive warlord. She collided with Kuma's stomach, wrapping her arms as far around his waist as she could reach. She buried her face into his black coat, sobbing uncontrollably. "You're here. You're really here," Bonnie cried. Kuma froze. The towering, intimidating cyborg looked down at the pink-haired girl clinging to him. The cold, mechanical obedience of the world government's weapon melted away. Slowly, Kuma dropped his Bible. He raised his massive, paw-padded hands and gently wrapped his arms around his daughter, burying his face in her hair. "Bonnie." Kuma rumbled, his deep voice thick with emotion. "My beautiful Bonnie. You are safe." Luffy and Zoro stood frozen in their combat stances, bewildered. Sanji, however, processed the situation entirely differently. The cook saw a beautiful woman crying tears of joy as she hugged a massive warlord whom she had just explicitly called Daddy. Instantly, the white-hot flames of Diable Jam on Sanji's leg extinguished. His combat stance vanished. Sanji slicked his blonde hair back, materialized a silver tray with steaming tea, and stopped perfectly beside the towering cyborg. "Dearest father-in-law." Sanji swooned, offering the tray with a deep bow. "Please, rest your weary legs. I am Sanji, the humble cook of this vessel, and I swear to provide your breathtaking daughter with unending devotion." Kuma simply blinked his eyes slowly, his face a complete blank slate of bewilderment. Nami's climb attack slammed down perfectly onto the top of Sanji's skull. Sanji yelped, dropping the tray. "You idiot!" Nami hissed, grabbing Sanji by his collar. "Don't you dare hit on her. She is a literal child. She just uses her devil fruit power to age herself up so she looks like a grown woman." Sanji froze. The color drained from his face, leaving him a ghastly shade of pale blue. Horror washed over his features as imaginary police sirens wailed in his mind. Sanji whispered, scrambling backward until he bumped into the main mast. He sat there, clutching his knees, staring blankly ahead. Nami rolled her eyes and turned back to the confused crew, lowering her weapon. "Stand down, everyone," Nami ordered, stepping forward. "He is not an enemy. That is Bartholomew Kuma. He joined the world government and let them turn him into a cyborg just to save his daughter's life." The crew slowly lowered their weapons, listening intently. Nami looked at Ben, then back to the crew. During the battle, Ben made a deal with Kuma. Ben promised that our crew would cure him and take Bonnie under our protection. That way, Kuma could finally be free of the world government's blackmail and return to his real allies in the Revolutionary Army. Understanding washed over the crew. The massive, terrifying warlord wasn't a monster. He was a father who had sacrificed everything. Ben stepped forward. He looked directly at Luffy. "I have to apologize, Captain," Ben said, his tone serious. "I made a deal involving the crew and recruited a new member to our protection without asking you first. I overstepped." Luffy stood up straight, his straw hat casting a slight shadow over his eyes. He looked at Ben, then at Kuma, and finally at Bonnie, who was still wiping her tears. Then, Luffy tilted his head and broke into a wide, brilliant grin. "Shishishi. It's fine." Luffy laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "You did it to help them, right? That's what we do. Besides, if you're fixing him so he can go back to his friends, that means we got 2 new crewmates today. Brook and Bonnie." Bonnie looked at Luffy, a grateful smile breaking through her tears. "Thank you, Captain," Ben smiled, relieved the matter was settled. He turned to the ship's doctor. "Prep the medical bay. We have a highly complex, biomechanical operation to perform." Chopper's entire demeanor shifted. The timid reindeer vanished, replaced instantly by the dedicated chief medical officer. "Understood." Chopper saluted sharply. "I'll prep the sterile field and lay out the microsurgical tools. Bring him down immediately." The medical bay of the Thousand Sunny was a marvel of clean, bright engineering. Kuma lay on the reinforced, oversized surgical table. His shirt had been removed, exposing the heavy metal plating and cybernetic ports that marred his chest and back. Chopper stood on an elevated medical stool, wearing a sterile surgical gown and a mask. He analyzed the glowing holographic X-rays of Kuma's body projected by the room's central computer. They laced microcircuitry directly into his cerebral cortex and spinal column, Chopper muttered, tracing the digital lines. If we just rip the metal out, his nervous system will collapse. That is why we aren't ripping it out, Ben said, stepping up to the opposite side of the table. We are going to use the cradle protocol, Ben explained to Chopper. I am deploying specialized, biocompatible vibranium nanites. These nanites will infiltrate his bloodstream and act as temporary, synthetic synapses to carry his brain's electrical signals while you physically sever and remove the control chips. Once the metal is removed, Chopper caught on quickly, we replace the missing tissue. We can't leave him hollow. Exactly, Ben nodded. I will use synthetic organic tissue printers to rebuild his bone structure. But the most delicate part is the soul. When you sever the neural links, the shock could fracture his mind. I will use magic to anchor his spirit to his body and nullify the physical pain. You must separate the man from the machine. Chopper looked down at Kuma. He took a deep breath, his hooves steadying. I am a doctor. I will save him. The operation began. It was a highly complex procedure combining magic and science. Ben activated the medical bay's automated surgical arms and waved his wand over Kuma's head. Vulnera Sinenter. Reparo Corporis. A continuous stream of golden, soothing magical light bathed Kuma's body, stabilizing his heart rate and placing his mind into a deep, protected slumber. Chopper took control of the microlaser scalpels. With breathtaking precision, he navigated the complex labyrinth of Kuma's altered spine, grasping the tiny, glowing microchip that had stolen Kuma's free will. Severing the neural link. Chopper pulled the chip free. The monitors blared a sudden warning as Kuma's heart rate plummeted. Deploying, Ben slammed his hand onto a console. A silver fluid was injected directly into Kuma's spinal column. The bionanites rushed into the gap, instantly forming a synthetic bridge. The alarm ceased, and the steady, rhythmic beep of the heart monitor returned. For the next 4 hours, Chopper and Ben worked in perfect harmony. Chopper expertly excised the cold metal from Kuma's giant frame, and Ben used the medical printers to fill the voids with pristine, durable flesh, knitting it all together with restorative magic. Final incision closed, Chopper panted, tying off the last surgical suture. He collapsed onto his stool, smiling brilliantly. We got it all. The control chips, the combat overrides, it's all gone. Ben lowered his wand, wiping a layer of sweat from his brow. You did it, Chopper. He is fully human again. On the table, Kuma let out a long, shuddering breath. He slowly opened his eyes. The glowing, robotic red targeting reticles were gone. His eyes were entirely normal, clear, and human. He flexed his fingers, feeling the warmth of his own blood pumping through his veins. He was free. The heavy doors of the medical bay slid open. Bonnie, who had been pacing a hole into the hallway floor for 4 hours, stopped dead in her tracks. Ben and Chopper walked out. Behind them, stepping through the doorway under his own power, was Bartholomew Kuma. He wore a fresh, simple white shirt that fit his massive frame. He looked like a father. Bonnie let out a choked sob. She sprinted down the hall and threw herself into his arms. Kuma caught her, lifting her off the ground and holding her tightly against his chest. You're warm, Bonnie wept, clinging to his shirt. Dad, you're warm again. I am, Kuma whispered, tears flowing freely from his eyes. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you for waiting for me. When Ben and Chopper reached the grassy main deck, the entire crew was gathered, looking at them with anxious anticipation. Luffy asked, leaning forward eagerly. Ben smiled. The operation was a complete success. Bartholomew Kuma is a free man. Yia Awa. The crew erupted into cheers. Usopp and Frankie high-fived. Zoro smirked, taking a long drink from a bottle of ale. Luffy threw both of his arms high into the air. We saved the bear guy. We need a massive banquet right now. I'm already on it, you rubber glutton. Sanji yelled from the kitchen doors, tossing a pristine white apron to Vivi. Vivi Chuan. I need your elegant assistance. The Thousand Sunny transformed into a festival. The dining hall was soon overflowing with platters of exquisite food. Massive cuts of roasted sea king meat, spicy seafood paella, delicate fruit pastries, and endless barrels of cold ale lined the oak tables. Luffy and Ace were engaged in their usual, aggressive eating contest, shoving whole chickens into their mouths. Kuma sat quietly at the end of the table, a gentle, peaceful smile on his face as he watched Bonnie aggressively devour a mountain of pizza and ribs. As the feast began to wind down, Ben stood up from his chair. He walked over to the tall, skeletal musician who was politely sipping a cup of tea. Brook, Ben said. A banquet isn't complete without music. I wrote down the lyrics and the chord progression to a song from my. I think it fits the mood perfectly. Ben handed the skeleton a folded piece of parchment paper. Brook unfolded it, his empty eye sockets scanning the notes. A wide, joyful grin spread across his bleached skull. This is a fascinating composition. The tempo is incredibly lively. I would be honored to perform it. Ben raised his hand, his eyes glowing with magic. In the corner of the dining hall, a complete musical setup materialized, an electric piano keyboard, a deep-toned bass guitar, and an electronic drum pad. Minnie, Mary and Sunny instantly realized what was happening. Oh, we are so down for this. Mary cheered, grabbing the drumsticks. I am ready to lay down the synths, Papa. Sunny hopped onto the keyboard stool. Brook chuckled, picking up the enchanted bass guitar. He adjusted his top hat and stepped up to the microphone stand. The song started. Mary and Sunny didn't just stand there playing their instruments. With a subtle wave of Ben's hand, their casual clothes vanished, replaced by matching, flashy pop idol outfits. They launched into a flawless, hyper-energetic dance routine right behind Brook. Brook leaned into the microphone, his voice remarkably smooth and full of soulful energy. They say, oh my God, I see the way you sail. Take the helm, my friend, and ride the ocean's gale. You sent the Marines all running as you passed. And now I beg to see you fight like that again. Luffy stopped eating, his head bobbing to the beat. Mary and Sunny leaned into their headsets, providing a high-energy backup chorus while executing a synchronized moonwalk. Ooh, we see you cross the grand line. And oh my, I love your pirate style. You make the world government run and hide. And now I beg to see you sail just one more time. Brook hit a high, energetic note on the bass. So they say. Sail for me, sail for me, sail for me, yo-ho-ho. I've never seen a pirate do the things you do before. Fight for me, fight for me, fight for me, eh. And when you win, we'll sail the seas again. The dining hall exploded into movement. The beat was simply too infectious to ignore. Luffy leaped out of his chair, grabbing Usopp and Chopper to perform a ridiculous, rubbery line dance in the center of the room. I said, oh my God, I see you walking by. Take my hand, my dear, though I have no eyes. Just like a soul, I've been dancing all my life, and now you beg to hear me play it one more time. Bonnie laughed out loud, grabbing her massive, towering father by the hand and yanking him to his feet. Kuma looked bewildered, but a soft, happy smile touched his lips as his daughter dragged him onto the makeshift dance floor, twirling him around clumsily but joyfully. Ooh, we see you cross the grand line. And oh my, I love your pirate style. You make the world government run and hide. And now I beg to see you sail just one more time. Sanji spun like a top, executing capoeira kicks in time with the drum beat. Dory and Broggy clinked their tankards together, stomping their feet so hard the floorboards vibrated perfectly on the downbeat. So they say. Sail for me, sail for me, sail for me, yo-ho-ho. I've never seen a pirate do the things you do before. Fight for me, fight for me, fight for me, eh. And when you win, we'll sail the seas again. Ooh, make me weep, make me weep, make me weep, oh oh oh. Make me weep, make me weep, make me weep, oh oh oh. Ooh, make me laugh, make me laugh, make me laugh, yo ho ho. Make me laugh, make me laugh, make me laugh, yo ho ho. Ben stood near the edge of the room, watching the joyous chaos unfold with a deeply satisfied smile. He felt a presence beside him. Robin stood there, her elegant dress shifting as she swayed slightly to the catchy music. She looked up at Ben, her blue eyes sparkling with warmth. You wrote a very lively song, Magician-san, Robin noted softly. A proper celebration requires proper movement, Ben smiled. He didn't ask a question. He simply extended his hand, palm up. Robin blinked, a faint dusting of pink touching her cheeks, but her smile widened into something bright and beautiful. She placed her pale hand in his. Ben gently pulled her into the center of the room. He spun her gracefully, before catching her perfectly in time with the rhythmic, thumping bass line. Ben's right hand rested firmly on the small of her back, while his left hand held hers, keeping her close. The distance between them vanished as they fell into a smooth, rhythmic sway that defied the chaotic, bouncing energy of the rest of the room. Robin let her other hand slide up to rest comfortably on his shoulder, leaning into his lead. So they say. Sail for me, sail for me, sail for me, yo-ho-ho. I've never seen a pirate do the things you do before. Fight for me, fight for me, fight for me, eh. And when you win, we'll sail the seas again. They danced effortlessly, a private bubble of elegance moving through the chaotic crowd. Ben guided her through a tight, spinning turn, bringing her flush against his chest. Robin looked up into his golden eyes, her usual guarded demeanor entirely melting away into a soft, genuine laugh as he effortlessly dipped her low to the floor. You're a natural, Ms. Archaeologist, Ben murmured. I have an excellent partner, she whispered back. So they say. Sail for me, sail for me, sail for me, yo-ho-ho. I've never seen a pirate do the things you do before. Fight for me, fight for me, fight for me, eh. And when you win, we'll chase the dawn again. Brooke hit a final, echoing chord on the bass guitar, while Mary and Sunny finished with a rapid, crashing drum fill. The song ended, leaving the room ringing with breathless laughter and loud, joyful applause. The horrors of their past were far behind them, and as the Thousand Sunny sailed steadily under the starry night sky, the Straw Hat crew celebrated the dawn of their new era. Chapter 161, Thriller Bark. 2550 words. The morning sun reflected off the calm waters of the Grand Line, casting a warm glow through the expansive windows of the Thousand Sunnies dining hall. The crew was gathered around the large oak table, digging into a massive breakfast spread prepared by Sanji. The mood was relaxed and cheerful, the lingering tension of the past few days finally washing away with the ocean breeze. As the last plates were cleared, Ace pushed his chair back and stood up, wiping his mouth with a napkin. He adjusted his orange hat, and looked around the table at the crew, his gaze finally resting on Luffy. Well, guys, Ace said, a genuine smile on his face. This has been one hell of a ride. But I think it's time I head back to the New World. Luffy stopped chewing a piece of toast. You're leaving already, Ace? Yeah, Ace nodded. I set out to stop Teach. Between the beating he took from me, and the fact that he went for a swim in the ocean, it's safe to say that threat is handled for now. I need to get back to the Moby Dick and deliver the news to Pops. My division has been without its commander for too long. We're going to miss you, Big Brother Ace. Mary chimed from her seat. Take care of yourself, Fire Fist, Zoro grunted, raising his mug of morning ale. If you ever need a decent meal, you know whose ship to find, Sanji added, lighting a cigarette. Thanks, everyone, Ace smiled, adjusting his hat. Thanks for taking care of me. And do me a favor, watch over Luffy so he doesn't do anything stupid. I never do stupid things. Luffy laughed, a piece of meat still in his hand. Ben stood up from the table and gestured for Ace to follow him out to the grassy main deck. Since you're heading straight for the New World, you'll need a fast way to get there, Ben said as they stepped out into the sunlight. Your old striker boat was left on Bonero Island. So I made you a replacement. Ben reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, metallic silver capsule, no larger than a coin. He tossed it onto the open ocean water beside the Sunny. As soon as the capsule hit the water, it expanded, unfolding and shifting until a sleek, silver, single-person vessel floated on the waves. It had a reinforced glass canopy and a streamlined hull designed to cut through rough seas with minimal resistance. I used spatial compression to shrink it down for storage, Ben explained. It doesn't require wind or sails. It runs entirely on a clean, self-sustaining energy core housed in the back. It's fast and fully enclosed, so you won't have to worry about the unpredictable weather of the New World. Ace whistled, looking down at the sleek vessel. This is amazing, Ben. You really think of everything. Ace hopped over the railing, landing smoothly in the cockpit of the new ship. The glass canopy slid shut over him. He fired up the engine, a quiet blue glow emitting from the rear thruster. See you around, Luffy. Ace waved through the glass. Next time we meet, we'll see who's closer to the top. Count on it. Luffy cheered, waving wildly. With a surge of energy, Ace's new ship shot across the water, rapidly becoming a small silver speck on the horizon as he headed back to the second half of the Grand Line. Once Ace was gone, Ben turned back to the crew. I need to step out for a bit, Ben told them, checking his watch. I have a loose end to tie up. I should be back in an hour or two. Going somewhere? Robin asked. Just a quick meeting, Ben smiled. Keep the ship steady. Ben closed his eyes, focusing on the specific magical marker he had subtly placed on Gecko Moria right before he punched the warlord in the castle. With the sharp sound of displaced air, Ben vanished from the deck. The Florian Triangle, an unmarked ship. Thick fog surrounded a small, heavily damaged ship drifting aimlessly through the Florian Triangle. On the deck, Gecko Moria sat heavily on a crate, his massive, onion-shaped body wrapped in bandages. He was gritting his teeth, his face a mask of frustration. Beside him, Dr. Hogback was nervously wringing his hands, while Perona floated nearby, her parasol resting on her shoulder. Curse those Marines. Moria growled, punching the deck. And curse those Straw Hat pirates. My entire castle, my zombie army, everything is ruined. I had to abandon Thriller Bark just to escape the crossfire. It was a disaster, Master, Hogback agreed, sweating profusely. To think they brought 3 admirals. Ben materialized directly in the center of the deck, his hands resting casually in his pockets. Perona shrieked, dropping her parasol, and retreating instantly behind Moria's massive arm. Ben sighed. He raised his hand, tapping briefly into his creation. A high-quality, custom-made Gothic plushie bear materialized in his palm. He tossed it lightly to the floating ghost girl. Here, Ben said calmly as she caught it. Keep quiet while the adults talk. Perona blinked, her terrified expression melting as she hugged the plushie. It's so cute. Hogback stumbled backward, tripping over a rope and landing on his back. The magician. Moria froze. He recognized the man who had laid him out with a single punch. The warlord slowly raised his massive hands, expecting a fight. Relax, Ben said, holding up a hand. I'm not here to harm you. With a simple wave of his arm, Ben used his magic to conjure a sturdy wooden table and 2 large chairs directly onto the deck. He took a seat in one and gestured to the other. Take a seat, Moria, Ben offered. We have something to talk about. Moria stared at the conjured furniture, unnerved by the casual display of power. Realizing he had no real choice, the warlord slowly sat down in the oversized chair opposite Ben. What do you want? Moria asked suspiciously. Ben leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. I have a question for you. Did you grow up in Wano? Moria's eyes widened in shock. Hogback gasped from the floor. Moria stammered, his lazy demeanor dropping. How could you possibly know that? No one knows that. The only people who knew were the citizens of Ringo who took care of me when I was a child. I saw a grave in Wano, Ben stated flatly. It had the name Kazuki Moria carved into the stone. If we interchange the letters of Kazuki, we get Gecko. So I made a conclusion that you might be from Wano. Moria let out a long, heavy sigh. The tension seemed to leave his massive frame. He slumped in his chair, looking out at the thick fog. Yes, Moria admitted, his voice quiet. I was born in the West Blue. But when I was a kid, my ship sank. I washed up on the shores of Wano. The people of Ringo. They took me in. They fed me, clothed me, and raised me. They were good people. Is that why you fought Kaido all those years ago in Wano? Ben asked. To protect the people who raised you. Moria nodded slowly, a bitter memory flashing in his eyes. Kaido invaded. I wanted to help the people of Wano. I wanted to liberate those who took care of me since I was a child. I gathered my crew and we fought him. Moria clenched his massive fists. My entire crew was slaughtered. After my loss against Kaido, those people in Ringo must have thought I died with the rest of my men. They must have made a grave in my honor. And you, Ben deduced, lost your will after that fight. You couldn't liberate the people who saved you. You relied on zombies because they couldn't die, and because of that defeat, your hockey faded away. Your spirit broke. Moria didn't argue. He simply sighed again, staring at the wooden table. I lost my will. Ben nodded, understanding the tragedy behind the shadow-stealing warlord. He leaned back in his chair. Here is my proposal, Ben said. In the future, a Straw Hat Grand Fleet will be formed. It might take some time, but it will form for sure. If you join us, in return, we will liberate Wano from Kaido. Moria looked up at Ben. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Moria threw his head back and laughed. Kishishishi. You must be joking. Moria scoffed. Your crew. Take on Kaido of the Beasts. He is a Yonko. You rookies would be crushed. Ben let him finish his laugh. Moria, Ben said evenly. Let's review the facts. 2 days ago, our crew took on 3 admirals, 3 vice-admirals, 3 CP-0 agents, 20 pacifistas, and 6 marine galleons full of infantry. We defeated the government's elite, destroyed their fleet, and walked away without a single casualty. Ben locked eyes with the warlord. Why don't you do your math again? I am telling you, in 2 years, Wano will be liberated. If it is done, will you join our fleet in the future? Moria stared at Ben. The mockery faded from his face. He thought about the destruction he had witnessed on Thriller Bark, and the rookies who had casually bypassed an entire marine blockade. These weren't ordinary pirates. They were a dangerous anomaly. In 2 years, they might actually be strong enough to do the impossible. And if it meant the liberation of the people of Wano, he was willing to take the gamble. I accept, Moria said firmly. I will join the Grand Fleet. But only after you defeat Kaido. Ben smirked. When Wano is liberated, and it will, you officially fly our flag. Until then, I have an interim condition for you. What condition? While we prepare for Kaido, you aren't just going to sit here in the fog, Ben instructed. You have deep ties to the underworld. You will act as our intelligence gatherer. Keep your ear to the ground and report to me specifically regarding the movements of rare devil fruits. Find them before the world government does. Moria grunted, realizing he had been outplayed, but he gave a curt nod of agreement. Done, Ben agreed. He stood up, dispelling the table and chairs with a wave of his hand. The Marines have already left Thriller Bark. Shall we go then? Go where? Hogback asked nervously. Ben just snapped his fingers. Moria, Perona, and Hogback blinked. The small, drifting ship and the thick fog were gone. They were standing in the main courtyard of Thrillerbark. Moria looked around, his heart sinking. The island was a disaster zone. The eastern shore was covered in solid ice and hardened rock. The northern wall was scorched, and the main castle was heavily damaged. My island. Moria muttered. It's completely ruined. Relax, Ben said. Ben raised his hand and waved it across the expanse of the ruined courtyard. He tapped into his restorative magic. A wave of golden light washed over the island. The shattered cobblestones flew backward, fitting themselves perfectly back into place. The scorched earth healed. The ice melted, and the hardened magma dissolved. The cracked walls of the Gothic castle repaired themselves in seconds. Moria, Perona, and Hogback watched in stunned silence as the destruction of the battle was reversed before their eyes. There, Ben said, lowering his hand. Moria looked around the immaculate courtyard. My island is fixed, but my zombie army. I restored the stone and the wood, Ben stated firmly, adjusting his glasses. Not the corpses. Dead men don't liberate countries, Moria. Start building a crew with actual heartbeats. Relying on shadows is what made you weak. Moria clenched his fists, but he couldn't deny the truth in Ben's words. Ben then waved his hand one more time. A small spatial rift opened in the air above the courtyard. Absalom, the lion-faced man, was spat out of the dimensional pocket, landing face first on the restored cobblestones. He groaned, rubbing his head, looking exhausted but very much alive. Have your crew member back, Ben told Moria. But he doesn't have his devil fruit powers anymore. I took the clear fruit as compensation for you calling the Marines on us. Hogback dropped to his knees, his eyes wide behind his dark glasses as he checked Absalom's pulse. He's alive. Hogback gasped, staring up at Ben in shock. You extracted the devil fruit. It is biologically impossible to remove a fruit without killing the host. How did you do this? Ben just tapped his glasses. Magic, Doctor. Moria looked at Absalom, then at Ben, nodding slowly. After witnessing the display, losing a devil fruit seemed like a mild consequence. One last thing, Ben warned, his tone turning serious. Blackbeard has the dark fruit. It nullifies devil fruit powers upon contact. He's actively hunting strong devil fruit users. A warlord sitting alone in the fog with the shadow fruit is a prime target for his crew. Ben turned to leave. Reinforce your borders or better relocate, Moria. He is not as weak as you think. Moria frowned, taking the warning to heart. I understand. I will be ready. Good, Ben said, stepping back. I'll see you in the new world. With a final sound of displaced air, Ben teleported back to the Thousand Sunny. He materialized smoothly on the grassy main deck of his ship. The sun was shining brightly, the ocean breeze was cool, and Ben let out a contented sigh, ready to relax after a successful diplomatic mission. A wooden barrel flew past Ben's head, shattering against the main mast. Ben blinked. He looked up. The deck of the Thousand Sunny had devolved into a chaotic brawl. Luffy, Usopp, and Kuro were tangled in a rolling scuffle over a single piece of mystery meat that Sanji had left on the counter. It's mine. I saw it first. Luffy roared, stretching his arm to grab it. The duck bit me. Usopp shouted, trying to put Kuro in a headlock. Kuro pecked at Luffy's rubber face. In his frantic stretching, Luffy's rubber arm whipped wildly backward, accidentally smacking Zoro squarely in the face, where he was napping on the lawn. Zoro woke up instantly, glaring in annoyance. He drew Shusui. Who hit me? Zoro stepped into the fray, swinging his scabbard, which accidentally clipped the edge of Sanji's favorite frying pan sitting on a nearby table. Sanji stepped out of the kitchen, staring at the scratched pan, his face turning red with anger. "You stupid Marimo. That was my good pan. Bring it on, curly brows." Within seconds the three men, the duck, the swordsman, and the cook were all caught in a messy, dust cloud-generating melee of kicks, scabbards, rubber punches, and quacking. Ben stood at the edge of the deck, staring at the dust cloud of yelling crewmates. He didn't yell. He didn't intervene. He didn't even sigh. He simply turned on his heel and vanished, teleporting directly into the quiet, soundproof safety of his underground research laboratory. Chapter 162. On the sea's 2842 words the Thousand Sunny sailed smoothly across the calm waters of the Grand Line. The sun was shining, the breeze was steady, and the smell of sea salt mingled with the scent of Nami's tangerine grove. Inside the ship's expansive dining hall, however, Brooke was currently experiencing a quiet crisis. The skeleton sat alone at the massive oak table, a cup of tea growing cold in front of him. Spread out across the polished wood were 13 glossy, freshly printed wanted posters. He held a small wooden abacus in his bony hands, flicking the beads back and forth. "Let's see." Brooke muttered to himself, his jaw clicking. "Luffy-san is 500 million. God Usopp-san is 450. The giants are 350 each. Zoro is 290, Mr. Sanji is 280, the other two giants are 200 each." Brooke flicked the last few beads, factoring in the smaller bounties for Frankie, Ben, and the pets. He stared at the final number. Total bounty, 3,264,180 berries. Brooke's jawbone unhinged. It fell off entirely, clattering onto the table and rolling into a plate of leftover toast. 3 billion. Brooke whispered, hurriedly grabbing his jaw and snapping it back into place. He pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at his empty eye sockets. "What kind of crew have I joined? I knew they were strong, but this is a floating crew of natural disasters." He looked at his own reflection in the blade of a butter knife. He was a musician. He played the violin. He drank tea. His old bounty from 50 years ago was a mere 33 million berries. Compared to the rest of them, he was a rounding error. "They are going to realize I am dead weight," Brooke muttered, standing up and pacing the dining room. "If I don't prove my usefulness, they might toss my bones overboard. I must show them I am an invaluable asset to the daily operations of this vessel." Determined, Brooke adjusted his top hat, gripped his cane, and marched out onto the grassy deck to offer his services. His first target was the kitchen. Sanji was juggling 3 frying pans, whistling a tune as he prepared lunch. Brooke peeked his skull around the doorframe. "Excuse me, Sanji-san." Brooke called out cheerfully. "May I offer my assistance? I am quite handy with a blade, you know." Sanji glanced over his shoulder. "Oh, Brooke. Grab that bag of onions on the counter and dice them for me. Fine chop, please. I need them for the stew." "Leave it to me." Brooke saluted. He walked over to the cutting board, staring at the pile of onions. He drew his shikamazu cane sword, with a theatrical flourish. He took a deep breath, dropping into a fencing stance. "Hanayuda Sancho, Yahaza Giri." Humming sword, arrow notch slash, Brooke moved in a blur. He sheathed his sword with a sharp click. Brooke announced proudly. A flawless, high-speed cut. Sanji turned around. The onions were perfectly diced. However, so was the heavy wooden cutting board beneath them. And the stainless steel countertop. And the wooden cabinet holding the pots. Everything within a 3-foot radius of the onions slid cleanly apart and collapsed onto the floor in a pile of sliced debris. Sanji's cigarette fell from his lips. He stared at the ruined kitchen counter, then slowly turned his gaze to the skeleton. "Get out," Sanji said, his voice entirely calm. "I can pay for the counter." Brooke apologized quickly, hurrying out of the kitchen before the cook could get angry. Brooke fled to the lower decks, feeling defeated. He found Chopper in the infirmary, carefully organizing a shelf of fresh bandages. Chopper-san. Brook called out, attempting to redeem himself. May I offer my assistance in the medical bay? Chopper looked up, his eyes widening with medical curiosity. Actually, Brook, before you help, can I examine your joints? A living skeleton is fascinating. How do your radius and ulna articulate without ligaments? Of course. I am an open book, Brook laughed, holding out his arm. Though I have no pages. Chopper gently prodded Brook's forearm, giving it a slight, investigative tug. Brook's entire left arm detached completely from the shoulder socket, resting harmlessly in Chopper's hooves. Chopper froze. He looked at the arm, then at the one-armed skeleton. I broke him. Chopper yelled, panic overriding his brain. I amputated the musician. Oh dear, Brook observed mildly. That usually doesn't happen. I'll fix it. I'm a doctor. Chopper scrambled, frantically trying to shove the arm back into place. But in his rush, he jammed the humerus bone directly into the side of Brook's knee joint. It stuck there with a hollow clack. Brook looked down at the arm protruding from his leg. His fingers twitched near his shin. This is an unconventional anatomy, doctor, Brook noted politely, trying to take a step and stumbling awkwardly. I believe my elbow is now my kneecap. Chopper sprinted to his bookshelf, pulling out heavy medical tomes and flipping through them. Hold on, Brook. Just let me look up skeletal reattachment. Don't walk. You'll misalign your tibia. Brook decided it was best to hobble out of the infirmary while the doctor read his textbook. After popping his arm back into its proper socket in the hallway, Brook felt a deep need to salvage the day. He made his way back up to the galley. Sanji was finishing the frosting on a 3-tiered strawberry shortcake. He looked at the hovering, guilty-looking skeleton. Sanji-san, Brook bowed. I apologize for the counter. Please allow me to make amends. Sanji sighed, rubbing his forehead. Carry this cake out to the main deck table for afternoon tea. Don't cut it. Don't drop it. Just walk. You can count on me. Brook beamed. He lifted the cake tray with both hands. He marched out onto the grassy main deck. His posture was impeccable, narrating his own success under his breath. A flawless delivery, Brook whispered to himself, stepping carefully over the lawn. Steady hands. The crew will see that Brook is a reliable companion. The tip of Brook's dress shoe caught on a slightly elevated blade of grass. Brook tripped. The tray tilted. To the crew watching from the patio, it happened in slow motion. The strawberry cake left the silver tray, sailing through the air in a parabolic arc. It flew past the table, right over Luffy's head, and landed perfectly onto the face of Roronoa Zoro, who was sound asleep against the main mast. The deck went quiet. Zoro slowly sat up. His head was covered in white frosting, strawberries, and sponge cake. He wiped a dollop of cream from his lone eye, a visible vein throbbing on his forehead. Zoro growled. Who threw a cake at my face? I shall go check the weather in the lower decks. Brook said quickly, spinning around and hurrying down the nearest hatch before Zoro could draw his swords. Brook retreated to the quietest part of the ship, the heavy doors of Ben's research laboratory. Inside the laboratory, the room was dimly lit, filled with floating blue holographic screens, and the steady hum of the arc reactor. Ben sat alone at his mahogany desk. Resting on the polished wood was a misty-colored apple covered in swirling patterns, the Suksuk no Mi he had extracted from Absalom back on Thriller Bark. System, Ben muttered mentally. A faint golden light washed over the fruit. The swirling patterns dissolved into light particles, leaving behind nothing but a regular, half-eaten apple core. System notification, devil fruit, Suksuk no Mi absorbed. Initiating template roll. The familiar roulette wheel materialized in his mind's eye. It spun rapidly, clicking past various silhouettes before slowing down. It stopped on the figure of a shy, blue-haired young woman. Template acquired, gray-black clover abilities unlocked, transmutation magic, transformation magic. Ben opened his eyes. He lifted a standard iron wrench from his desk. With a mere thought and a pulse of mana, the wrench shimmered, its metallic surface shifting seamlessly into pristine, solid glass. He tapped it against the desk, and it clinked sharply. Transmutation magic, Ben murmured, observing the altered molecular structure. Not just superficial transformation. It rewrites the fundamental properties of matter and energy. He set the glass wrench down and turned his attention to the large holographic projection floating in the center of the room. It displayed a complex, three-dimensional model of a human soul matrix, overlaid with runic pathways. He had been trying to figure out how to graft magical circuits onto the crew, but the failure rate in the simulations was far too high. The issue was etheric rejection, Ben thought, leaning forward in his chair. Grafting foreign circuits onto a soul causes a buildup of pressure. The body fights the implant, eventually causing the subject's mana to destabilize. Ben raised his hand, watching the faint blue glow of his new magic flicker over his fingertips. But with transmutation magic, I don't need to graft anything foreign onto them, Ben realized, a satisfied smirk touching his lips. I can use this magic to transmute a portion of their existing, latent spiritual pathways directly into magical circuits. By altering their native biology and soul structure, there is zero risk of rejection. It becomes a natural part of their anatomy. Satisfied with the solution to his roadblock, Ben stood up and walked over to the glowing hologram to apply his new theory, smoothly adjusting the floating runes and modulating the conversion parameters. Outside in the hallway, Brooke straightened his tie. Perhaps the magician requires an assistant, Brooke thought. I am a man of culture. I won't drop anything in here. He knocked gently, and the doors opened themselves. Ben didn't look away from the hologram as the doors opened. His hands moved through the air, adjusting the glowing symbols. Ah, Brooke. Perfect timing. I could use an extra set of eyes on this matrix. Brooke smiled. Finally, a chance to be useful. I am at your disposal, Magician-san. Brooke stepped into the lab. What are we working on? I am developing a procedure to create magical circuits within a human soul, Ben said casually, swiping a screen to the side. It requires mapping a pseudo-nervous system, and then transmuting the host's latent energy to match the new pathways. Brooke nodded slowly, his empty eye sockets betraying his lack of comprehension. The problem is the conversion rate, Ben continued, handing Brooke a clipboard filled with complex equations. If the transmutation isn't modulated perfectly during the integration phase, the etheric pressure will exceed the soul's natural limits. Ben adjusted his glasses, looking serious. If that happens, the subject doesn't just die. They violently explode into a shower of blue sparks. I need you to cross-check the decay rate of the metaphysical synapses on page 4, and tell me if the alignment holds under localized gravity. Brooke stared at the clipboard. He looked at the glowing hologram of a soul exploding. He looked back at Ben. Ah, Brooke said softly. He slowly handed the clipboard back to Ben. I just remembered, Brooke said, backing out of the door. I left my non-existent hair straightener on the stove. I must go check on it. Good luck with the exploding souls, Ben-san. Ben watched the skeleton leave, shaking his head with an amused smile before turning back to his work. Not a math guy, I suppose. The Sunset Serenade. The sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of gold and amber. The ocean mirrored the colors, creating a peaceful calm across the water. Brooke sat alone on the grassy main deck, his back resting against the wooden railing. He pulled his knees up to his chest. He had failed in the kitchen, the infirmary, the deck delivery, and the lab. I really am just a relic, Brooke sighed softly, looking out at the setting sun. 50 years in the fog, and I have forgotten how to live among a crew. Hey, Brooke. Brooke looked up. Luffy was walking across the deck, holding a large piece of meat on a bone. The captain sat down on the grass right next to the skeleton, chewing happily. Why do you look so gloomy? Luffy asked, pointing the bone at him. I am merely reflecting on my inadequacies, Captain Luffy, Brooke admitted, his shoulders slumping. You have all been so kind to me, but I have contributed nothing today. I only caused messes. I fear I am not worthy of the bounty that sails upon this ship. Luffy stopped chewing. He looked at Brooke, tilting his head. You're an idiot, Luffy laughed. Brooke blinked. Excuse me. You didn't join the crew to chop onions or carry cake, Luffy said, taking another bite of his meat. We have Sanji for food. We have Zoro for lifting heavy stuff. We have Ben for the smart magic things. Luffy swallowed and gave Brooke a wide grin. I asked you to join because you're a musician, Luffy said. And because you're my friend. That's it. Brooke stared at the young captain. Luffy's simple logic resonated with him. He wasn't a soldier or a scientist. He was a musician. That was his soul. A musician, Brooke whispered. He looked over at the small wooden stage near the main mast. Resting on a stand was the acoustic guitar Mary sometimes played. Brooke stood up, dusting off his trousers. He walked over to the stage and gently picked up the guitar. It felt warm and familiar in his bony hands. He sat on the stool, resting the instrument on his knee. He tuned the strings by ear in a matter of seconds. He looked out at the setting sun, remembering the darkness of the Florian Triangle, and the miracle of the dawn breaking through the fog when this crew had arrived. Brooke began to play. He plucked the strings with a soft, bright rhythm. It was a cheerful, uplifting melody that caught the attention of everyone on the ship. Dun 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 dun. The sound drifted down the hallways. In the kitchen, Sanji stopped washing a dish. In the library, Robin lowered her book, a soft smile touching her lips. Down in the workshop, Usopp and Frankie paused their hammering. One by one, the crew drifted up to the main deck, drawn by the music. Brooke closed his empty eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skull, and began to sing. His voice was rich and soulful. Little darlin', it's been a long, cold, lonely winter, Brooke sang softly, his fingers dancing across the frets. Little darlin', it feels like years since it's been here. Nami and Vivi walked out onto the grass, sitting quietly near Luffy. Chopper hopped up onto the railing, his ears perked forward. Here comes the sun, Brooke sang, the tempo picking up slightly. Here comes the sun, and I say, it's all right. The heavy doors to the lower decks hissed open. Ben stepped out, holding a mug of coffee. He had heard the music from his lab. He didn't interrupt, he simply leaned against the doorframe, watching the crew gather around the stage. Little darlin', the smiles returning to the faces, Brooke continued, looking directly at the smiling faces of the crew. Little darlin', it seems like years since it's been here. Zoro cracked open an eye from where he leaned against the wall. He didn't get up, but he just let the music wash over him, the tension in his shoulders relaxing. Here comes the sun, Brooke strummed a bright chord progression. Here comes the sun, and I say, it's all right. Mary and Sunny, sitting on the roof of the galley, swayed side to side, humming along to the melody. Dory and Broggy sat quietly near the back, tapping their boots to the beat. Sun, 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 here it comes. The music brought a sense of warmth to the deck, a quiet assurance that the nightmares of their past were behind them. As Brooke played the final, lingering notes, letting them fade out into the sound of the ocean waves, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a flash of gold. The deck was quiet for a long moment. Then, Luffy threw his hands in the air and cheered. That was awesome, Brooke. The rest of the crew erupted into applause. Nami and Vivi clapped enthusiastically. Sanji gave a respectful nod. Chopper cheered loudly, and Ben raised his coffee mug in a silent toast from the doorway. Brooke lowered the guitar. He looked at the clapping, smiling crew. He felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the setting sun. He didn't need to be a chef or a scientist. He was exactly where he was supposed to be. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke laughed, tipping his top hat to his new family. Thank you, everyone. It truly is a wonderful evening to be alive. Chapter 163, On the Seas 2654 words. The heavy tungsten doors of the Thousand Sunnies Research Laboratory slid open with a soft hiss. Brooke stepped inside, taking off his top hat and bowing politely. You asked to see me, Magician-san? Brooke asked, his cane sword resting lightly against the floor. Ben was sitting at his desk, surrounded by floating holographic blueprints. He dismissed the screens with a wave of his hand and turned to face the musician. Take a seat, Brooke, Ben said, gesturing to a stool. We need to talk about your role on the crew. Brooke sat down, his posture stiffening slightly. If this is about my failure to properly slice the onions yesterday, I deeply apologize. I am still adjusting to the kitchen's layout. It's not about the onions, Ben chuckled. It's about your combat capabilities. Right now, compared to the rest of the crew, you are physically the weakest member on board. Brooke looked down at his bony hands. He knew it was true. He had speed, but he lacked the overwhelming power, durability, and hockey the others possessed. I understand, Brooke said softly. I will train twice as hard to catch up. You don't have muscle fibers to tear and rebuild, Brooke, Ben pointed out logically. Standard physical training won't do much for you. But if you want to sail into the new world with us and survive to see La Boone, you need an upgrade. Brooke looked up. An upgrade? What should I do? I can increase your power and durability right now, Ben explained, standing up and walking over to a nearby workbench. He picked up a solid block of dark, heavy metal. I am going to coat your entire skeletal structure in URU metal. It is an incredibly dense, magically conductive alloy. It will make your bones practically unbreakable. Unbreakable bones? Brooke gasped. That sounds incredibly safe. That's just the foundation, Ben continued. Once the metal sets, I will carve magical runes across your entire body. Each rune serves a different purpose, some for absolute gravity and weight manipulation, and others to grant you command over the elements. You'll be able to channel fire, lightning, and the freezing ice of the underworld directly through your blade, along with a few runes for defensive shielding. Brooke nodded resolutely. I am ready, Ben-san. Please, upgrade me. Ben didn't waste time. He tapped into his alchemy and creation abilities. The block of URU metal liquefied, floating into the air before wrapping itself around Brooke. The liquid metal seeped into the porous structure of his old bones, fusing perfectly with his biology. Once the metal set, giving Brooke a dark, metallic sheen, Ben used his magic to carve intricate, glowing runes across the skeleton's skull, ribs, and limbs. As Ben carved the final rune on Brooke's sternum, the bright glow faded. Then, the dark, heavy appearance of the URU metal completely vanished, leaving Brooke looking exactly like a normal, bleached white skeleton again. Brooke blinked his empty eye sockets, looking at his hands. It disappeared. One of the runes acts as a permanent concealment charm, Ben explained, putting his wand away. No one can see the metal or the runes, but the durability and magic are fully integrated. Your bones are now harder than steel. Brooke stood up. He felt different. He felt a deep, resonant hum of power resting on his bones. Now, Ben smiled. It's up to you to figure out exactly what those runes can do. Head down to the training chamber and test out your new powers. Zoro is in there right now if you need a sparring partner. Thank you, Ben-san. Brooke bowed deeply, picking up his top hat. I will not let you down. I shall go test my new unbreakable body immediately. As Brooke turned and marched happily toward the door, he excitedly channeled a bit too much spirit into his new skeletal structure. Mid-stride, the gravity manipulation rune flared wildly. Brooke instantly lost all of his physical mass, becoming lighter than air. He floated straight up, bumping softly against the laboratory ceiling like a lost helium balloon. Brooke gasped, his limbs flailing uselessly in the air. I seem to be experiencing a lack of gravity. Or perhaps gravity is experiencing a lack of me. Wait, how do I get down? Ben sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He tapped his comms. Mary, bring a broom to the lab. We have a stray balloon. A few moments later, Mary trudged in, hooked the handle of a sweeping broom around Brooke's ankle, and casually pulled the apologizing skeleton back down to the floor. As Brooke hurried out of the lab to practice his elemental control, Ben checked his pocket watch. He had an appointment to keep. He closed his eyes, focusing on a specific set of coordinates halfway across the world. With a sharp sound of displaced air, Ben vanished from the thousand sunny Baltigo, the Isle of White soil deep within the hidden headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Supreme Commander Monkey D. Dragon stood over a massive map table in his private war room. Suddenly, the air in the room warped. Dragon's sharp instincts flared. He tensed his muscles, his hand hovering near his side, ready to unleash a devastating burst of wind. Ben materialized a few feet away, adjusting his suit jacket. Seeing the familiar face, Dragon relaxed his stance. The fierce, stormy look in his eyes softened slightly. Ben, Dragon greeted him, his deep voice echoing in the quiet room. Dragon-san, Ben nodded in return. He walked over and casually pulled up a wooden chair, taking a seat at the map table. Good to see the base is still quiet. It remains hidden, Dragon confirmed, taking a seat across from him. How is Kuma doing? And his daughter? They're doing well, Ben answered. I was able to purge the cybernetic overrides completely. Kuma is human again. He has his memories and his free will. Dragon let out a rare, quiet sigh of profound relief. Thank you. I owe you a great debt for saving him. I call him and gave Kuma a month-long vacation to spend some quiet time with Bonnie before he comes to here. They both deserve it. After that, Bonnie will return to your crew. We'll be glad to have her back, Ben smiled. And what about Sabo? How is he adjusting to the Goro Goro no Mi? The lightning fruit, Dragon nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. He is putting it to very good use. Combining his martial arts with the speed of lightning has made him exceptionally dangerous. He is currently out on a mission, testing the limits of his new powers. Good, Ben said. Because I brought something else for you. Ben casually snapped his fingers. A small spatial rift opened in the air above the table. A strangely shaped, metallic-looking fruit dropped onto the maps. The Jiki Jiki no Mi, Ben explained, pointing at the fruit. Magnetism. Extracted it from Eustace Kid. Give it to one of your trusted commanders. Dragon looked at the devil fruit. He didn't ask how Ben extracted it. He had grown accustomed to the magician casually delivering world-altering artifacts and impossible magic. Dragon simply nodded and placed the fruit in a lockbox under the table. I appreciate it, Dragon said. Ben waved his hand again. The spatial rift expanded. Two heavy bodies dropped out of the rift, landing in the corner of the war room with a dull thud. It was Eustace Kid and his first mate, Killer. They were both unconscious and completely unarmed. Before Dragon could even ask, Ben spoke up. We had a disagreement at Thriller Bark, Ben explained casually. I extracted Kid's fruit, and then I wiped their memories. Both of them. Right now, they don't know who they are, they don't remember their grudges, and they don't know they were pirates. Dragon stared at the two unconscious men. They have excellent baseline combat skills and strong willpower, Ben suggested. I thought they might be a good addition to the Revolutionary Army. A clean slate for two strong fighters. Dragon looked from the men to Ben, processing the sheer efficiency of the magician's actions. I will have them placed in the training corps when they wake up. If they show promise, we will use them. Dragon folded his hands on the table, looking at Ben directly. I received Kuma's report about Eni's lobby and Thriller Bark. Why didn't you ask for our help? If you were planning to assault a major world government stronghold, the Revolutionary Army could have provided support. We weren't at a disadvantage, Ben shrugged lightly. We spent 14 months training with Garp in the time chamber. We needed to test our own strength to see where we stood. Thriller bark was the perfect measuring stick. If the situation had actually turned dire, I would have called you. Dragon nodded, accepting the logic. Where is your next destination? The Sabaody archipelago, Ben replied. Sabaody is right next to Marineford, Dragon warned. With your new bounties, the Marines will be looking out for you over there. It is a dangerous place to stop. It was the captain's order, Ben shrugged again. We follow his lead. As for getting caught, I can make disguises that will fool anyone. We'll be fine. Dragon nodded. For the next hour, the two men sat in the war room, quietly discussing the future movements of the Revolutionary Army and the shifting tides of the New World. Marine headquarters, Marineford in his spacious office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was pacing back and forth behind his desk. His pet goat was quietly chewing on a discarded report in the corner. Where is he? Sengoku muttered, rubbing his temples. It's been 4 days since the incident at Thriller Bark. The fleet returned but Kizaru is still missing in action. Sengoku stopped pacing. The magician. Did he trap Borsellino in some alternate dimension where he can't escape like Dordor fruit? I may have to authorize a search party using his Vivre card. The door to the office opened and Vice Admiral Garp strolled out, munching loudly on a rice cracker. He walked down the hallway, far enough away to avoid Sengoku's yelling. Garp casually pulled up his sleeve and tapped the sleek black Kimoyo bead on his wrist. In Baltigo, Ben's wrist buzzed. He raised his arm, tapping the bead while sitting across from Dragon. What's up, Garp-san? Ben answered cheerfully. What's up, my ass? Garp scolded over the comms, his voice barking through the small bead. What happened to Kizaru? He's been missing since your little skirmish at Thriller Bark. Sengoku is pacing a hole in the floor thinking you locked him in a magic box. Ben chuckled, leaning back in his chair. What does that have to do with me? I just teleported him to one of the uninhabited islands in the East Blue to get him off the battlefield. If he doesn't want to come back, what should I do? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. In the hallway of Marineford, Garp stopped chewing his cracker. He processed the information. Kizaru was in the peaceful, quiet East Blue. He was unharmed. He just wasn't reporting in. Garp slapped his own forehead with a resounding smack. That lazy idiot, Garp muttered. He spoke back into the bead. Thanks for the information, magician. He cut the call. Garp turned on his heel and barged back into Sengoku's office, not bothering to knock. Garp shouted. Have you ever thought that maybe Borsellino is just sprawling around somewhere, lazing on a beach without any intention of coming back to work? Sengoku froze. He thought about Kizaru's general work ethic. He thought about the Admiral's penchant for avoiding unnecessary effort. Sengoku slowly raised his hand and slapped his own forehead. That lazy fool, Sengoku gritted his teeth. He picked up his den mushi. Get Vice Admiral Guion in my office immediately. A few minutes later, Vice Admiral Guion, known by her alias Momosaji, entered the office. She stood tall, a sword resting at her hip, looking entirely professional. You called, Fleet Admiral? Guion asked. Sengoku opened his desk drawer and pulled out a small piece of paper, Kizaru's Vivre card. He slammed it onto the desk. Take this, Sengoku ordered, his voice tight with frustration. Track down Admiral Kizaru. I don't care where he is. Find him, and physically drag him back to Marineford. You have full authorization to use force if he complains. Guion nodded, taking the card. Understood, sir. She turned and left the office. Sengoku slumped into his chair, rubbing his temples. When he gets back, I am going to make him work overtime for a month. No breaks. No tea times. The East Blue, an uninhabited island thousands of miles away, on a quiet, pristine white sand beach, the sound of gentle waves washing ashore was interrupted by a loud, content yawn. Admiral Kizaru was lying perfectly comfortable in the shade of a large palm tree. He was still wearing the same yellow, polka-dot boxer shorts Ben had left him in, his hands resting behind his head. Moshi mosh. Kizaru murmured sleepily, pulling his tinted sunglasses down slightly to block the sun. It really is quite peaceful here. I wonder if they've noticed I'm gone yet. He closed his eyes, deciding that returning to Marineford could wait at least a few more days. Unknown waters, the Grand Line. The fog of the sea clung heavily to the dark, choppy water. Far beneath the surface, Marshal D. Teach was sinking. After the devastating blast from Ace that had blown him off the northern cliffs of Thriller Bark, he had hit the freezing ocean. Instantly, the sea had sapped his strength. Unable to move a single muscle, he sank like a stone into the crushing, lightless depths of the sea. His lungs burned. The surface light was completely gone. Just as his vision began to tunnel and fade into absolute black, a massive, unnatural shadow glided through the deep water beneath him. A pitch-black vessel, moving silently through the ocean currents, loomed out of the dark. A figure reached out into the freezing water, grabbing the drowning pirate by the collar of his shredded coat, and hauling him upward out of the abyss. Minutes later, Teach was thrown violently onto the solid wooden deck of the ship, which now drifted on the surface amidst the heavy fog. Teach coughed up gallons of seawater, gasping greedily for air as his lungs expanded. He lay on his back, shivering violently, his strength slowly returning now that he was out of the water. As he pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, he noted the entire vessel seemed to actively absorb the ambient noise of the ocean, creating a suffocating, unnatural stillness. For a man as ambitious and reckless as Blackbeard, the sheer, eerie silence of the ship sent a genuine chill down his spine. Standing by the railing, looking down at him, was a man. His face was hidden in the shadows of a heavy hood, but Teach could see the jagged edges of a severe burn scar marking his exposed jawline. The man didn't move to help him up. He simply stared down at Blackbeard. He spoke a few words, his voice low and muffled by the mist. Teach's eyes widened slightly as he heard the man. A weak, desperate grin touched his lips. He nodded once, hauling his heavy body off the deck and stepping into the chilling shadows to forge a new, dangerous alliance. Chapter 164, Sabaody Archipelago 45-25 words. The Thousand Sunny coasted peacefully across the sunlit, cerulean waves of the Grand Line. After the high-stakes, breathless battle of Thriller Bark, the ocean currently seemed almost suspiciously calm. On the grassy main deck, the crew of the Straw Hat was indulging in a rare morning of absolute leisure. Sitting in a wide circle near the main mast, passing around a massive, sloshing wooden barrel of aged ale, were the 4 Elbaf warriors. Dory the Blue Ogre, Bragi the Red Ogre, Oimo, and Kashii Gebababa. Drink deep, my brothers. Dory roared, wiping a thick layer of foam from his weathered beard. The ale of the Blue Sea is not as thick as the brew of Elbaf, but it certainly quenches a warrior's thirst on a hot day. Aye, Dory-san. Kashii laughed, tipping his tankard back. Nearby, sitting comfortably on a woven blanket spread across the grass, Princess Vivi was methodically brushing down Karu's bright yellow feathers. The large spot-billed duck had his eyes closed in sheer bliss, letting out soft, contented quacks as Vivi worked out the tangles. You did very well during the battle, Karu, Vivi murmured softly, her blue hair blowing lightly in the sea breeze. You held your ground against those terrifying enemies. I am very proud of you. Karu puffed out his chest, opening one eye to give a proud, dignified salute, before immediately returning to his relaxed state. However, not everyone on the deck was enjoying the peace. Nami was pacing back and forth near the helm, her brow furrowed in deep frustration. She was violently shaking her left wrist, staring down at the thick glass dome of the log pose strapped to her arm. It's broken again, Nami groaned, smacking the glass with the palm of her hand. I swear, this thing has been completely stuck since we left the Florian Triangle. It's not pointing forward, it's not pointing backward, it's just pointing straight down at the deck. Robin, lounging comfortably in a shaded deck chair nearby with a thick book resting on her lap, offered a serene, knowledgeable smile. It isn't broken, Nami. It is pointing exactly where we need to go. Our next destination is Fishman Island. Okay, but Fishman Island is an island, right? Nami frowned, walking over to the railing and staring down into the deep, dark blue water rolling beneath the hull. How do we sail down? Are we supposed to hold our breath? Because I can tell you right now, my lung capacity is not rated for submarine travel. Fishman Island is located directly beneath the red line, Robin explained, delicately turning a page in her book. It sits in a massive cavern near the ocean floor, approximately 10,000 meters below the surface. 10,000 meters? Usopp shrieked. He scrambled over to the railing, his face completely pale. That's impossible. The water pressure down there will crush us flat like pancakes. The ship will implode into splinters. We're all going to die a terrible, wet death. Oimo chuckled deeply, setting his ale down. Do not fear the depths, Longnose. A true warrior embraces the unknown. If the sea tries to crush us, we will simply push back. You can't punch water pressure, Oimo. Usopp cried, grabbing his head in a panic. Underwater. Luffy's head snapped around from where he had been napping on the figurehead. His eyes instantly turned into massive, sparkling stars. He didn't process a single word of Usopp's highly logical panic. Let's go right now. I wanna see a mermaid. And sea monsters. And weird glowing fish. Sitting on the railing of the upper deck, kicking their legs. Minnie Mary, wearing her bright yellow sundress and a tiny tricorn hat she had fabricated, popped a bubblegum bubble. She adjusted her aviator sunglasses and offered a sharp salute. Ahoy there, Captain. Mary called out, her voice dropping into a flawless, swashbuckling pirate cadence. What be the word from the helm? Are we setting sail for Davy Jones' locker? Sonny, wearing his orange overalls and a red bandana tied around his blonde hair, grinned widely. Shiver me timbers, Captain. The radar be clear of marine galleons and the sea be calm. Give the order, and we'll hoist the colors. Nami stared at the two children, her eye twitching slightly. Did Ben Usopp teach something to them again? I think it's quite charming, Vivi giggled, covering her mouth. Give us the iron armors. Luffy cheered, pumping his fists enthusiastically. We're gonna go explore the bottom of the ocean. I am not going. Usopp yelled, backing away from the railing with his hands raised. I have just contracted a severe case of can't go under the sea disease. It was fine when we dove a little ways down to search that sunken galleon back in Jaya, but 10,000 meters is madness. It's highly contagious and fatal. Don't be a lily-livered landlubber, Uncle Usopp. Mary smirked, pulling up a holographic screen from her wrist that glowed with a faint blue light. It'd be a simple scouting mission. Papa's iron diving suits be perfectly pressure-sealed against the briny deep. You won't feel a drop of the ocean. Deploying the underwater exploration squad now, mateys. Deep within the bowels of the ship, safely locked inside his heavily reinforced, soundproof research laboratory, Ben was entirely oblivious to the nautical roleplay happening on deck. Back on the main deck, four heavy hatches slid open with a synchronized, mechanical hiss. 3 sleek, humanoid Ironman armors painted red, green, and blue rose from the deck on automated platforms. A 4th hatch opened beside them, revealing the specially designed, high-tech Iron Duck exoskeleton. Sugyuji! Luffy yelled, instantly diving headfirst into the open back of the red suit. The armor sealed around him with a satisfying clank, the eye slits glowing white. Chopper happily climbed into the blue suit, adjusting the internal mechanical joints to perfectly fit his small brain point form. Karoo squawked a brave battle cry, waddling into his Iron Duck armor. The metal plates clamped over his feathers, and he reached up with a wing to pull the tactical visor down over his beak. Usopp, meanwhile, was attempting to quietly tiptoe back toward the kitchen. Get in there, Longnose. Sanji laughed, grabbing Usopp by the collar of his overalls and effortlessly tossing him backward. The ship's automated mechanical arms caught the screaming sniper and shoved him firmly into the green suit, the backplate locking shut immediately. I changed my mind. I want to stay on the ship and guard the tangerines. Usopp's amplified voice boomed from the suit's external speakers, laced with sheer panic. All systems go. Luffy cheered over the comms, ignoring his sniper entirely. Let's dive. The four armored figures leaped over the heavy wooden railing in perfect unison, diving straight down into the ocean. The heavy, dense metal of the suits sank rapidly. Their repulsor boots automatically detected the water, switching from flight mode to hydrodynamic propulsion, pushing them deeper into the abyss. On the deck, Zoro leaned over the railing, watching the bubbles rise. Try not to get eaten by a bottom feeder, Captain. Geba Baba. Broggy roared with laughter, picking up a massive barrel of ale. A brave expedition. If a sea monster tries to eat them, they will give it terrible indigestion. As the dive team descended, the bright, sparkling light from the surface quickly faded, replaced by the dark, murky, oppressive blue of the deep sea. The pressure outside the suits mounted, but the internal cabins remained perfectly comfortable and dry. This is amazing. Chopper's voice crackled over the secure comms, filled with pure wonder. The headlights on the shoulders of his blue armor illuminated passing schools of vibrant, glowing fish. We used the suits underwater back in Jaya, but we never went this deep. There are so many strange fish down here. I am the king of the sea. Karoo announced boldly. He engaged his small lateral thrusters, doing a graceful, slow-motion barrel roll in the water, leaving a trail of bubbles behind him. It's too dark. Turn back. Abort mission. Usopp wailed, his green suit clinging tightly to Chopper's blue one, completely terrified of the open expanse. That sunken ship was scary enough, but there are definitely giant monsters down here. I can feel them staring at me. We're intruding in their domain. Look at that one. Luffy pointed a heavy metal finger into the gloom. Looming out of the murky darkness ahead was a shadow. It wasn't just a large fish. It was massive, easily the size of a 3-story building, gliding silently through the water currents. As the four suits aimed their headlights toward it, the creature was fully illuminated, and Usopp let out a terrifying, high-pitched shriek. It was a sea king. But it was completely, utterly bizarre. It had the long, sleek, serpentine body of an eel, covered in dark green scales. But its head, complete with massive, floppy ears, a twitching pink nose, and oversized buck teeth, belonged to a giant, terrifying rabbit. A rabbit monster. Usopp shrieked, his voice peaking over the comms. Why does the ocean have rabbits? The rabbit sea king blinked its massive, blood-red eyes, clearly disturbed by the bright lights shining from the strange metal objects. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp, completely un-rabbit-like, serrated teeth, and let out a gargling, watery roar that vibrated against the hulls of their suits. Shishishi. It's so cute. Luffy laughed, completely devoid of any self-preservation instincts. Luffy engaged his back thrusters, shooting forward through the water. He didn't raise his fists to punch the monster. Instead, he began flying in rapid, dizzying circles directly around the Sea King's massive, floppy ears, acting like a hyperactive metal mosquito. Luffy taunted, zooming left, then banking sharply to the right. The rabbit Sea King snapped its jaws, trying to catch the annoying red robot buzzing around its head. It missed, spinning its long serpentine body in a clumsy circle. Luffy laughed louder, boosting forward and deliberately poking the Sea King right on its twitching pink nose with his heavy metal finger. The Sea King's eyes crossed. A cartoonish vein throbbed on its furry forehead. It was officially annoyed. With a furious thrash of its powerful tail, the monster abandoned its casual swim. It opened its jaws wide and lunged directly at Luffy with full killing intent, churning the water into a frenzy. Uh-oh, Luffy blinked, hovering in place. He's mad. Luffy blasted his thrusters, pointing his boots toward the surface and shooting upward. Why did you poke it? Usopp screamed, firing his own thrusters to maximum capacity as the giant, angry rabbit chased them relentlessly upward, its jaws snapping just inches from his boots. This is exactly what I said would happen. You always poke the monsters. The rabbit sea king was fast in its natural habitat. It closed the distance rapidly, opening its mouth to swallow the green and blue armors whole. Chopper squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the impact. But before the jaws could clamp down, a flash of yellow and silver blurred past them. Kuro, realizing his friends were in mortal peril, entirely abandoned his usual cowardly demeanor. The spot-billed duck flipped his tactical visor all the way down. He tapped his webbed feet against the internal pedals of his iron duck suit, engaging maximum overdrive on his repulsor engines. Kuro didn't fly away. He executed a flawless, high-speed, expert pilot maneuver. He dove downward, accelerating straight toward the open maw of the Sea King. At the very last possible millisecond, Kuro pulled up, performing a tight, inverted barrel roll that completely buzzed the tower. He flew mere inches over the Sea King's nose, his repulsive jets blasting a blinding flash of light, and a shockwave of displaced water directly into the monster's sensitive red eyes. The Sea King recoiled, completely disoriented and temporarily blinded by the flash. It thrashed wildly, its momentum breaking as it lost track of its prey. "You saved us." Chopper cheered over the comms. Kuro saluted modestly, immediately boosting upward to join the retreat. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, Sanji was casually walking out of the kitchen holding a silver tray loaded with 3 glasses of perfectly chilled, mint-infused iced tea for Nami, Robin, and Vivi. "Ladies," Sanji smiled, preparing his smoothest greeting. "I have prepared a refreshing beverage to combat the midday heat." Suddenly, the ocean surface 100 yards from the starboard side of the ship exploded in a geyser of white foam. 4 metal suits shot out of the water like ballistic missiles, arcing through the sky and landing heavily on the grassy deck with loud, metallic clanks. "We're alive. The ground is so beautiful. I missed you, grass." Usopp wept, tearing his helmet off and literally kissing the lawn. "That was close." Chopper gasped, popping the hatch on his suit, and wiping sweat from his furry forehead. "What are you idiots doing now?" Zoro grunted, cracking open his eye from his nap against the mast. "I thought you were exploring." Before Luffy could answer, the ocean erupted for a second time, far more violently than the first. A massive shadow blocked out the sun, plunging the deck into darkness. The Rabbit Sea King breached the surface, roaring furiously, water cascading from its green scales. It towered high over the Thousand Sunny, its massive jaws wide open, fully intending to swallow the entire ship whole just to get to the annoying red robot that had poked its nose. "A monster!" Nami screamed, dropping her parasol. Zoro sighed heavily, standing up and grabbing the hilt of Shusui. "Stupid animals interrupting my nap. This is getting repetitive." "Hold up, I will take care of it." A booming voice called out from the bow. Frankie stepped to the front of the deck. He was wearing his usual unbuttoned Hawaiian shirt and Speedo, but his eyes were gleaming with pure excitement behind his sunglasses. "Let the shipwright handle the pest control." Frankie grinned, popping his knuckles. He just pulled his right arm back. In a fraction of a second, the liquid metal poured from his spatial pockets, instantly assembling a colossal, engine-powered mechanical fist the size of a small delivery van over his arm. The heavy exhaust pipes on the gauntlet roared, venting thick blue steam. Smack hand. Frankie planted his feet, and drove the massive, hydraulic-powered vibranium fist directly into the Rabbit Sea King's soft, exposed, furry stomach as it lunged downward. The impact was deafening. The giant rabbit's eyes bugged out of its skull comically, its floppy ears flying forward. The sheer blunt force trauma didn't pierce the tough scales, but it completely scrambled the monster's digestive tract, halting its momentum entirely. The Sea King gagged. It let out a bizarre, choking cough, hovering in midair. Instead of roaring, the Sea King violently vomited a massive torrent of seawater, half-digested fish, and kelp directly over the immaculate grassy deck of the Thousand Sunny. Nami shrieked in absolute horror, ducking behind the mast as a tidal wave of gross, smelling ocean garbage rained down around them. The Sea King, thoroughly humiliated, clutching its aching stomach, turned around mid-air and dove back into the ocean, swimming away as fast as its serpentine tail could carry it. Usopp wiped a slimy fish gut off the visor of his armor. "Frankie, you made it throw up on us. Now I have to clean this. Collateral damage, bro." Frankie laughed uproariously, the massive metal fist dissolving back into his skin. "But hey, I saved the ship. My defenses are flawless." "What is this?" Robin asked, stepping delicately around a puddle of smelly seaweed. She pointed gracefully at the center of the deck, where the largest pile of vomit had landed. Lying in the pile of soggy kelp, coughing up water and sputtering, were two very unexpected figures. One was a beautiful young woman with short, light green hair, wearing a bright pink crop top. But from the waist down, she didn't have human legs. She had the sleek, shimmering pink, scaled tail of a fish. "A mermaid?" Chopper gasped, his jaw dropping to the floor. The second figure was even stranger. It was a bright yellow, five-pointed starfish. But it wasn't just a starfish, it was wearing a Jamaican-style Rasta hat, a pair of cool sunglasses, and a tiny, brightly colored shirt. The mermaid coughed loudly, sitting up and rubbing her head, looking around in a daze. "Oh my goodness. I thought we were going to be digested for sure. Thank you for saving us." She tried to stand up, or rather, prop herself up on her tail, but the grassy deck was slick with seawater and slime. She slipped, letting out a sharp yelp, and fell forward. Sanji, who had dropped his tray of drinks the moment the Sea King appeared, instinctively rushed forward. He slid on his knees across the grass and caught her perfectly in his arms before she hit the deck. Sanji looked down. He saw the beautiful, innocent face looking up at him. He saw the light green hair. He saw the lack of human legs. He saw the pink fish tail resting across his lap. It was his ultimate dream. The legendary, mythical creature he had sought since he was a child reading the Encyclopedia of the Sea. Sanji's brain completely, utterly short-circuited. He didn't just blush. The real world faded away entirely. In his mind's eye, the wooden deck of the ship transformed into a magical, storybook cartoon paradise. Soft, golden light filtered through crystal-clear water. Friendly red crabs wearing tiny bow ties surrounded him, playing upbeat calypso music on steel drums made of clam shells. A chorus of blue lobsters harmonized perfectly in the background, singing a beautiful song about the wonders of the ocean floor and the legendary all blue. And in the center of it all, the mermaid smiled warmly at him. Sanji believed, with absolute certainty, that he had died and gone to heaven. Then, reality violently reasserted itself. Sanji's visible eye turned into a giant, pulsating, three-dimensional red heart. The blood pressure in his head skyrocketed past human limits. A geyser of blood erupted from his nose with the terrifying force of a high-pressure fire hydrant. The sheer, impossible hydrostatic thrust acted like a twin-engine jetpack, propelling Sanji backward out from under the mermaid. He didn't just fall over, he rocketed vertically into the air in a graceful, bloody arc. Sanji flew 50 feet straight up and crashed headfirst against the underside of the crow's nest observation deck, sticking there for a brief second before plummeting back down to the grassy deck, a goofy, blissful, entirely unconscious smile plastered on his face. "I have reached the all blue," Sanji whispered weakly to the sky, entirely dead to the world. "He's dead again," Zoro noted flatly, not even bothering to look up. "Geba bababa. The cook has a weak constitution for the beauties of the sea." Dory laughed loudly from the barrel he was sitting on. "Don't worry, he does this a lot," Luffy assured the terrified mermaid, walking over and crouching down beside her. "Are you a real mermaid? Do you poop?" Nami smacked him on the back of the head. "You can't ask a lady that. Have some manners." Before Nami could finish scolding her captain, a tall, skeletal figure in a black suit glided smoothly across the deck, tipping his top hat with absolute aristocratic grace. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. A real mermaid." Brooke cheered, his jawbone clattering in excitement. What a breathtaking, mythical beauty to grace our humble vessel. My heart is racing. Even though I do not possess a heart. Skull joke. Brooke bent down on one bony knee, gently taking Cammie's hand, and looking at her earnestly with his empty eye sockets. Excuse me, mademoiselle, may I see your panties? Cammie blinked, looking down at her sleek pink fishtail in genuine confusion. But I don't wear. Nami's foot connected squarely with the side of Brooke's skull, sending the musician rocketing across the deck and crashing heavily into the same mass Sanji was currently slumped against. She doesn't even have legs, you idiot skeleton. Nami roared, her teeth turning into sharp shark fangs, a demonic aura flaring around her. And stop asking that. I think my skull is fractured. Good thing I had new coating. Brooke groaned from the floor, adjusting his afro. The starfish stood up on two of its points, adjusting its sunglasses with a third, entirely unbothered by the casual violence. Yo yo yo. Watch your manners, humans. The starfish spoke, waving its point like an arm in a rhythmic, hip-hop motion. You are speaking to Cammie, the most beautiful mermaid in the sea. And I am Papag. Famous fashion designer, her master, and an all-around superstar. It talks. Usopp and Chopper screamed simultaneously, hugging each other in sheer terror. The starfish is talking. It's a monster. Of course I can talk. I'm a genius. Papag explained logically, crossing two of his points over his chest. I thought I was a human until I was a teenager, and by the time I realized I was actually a starfish, I had already learned the language. It's basic science. That makes absolutely zero sense, Zoro grunted, rubbing his temples. Cammie clapped her hands together, a bright, bubbly smile spreading across her face. Thank you all so much for rescuing us. That Sea King swallowed us whole hours ago. To show my gratitude, I'd love to treat you all to some takoyaki. My friend makes the best takoyaki in the whole wide world. It's delicious. Luffy's ears twitched. His eyes widened significantly. Takoyaki. Luffy drooled instantly, a waterfall of saliva pouring from his mouth. Free takoyaki. Cammie nodded enthusiastically. Let me just call him. He should be nearby in these waters. She reached into her small bag and pulled out a baby den mushi. She dialed a short number. BOLO. Cammie cheered into the snail's receiver. Some really nice pirates saved me from a monster. Can you make some takoyaki for them? There was a long, heavy pause on the other end of the line. The snail's face didn't look friendly or relieved. Its features contorted into a distinct, ugly, sleazy scowl. Jaya ha ha ha, a rough, cruel voice echoed from the speaker. Sorry, little mermaid. Your octopus friend is a little tied up right now. Literally. Cammie froze. The color drained entirely from her face. Macro. Is that you? What did you do to Hat Chin? We finally caught him. Macro laughed maliciously. The flying fish riders helped us out. We're gonna sell this six-armed freak into slavery at the Sabaody archipelago. He'll fetch a high price. If you want him back, you better come to our base. But we'll probably just catch you too and sell you as a set. Jaya ha ha ha. The line went dead. Cammie dropped the snail, tears instantly welling in her large eyes. Hat Chin, they took him. The macro pirates have been trying to catch us for months to sell us. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold, dangerous edge entering her calm voice. How incredibly distasteful. Slavers are the lowest scum of the sea, Vivi added, her grip tightening on her spear, her royal blood boiling at the thought of people being sold as property. Cammie turned to Luffy, clasping her hands together desperately. You're strong. You punched that Sea King away. Please help me save him. Luffy crossed his arms, looking completely, utterly serious. He tilted his head down, the shadow of his straw hat covering his eyes, considering the absolute gravity of the situation. He stepped forward and picked up the den mushy from the grass. He dialed the recall number. It rang once before Macro picked it up again. "I told you, mermaid, we're not." Luffy cut him off. He dropped his voice an octave, speaking in a gravelly, intense, hyper-serious tone that sent shivers down Usopp's spine. "I don't know who you are," Luffy growled into the receiver. "But I have a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over my lifetime of punching things. I will look for you. I will find you. And you will give me the takoyaki." Macro paused on the other end of the line, utterly terrified by the sheer intensity of the threat, but completely confused by the specific demand. "Tea takoyaki. I don't have any food, you psycho. I have the octopus. If the octopus doesn't make the takoyaki, I will punch your face into the shape of a boat," Luffy stated flatly, hanging up the snail with a sharp click. Luffy turned back to Cammy, his serious demeanor vanishing instantly, replaced by a wide grin. "Don't worry. We'll get him back. And then we feast." "Are you really declaring war on a slaver ring just for octopus balls?" Usopp sighed, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. Nami, however, was frowning deeply. She tapped her chin, looking at the silent den mushy. "Wait a minute, that name. A six-armed octopus. And the way that snail looked. Is something wrong, Nami?" Vivi asked, placing a hand on her friend's shoulder. "I don't know," Nami muttered, shaking her head slowly. "It just feels like I've heard a voice like that before. But I can't quite place it." "Who cares?" Luffy laughed, grabbing the helm. "Free food is free food. Point the way, Cammy." Cammy smiled through her tears, pointing toward a specific cluster of jagged rocks visible on the distant horizon. "It's that way. The Flying Fish Riders' base. Geba Baba. We shall smash their base into rubble." Dory laughed, cracking his knuckles. "Slavers have no honor." Frankie cheered, flexing his human-looking arms. "Let's go show these kidnappers what a real super ship can do. Avast ye, swabs," Mary announced over the loudspeakers, fully committing to the pirate persona. "Set a course for the slavers' den. We'll make 'em walk the plank. I hoist the colors." Sunny added cheerfully. "Prepare for broadside." Down in his soundproof lab, Ben wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. The intricate magical circuit glowed with a perfect, stable blue light. Flawless, Ben smiled to himself. He stood up, stretching his back. "I wonder what the crew is up to. It's been awfully quiet." He tapped his comms bead. "Mary, everything good up there?" All be well, Papa." Mary's cheerful, pirate-accented voice replied instantly. "We just parleyed with a mermaid and a talking starfish, and now we be sailing to sack a slaver base to rescue an octopusman so the captain can pillage some free octopus balls. Shiver me timbers, it be a typical Tuesday on the high seas." Ben stared blankly at the wall for 3 solid seconds. He blinked. "Right," Ben sighed, rubbing his forehead and turning the comms off. "I should probably go make sure Sanji hasn't died of a nosebleed." Chapter 165, Sabaody Archipelago 5013 words. The doors hissed open, and Ben ascended the grand spiral staircase to the main deck. The moment he stepped out onto the lush, manicured grass of the upper deck, the bright sunlight was strangely muted. A massive, translucent, hexagonal blue dome encased the entire upper half of the Thousand Sunny, bending the light around the ship. "Ahoy there, Papa!" A cheerful, synthesized voice rang out. Ben looked up toward the helm. Minnie, Mary and Sunny were standing on the control deck. Mary was wearing a tiny eye patch and a tricorn hat, while Sunny had a plush parrot perched on his shoulder. "Shiver me timbers, Papa has emerged from the bilge." Sunny cheered, saluting with a hook hand he had fashioned out of a coat hanger. "We be sailin' smooth, Papa. The ghost ship protocol be active." Stealth Dome is operating at 100% capacity, ye scurvy dog, Mary added, pulling down the brim of her hat. We be invisible to the naked eye. No bilge rat or scallywag can spot our colors as we approach the drop zone. Good work, you two, Ben chuckled, taking a sip of his coffee. Keep the pirate accents going, it builds character. Are we approaching the coordinates? Aye, Papa. Sonny pointed a small finger forward. Dead ahead on the starboard bow. Ben walked to the railing, looking through the translucent camouflage of the Stealth Dome. The ocean here was a vibrant, crystalline blue, dotted with coral reefs that breached the surface at low tide. But what lay ahead was not an island. It was a sprawling, ramshackle village constructed entirely on massive, rotting wooden stilts driven directly into the sea floor. Rickety wooden bridges connected dozens of dilapidated huts, floating docks, and rusty cages suspended over the water. It was the base of the macro pirates, situated in the waters just outside the Sabaody archipelago. On the main deck, the rest of the crew was gathered, casually preparing for whatever lay ahead. Dory and Bragi were sitting cross-legged in a circle with Oimo and Kashii. Geba Baba. I tell you, Oimo, you must put more weight into your heels when you swing the mace. Dory laughed, clapping his fellow giant on the back so hard Oimo coughed. I am trying, Dory-san. Oimo wheezed cheerfully. But human-sized physics are tricky. I feel like a leaf on the wind. You just lack balance, brother. Kashii teased, dealing a hand of oversized playing cards. A true warrior of Elbaf is sturdy regardless of his stature. Nearby, Princess Vivi was polishing the edge of her vibranium spear with a soft cloth. Karoo the duck sat beside her, meticulously adjusting the chinstrap of his iron duck tactical helmet with his wing. Are you ready, Karoo? Vivi smiled, giving the duck's neck a comforting pat. We might have to deal with kidnappers today. We cannot show them any mercy. Karoo saluted fiercely, puffing out his chest. We are approaching the target, Ben announced to the crew, his voice cutting through the casual chatter. Mary, drop the Stealth Dome once we clear the outer reef. Let them see us coming. Aye, dropping the cloak. Mary pulled a lever. The blue hexagonal grid flickered and vanished. The Thousand Sunny instantly materialized out of thin air, gliding majestically through the calm waters and sliding smoothly alongside the main wooden dock of the Stilt Village. The massive anchor dropped with a heavy splash. Luffy was the first one to the railing, leaning over with a massive, eager grin. Luffy yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing off the wooden huts. We're here for the takoyaki. Where is the octopus guy? The response was complete silence. The wooden docks were completely deserted. The doors to the huts were shut tight. A single, empty wooden bucket rolled lazily across a rope bridge, pushed by the sea breeze. There were no pirates, no guards, no bustling slaver activity. It's too quiet, Zoro grunted, resting his hand casually on the hilt of Shusui. He didn't even bother waking up fully, keeping one eye closed. Looks like a ghost town. Maybe they went out for lunch. Chopper suggested innocently, adjusting his pink hat. Slavers don't take lunch breaks, Chopper, Robin noted, stepping up to the railing with a serene smile. This is a classic ambush layout. They have funneled us into the center of their territory, minimizing our naval mobility while maximizing their high ground advantage from the huts. An ambush. Usopp shrieked, instantly diving behind Dory's broad back. I knew it. I told you this was a bad idea. We should have just gone to a restaurant for takoyaki. Floating in the water next to the ship, Cammy the mermaid and Papag the starfish looked around in confusion. Hat-chin. Cammy called out, her voice echoing over the water. Hat-chin, are you here? I brought friends to rescue you. Yo, Hat-chin. It's your boy Papag. The starfish yelled, waving a point like a hip-hop hype man. Come out, bro. We got the muscle to bust you out. In the center of the village, suspended from a heavy wooden crane directly over the water, hung a massive iron cage. Inside the cage sat a large, imposing figure. It was a fishman. He had 6 arms, a suction cup-covered torso, and the distinctive facial features of an octopus. He was sitting cross-legged, his head bowed, looking miserable. The octopus fishman muttered, looking up. His eyes widened as he saw the mermaid and the starfish swimming near the massive, beautiful ship. "You guys. You shouldn't have come here. It's a trap." Cammy cheered, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "You're okay." Hatchan smiled in relief, but then his eyes drifted upward. He looked past Cammy. He saw the polished atom-wood hull. He saw the majestic sun lion figurehead. And then, fluttering proudly in the breeze atop the main mast, he saw the Jolly Roger. A skull wearing a straw hat. Hatchan's face went pale. He rubbed his eyes. He looked again. He saw the rubber boy standing on the railing. He saw the green-haired swordsman. He saw the blonde cook and the orange-haired navigator. The straw hats. Hatchan gasped, panic seizing his 6 hearts. "What are they doing here? If they recognize me, they'll kill me. They'll turn me into a calamari appetizer." Hatchan frantically looked around his cage. He needed a disguise, and he needed one 5 seconds ago. Driven by panic, Hatchan inhaled deeply and aggressively squeezed his own cheeks. A massive cloud of thick, pitch-black octopus ink erupted from his mouth, completely covering his entire body, his face, and his clothes in a shiny layer of black slime. He quickly crossed his 6 arms, trying to make himself look as small and inconspicuous as possible. "There," Hatchan whispered to himself, shivering in the cage. "I am just a mysterious, blobby shadow monster. They will never know." Down on the deck, Frankie pushed his sunglasses down his nose, staring at the suspended cage. "Hey, mermaid," Frankie said loudly, his voice echoing across the quiet water. "Is that your friend in the cage?" "That's Hatchin." Cammy beamed. "The guy who just aggressively spit ink all over himself to hide his face." Frankie deadpanned. Cammy blinked, squinting at the cage. "Oh my gosh. Why are you covered in ink? Did the bad guys do this to you?" "Yo, that's messed up." Papag yelled, shaking a fist. "They painted him black." Frankie sighed heavily, slapping a massive, metallic hand against his face. "Are you two completely blind? He did it to himself. We literally just watched him do it. He's hiding from us." "Hiding from us?" Luffy tilted his head, leaning dangerously far over the railing. "Why would he hide? We're here to get his takoyaki." "Let me handle this," Sanji said smoothly, lighting a fresh cigarette and stepping up to the railing. He exhaled a long plume of smoke, a devious smirk playing on his lips. Sanji cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the cage. "Ink monster!" Sanji yelled. "We're looking for a guy named Hatchan. We heard he used to run with a really pathetic, weak pirate crew in the East Blue. What were they called again?" "The Arlong Pirates." "Yeah, I heard their swordsman was an absolute joke who got sliced up by a guy with 3 swords. Inside the cage, the black ink covering Hatchan's face began to boil with indignant rage. "I was not a joke." Hatchan roared, completely forgetting his disguise as he leaped to his feet, grabbing the bars of the cage with all 6 hands. "I was the second strongest swordsman on the crew. My 6-sword style was fearsome, you stupid cook." Hatchan froze. He realized what he had just said. He realized who he had just yelled at. Slowly, the black ink began to drip off his face, revealing his distinctive octopus features, the star-shaped suction cups on his forehead, and the horrified expression of a man who had just dug his own grave. "Oops," Hatchan squeaked. The silence on the deck of the Thousand Sunny was absolute. Sanji slowly took the cigarette out of his mouth. Zoro's eyes had a cold, sharp glint of recognition flashing within it. Usopp pushed his goggles up, his jaw dropping. But it was Nami who reacted the strongest. The navigator stood perfectly still, Her hands, which had been resting casually on her hips, slowly dropped to her sides. Her eyes widened, the vibrant brown irises darkening as suppressed memories surfaced. She saw the towering walls of Arlong Park. She felt the cold, heavy chains of the mapping room. She remembered the laughter of the fishmen as they terrorized Kokoyasi village, laughing while her adoptive mother, Belmir, bled out in the dirt. And she remembered the six-armed octopus who had stood beside Arlong, enforcing his cruel reign. Her physical strength was vastly different now. Thanks to Ben's animal serum, which made her a formidable fighter. But the emotional scars from her childhood didn't care about enhanced agility or shock immunity. Hat-chan, Nami whispered, her voice trembling slightly, devoid of its usual fiery confidence. Cammy swam happily toward the ship, oblivious to the sudden, suffocating tension. You guys know each other. That's so wonderful. This makes rescuing him even better. We are not his friends, Zoro stated. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the air like a razor blade. He didn't draw a sword, but the sheer, oppressive weight of his presence made the very air around him feel heavy. Cammy stopped swimming. Her smile faltered. What do you mean? He was an officer of the Arlong pirates, Sanji added, his tone equally frigid. They occupied Nami-san's home. They murdered her family. They enslaved her for 8 years. Papag's jaw dropped behind his sunglasses. Seriously? We came here for takoyaki, Zoro grunted, turning his back on the cage. We aren't lifting a finger to help a bastard from Arlong's crew. Let him rot in that cage. Hat-chan lowered his head, gripping the iron bars. He didn't argue. He didn't beg. He knew he deserved their hatred. It's okay, Cammy, Hat-chan called out softly, his voice thick with regret. They have every right to hate me. I did terrible things. Just take Papag and swim away. Don't worry about me. Cammy cried, tears spilling down her cheeks. She looked up at the straw hats, desperate. I know he did bad things in the past. But he's different now. He saved me. He took care of me. He's a good person. People don't change that easily, Usopp muttered, looking away. Nami stood frozen at the railing. Her heart was hammering in her chest. The anger she held for Arlong and his crew was still there. She looked at Hat-chan in the cage, remembering him laughing with the others. But then, she looked at Cammy. She saw the mermaid sobbing, desperately trying to protect her friend. She saw the genuine love in Cammy's eyes. Nami took a slow, shuddering breath. She closed her eyes. If you ever find yourself stuck in the middle of the sea, I'll sail the world to find you. The lyrics of the song Mary had sung in the garden echoed in her mind. She thought of her own crew. She thought of Robin, who had once been an enemy, an officer of Baroque works who had nearly destroyed Vivi's country. She thought of Frankie, who tried to attack them. They had all done bad things. But they had chosen to be better. They had chosen to save each other. Nami opened her eyes. The anger was still there, but the blinding hatred was gone. Luffy, Nami said softly. Luffy, who had been watching her silently, waiting for her command, tilted his head. We're saving him, Nami stated, her voice steady and resolute. Zoro paused. He looked over his shoulder at the navigator. Sanji raised an eyebrow. Are you sure, Nami-swan? Sanji asked gently. He's an idiot, Nami sighed, resting her hand on her climatact. And I haven't forgiven Arlong. But Cammy is our friend. And if she says he's a good person now, I'll trust her. Nami-san. Vivi murmured, placing a supportive hand on her shoulder. Karoo nodded vigorously. Cammy wept openly, clasping her hands together. Thank you. Thank you so much. Luffy cheered, slamming his fists together. We're saving the octopus. How touching, a loud, grating voice echoed from the wooden balconies of the stilt houses. But you won't be saving anyone. From the shadows of the huts, three bizarre figures stepped out into the sunlight. The leader was a massive, incredibly ugly fishman with long, stringy hair, and a face that looked like it had been hit with a frying pan. This was Macro. Beside him stood Gyro, a pop-eyed fishman with a strange, perpetually shocked expression, and Tansway, an arowana fishman who looked like he was constantly out of breath. "We are the Macro pirates." Macro sneered, crossing his arms. "And we just caught the jackpot. A mermaid right in our own front yard." Before anyone could react, Macro threw a specialized, heavy-duty weighted net from the balcony. The net sailed through the air and splashed perfectly over Cammy and Papag. The heavy lead weights instantly dragged them beneath the surface of the water. Cammy screamed just before she was pulled under. Hatchan roared from his cage, rattling the iron bars frantically. "Let her go, Macro. Your fight is with me." "Jaya ha ha ha. You're already our prisoner, you six-armed freak." Macro laughed maliciously. "We're gonna sell this mermaid at the Sabaody auction house. She'll fetch a fortune." Luffy's expression darkened. The playful captain vanished, replaced by the serious fighter who had dismantled Eni's lobby. "You guys," Luffy growled, his voice dropping an octave, "are really starting to piss me off. Take M down." Macro commanded, raising a hand. Flying fish riders, attack. The seemingly empty, quiet ocean around the stilt village suddenly erupted in a cacophony of roaring engines and splashing water. Dozens of massive, muscular flying fish burst from beneath the waves. But these weren't normal fish. They were saddled, equipped with handlebars, and being piloted by heavily armored thugs wearing leather jackets and goggles. The fish didn't just jump, they flew, gliding through the air with terrifying speed and agility, functioning exactly like biological jet skis. They swarmed the Thousand Sunny, circling the ship like a flock of angry hornets. "Intruders detected." Sunny's voice boomed over the intercom. "Papa, should I deploy the offensive countermeasures?" "Hold the lasers, Sunny," Ben instructed, leaning casually against the railing. "We don't want to accidentally fry the mermaid in the crossfire." "Mary, defensive protocol." Aye, Papa." Mary cheered from the helm. "Raise the deflector shields, ye scurvy dogs." The massive, blue, translucent Wakandan-style shield dome instantly materialized over the Thousand Sunny. The flying fish riders, moving too fast to adjust their trajectories, slammed face-first into the energy barrier. Rider after rider crashed hilariously into the invisible wall, sliding down the dome like bugs on a windshield before falling into the ocean with pathetic splashes. "What is that?" Macro yelled, his eyes bugging out. "They have an invisible wall. They're using magic." Gyro cried in a panic. Inside the dome, Luffy wasn't looking at the attackers with anger anymore. His eyes were once again massive, shining stars. He was staring at the flying fish gliding around the barrier. "Flying fish!" Luffy screamed, vibrating with excitement. "They're riding bikes made of fish. I want one. I want to ride a fish." "Luffy, no." Usopp yelled, grabbing Luffy's waist. "We are in the middle of a battle. You can't just steal the enemy's mount for a joyride." "I can and I will." Luffy roared. He didn't stretch his arms. He simply bent his knees and launched himself straight up, phasing flawlessly through the one-way energy shield. Ben had designed it to let friendly forces exit while blocking incoming threats. Luffy shot into the air like a rocket, perfectly intercepting a flying fish rider mid-glide. "Gomu Gomu no." Luffy grabbed the terrified rider by the leather jacket, yanked him out of the saddle with terrifying strength, and hurled him into the ocean. Luffy dropped gracefully into the empty saddle, grabbing the handlebars. Luffy cheered, violently twisting the handlebars. The flying fish, highly confused by its new, much heavier, rubbery rider, banked sharply to the left. Luffy didn't know how to steer it. He just leaned his weight around, turning the biological jet ski into a chaotic, erratic missile. He zoomed past the Sunny, doing unintentional barrel rolls, flying upside down, and screaming with joy as he narrowly missed crashing into a wooden hut. He's a menace. Macro screamed from the balcony, terrified by the chaotic flying pirate. Squad leader. Initiate dive protocol. Take him underwater. Copy that, a rider yelled into a wrist communicator. All units, dive. Take the rubber boy down to Davy Jones. The entire flock of flying fish, including the one Luffy was riding, immediately banked their wings and plunged directly toward the ocean surface. Wait, what? Luffy blinked, looking down at the rapidly approaching water. Luffy yanked on the handlebars, but the fish was trained to obey verbal commands from its masters. It ignored him entirely. Luffy and the flying fish slammed into the ocean, diving deep beneath the surface. Usopp screamed from the deck, grabbing his head. He's a hammer. He can't swim. Captain overboard. Chopper shrieked. I'll save you, Luffy. Without a second thought, Chopper launched himself over the railing, diving headfirst into the ocean. Chopper, you're a devil fruit user too, you idiot. Zoro roared, face-palming so hard it sounded like a gunshot. A polite, hollow voice echoed from the upper deck. Brook, standing near the library doors, had watched the entire sequence of events. As the newest member of the crew, he wanted to prove his worth and protect his new family. Fear not. Brook declared majestically, drawing his cane sword. I, Brook, shall rescue our beloved captain and our esteemed doctor. With a theatrical, heroic leap, the tall skeleton vaulted over the railing, soaring gracefully through the air toward the water. Brook, you ate a fruit too, you moron. Sanji screamed, pulling at his hair in absolute disbelief at the collective stupidity of his crewmates. Below the surface, the situation was comically dire. Luffy was slowly sinking, bubbles escaping his mouth as he twitched helplessly. Beside him, Chopper was sinking slightly faster, his hooves flailing in slow motion. And right next to them, Brook was sinking like a literal stone, since he had zero body fat or lungs to provide buoyancy. 3 devil fruit users. Sinking in perfect unison. Unbelievable, Frankie groaned, rubbing his metallic face. I'll get them, Nami sighed, slipping off her high heels. Frankie and Nami dove into the water. Thanks to his cyborg enhancements, Frankie swam with the speed of a torpedo, easily grabbing Luffy and Brook by their collars. Nami, however, did not just swim. Her body adapted instantly to the aquatic environment. Moving with a sleek, effortless agility that far surpassed normal human limits, she rocketed into the deep water, quickly catching up to Chopper and grabbing him by his horns. The deep dive was entirely natural to her altered biology. They surfaced a minute later, tossing the 3 paralyzed, coughing idiots onto the grassy deck. I have no lungs to fill with water, but I still felt like I was drowning. Brook coughed, sputtering salt water. Skull joke. You 3 are banned from the ocean. Nami scolded, wringing out her orange hair. Now that the comedy routine is over, Zoro said, casually drawing Shusui. The black blade gleamed in the sunlight. I believe we have a mermaid to save. Zoro didn't jump off the ship. He simply swung his sword from the deck. 108-pound phoenix. A compressed, spiraling blade of purple-black hockey shot from the sword. It flew across the water and struck the massive iron chain holding Hachen's cage suspended in the air. The chain shattered like brittle glass. The cage plummeted downward, smashing into the wooden dock below. The impact warped the iron bars, popping the door wide open. Hachan stumbled out of the cage, rubbing his bruised head. He looked up at the Sunny, locking eyes with Zoro. You freed me, Hachan gasped in disbelief. I just cut a chain, Zoro grunted, sheathing his sword. What you do now is your business, octopus. Hachan didn't need to be told twice. The guilt, the shame, and the burning desire to protect Kami flooded his 6 hearts. He turned toward the balcony where Macro, Gyro, and Tansui stood in shock. Hachan roared, drawing his 6 heavy cutlasses from his belt. "You touched Cammy!" Macro yelled, drawing a massive harpoon. Hatchon didn't just attack, he exploded. He leaped from the dock to the balcony with astonishing speed, his 6 arms becoming a blur of steel. Rokutoryu, Teiko Tsubo no Kami. 6 sword style, octopus pot stance. Hatchon parried Macro's harpoon with 2 swords, deflected Gyro's incoming net with 2 more, and used his final 2 swords to deliver a brutal, synchronized double uppercut with the flat of his blades directly under their chins. The 3 Macro pirates were launched high into the air, spinning comically before crashing through the thatched roof of their own stilt house. "He's actually pretty strong," Usopp noted, genuinely surprised. "He was an officer of Arlong for a reason," Sanji muttered. Hatchon immediately dove into the water, slicing through the heavy lead net that had trapped Cammy and Papag. He pulled the gasping mermaid and the sputtering starfish to the surface, lifting them safely onto the wooden dock. Cammy cried, hugging his neck tightly. "You saved us." "I'm sorry, Cammy," Hatchon wept, hugging her back with 3 arms while patting Papag with a 4th. "I'm so sorry I let you get captured." Their heartwarming reunion, however, was interrupted. A lone flying fish rider, who had avoided the shield dome earlier, had circled high above the village. Seeing the traitorous octopus freed, the rider gunned his mount, diving straight down toward the dock with a heavy iron harpoon raised. "Die, traitor!" the rider screamed. Hatchon looked up, his eyes widening. He was too slow to raise his swords in time. He threw himself over Cammy and Papag, preparing to take the lethal blow in his back. A golden, fiery streak blurred across the sky. Princess Vivi, fully transformed into her magnificent, radiant Simurgh hybrid form, descended like an avenging angel. Her golden-orange wings flared brilliantly, blinding the rider for a fraction of a second. Sonic Spear, Pierce. Vivi didn't aim for the moon. She drove her vibranium spear directly into the wooden saddle of the flying fish, severing the leather straps and the steering mechanism in a single, flawless strike. The rider was thrown violently from the saddle, tumbling across the wooden docks while his fish happily flapped away, free from its burden. Vivi landed softly between Hatchon and the fallen rider, her blue and purple tail feathers floating elegantly in the air. She leveled the tip of her humming spear at the groaning thug. "This village is now under the protection of the Straw Hats," Vivi declared, her voice carrying the absolute, uncompromising authority of a royal commander. "Any further hostilities will be met with lethal force." The rider took one look at the glowing, mythological birdwoman holding a high-tech spear to his throat and instantly fainted from sheer terror. Back on the ship, Brook watched the display of power with empty, awestruck eye sockets. He saw Zoro's casual, devastating slash. He saw the princess's divine speed. He saw the cyborg and the navigator rescue the captain. They are also incredibly strong, Brook thought, gripping his cane sword. I am the newest member of this crew. I cannot simply stand back and be a spectator. I must contribute to this victory. Brook stepped forward, walking gracefully to the very edge of the railing. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, he reached into his black suit and pulled out a beautifully polished, elegant wooden violin and a bow. "Attention, foul brigands!" Brook announced loudly, his voice echoing across the water. "I, Brook the Soul King, shall serenade you into submission." The remaining flying fish riders, who were circling the perimeter looking for an opening in the shield dome, paused. They looked at the skeleton standing on the railing with a violin. "Is he going to play us a song?" a rider asked, bewildered. "Nemuriota flank." Lullaby Perry, Brook placed the violin under his jaw. He drew the bow across the strings. He didn't play a fast, aggressive battle anthem. He played a slow, hauntingly beautiful, incredibly soothing lullaby. The melody drifted across the water, carrying a subtle, hypnotic resonance that vibrated directly into the inner ear. The effect was instantaneous and widespread. Out on the water, the flying fish riders suddenly stopped revving their engines. Their eyes grew heavy. They slumped forward over their handlebars, snoring loudly. The flying fish themselves blinked slowly, their fins drooping as they, too, fell into a deep, peaceful slumber, splashing gently onto the ocean surface. "It's working." Usopp cheered. He put the whole squad to sleep. "That's our musician," Chopper added, clapping his hooves. But Brook's attack was not a targeted spell. It was an area of effect lullaby. Luffy, who had just recovered from his near-drowning experience, instantly collapsed onto the grassy deck, a snot bubble expanding from his nose. Chopper fell over backward, snoring softly, a blissful smile on his furry face. Even Oimo and Kashii, despite their giant fortitude, found their eyelids drooping uncontrollably until they slumped against the main mast, fast asleep. "Brook, you idiot. You're putting half the crew to sleep," Sanji roared, violently pinching his own leg to stay awake. "My deepest apologies," Brook gasped, abruptly stopping the music. He tucked the violin away. "I am still calibrating the acoustic radius. But fear not. I shall finish the job." Brook leaped gracefully from the railing of the Thousand Sunny. He didn't activate a jetpack or wings. He landed lightly on the surface of the water, his dress shoes making a soft patter sound. He immediately broke into a high-speed sprint, his long, bony legs churning furiously as he literally ran across the top of the ocean, defying gravity through sheer lack of mass and incredible velocity. Yahazagiri. Aeronaut / Brook became a black and white blur. He ran past the sleeping flying fish riders bobbing in the water. He didn't cut them deeply, he simply executed precise, lightning-fast strikes that shattered their weapons and sliced their leather jackets, neutralizing their threat without lethal force. He moved like a phantom, effortlessly gliding over the water and disarming the entire enemy squad in seconds before leaping onto a nearby wooden dock and striking a flawless, sheathing pose. "It is done," Brook announced smoothly. Suddenly, a loud, panicked shout echoed from the sky above the village. "Wake up, you stupid fish!" Everyone looked up. Luffy, who had somehow managed to sleepwalk, jump, and hijack another flying fish mid-air during the lullaby, was currently plummeting toward the village. The fish he was riding was completely, utterly fast asleep, its eyes closed and a tiny snot bubble on its snout, dropping like a stone. "He's going to crash!" Usopp shrieked. Nami yelled. Luffy and the sleeping fish plummeted downward, crashing spectacularly through the thatched roof of the largest stilt hut in the center of the macro base. Crash. Dust, straw, and wooden splinters exploded from the hut. The crew tensed, waiting for Luffy to emerge. Inside the ruined hut, the dust slowly cleared. Luffy pushed the heavy, snoring flying fish off his chest, coughing and waving his hand to clear the air. That was a bad landing," Luffy muttered, dusting off his red shirt. He looked up. Standing in the center of the room, looking absolutely furious, was a very large man wearing a heavy leather jacket and riding boots. The man was holding a massive, multi-barreled harpoon gun. He wore an iron mask shaped like a visor, completely hiding his face. This was Duval, the leader of the Flying Fish Riders, who was currently unmasked. Duval growled, his voice muffled by the iron mask. His hands shook with uncontrollable rage. "You Straw Hat pirates, you just crashed through my roof. You ruined my base. You made a mockery of my flying fish." Luffy stared at the man's unmasked face. Luffy blinked once. He blinked twice. He rubbed his eyes. He leaned forward, squinting extremely hard in the dusty light of the ruined hut. Luffy asked, tilting his head. "What are you doing in here?" "We're all fighting outside." Chapter 166, Sabaody Archipelago 4726 words, Luffy called out brightly, completely oblivious to the fact that the man's entire facial structure was fundamentally different from his cook's. "What are you doing in here?" "We're all fighting outside." Duval's eyes bulged out of his head. The absolute, unadulterated disrespect of a home invader crashing through his ceiling, and casually calling him by a random name was the final straw. Duval roared, his voice cracking like a whip. Spit flew from his thick lips. Who the hell is Sanji? I am Duval. You crashed through my roof. You destroyed my headquarters. Do you know how much this mahogany desk cost? Why are you so mad, Sanji? Luffy asked thoughtfully, placing a hand on his chin. Did Zoro eat your secret fridge snacks again? I am not Sanji. And I don't have a secret fridge. Duval screamed, completely losing his mind. He didn't hesitate. Duval grabbed the massive, multi-barreled, steampunk-looking harpoon gun resting against the wall. He aimed the heavy weapon directly at the rubber captain's chest. I'm going to mount your head on my wall. Duval pulled the trigger, firing 3 heavy, jagged iron harpoons tipped with what looked like extremely painful scorpion venom. They shot through the dusty air with the force of cannonballs. Luffy saw the trajectories of the harpoons before Duval even squeezed the trigger. Moving with a lackadaisical, effortless grace, Luffy casually leaned his torso an inch to the left, letting the first harpoon sail past his ear. He bent backward at a 90-degree angle, the second harpoon whistling inches above his nose. Finally, he simply hopped lightly on his left foot, letting the third harpoon impale the floorboards right where his right foot had just been. Whoa, Sanji! Luffy gasped, his eyes wide. Why are you attacking me? Are you sleepwalking again? Did Zoro say something mean to you? Stop calling me Sanji. Duval wailed, tears of utter frustration streaming down his melting potato cheeks. He threw the heavy harpoon gun aside, drawing a massive, rusty machete from his belt. I'm going to chop you to pieces. Duval charged, swinging the machete wildly in a wide, horizontal arc. Okay, you definitely need a nap, Luffy decided, concluding that his cook had completely lost his mind to a strange spell or amnesia. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy didn't throw a punch. He stretched both of his arms out wide, his rubber limbs elongating rapidly across the room. As Duval swung the machete, Luffy's arms shot forward, bypassing the blade entirely. Snake burrito. Luffy's arms wrapped around Duval's torso, arms, and legs, coiling around him 3, 4, 5 times like a massive, flesh-toned anaconda. Before Duval could even register what was happening, Luffy snapped his arms back, yanking the massive biker toward him, and tying his own hands into a tight, inescapable knot behind Duval's back. Duval was instantly immobilized, trapped tightly in a rubber cocoon, completely unable to move an inch. Let me go. Let me go, you demon. Duval shrieked, squirming furiously and kicking his booted feet uselessly against the floorboards. I will have my revenge. It's okay, Sanji. I've got you. Luffy said soothingly, patting Duval on his ridiculously swirly eyebrow. I'm going to take you to Chopper. He has medicine for crazy people. I am not Sanji. And I am not crazy. Ignoring the muffled screams of his captive, Luffy hoisted the heavy, squirming burrito man over his shoulder. He bent his knees, his muscles compressing like springs. Luffy launched himself straight up, crashing back out through the very hole in the roof he had created minutes earlier. Outside in the courtyard, the dust from the brief but chaotic skirmish with the macro pirates was finally settling. The rest of the Straw Hats was gathered near the center of the ruined Stilt village. The enemy forces were completely neutralized, scattered across the debris, fast asleep thanks to Brook's lullaby or thoroughly beaten by the vanguard. Ben stood near the edge of the courtyard, adjusting his glasses as he conversed with Robin and Nami about their next navigational heading. Zoro was leaning against a broken stone pillar, his eye closed, while Sanji, looking immaculate in his tailored black suit, was elegantly lighting a fresh cigarette. The giants Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashii were laughing heartily, passing around a suspiciously acquired barrel of grog. Minnie, Mary and Sunny were comparing notes on their battle, and Usopp was currently regaling a completely terrified Karoo with exaggerated tales of his sniper prowess. Luffy plummeted from the sky, landing heavily in the center of the courtyard, kicking up a fresh cloud of dust. Luffy roared at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing with genuine, unadulterated panic. Medical emergency. Everyone get over here. It's an emergency. The crew instantly snapped to attention. Weapons were drawn. Hockey flared. Chopper, who was currently in his brainpoint form chatting with Vivi, let out a startled squeak, grabbing his medical backpack and sprinting toward his captain. "What is it?" Chopper yelled, shifting into his heavy point form for maximum medical lifting power. "Who's hurt? Did someone get poisoned?" The dust cleared, revealing Luffy standing in the center of the plaza. And slung over his shoulder, wrapped tightly in Luffy's stretched, knotted arms, was a squirming, muffled, leather-clad man. "It's Sanji!" Luffy cried, dropping Duval heavily onto the cobblestones. "I found him in that hut over there. He has total amnesia. He keeps saying his name is do something and trying to stab me. I think he forgot he's our cook." Duval screamed through the rubber limbs binding his jaw, his eyes bulging with rage. Chopper gasped. He dove right next to the squirming man on the floor, ripping his stethoscope out of his bag. "Oh my God!" Chopper shrieked, tears instantly cascading down his furry face. He pressed the stethoscope to Duval's chest, listening frantically. His heart rate is through the roof. He's in extreme distress. "Luffy, what happened to him? He must have hit his head really hard when he fell. The swirly eyebrow is on the wrong side. This is a medical nightmare." Chopper began shining a small penlight into Duval's wildly darting eyes. "Look at the light. Do you know what year it is? Do you know your name?" "I am Duval, you stupid raccoon." Duval roared, finally managing to wriggle his mouth free of Luffy's arm. "It's worse than I thought." Chopper wailed, clutching his head. The head trauma has caused severe dissociative identity disorder. He thinks he's a man named Duval. We need to operate. I need a bone saw to fix his jawline. A few yards away, the rest of the crew stood in absolute paralyzed silence. Nami's jaw hit the floor. Vivi blinked, her mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Frankie slowly lowered his sunglasses, staring at the scene in sheer bewilderment. Brooke, the new musician, simply tilted his skull, letting out a confused, "Yo-ho." And standing exactly 10 feet away from the medical emergency, completely unharmed, and looking incredibly handsome in his black suit, was the real Sanji. The cigarette dropped from Sanji's lips. It fell in slow motion, bouncing off the toe of his polished black shoe. The cook's visible eye widened until it threatened to take up half his face. The color drained completely from his skin, turning him a ghostly, chalky white. His soul, a small, blue, spectral flame shaped like a chef's hat, visibly detached from his body, and began to float lazily out of his mouth toward the heavens. Sanji whispered, his voice trembling with a level of psychological devastation that no physical blow could ever match. "They think. Luffy-san. Chopper-kun." Vivi yelled, waving her arms frantically and stepping forward. She pointed a finger directly at the paralyzed cook. "What are you two talking about? Sanji-kun is right over here. He's completely fine." Luffy and Chopper froze. They looked down at the squirming, ugly man on the floor. Then, they slowly turned their heads to look at where Vivi was pointing. They saw Sanji. Luffy looked back at Duval. He looked back at Sanji. A heavy, dead silence descended upon the courtyard. Slowly, simultaneously, Luffy, the real Sanji, and the tied-up Duval all raised their hands. They formed a perfect, equidistant triangle, aggressively pointing at one another. Luffy's brain was visibly smoking as he tried to process the visual glitch. Sanji was pointing in sheer, unadulterated outrage. Duval was pointing in absolute, frantic confusion. Robin, sitting gracefully on a piece of clean rubble, took a delicate sip of her tea. Perhaps, Robin mused aloud, offering a horrifyingly dark, scientific explanation with a serene smile. Sanji-kun underwent spontaneous cellular mitosis due to the extreme stress of the time chamber, resulting in an evil, deformed twin. Standard protocol for such dangerous anomalies usually involves incinerating both of them to prevent the mutation from spreading. Sanji's pointing finger trembled. Tears streamed down his pale face. Robin Chwan, no. Luffy and Chopper screamed in perfect unison, their eyes popping out of their heads on literal springs. There are two Sanjis. I am not Sanji. Duval sobbed into the cobblestones. At that exact moment, a low, rumbling chuckle broke the silence. Zoro had been leaning against a pillar, watching the entire exchange. A slow, deeply malicious, absolutely evil grin spread across the swordsman's face. He saw the opportunity of a lifetime, and he seized it with both hands. Zoro pushed himself off the pillar, and walked forward with an air of absolute authority. He crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head gravely. Don't listen to her, Chopper, Zoro said, his voice deadly serious, adopting the tone of a seasoned detective. Zoro, what are you doing? Nami hissed, sensing the impending disaster. Zoro ignored her. He pointed a firm finger at the ugly, squirming man tied up in Luffy's arms. Luffy is right, Zoro declared loudly, projecting his voice so everyone could hear. The one on the floor is the real Sanji. Just look at the swirly eyebrow. The blonde hair. The resemblance is uncanny. It's like looking into a mirror. Sanji's floating soul slammed back into his body. His chalk-white face instantly flushed a dark, volcanic red. What did you just say, you moss-headed bastard? Sanji roared, a golden, fiery aura of pure rage erupting around his body. Zoro didn't even flinch. He dramatically pointed his finger at the real Sanji. That man standing over there, Zoro shouted, imitating a panicked whistleblower, is a shape-shifting imposter. He's trying to infiltrate our crew by taking on the form of our beloved, incredibly ugly cook. Don't let him deceive you with his fake, smooth face. Chopper gasped, hiding behind Luffy. An imposter. Like a devil fruit user. Zoro nodded sagely. Beat the hell out of him and shove him off the ship. Usopp, never one to miss out on a world-class trolling opportunity, immediately stepped up beside Zoro. The sniper pushed his sunglasses up his nose, striking a divine, majestic pose. As God Usopp, my divine eyes see through all deception. Usopp bellowed, pointing his transforming bow at the real Sanji. Zoro is correct. My hockey sense is a dark presence radiating from that blonde imposter. The real Sanji is the one crying on the floor. Look at that pathetic, sad aura. Only our true cook could look that miserable without women around. You long-nosed freak. Sanji screamed, his patience snapping completely. Sanji didn't run. He literally ignited the air beneath his feet. Diable jam, flambeade shot. He launched himself across the courtyard like a flaming meteor, aiming a blinding, white-hot kick directly at Zoro's grinning face. Santoryu. Zoro laughed, drawing his swords in a blur of motion, fully welcoming the brawl. The collision between the flaming leg and the black blades sent a massive shockwave echoing through the ruined base. A huge, cartoonish dust cloud erupted in the center of the courtyard. Take it back, you uncultured swordsman. I am the epitome of masculine beauty. Sanji's muffled roar echoed from the dust. Admit it, cook. The resemblance is flawless. You're twins. Zoro laughed maniacally, the sound of clashing steel ringing out. I'll show you a flawless portrait. Collier shoot. Onigiri. Usopp, realizing he had just provoked a fight between two literal monsters, tried to quietly tiptoe backward out of the splash zone. And where do you think you're going, god of liars? A leg reached out of the dust cloud, hooking Usopp by the neck and dragging him violently into the melee. Jaya Weya. I'm sorry. It was a joke. Usopp's shrieks joined the chaotic cacophony of the brawl. The rest of the crew watched from the sidelines. Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashii slapped their knees, throwing their heads back in booming, earth-shaking laughter. Gebabababa. A fine brawl between crewmates. This is the true spirit of piracy. Minnie, Mary and Sunny pulled out a bucket of popcorn, happily watching the fight like a Saturday morning cartoon. I got 1,000 berries on Uncle Zorro, Sonny chirped, munching on popcorn. You're wrong, little bro, Mary says. Uncle Sanji has the power of pure, unadulterated vanity on his side. He's bloodlust. He takes this 1v1 no diff. Ben stepped forward. He didn't shout. He simply raised his hand, his eyes glowing with the golden light of the Thomas André template. Ruler's authority. The invisible, godlike telekinetic grip seized the three brawling pirates simultaneously. The dust cloud cleared instantly as Zorro, Sanji, and a heavily bruised Usopp were hoisted into the air, dangling 3 feet off the ground like misbehaving kittens held by the scruff of their necks. Put me down, magician. I haven't finished rearranging his face to match the ugly guy. Zorro grumbled, swinging his swords at empty air. Let me go. I need to kick him into the Skypiea. Sanji yelled, his legs churning. Thank you, Ben. You saved my life. Usopp wept, hugging his knees in midair. Enough, Ben said firmly, lowering them safely back to the cobblestones. He walked over to Luffy, who was still holding the squirming Duval. Luffy, unwrap him, Ben ordered. But he's the real Sanji. Luffy argued. He's not Sanji, Ben sighed. He's a mafia boss named Duval. He just happens to have blonde hair and a swirly eyebrow. Luffy blinked. He looked at Duval. He looked at the angry, smoking Sanji standing next to Zorro. The gears in his rubber brain finally clicked into place. Luffy punched his palm. I get it. You're just a really ugly guy who happens to have a swirly eyebrow. Luffy unraveled his arms, dropping Duval to the floor. My base is ruined. Duval wept openly into the dirt, pounding his fists against the stone. I was a respected man. I had a gang. But now my roof is gone, my flying fish are asleep, and I'm being bullied by a bunch of freaks. My life is a joke. Sanji, finally taking a good look at the weeping man's bizarre face, felt his anger vanish. It was replaced by a strange, chef-like sympathy. You've suffered enough just being born with a face like that, Sanji said softly, looking down at the man. It is a heavy burden to bear such a fundamentally flawed visage. Sanji took a deep breath. His leg glowed with a strange, precise, almost surgical aura. Stand up, Sanji commanded. Duval sniffled, looking up. Are you going to kill me? No, Sanji said, rolling up his sleeves. I'm going to fix you. I cannot allow anyone to walk this earth bearing a mockery of my hair color and eyebrow. Prepare yourself. This is going to hurt. Wait, what? Sanji moved like lightning. Parried shot. It wasn't a destructive kick. It was a rapid, blurring sequence of hundreds of microscopic, precision strikes. Sanji's foot acted like a sculptor's chisel, hitting Duval's face from every conceivable angle. He rearranged bone structure, smoothed out cartilage, and realigned the man's entire facial geometry through sheer, impossible martial arts plastic surgery. Bam 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 bam. With a final, spinning heel kick, Sanji launched Duval into the air, sending him crashing into a nearby wooden cart. The crew watched in stunned silence as the dust settled. Did he just kick him into a better person? Frankie asked, rubbing his metallic chin. Slowly, the man emerged from the rubble. He groaned, rubbing his face. But as he looked up, the crew gasped. The melting potato jawline was gone. The sausage lips were gone. The face that looked back at them was undeniably, disturbingly handsome. In fact, he was aggressively handsome. A literal, visible sparkling aura radiated from his skin. Duval ran his hands over his newly sculpted face. He found a piece of broken glass on the floor, and looked at his reflection. Well, Duval spoke. His voice had inexplicably dropped 3 octaves into a deep, sultry, highly dramatic baritone. He turned his head slightly to the side. An audible, high-pitched sparkling sound effect chimed out of nowhere, blinding everyone nearby. I'm beautiful. Duval gasped, striking a pose that radiated a newfound, blinding narcissism. Look at me. I am reborn. I am handsome Duval. He turned his head again, another sparkle perfectly reflecting the sunlight and temporarily blinding Usopp. Duval completely forgot that he was a terrifying mafia boss whose base had just been destroyed. He reached into his heavy leather jacket, instantly producing a small hand mirror and a black comb. He began aggressively styling his blonde hair. Hey you, Duval pointed a finger gun at one of his own bewildered gang members who was waking up nearby, flashing a blinding smile. Am I free tonight? Because I think I just stole my own heart. The gang member blushed furiously, completely confused. Duval strutted over to Ben, running the comb through his hair. Hey, magician, Duval said in his deep baritone, admiring his own reflection in Ben's sunglasses. You wouldn't happen to have any high-hold hair gel in that magic pocket of yours, would you? This masterpiece requires preservation. I'll see what I can do, Ben chuckled, conjuring a small tub of premium pomade and tossing it to him. He turned to Sanji, grabbing the cook's hands and shaking them violently. Thank you. Thank you. You gave me a new life. I owe you a debt I can never repay. If you ever need me, just call. The Rosy Life Riders are at your service. Just stop crying and go live your life, Sanji smirked, lighting a cigarette, feeling immensely satisfied that his vanity had been defended. With the ridiculous misunderstanding resolved, the atmosphere in the courtyard softened. From the shadows of a nearby ruined archway, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was Hatchan, the six-armed octopus fishman. He was covered in bandages from his earlier fights, looking incredibly nervous. He kept his head bowed, his hands clasped tightly together. Hatchan walked slowly toward the center of the group, stopping a few feet away from Nami. The crew quieted down. The tension returned, a different, heavier kind of weight. They all knew the history. They knew what Arlong had done to Kokoyasi village, and they knew Hatchan had been his officer. Hatchan didn't look up. He fell to his knees on the hard cobblestones, pressing his forehead directly against the dirt in a deep, traditional Dajiza bow. Nami, Hatchan's voice trembled, thick with shame and regret. I know words cannot erase the past. I know I stood by while Arlong made your life a living hell. I was a fool, blinded by loyalty to a man who only wanted to cause pain. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I don't deserve it. Hatchan's shoulders shook. But I want to say, I am truly, deeply sorry. For everything. I have spent the last few years trying to be a better person. Trying to make people smile with my cooking instead of making them cry with my swords. He choked on a sob. I am so sorry. Nami stood perfectly still. The wind blew her orange hair across her face. Her grip tightened on her climax. The memories of the blood, the tears, and the chains in Arlong Park flashed in her mind. She looked down at the trembling octopusman. She looked at Cammy the mermaid and Papag the starfish, who were watching from the sidelines with hopeful, pleading eyes. Nami took a slow, deep breath. She let it out. You're right, Hatchan, Nami said, her voice clear and steady. I haven't forgiven you. What Arlong did to my mother, to my village. I will never forgive that. And I won't pretend it didn't happen. Hatchan closed his eyes, accepting the harsh truth. But Nami continued, her voice softening just a fraction. Cammy trusts you. She risked her life for you. You risked your life today to try and protect her from the macro pirates. Nami crossed her arms. I don't forgive the pirate who worked for Arlong. But I'm willing to tolerate the octopus who makes takoyaki for his friends. So get off the floor. It's pathetic. Hatchan slowly lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. He looked at Nami, overwhelmed by the sheer, unimaginable grace of her words. Thank you, Hatchan wept, bowing his head one more time. Thank you, Nami. All right, enough of the crying. Luffy suddenly yelled, clapping his hands together. The heavy atmosphere shattered instantly under the weight of his infectious, boisterous energy. We saved the day. We fixed the ugly guy. The octopus is good now. You know what that means? Luffy pumped his fist into the air. Takoyaki party. Yeah, yeah. The crew roared in unison. A few hours later, the Thousand Sunny had left the grim, foggy ruins of the macro base far behind. The ship was cruising smoothly over the vibrant, sunlit blue waters of the Grand Line, officially setting its course for the Sabaody archipelago. The grassy main deck had been transformed into an absolute culinary festival. Hatchan, wearing a pristine white chef's apron and a headband, stood behind a massive, custom-built hot plate that Ben had magically expanded to accommodate the sheer volume required. This was no ordinary cooking. It was a martial art. Rokutoryu. Takoyaki hurricane. Hatchan roared. With his 6 arms moving in a mesmerizing, high-speed blur, Hatchan wielded 6 massive metal spatulas. He poured batter, dropped perfectly cubed pieces of octopus, sprinkled green onions and ginger, and flipped hundreds of spherical, golden-brown takoyaki balls with the precision of a master swordsman. Incredible technique. Sanji noted, standing nearby with his arms crossed, watching the 6-arm display with genuine culinary respect. The heat distribution is flawless. The crispness on the outer shell while maintaining a soft, molten core, it's textbook. It smells so good. Luffy screamed, sitting at the massive wooden dining table that had been hauled out onto the lawn. He was banging his fork and knife against the table like a wild animal. Meatballs. Octopus meatballs. Patience, Captain. Brook laughed, strumming a lively, upbeat sea shanty on his acoustic guitar, providing the perfect soundtrack for the feast. Good things come to those who wait. Though I don't have a stomach to fill. Order up. Hatchan yelled, spinning around and launching dozens of massive plates loaded with steaming, sauce-drenched takoyaki onto the table. It was absolute carnage. Luffy didn't use a fork. He simply stretched his arms wide, encircling an entire plate, and shoveled 50 takoyaki balls into his mouth in a single, unhinged motion. Shishishishi. Luffy cheered around a mouthful of hot food. Show good. Chopper, sitting on a high chair, carefully blew on a piece before taking a bite. His eyes widened into sparkling stars. It's so soft. And the sauce is sweet and savory. It's amazing. Usopp was dual-wielding chopsticks, treating the meal like a tactical operation, intercepting pieces before Luffy could steal them. The flavor is explosive. A masterclass in street food. Even the giants were getting in on the action. Dory and Bragi, sitting cross-legged on the grass, were eating takoyaki directly out of barrels Hatchan had filled for them. Geba Baba. A fine snack to accompany the ale. Dory laughed, tossing a handful into his mouth. Sanji tentatively picked up a piece with his fork. He took a bite, closing his eyes to analyze the flavor profile. Sanji's eyes snapped open. A look of profound, respectful awe crossed his face. The dashi, the tempura scraps, it creates a perfect umami balance. I hate to admit it, but this is world-class. Hatchan beamed, his 6 arms moving even faster as he flipped more batter. He looked over at the lounge chair where Nami was sitting under a parasol, gracefully sipping a glass of iced tea. Hatchan nervously scooped a few perfect, golden takoyaki onto a small, elegant plate. He walked over slowly, holding the plate out to her with a trembling hand. Hatchan asked tentatively, sweat beading on his forehead. Would you care to try some? I made sure not to use too much ginger, just the way you used to like it when you were little. Nami paused. She looked at the plate. The smell was undeniably intoxicating. She took a small wooden skewer, picked up a piece, and popped it into her mouth. She chewed slowly, her expression unreadable. Hatchan held his breath. Nami swallowed. She set the skewer down and picked up her tea, taking a slow sip. I still haven't forgiven you, Nami said, her voice cool and composed. Hatchan slumped slightly, his ears drooping. I understand. However, Nami added, a very faint, almost imperceptible smile touching the corner of her lips. She didn't look at him, keeping her eyes fixed on the ocean horizon. The takoyaki is delicious. I wouldn't mind another plate. Hatchan's eyes widened. Tears of sheer, overwhelming joy burst from his face like fountains. Yes, Nami. Right away. Hatchan cheered, spinning around and sprinting back to his hot plate, his 6 arms moving faster than the speed of light. I will make you 100 plates. The feast continued for hours. The sun began to dip low on the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the deck of the Thousand Sunny. By the time the final plate was served, the aftermath was a scene of utter, comical defeat. Luffy was lying on his back in the center of the grass, his stomach inflated to the size of a small hot air balloon. He couldn't move his arms or legs. He was just a spherical ball of pure, satiated rubber, letting out long, contented snores. No more. I can't. Chopper groaned, lying spread eagle on top of Luffy's massive stomach, looking like a stuffed teddy bear. Usopp was propped against the mast, his hand still clutching a chopstick, his eyes rolled back into his head in a food coma. Karoo the duck was lying next to him, his belly so full he looked like a yellow bowling ball with a beak. Even the giants, Dory and Broggy, were leaning heavily against each other, patting their stomachs with satisfied grunts. And lying flat on his back behind the hot plates, surrounded by empty bowls of batter and spatulas, was Hatchan. The 6-armed chef had literally cooked himself into unconsciousness, collapsing from sheer exhaustion trying to keep up with the ungodly, bottomless appetites of the Straw Hat Syndicate. Ben stood on the upper deck, leaning against the railing next to Robin. He held a cup of coffee, looking down at the chaotic, stuffed crew scattered across the lawn. They truly possess an infinite capacity for gluttony, Robin mused softly, a warm, genuine laugh escaping her lips. I am amazed the ship hasn't sunk from the sheer weight of the food they just consumed. They run on a different kind of physics, Ben chuckled, taking a sip of his coffee. He looked out toward the horizon, where the faint, hazy outline of massive, bubble-coated mangrove trees was just beginning to appear in the distance. Well, Ben smiled, adjusting his glasses. They better digest fast. Because our next stop isn't going to be nearly as relaxing. The Thousand Sunny sailed steadily onward, cutting through the waves as the Sabaody archipelago loomed on the horizon, ready for the next great storm. Chapter 167, Sabaody Archipelago. 35-43 words on the main deck. Nami stood near the railing, looking over a nautical chart with Cammy the mermaid and Hatchan the octopus fishman. The log pose is locked onto Fishman Island, Nami said, tracing a line on the map. But Robin mentioned that Fishman Island is located directly beneath the red line, 10,000 meters below the surface. How do we get the entire Sunny down to the ocean floor without the pressure crushing the hull? You need a coating. Cammy explained cheerfully, her pink tail splashing in the small pool Ben had fabricated for her on the deck. You have to get the ship coated in a special resin bubble. It encases the entire ship, allowing it to dive underwater while keeping the air inside perfectly breathable. A bubble? Nami frowned. Where do we get a giant bubble that can wrap around a battleship? At the Sabaody archipelago, Hatchan replied, pouring a cup of tea with 3 of his 6 arms. It's the final stop in the first half of the Grand Line before you reach the New World. The archipelago isn't actually made of islands, it's a massive forest of Eurycomen mangrove trees growing directly out of the ocean. The roots secrete a special resin that creates the bubbles. Hatchan smiled, setting the teapot down on the grass. And you're in luck. I actually know a person there who can coat the ship. He's an old friend of mine, an absolute master coating mechanic. Once we land and get settled, I promise I'll take you straight to him. It's the least I can do to repay you for saving me. That's perfect. Luffy cheered, pumping his fists. A bubble ship. Sabaody, Robin noted, closing her book as she walked over. It is also a notorious gathering place for pirates, bounty hunters, and nobles. With our current bounties, arriving there will be complicated. As if on cue, the voice of the ship's cheerful AI avatar echoed across the deck. Sunny called out from the helm, his holographic avatar waving a small flag. The Sabaody archipelago is dead ahead. The crew rushed to the bow of the ship. Rising from the ocean was a breathtaking sight. Massive, towering mangrove trees with thick, striped bark stretched high into the sky. Their roots were interwoven, creating vast networks of solid ground upon the water. Floating upward from the roots were thousands of shimmering, iridescent soap bubbles of various sizes, drifting lazily into the atmosphere. "It's beautiful," Chopper gasped, his eyes sparkling. "Look at all those bubbles." Luffy laughed, stretching his neck out to get a better view. "I wanna bounce on one." "Hold your horses, Captain," Ben said, stepping up to the control console next to Mary. "We are currently the most wanted crew on the sea. Sabaody is right next door to Marine headquarters. The moment they spot the Sunny's figurehead or the Jolly Roger, we'll have 3 admirals dropping in for lunch." Ben tapped a few commands into the console. "Activate the stealth dome." "You got it, Papa." Mary grinned, flipping a switch on her dashboard. Ghost ship protocol engaged. Entering silent running. A faint, blue hexagonal grid washed over the Thousand Sunny. In the blink of an eye, the massive battleship vanished from the visible spectrum, blending perfectly with the ocean and the sky. Operating under optical camouflage, the Sunny glided silently into the archipelago, weaving past dozens of docked pirate ships and marine patrol boats before settling into an isolated, quiet grove of mangrove roots designated as Grove 41. "Anchor dropped," Sunny reported. "We are secured and invisible." "Good." Ben turned to face the crew, who had gathered on the lawn deck. "The ship is hidden. But we still have a problem. We need to find a coding mechanic to prep the ship for the underwater journey. Which means we have to walk into the city. So we just wear disguises," Usopp said, pulling out a pair of fake mustaches. "I am a master of disguise. They will never recognize God, Usopp." "A fake mustache isn't going to hide a 3 billion berry crew, Usopp," Ben sighed. "Especially not when we have a talking reindeer, a cyborg, a skeleton, a mermaid, and an octopus fishman with us. We are walking anomalies." Ben stepped into the center of the lawn, a soft, iridescent blue light beginning to gather around his hands. "I will change our appearances entirely." Luffy was the first in line, vibrating with excitement. "Make me look cool, Ben. Like a samurai, or a guy with a giant meat sword." Ben raised his hand, channeling the transmutation magic. A pulse of soft, white light washed over Luffy. When the light faded, Luffy was gone. In his place stood a man wearing a bright orange martial arts gi with a blue undershirt and matching boots. His hair had exploded into massive, gravity-defying black spikes. "This outfit is so roomy." Luffy cheered, throwing a few practice punches and admiring his spiky hair. "I look like a martial arts master." "It suits your punching style," Ben smirked. Next, Ben pointed at Zoro. The magic washed over the swordsman. Zoro's green hair vanished, replaced by a head of incredibly messy, naturally wavy silver hair. He wore a black shirt, black pants, and a white yukata with a blue cloud pattern worn sloppily off one shoulder. The most striking change, however, was his face. His sharp, intense glare was gone, replaced by a pair of absolute, unbothered, half-lidded, dead fish eyes. Zoro blinked his new, lazy eyes. He looked down at his outfit. He slowly reached up and tugged at his wavy silver hair. A vein throbbed on his forehead. "Magician," Zoro growled, his voice flat. "Why do I have a perm? What is this fluffy nightmare? I look like a poodle that got struck by lightning." "It suits you," Sanji laughed, stepping up. "Make me look classy, Ben. A true gentleman of romance." The light hit Sanji. His blonde hair turned sleek and raven black, parted flawlessly to the side. He wore an immaculate, pitch-black butler's tailcoat, a silver pocket watch chain, and pristine white gloves. His visible eye glinted a subtle, demonic red. "Oh, this is sharp," Sanji grinned, snapping his white gloves and shooting a smug look at Zoro. "Very elegant. Notice the difference in class, perm head." "I'm going to shave your head next, butler," Zoro snapped. Usopp shoved his way forward. "Make me look like a leader of men." Usopp transformed into a tall, muscular man with spiky, electric blue hair. He wore a flowing red cape and a pair of massive, pointed, red triangular sunglasses. "Just who the hell do you think I am?" Usopp roared, pointing a finger at the sky, immediately overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated masculine energy of his new look. Chopper squealed, jumping up and down. The magic washed over the little reindeer. Instead of a furry mascot, Chopper was transmuted into a small, 7-year-old human boy. He wore a neat blue suit jacket, a red bow tie, and a pair of oversized, thick-rimmed glasses. Chopper took one step forward and immediately tripped over his own feet, face-planting into the grass. Walking on 2 long legs feels so weird. And where did my fur go? I feel naked. Frankie stepped up, striking his signature pose. The light hit the cyborg. He transformed into an incredibly tall, imposing figure wearing a long, dark trench coat adorned with golden chains. Frankie reached up to adjust the peaked cap on his head, but paused. He pulled harder. "Hey, this hat is pretty super, but why won't it come off?" "My hair is the hat." Vivi transformed into a fierce, beautiful warrior with long, flowing scarlet hair, wearing an elegant silver breastplate and a pleated blue skirt. "I feel ready for battle," Vivi smiled, admiring her armor. "It's surprisingly flexible." Nami's light orange hair grew longer and turned a bright, sunny blonde. She wore a simple blue and white top, with a ring of golden keys attached to her hip. "Oh, I like the keys," Nami noted, jingling them. "Though for some reason, looking like this makes me feel like I owe someone rent money." Then, Brooke stepped forward. "A disguise for a skeleton. How curious. Will you make me a different kind of skeleton?" Ben smirked and snapped his fingers. The magic enveloped Brooke completely. The bleached white bones vanished. Skin, muscle, and tissue rapidly formed over his skeletal frame. When the light faded, Brooke was a living, breathing human being. He was tall and lanky, wearing a sharp, fluffy dark green suit with a yellow shirt. He had a mop of dark, unruly hair and a very casual, laid-back expression. Brooke looked down at his hands. He saw skin. He felt the breeze against the hairs on his arms. "I have flesh," Brooke whispered, his voice trembling. He touched his own cheeks. He blinked his eyes. "I have retinas. I can see. Oh, the breeze feels so strange on my actual pores." "Excuse me, Nami-san, now that I have functional eyeballs, may I see your pan?" Nami, entirely reflexively, punched him in the back of the head, driving him straight into the deck. "I can feel pain." Brooke cheered from the floor, rubbing his head with a massive smile. "I feel alive. This is magnificent." "Thank you, Magician-san." Ben quickly turned his attention to the giants and the non-humans. Dory and Bragi were transformed into massive, overwhelmingly muscular human men, one with a spectacular blonde mustache and a tiny tuft of hair on his head, the other sporting dreadlocks and a butcher's apron. "Geba Baba. This body, it demands to be flexed." Dory roared. He and Bragi instantly ripped off their shirts, flexing their biceps so hard that tiny, inexplicable pink sparkles magically appeared and hovered in the air around them. Oimo and Kashiai were transmuted into towering, impossibly ripped men wearing flowing loincloths and ancient golden jewelry. They immediately leaned against each other, striking a series of bizarre, highly dramatic poses that seemed to defy anatomical joints. Hachon the six-armed octopus was transmuted into a very short, very old, bald human man wearing orange sunglasses and carrying a massive, heavy purple turtle shell on his back. I feel old, Hatchon grunted, rubbing a long, fake white beard. And why do I have the sudden urge to read inappropriate magazines? Cammy turned into a human teenager with long blonde hair, wearing a white and blue sailor uniform. This skirt is a bit breezy. Cammy blushed, pulling the hem down. Papag the starfish became a small, flying blue cat with a green backpack. I'm a cat. Papag shrieked, flapping his tiny white wings. I used to be a starfish. This is a biological downgrade. Where is my street cred? Kuro was turned into a massive, yellow, ostrich-like bird. He let out a strange, echoing wark. Instead of a quack, looking utterly confused by his own voice. All right, Ben clapped his hands, looking over the bizarre, chaotic assembly standing on his deck. The disguises are flawless. No one will connect this group to the Straw Hat Pirates. What about you, Papa? Minnie Mary asked, tugging on Ben's coat. Right, Ben said. He focused the transmutation magic on himself. Ben's silver-white pirate mane shortened and turned a pristine, sleek blonde. His unbuttoned floral shirt shifted into a sharp, immaculately tailored, three-piece mint green suit with a red tie. He looked entirely professional, calm, and impossibly handsome. Robin watched the transformation, a soft smile touching her lips. A very sharp look, Magician-san. It suits you. Ben turned to her, extending his hand. The magic washed over Robin. Her casual clothes vanished. Her hair remained a deep, rich black, but was styled differently, framing her face elegantly with a golden headband holding it in place. She wore a stunning, form-fitting black halter-neck dress with an open back, and a red rose pattern woven into the interior lining, paired with thigh-high black boots. She looked breathtakingly beautiful, radiating an aura of polite elegance mixed with absolute, deadly grace. Robin looked down at her dress, admiring the sleek design. An elegant choice for an assassination, or a stroll, she chuckled lightly. Minnie Mary, who was standing between them in her own simple pink dress with twin cone-shaped hair buns, Anya, looked up at Ben, and then up at Robin. Papa, Mary blinked her large, mechanical eyes, a bright, knowing smile spreading across her face. Are you taking Auntie Robin on a date? Ben didn't miss a beat. He smoothly reached down, lifting Mary effortlessly with his left arm. He planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. You are entirely too perceptive, my cute little spy, Ben laughed as Mary giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck. Nearby, Sonny, who had been transmuted into a small boy with white hair and a blue suit, Damien, crossed his arms and let out a loud, exaggerated huff. He puffed out his cheeks, looking pointedly away from Ben with a clear, pouty expression of jealousy. Ben chuckled again. He stepped over, lifting Sonny with his right arm, so he was holding both android children. He pressed a quick kiss to Sonny's cheek as well. You're cute too, Sonny, Ben smiled. Sonny's pout vanished instantly, replaced by a wide, embarrassed grin as he giggled and hugged Ben's shoulder. Ben set the two laughing kids back down on the grass. He turned his attention back to Robin, offering his arm with an easy, charming smile. Well, Robin, Ben asked politely. We have a beautiful archipelago to explore. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me into the city? Robin's blue eyes crinkled in amusement. A faint dusting of pink touched her cheeks, but she didn't hesitate. She stepped forward and gracefully looped her arm through his. I would be delighted, Robin replied softly. On the other side of the deck, Sanji bit down so hard on a handkerchief he had conjured that the fabric audibly tore. The cook, currently disguised as the slick demonic butler, was vibrating with a mixture of profound, unadulterated jealousy and utter devastation. He did it again, Sanji wept, biting his fist. The magician smoothly secured a date with Robinchuan before we even dropped the anchor. My heart cannot take this level of defeat. Sanji spun around, his red eyes locking onto Nami and Vivi, who were currently adjusting their new, magical outfits. Sanji instantly dropped to one knee, sliding across the grass until he was perfectly positioned in front of the two women. Nami Swayan. Vivi chwaaaan. Sanji swooned, clasping his white-gloved hands together. I beg of you. Allow this humble, heartbroken servant to escort you through the dangers of Sabaody. I will carry your bags. I will purchase your snacks. I will be your flawless, devoted butler. Nami looked at Sanji, then looked at Vivi. Nami smiled a very devious smile. Well, Nami noted, jingling her celestial keys. We do have hundreds of millions of berries to spend, and I plan on buying a lot of clothes. Having a pack mule would be very convenient. We accept your offer, Sanji-kun, Vivi giggled. Sanji's depression evaporated instantly. He shot straight up into the air, surrounded by a whirlwind of pink hearts. I am in heaven. I shall be the greatest pack mule in all of Sabaody. With the immediate social dynamics settled, Ben clapped his hands, turning to the rest of the crew. All right, we split into groups, Ben commanded, falling into his tactical role. Robin and I will handle our own business. Sanji, you are on protection and bag duty for Nami, Vivi, Chopper and Karoo. Stick to the shopping districts. Understood. Sanji saluted sharply. Luffy, Ben looked at the captain, who was currently shadowboxing in his new orange GI. You take Usopp, Brook, Cammy, Papag and Hatchan. Go hit the Sabaody amusement park first. Eat food, ride the rides but stay out of trouble. After you're done goofing off, Hatchan, lead them to your coding mechanic friend to get the ship arrangements sorted. Amusement park. Luffy cheered, pumping his fists. Let's go find the meat stalls. And the roller coasters. Usopp added, pushing his pointy red glasses up his nose. Leave it to me, Hatchan nodded, adjusting his heavy purple turtle shell. I know the way to the park, and I'll take you to my friend's shop right after. Zoro, Frankie, and the Giants, Ben finished. You guys hit the local bars, eat, drink, and enjoy the city, but keep a low profile. Yar days, Frankie muttered, pulling his cap down. Finally, some shore leave. Wait, who's guarding the ship? Usopp asked, adjusting his pointy red glasses. The stealth dome is active, and I've set the automated defense turrets to lethal, Ben noted dryly. If anyone finds the ship, they'll be vaporized before they can touch the paint. Let's all just enjoy a day off. With the groups assigned and their disguises flawless, the entirety of the Straw Hat Pirates disembarked the Thousand Sunny, stepping into the vibrant, bubble-filled streets of the Sabaody archipelago to enjoy their hard-earned rest, entirely unaware of the storm brewing high above the clouds. Mary Geos, the room of authority high atop the Red Line, far removed from the bustling, carefree atmosphere of Sabaody, the room of authority in Pangaea Castle was suffocatingly quiet. The five elders sat in their respective chairs. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The absolute failure of the Thriller Bark operation had severely bruised the pride of the world government. A golden den mushy rested on the low table in the center of the room. The face of Fleet Admiral Sengoku glared back at them from the receiver. The cover-up is complete, Sengoku's voice was a low, furious rumble. We have suppressed all information regarding Thriller Bark. But the fact remains, we sent an execution fleet, and the targets vanished into thin air. The magician, Saint J. Garcia Saturn said, his voice cold. His powers are far more powerful than our initial intelligence suggested. To extract an entire crew, and a battleship instantly, he is a dangerous threat. That is not our only problem, Sengoku continued, his tone turning grim. Bartholomew Kuma has gone missing. Saint Marcus Mars narrowed his eyes, stroking his mustache. Following the engagement at Thriller Bark, Kuma returned to his designated rendezvous point, Sengoku reported. After that we have lost complete contact with him. Saint Topman Warcury crossed his arms, his massive forehead creased in thought. Kuma is an obedient weapon. Vegapunk's programming guarantees his loyalty. He would not simply abandon his post. Hang up the line, Sengoku, Saint Ethan Baron v. Nustero ordered flatly. We will handle this. The connection was severed. Nustero immediately picked up a different, highly secure black den mushi. He dialed a classified frequency. This is Vegapunk. The voice of the world's greatest scientist echoed from the snail, sounding distracted by the background noise of machinery. Vegapunk, Nustero said, leaning forward. We have a situation regarding Pacifista Prototype 0. Bartholomew Kuma. He is unresponsive. Access his tracking module and locate him immediately. There was a brief pause on the line, accompanied by the sound of rapid typing. I cannot do that, Saint Nustero, Vegapunk replied, his tone shifting from distracted to deeply concerned. Explain, Saturn demanded. The signal is gone, Vegapunk reported. It didn't just fail due to distance or interference. Kuma is no longer connected to the network. He is completely off the grid. The 5 elders sat in absolute silence. To sever the control chips of a pacifista required a level of medical and technological genius that rivaled Vegapunk himself. It was a surgical impossibility for standard doctors. This is unacceptable, Mars stated, standing up and pacing the room. If Kuma returns to Dragon with the intelligence he gathered while operating as a warlord, the Revolutionary Army will gain a massive tactical advantage. He will not go to Dragon immediately, Nustero noted, his sharp eyes calculating the angles. Kuma is a man driven by sentiment. He surrendered his life to us for one reason alone. Warcury nodded, understanding the strategy. His daughter. Jewelry Bonnie. If Kuma is free, his first priority will be ensuring her safety, Saturn said, leaning on his cane. He will try to find her. Nustero picked up the black den mushi again. He did not dial Vegapunk this time. He dialed the direct command line for the elite assassination forces of CP0. Aegis Command. Standing by, a cold, modulated voice answered. We have a priority 1 target, Nustero ordered, his voice devoid of any mercy. Locate the pirate captain known as Jewelry Bonnie. Capture her alive. Understood. And if she resists, break her crew, Nustero commanded. Bring the girl to Mary Geos in chains. Once we have her, Kuma will have no choice but to surrender himself to us once again. The leash will be reapplied. The 5 elders sat back in their chairs as the order was given. The war with the Straw Hats had created a ripple effect, and the world government was moving swiftly to crush the rebellion before it could spread. Chapter 168, Sabaody Archipelago 3976 words. The Sabaody Archipelago was a sensory overload of vibrant colors, floating soap bubbles, and the bustling energy of 1,000 different cultures colliding in one massive mangrove forest. With the 1,000 sunny safely hidden, and their bounties concealed behind Ben's flawless transmutation magic, the Straw Hat pirates dispersed into the city to do something they rarely had the luxury of doing, acting like normal tourists. Grove 30, the shopping district in the high-end commercial sector of Sabaody, an elegant, raven-haired butler dressed in a pristine black tailcoat was currently performing a miracle of structural engineering. Sanji, effortlessly rocking his demonic butler disguise, was walking down the cobblestone street. However, you could barely see him. He was currently balancing a towering, teetering mountain of no less than 47 shopping boxes, bags, and designer boutiques wrapped in glossy paper. Nami Swan. Vivi Chuan. Sanji called out, his voice muffled behind the wall of cardboard, though a visible, throbbing red heart seemed to float above the boxes. I have secured the latest acquisitions. Where to next, my radiant goddesses? Walking a few paces ahead of him, entirely unburdened, were the 2 women. Nami, sporting her sunny blonde hair and a ring of golden keys at her hip, was aggressively reviewing a long receipt. Beside her, Vivi, disguised as a fierce, scarlet-haired knight in a silver breastplate and pleated blue skirt, was sipping a cold, bubble-themed fruit smoothie. Let's see, Nami muttered, her eyes scanning the storefronts. We've hit the shoe boutiques, the high-end jacket emporium, and the swimwear outlet. I managed to haggle that last merchant down by 60%. You were very persuasive, Nami-san, Vivi giggled, offering a piece of sky fruit to Kuru. The massive bird, currently transmuted into a bright yellow, oversized ostrich, happily gobbled it up. Though I think Sanji-kun might be reaching his physical carrying limit. Nonsense. Sanji's muffled voice echoed from behind the tower. If my beloved ladies wish to purchase the entire island, I shall carry the very earth upon my back. Just point the way. Good boy, Nami smirked, snapping her receipt book shut. All right, to Grove 35. I heard they sell maps of the New World currents. Mush, pack mule, mush. Sanji practically floated after them, the 47 boxes swaying precariously but never falling, perfectly balanced by the power of sheer, unadulterated devotion. Grove 40, the tourist taverns a few miles away, the atmosphere was significantly louder. Inside a massive, open-air tavern built into the roots of a mangrove tree, the local patrons were staring in absolute awe at the corner booth. Four towering, impossibly muscular men were engaged in a drinking contest that defied human biology. Geba bababa. Dory roared, wiping foam from a spectacular blonde mustache. He flexed his massive biceps so hard that tiny, inexplicable pink sparkles magically appeared and hovered in the air around his head. This blue sea liquor is sweet, but it flows like water. I barely feel a tickle in my stomach. Aye, Captain. Kashii laughed, his ancient golden jewelry clinking as he struck a bizarre, anatomically dramatic pose while slamming his empty barrel onto the wooden table. But the atmosphere is grand. To freedom. Broggy, wearing dreadlocks and a tight butcher's apron, clinked his barrel against Oimo's, who was matching Kashii's poses in a flowing loincloth. To freedom. The four shrunken giants roared, downing their drinks. Sitting at the head of the table, wearing a dark trench coat with a peaked cap that seamlessly blended into his dark hair, was Frankie. The cyborg crossed his arms, an empty bottle of premium cola resting in front of him. Yar days, Frankie muttered, pulling the brim of his hat down in a perfect imitation of a stoic tough guy. You guys are drinking that fermented garbage. Real men run on the crisp, refreshing bite of carbonation. It's a scientific fact. Broggy leaned over, squinting at the cyborg. You drink nothing but that fizzy syrup, Metalman. Where is the fire in your belly? The fire is in my chest reactor, big guy, Frankie smirked, tapping the glowing blue circle hidden beneath his shirt. But fine. Pass me a barrel. Let me show you how a super cyborg handles his liquor. Frankie grabbed a massive barrel of rum and drank it. That's got kick. Frankie yelled, striking a dramatic pose. Bartender. Bring US 30 more barrels. The night is young. The tavern erupted into cheers, the local pirates and bounty hunters happily joining the massive, bizarrely dressed strangers in singing a roaring, off-key rendition of Bink's sake. Grove 32, Sabayati Park. If the taverns were loud, the amusement park was an absolute riot. Sabayati Park was a wonderland of towering roller coasters, massive spinning teacups, and carnival games, all utilizing the island's unique floating bubbles. Luffy, currently disguised as a martial artist with gravity-defying, spiky black hair, and a bright orange GI, was vibrating at a frequency that threatened to shatter the sound barrier. Sugyuji! Luffy screamed, his eyes shining with massive stars as he looked at a colossal, bubble-themed drop tower. I want to ride that. And that one over there. Captain, please contain your excitement. Brook pleaded, leaning heavily on his cane. The musician had been transmuted into a lanky, living human with a fluffy dark green suit and a mop of messy hair. He looked incredibly cool and laid back, but his current demeanor was anything but. My heart cannot take this level of adrenaline. Even though I don't have a weight. I do have a heart right now. It's beating so fast. I'm experiencing cardiac anxiety. Don't be a wimp, Brook. Usopp laughed, striking a magnificent pose. He wore a flowing red cape and pointy triangular sunglasses, his spiky blue hair radiating absolute, unearned masculine confidence. Just watch God, Usopp. I shall conquer every ride in this park without batting an eye. Walking a few paces behind them were Kami, Papag, and Hatchan. Because of Ben's magic, they didn't have to hide. Hatchan looked like a short, bald old man with orange sunglasses and a massive purple turtle shell on his back. Papag was a flying blue cat with a green backpack, and Cammy simply looked like a blonde human teenager in a sailor uniform. For the first time in her life, Cammy was walking through a human amusement park without the fear of being kidnapped by slavers. She was holding a stick of blue cotton candy, tears of pure joy in her eyes. "It's so wonderful." Cammy beamed, looking at the Ferris wheel. "Nobody is looking at me. Nobody is trying to throw a net on me. I feel so." "Enjoy it, kiddo," Hatchan chuckled, adjusting his turtle shell and leaning on a walking stick. "The magician did us a huge favor. Eat your candy." "I want some too," Papag complained, flying around Cammy's head. "Being a cat is degrading. I demand respect." "A shooting game." Luffy pointed at a brightly lit carnival booth. The group rushed over. The booth was run by a sleazy-looking carnival barker. The back wall was lined with heavy glass bottles. On the top shelf sat the grand prize, a massive, incredibly detailed, limited edition plush toy of a sea king. "Step right up," the barker yelled, eyeing the strange group. "3 shots for 1,000 berries. Knock all the bottles off the pedestal, and you win the grand prize." "I want that giant meat monster plushie," Luffy declared, slamming a gold coin onto the counter. "Win it for me. Leave it to me." Usopp smirked, adjusting his triangular shades. He picked up the cheap, cork-shooting toy rifle provided by the booth. "You are looking at the greatest sniper on the sea. This is child's play." Usopp aimed effortlessly. He pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. The corks flew with pinpoint accuracy, striking 3 separate bottles dead center. The bottles wobbled slightly, but they didn't fall over. They didn't even move an inch backward. Usopp blinked, lowering the toy gun. "What the? I hit them perfectly." "Too bad, so sad," the barker laughed obnoxiously. "Looks like you lack the firepower, blue hair. Better luck next time." "Hold on a minute," Chopper, currently disguised as a 7-year-old human boy in a neat blue suit jacket, red bow tie, and oversized thick-rimmed glasses, stepped forward. He pushed his glasses up his nose, a gleam of deductive reasoning in his eyes. Chopper pointed a tiny finger at the bottles. "The bottles are bottom-heavy. They have been filled with dense lead weights. The game is rigged." "Are rigged?" The barker sweated, waving his hands. "Nonsense, kid. You're just bad at it. He scammed us." Usopp roared, his red cape fluttering. "Nobody scams my crew." "Allow us to intervene, Uncle Usopp," a calm, polite voice said. Mary and Sunny stepped up to the counter. Mary wore her simple pink dress and twin cone-shaped hair buns, while Sunny wore an immaculate elite academy school uniform. They looked like 2 innocent, wealthy children. "1 round, please," Sunny said politely, placing another coin on the counter. "If the big guy couldn't do it, what are you kids gonna do?" The barker laughed, handing Sunny the toy rifle. Sunny didn't take the rifle. He looked at Mary. Mary's eyes flashed with a rapid stream of red data. "Scanning target," Mary muttered. "Calculating lead density. Factoring in wind resistance and spring tension of the provided weapon. Trajectory locked," Sunny added, his own eyes flashing blue. Sunny took the toy rifle. He didn't aim at the bottles. He aimed the rifle at the wooden ceiling of the booth, angled slightly toward a metal support beam. "What are you aiming at, kid?" the barker sneered. "Physics," Sunny smiled. Sunny fired a single cork. The cork hit the metal beam on the ceiling, ricocheted sharply downward, struck the hard wooden counter at a perfect 45-degree angle, bounced back up, and hit the very bottom edge of the wooden shelf that held the bottles. The precise, highly calculated kinetic impact on the shelf's fulcrum created a localized vibration. All 10 lead-weighted bottles instantly tipped forward, crashing to the ground simultaneously. The barker's jaw dropped to the floor. Headshot, Mary smirked, crossing her arms. Pay up, scrub. B, but you didn't hit the bottles. The barker cried. The rules stated to knock the bottles off the pedestal. Chopper adjusted his oversized glasses smugly. It never specified direct contact. Hand over the prize. Defeated by pure, unadulterated geometry and android processing power, the weeping barker handed the massive Sea King plushie over to Luffy. Shishishi. Luffy cheered, holding the plushie over his spiky black hair. Let's go on the roller coaster. 10 minutes later, the crew was strapped into the first car of the Sabaody Cyclone, a massive roller coaster that wove through the giant mangrove trees. This is going to be exhilarating. Brook smiled, his human face looking incredibly suave. A gentle ride through the sky. The coaster slowly ticked up the massive incline. It reached the top, hovering over a terrifying, vertical, 300-foot drop. Wait, Brook looked down. The color drained from his human face. Is that a straight drop? Hush. The coaster plummeted. Yee-haw-haw. Luffy, Usopp, and the kids screamed in pure joy, throwing their hands up. Aya-aya-aya-aya-aya. Brook shrieked, his voice cracking 3 octaves. As the coaster hit a loop-de-loop, Brook's soleil literal, glowing green spectral ghost visibly detached from his human disguise, screaming in terror as it trailed behind the coaster car. Brook's soul flew out. Chopper screamed, pointing at the ghost. Catch it before we leave the park. Usopp yelled, reaching out to try and grab the spectral musician. Grove 41, the quiet paths far away from the screaming roller coasters and the crowded shopping districts, the atmosphere was distinctly different. Ben and Robin were walking side by side down a quiet, shaded path that wound through a series of beautifully manicured gardens and smaller, glowing soap bubbles. Ben wore his sharp, mint-green 3-piece suit, his blonde hair slicked back impeccably. Robin walked beside him in her stunning, form-fitting black halter dress, the golden headband catching the dappled sunlight filtering through the mangrove leaves. They looked like a high-society power couple straight out of a spy thriller. It is remarkably peaceful here, Robin noted, holding a small, paper-wrapped crepe she had just purchased from a nearby vendor. She took a delicate bite, savoring the sweet strawberry filling. A stark contrast to the rest of our day. I planned it that way, Ben smiled, sliding his hands into his pockets. I checked the tourist maps. This grove is restricted from large tour groups. It's mostly just locals and couples. Robin glanced at him, a playful glimmer in her blue eyes. Couples, you say? Are we attempting to blend in, Magician-san? I always aim for absolute authenticity in my disguises, Ben replied smoothly, not missing a beat. If we are pretending to be a couple on a date, we must commit to the bit. It's a matter of professional pride. Of course, Robin chuckled softly. Professional pride. They approached a small, beautifully decorated carnival game stand. It wasn't loud like the ones Luffy was at. It was a classic dart-throwing game, with a massive, incredibly soft-looking stuffed bear sitting on the top shelf. Ben stopped. He looked at the bear. Then he looked at Robin. Would the lady care for a prize? Ben offered, stepping up to the counter. Oh, you don't have to, Robin smiled, though her eyes lingered on the bear. Those games are notoriously rigged to prevent perfect scores. Rigged games are my specialty, Ben winked. He handed the vendor a coin, and was given 3 dull, poorly balanced darts. Ben held the 3 darts in one hand. Without even pausing to aim, he flicked his wrist in a singular, fluid motion. Thwack thwack thwack. All 3 darts hit the bullseyes of 3 separate spinning targets simultaneously. The vendor's eyes nearly popped out of his head. We have a winner. Ben took the massive, fluffy bear from the vendor and handed it gracefully to Robin. For you, Ben said. Robin took the bear, holding it against her side. A genuine, warm blush dusted her cheeks. For a woman who had spent 20 years surviving the darkest underbellies of the world, being handed a stuffed animal on a sunny afternoon was an alien, completely overwhelming sensation. Thank you, Ben, Robin said softly, dropping the Magician San moniker for a moment. It's perfect. Not as perfect as the view, Ben replied, offering his arm again. Robin looped her arm through his, her smile widening. You are incredibly cheesy today. I'm operating on a very specific genre of tropes right now, Ben laughed. I have to hit all the marks. As the late afternoon sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting a brilliant, fiery orange glow over the archipelago, they arrived at the center of the park. Looming above them was the Sabayati Ferris wheel, a massive structure built entirely out of reinforced bubble technology, rotating slowly against the sunset. The final trope of the evening, Ben gestured to the ticket booth. A sunset ride on the Ferris wheel. I would love to, Robin agreed. They boarded a private, spherical bubble car. The doors slid shut, sealing out the noise of the park, leaving them in a quiet, intimate sphere. The wheel began to slowly carry them upward. As they ascended, the view of the Sabayati archipelago opened up before them. The interconnected mangrove trees, the floating bubbles catching the golden light of the setting sun, and the vast, sparkling ocean stretching out to the horizon. Robin leaned against the glass, looking out at the world. The golden light illuminated her features, softening the sharp edges of her usual guarded expression. She looked genuinely, breathtakingly happy. It's stunning, Robin whispered, watching the sun dip lower. I have read about this place in books, but seeing it from above, without having to hide in the shadows, it's a feeling I never thought I'd experience. She turned her head, looking back at Ben. Ben was sitting on the bench opposite her. He wasn't looking out the window. He was looking directly at her. The view is all right, Ben said, his voice low, a soft, incredibly warm smile on his face. But I'm looking at something much more beautiful. Robin froze. Her breath hitched slightly, the blush returning to her cheeks, deeper this time. She didn't look away. The teasing, playful banter they usually shared dropped away, replaced by a heavy silence inside the small bubble. Robin slowly moved away from the window, crossing the small space of the cabin, and sat down on the bench right next to him. She placed the stuffed bear gently on the seat beside her. You are very smooth, Mr. Ben, Robin murmured, her blue eyes locking onto his golden ones. But you talk too much. Ben let out a soft, low chuckle. He reached his hand up, gently brushing a stray lock of her dark hair behind her ear. His fingertips lingered on her cheek. Then I suppose I should stop talking, Ben whispered. Robin smiled, her eyes fluttering shut as she leaned into his touch. The Ferris will reach the absolute apex of its rotation. The sun hit the horizon, painting the sky in an explosion of crimson and gold. Ben leaned in, closing the distance between them. Their lips met in a soft, slow, and incredibly tender kiss. It wasn't rushed. It was a quiet, perfect culmination of the absolute trust and affection they had built over the chaos of the past few months. For that brief, golden moment suspended high above the chaotic world of pirates and marines, there were no bounties, no world governments, and no dark histories. There was just Ben and Robin, sharing a perfect, stolen moment at the top of the world. Grove 1, the human auction house district for below the romantic sunset of the Ferris wheel, the atmosphere in Grove 1 was anything but peaceful. This was the domain of the world nobles. The celestial dragons. And walking completely alone, entirely lost, and thoroughly annoyed down the center of the pristine, white-paved main street, was Rornoa Zorro. Zorro, dressed in his messy, wavy silver wig and sloppy white yukata, was scratching the back of his head. Where the hell is the tavern? Zorro grumbled, looking around at the massive, opulent mansions. That stupid cyborg gave me terrible directions. He said turn left at the big tree. Every tree here is big. This whole island is a forest. He kept walking in a perfectly straight line, completely oblivious to the fact that the street ahead of him was entirely silent. As he turned a corner, leaving a dark, shaded alleyway and stepping onto the wide main road, he finally noticed the people. Hundreds of civilians were lining the sides of the street. But they weren't walking or shopping. Every single person was on their hands and knees, their foreheads pressed firmly against the cobblestones, trembling in absolute silence. Zorro stopped, raising a silver eyebrow over his dead fish eyes. "What's wrong with everyone?" Zorro muttered to himself. Did someone drop a coin? He didn't care. He was thirsty, and he wanted a nap. He continued walking down the very center of the street, his hands tucked casually into the sleeves of his yukata. "You there?" A shrill, obnoxious, unbelievably arrogant voice shattered the silence. Zorro paused. He looked forward. Blocking his path, walking slowly down the center of the road, was a bizarre procession. A man dressed in a bulky, white, spacesuit-like outfit, wearing a large resin bubble over his head, was riding on the back of a large, bruised man who was crawling on all fours like a horse. Behind him walked two other similarly dressed figures, an older man, and a young woman also wearing bubble helmets. They were flanked by a dozen heavily armed men in black suits. It was St. Charlos, St. Roswald, and St. Shauria. The Celestial Dragons. St. Charlos stopped his mount. He stared at Zorro through his bubble helmet, his ugly face contorted in sheer, unadulterated outrage. A peasant was standing in his path, refusing to kneel. "How dare you stand in the presence of a world noble?" Charlos shrieked, spit flying against the inside of his bubble. "Kneel and beg for forgiveness, you filthy commoner." Zorro blinked his lazy, half-lidded eyes. He looked at the bubble helmet. He looked at the white suit. "Why are you wearing a fishbowl?" Zorro asked, genuinely curious. "Are you a theme park mascot? I didn't know they had parades on this island." The civilians kneeling on the street gasped in collective, suffocating horror. The guards instantly drew their weapons. St. Roswald scoffed in disgust. "An ignorant savage." Charlos put the dog down. "He is an eyesore." "With pleasure, father." Charlos grinned maliciously. He pulled a golden, ornate flintlock pistol from his belt. He aimed it directly at Zorro's chest. "I am a god. Die, you impudent trash." The gunshot echoed down the silent street. The bullet tore through the air. Zorro didn't draw a sword. He didn't even take his hands out of his sleeves. He simply tilted his head 2 inches to the left. The bullet sailed past his ear, missing him completely, and embedded itself in a brick wall behind him. Charlos froze. His eyes bulged behind his bubble. The CP agent stiffened, instantly recognizing the subtle, fluid movement of a master hockey user. Zorro sighed, a heavy, deeply annoyed sound. "Worst parade ever," Zorro muttered, his voice dropping an octave, losing the lazy disguise completely. "The actors are way too aggressive. I was just trying to find a bar. Now I'm just annoyed." Zorro didn't step forward. He simply glared directly at the celestial dragons. Thrum! A devastating, invisible shockwave of pure, unadulterated conqueror's hockey exploded from his body. It wasn't a targeted blast, it was a localized hurricane of dominance. The air in the street visibly distorted. The pressure was suffocating. The dozen CP guards didn't even have time to react. Their eyes rolled back into their heads simultaneously, and they collapsed onto the cobblestones like cut marionettes. St. Charlos, St. Roswald, and St. Shauria, the untouchable gods of the world, gasped as the sheer, terrifying weight of a true king slammed into their fragile minds. Their bubble helmets didn't protect them from spiritual pressure. Charlos choked, his eyes rolling back. All 3 celestial dragons fell completely unconscious, tumbling off their slaves and crashing face-first onto the pristine white street. The civilians lining the road, already kneeling, simply slumped over, falling into a deep, dreamless sleep. In a fraction of a second, Grove 1 had been entirely, utterly silenced. Zorro stood alone in the center of the unconscious street. He looked around at the bodies littering the road. He looked at the weird mascots drooling on the pavement. He had absolutely zero idea who they were. He didn't know he had just assaulted the highest authority in the world. He just thought they were rude locals with terrible aim. Zoro stepped casually over the unconscious body of St. Charlos. As he did, he purposefully brought his foot down directly onto the world noble's resin bubble helmet. The bubble burst with a loud, satisfying sound, exactly like popping a giant piece of bubble wrap. Weird city, Zoro grunted, scratching the back of his neck beneath his silver wig. Now, Zoro muttered to himself, looking down a random alleyway. Which way to the booze? Oblivious to the absolute, world-shaking political crisis he had just casually initiated, the swordsman continued his walk, getting lost once again in the beautiful, chaotic bubbles of Sabaody. Chapter 169, Sabaody Archipelago 3545 words. The gentle rotation of the Sabaody Ferris will slowly brought their private, bubble-encased cabin back down toward the bustling earth. The brilliant sunset that had painted the sky in shades of crimson and gold was giving way to the deep, sparkling violet of twilight. Ben pulled back slightly from the kiss, resting his forehead gently against Robin's. He offered a warm, genuine smile that completely broke through his suave, tailored disguise. Robin smiled back, a delicate blush dusting her cheeks, her striking blue eyes shining with a serene, unburdened happiness she hadn't felt in 20 years. "If that was your idea of a distraction, Magician-san," Robin murmured, her voice a soft, velvety purr, "I must admit, it was highly effective." "I aim to over-deliver," Ben chuckled, lightly brushing his thumb across her cheekbone before stepping back as the cabin gently bumped against the loading platform. The heavy glass doors slid open with a soft hiss, letting in the cool evening breeze and the distant sounds of the amusement park. Ben stepped out first, offering his hand. Robin took it elegantly as she stepped onto the wooden deck. As they began to walk down the exit ramp, blending back into the crowds of tourists and locals, a sudden, frantic wave of noise washed over the plaza. It wasn't the sound of carnival games or cheering children. It was the sound of absolute, unadulterated panic. Someone attacked them, a civilian screamed, sprinting past Ben and Robin, his face pale with terror. "Get out of Grove 1. A merchant yelled, desperately locking up his souvenir cart. "A pirate just assaulted the celestial dragons. The admirals will be coming." The crowd around the Ferris wheel instantly devolved into a stampede, people shoving each other to get as far away from the high-end groves as physically possible. Ben and Robin didn't run. They simply stepped out of the main flow of traffic, standing calmly in the shadow of a massive mangrove root. Ben adjusted his glasses, watching the terrified masses. He let out a long, highly amused sigh. "Well," Ben said, glancing sideways at Robin. "I bet that was one of the members of our crew." Robin let out a soft, melodic chuckle, shaking her head. "That is a bet I wouldn't take, Ben. With our family, we already know the answer to that question. It is an absolute certainty." "True," Ben smirked, leaning back against the root. "The question isn't if one of them did it. The question is who did it." Ben turned to her, a playful glint in his golden eyes. "How about a bet on that instead?" Robin raised an elegant eyebrow, thoroughly entertained. "And what exactly are we betting on?" Ben pretended to think about it for a moment, rubbing his chin. "Whoever loses has to do one thing the winner says. No questions asked. Absolute compliance for one request." Robin's eyes sparked with a mix of competitive fire and genuine amusement. The stakes were dangerously open-ended, but with Ben, she knew it was entirely in good fun. "I accept your terms, Magician," Robin smiled, extending her hand. "Who is your pick?" "I'll put my money on the swordsman," Ben said confidently. "Zoro has the worst sense of direction on the planet. He definitely got lost, wandered into the rich district, and probably swatted a world noble out of his way because they wouldn't move." Robin tapped her chin thoughtfully. "A solid deduction. I was debating between Mr. Swordsman, Chef and our captain. But since Sanji is currently escorting Nami and Vivi, I know the Nami would physically restrain Sanji from doing anything that would endanger the ladies' shopping trip." Robin smiled her signature, enigmatic smile. "However, Luffy is entirely unpredictable. Since you have claimed Zoro, I will place my wager on Luffy. Perhaps he saw them riding a slave and took offense. Luffy versus Zoro, Ben grinned, taking her delicate hand and shaking it firmly. The bet is sealed. May the best observer win. As they dropped their hands, the heavy, rhythmic thud of military boots echoed over the cobblestones. A massive platoon of heavily armed Marines, led by a frantic-looking captain, sprinted past their location, heading dead straight for Grove 1. Make way. Secure the perimeter around the world nobles, the captain roared. Ben and Robin simply watched them run past, completely unbothered by the military mobilization happening 3 feet away from them. It seems the authorities are quite distressed, Robin noted casually, as if commenting on the weather. Let them run, Ben shrugged. Our crew can handle whatever they throw at them. Ben's gaze drifted past the retreating Marines and locked onto a massive, opulent building situated at the edge of Grove 1. The building resembled a giant, garish circus tent made of solid stone, complete with a massive, grinning face carved above the golden double doors. Neon signs flickered above the entrance, Sabaody Auction House. Ben's relaxed expression hardened slightly. He knew exactly what went on inside that building. It was the darkest, most vile open secret of the world government, a place where humans, fishmen, giants, and mermaids were sold like cattle to the highest bidder, primarily catering to the twisted whims of the celestial dragons. Robin followed his gaze. She saw the sign. Her blue eyes darkened instantly, a cold, heavy shadow passing over her features. She despised slavery more than anything in the world. Ben looked at Robin. The playful banter faded, replaced by a shared, silent understanding. You know, Ben said softly. Since the Marines are so busy running around the plaza, do you want to cause a little more chaos? Robin looked at the auction house, and then back at Ben. A dangerous smile graced her lips. I thought you would never ask, Robin nodded. Perfect, Ben smiled. He raised his wrist to his mouth, tapping the sleek black kimono bead strap there. Come in, Ben spoke into the comms. Yes, Papa. Reading you loud and clear. Minnie Mary's cheerful voice buzzed instantly through the bead. What do you want? Change of plans, Ben ordered smoothly. It seems one of our more erratic elements just assaulted a celestial dragon in Grove 1. The Marines are mobilizing an admiral-level response. Oh snap, Mary replied, not sounding panicked, just highly entertained. Someone actually caught a body. 10 Berries says it was Uncle Zoro. That's my bet too, Ben chuckled. Tell everyone to skip the rest of the tour, and head directly to the rendezvous point Hatchan gave us. We will meet the coding mechanic there. Copy that. Routing the squad to Grove 13. And Mary, Ben added. Tell Frankie to check the radar on his internal HUD. If Zoro isn't with them, tell Frankie to track Zoro's kimono bead, physically retrieve the idiot, and drag him to the meetup location before he wanders into Marine headquarters by mistake. Understood, Papa. Dispatching the Iron General to fetch the stray moss. See you at the meeting point. Ben cut the communication. He looked back at Robin, offering his arm once more. He playfully bowed his head, holding his left hand behind his back. Shall we go, my lady? Ben asked, his voice dripping with aristocratic charm. Robin looped her arm seamlessly through his, her eyes glittering with lethal intent. Of course, my lord. Let us properly dismantle the local economy. They walked toward the heavy golden doors of the auction house. As they approached the massive, armed bouncers standing guard outside, Ben didn't slow down. He simply waved his hand. A shimmer of magical energy washed over them. In an instant, both Ben and Robin dissolved into the ambient light, becoming completely invisible to the naked eye. Their footsteps were silenced by a localized muffling charm. They walked right past the guards, slipping through the heavy doors just as a wealthy noble opened them to exit. Inside, the auction house was a sprawling, opulent theater. Hundreds of wealthy aristocrats, nobles, and shady underworld brokers sat in plush velvet seats. On the brightly lit stage, a man in a flashy top hat and a star-shaped visor was enthusiastically auctioning off a terrified, weeping pirate captain who had been fitted with an explosive collar. "And do I hear 3 million for this sturdy worker?" the auctioneer, Disco, yelled into his microphone. 3 million going once. Ben and Robin stood invisible in the back of the auditorium. "Disgusting," Robin whispered, her disgust palpable. "Agreed," Ben replied. "Let's put them to sleep." Ben closed his eyes, focused his willpower, pulling the invisible, crushing weight of his spirit tightly around himself. A wave of conqueror's hockey swept through the auditorium. It washed over the velvet seats, the balconies, and the stage. Ben deliberately filtered the intent, targeting only those who harbored malice, greed, and complicity in the auction. In perfect synchronization, the audience members' eyes rolled into the back of their heads. Wealthy nobles slumped forward onto the railings. Underworld brokers collapsed in their seats, dropping their bidding paddles. On the stage, the auctioneer's eyes went blank, and he face-planted directly into his podium, the microphone squealing with feedback. Within 5 seconds, the entire front-of-house staff, guards, and patrons were rendered completely unconscious. "Flawless execution," Robin noted, stepping out from the back wall as Ben dropped the invisibility charm. They walked down the center aisle, their boots clicking against the marble floor, completely undisturbed by the sea of sleeping aristocrats. They bypassed the stage and pushed through the heavy velvet curtains leading to the backstage holding area. The holding area was a grim, depressing dungeon. Rows of heavy iron cages lined the stone walls. Inside were dozens of people, men, women, children, pirates, and civilians alike. Their eyes were dull with despair, and every single one of them wore a heavy, ticking metal collar around their necks. The moment Ben and Robin entered, the slaves shrank back against the bars in terror, expecting to be dragged out to the auction block. "Who are you?" a rugged pirate asked, clutching the bars. "Where are the guards?" "They're taking a nap," Ben said casually. Ben waved his hand from the center of the room, channeling a wide area, highly complex unlocking charm. "Alohomora Maxima." A wave of golden magical light exploded from him, washing over the entire dungeon. Click-clack. Every single iron padlock on the heavy cage doors sprang open simultaneously. But the magic didn't stop there. The golden light wrapped around the heavy, explosive collars clamped tightly around the prisoners' necks. With a synchronized, satisfying hiss, every single collar unlocked and dropped harmlessly to the stone floor, the explosive triggers completely deactivated by the magical bypass. The prisoners froze. They touched their bare necks, unable to believe what had just happened. "The collars." A woman gasped, tears instantly welling in her eyes. "They're off. We're free." "Not just yet," Ben said, stepping forward. He noticed the deep bruises, the malnutrition, and the injuries covering the captives. He raised both hands, his eyes glowing with the warm, ancient light. Golden fleece, restoration. A gentle, raining shower of brilliant golden light descended upon the prisoners. The moment the light touched their skin, their wounds closed. The bruises faded. The deep, aching fatigue of starvation and abuse was washed away, replaced by sudden, miraculous warmth and energy. The captives looked at their healed hands, weeping openly as they stepped out of their open cages. "You are a god," an old woman cried, falling to her knees. "Just a pirate passing through," Ben corrected gently. Ben lowered his hands and addressed the crowd of 50 bewildered, freed slaves. "Listen to me," Ben's voice was authoritative but kind. "The guards are unconscious and the collars are disabled. If you have a ship, a crew, or a home on this archipelago that you can return to safely, the back door is clear. You are free to leave." About half the crowd, mostly seasoned pirates and local merchants who had been kidnapped, cheered. They bowed deeply to Ben and Robin, shouting their thanks before sprinting toward the loading dock exits, desperate to return to their lives. However, around 20 people remained. They were mostly civilians, women, and a few children who had been dragged from distant islands and sold into bondage. They looked terrified, clutching each other. "We don't have anywhere to go," a young man admitted, his voice trembling. "If we leave this building, the slavers will just catch us again." Ben smiled warmly. "I figured as much." "For those of you who have nowhere to run," Ben announced, "I have made arrangements. You will be traveling to the Alabasta Kingdom." Robin raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Alabasta?" "Yes," Ben nodded. "The king there, Nefertari Cobra, is a very close, personal friend of ours. He is a good man. He will provide you with food, shelter, and honest work." "How do we get there?" a woman asked. "We don't have a ship." "You don't need one," Ben said. Before coming to the auction house, Ben had tapped into his private communication network. He had sent a priority message to Neo Vivi. He had forged back in Alabasta to rule in Princess Vivi's stead so the real Vivi could sail the seas. Neo Vivi had already secured a private, heavily guarded room in the Alyabarna royal palace to receive the refugees. Ben raised his wand, pointing it at a blank stone wall. He channeled a massive amount of spatial magic, tearing a hole in the very fabric of reality. A swirling, glowing blue portal tore open in the center of the dungeon. Through the portal, the prisoners could clearly see the warm, sunlit sandstone walls of a luxurious palace room, and the smiling, welcoming face of a blue-haired Princess Neo Vivi waving them through. "Step through the portal," Ben instructed. "Do not be afraid. Princess Vivi is waiting for you on the other side. You are safe now." The refugees stared at the portal in absolute awe. Realizing this was their one true chance at salvation, they didn't hesitate. One by one, they stepped through the glowing blue light, vanishing from the grim dungeon of Sabaody, and appearing safely in the heart of Alabasta. "Thank you. Thank you." They wept as they crossed the threshold. Within minutes, the dungeon was entirely empty. Ben smiled, raising his wand to close the gateway. "Well, well, well," a raspy, deeply amused voice echoed from the darkest corner of the room. "That is quite the magic trick, young man." Ben stopped. Robin instantly tensed, her arms crossing over her chest as she turned her sharp gaze toward the shadows. Sitting casually on an overturned wooden crate in the very back of the holding cells was an old man. He wore a simple cloak, shorts, and flip-flops. He had long, shaggy white hair, a matching beard, and a distinct vertical scar over his right eye. He was holding a small, silver flask of cheap booze, looking completely relaxed. Robin's eyes widened in absolute shock. She took a step back, her breath catching in her throat. As an archaeologist and a scholar of history, she knew exactly who was sitting on that crate. "The Dark King," Robin whispered, her voice barely audible. "Silvers Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates." Rayleigh took a sip from his flask, offering a mild, carefree smile. "Ah, I see my reputation precedes me. Though I'm just an old coding mechanic these days." Ben didn't look surprised. He knew Rayleigh was going to be here. A wide, knowing smirk spreading across his face. "Let me guess," Ben said, walking casually toward the legendary pirate. "You purposefully got yourself captured and put in that cage so you could rob whoever was wealthy enough to buy you." Rayleigh chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed in the empty dungeon. "Guilty as charged. I was a bit short on gambling money this week. I had my eye on a particularly unpleasant world noble out there who was waving around a very fat wallet." Rayleigh sighed, tapping the deactivated explosive collar on his neck, which fell off with a dull clank. "But it seems you spoiled my plans, young man. You knocked out the entire audience before the bidding even started." "My apologies for ruining your heist," Ben smiled, entirely unapologetic. He reached into his spatial storage. "However," Ben said, "I think I have something that might adequately compensate you for the lost gambling funds." Ben pulled his hand out, holding a sleek, heavy glass bottle. The liquid inside was a rich, glowing amber color. It wasn't just rum. It was a specialized, hyperpotent brew Ben had synthesized using Dumbledore's alchemy and Tony Stark's molecular engineering. He had designed it to replicate the exact, god-killing potency of the Asgardian liquor Thor had famously shared with Stan Lee. Ben tossed the heavy bottle through the air. Rayleigh caught it effortlessly with one hand. He raised a silver eyebrow, looking at the unmarked bottle. "I brewed it myself just this morning," Ben said casually. "It is, without a doubt, the strongest, most potent alcohol currently existing in the world." Rayleigh scoffed lightly, though a spark of genuine curiosity lit up his eyes. "Strong words, kid. I've sailed all over the world. I've drank with Whitebeard and Roger. I've had the finest sake Wano has to offer. It takes a lot to impress my palate." Rayleigh popped the cork with his thumb. He brought the bottle to his nose and sniffed. He frowned. "Smells like regular, high-grade rum. No different than the stuff from the West Blue." "Taste it," Ben challenged, crossing his arms. Rayleigh shrugged. He tilted his head back and took a generous, healthy swig directly from the bottle. He swallowed. For 2 seconds, absolutely nothing happened. Then, Rayleigh's eyes bulged completely out of his skull. The color drained from his face, and then instantly rushed back, turning his cheeks a bright, burning red. A visible puff of steam shot out of his ears. He coughed violently, slamming his hand against his chest as the liquid hit his stomach like a thermonuclear detonation. Rayleigh gasped, his eyes watering profusely as he leaned heavily against the crate, fighting to catch his breath. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, staring at the glowing amber liquid in the bottle with an expression of pure, unadulterated religious awe. "By the gods!" Rayleigh wheezed, his voice hoarse. Then, he threw his head back and let out a booming, roaring laugh that shook the dust from the ceiling. "Bwahahaha!" Rayleigh laughed, clutching his stomach. "It's liquid fire. It kicks harder than Garp on a bad day. This is magnificent. This is the greatest alcohol I have ever tasted in my entire life." "I figured you'd like it," Ben smirked. "You are officially the first person in the world to ever taste it." Rayleigh carefully, reverently placed the cork back into the bottle, tucking it securely into his cloak like it was a priceless treasure. He looked at Ben, and then at Robin, his sharp eyes evaluating them with a newfound respect. "A man who can knock out a room with his spirit, Ben Space, and brew a drink fit for a Yonko," Rayleigh noted, standing up from his crate. "You are an interesting one. What did you say your name was?" "Benjamin," Ben introduced himself. "And this is Nico Robin. We are part of the Straw Hat Pirates." Rayleigh leaned back slightly, his sharp gaze flicking between Ben and Robin. "Benjamin and Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates. You two don't look anything like the bounty posters I've seen." Ben chuckled lightly, pushing up his glasses with a finger. "That's because we are currently in disguise, Rayleigh-san. It helps avoid unnecessary trouble in places like this." Rayleigh nodded slightly at the explanation, a knowing smile touching his lips. "Ah, that makes sense. Straw Hat, you say? I've been hearing a lot about a certain rubber boy wearing a very familiar hat lately. I was waiting to meet your crew." Rayleigh brushed the dust off his cloak. "Well, Benjamin, since you ruined my robbery but gave me the greatest drink of my life, I'd say we are even. In fact, I owe you a proper thank you." He gestured toward the back exit of the auction house. "Why don't you two accompany me back to my place? My wife runs a quiet bar in Grove 13. We can talk more there." Ben looked at Robin. Robin smiled warmly, nodding her agreement. Ben already knew perfectly well that Grove 13, Shacky's ripoff bar, was exactly the rendezvous point Hatchon had sent the rest of the crew to. It was where they needed to go anyway to get their ship coded for Fishman Island. The timeline was syncing up flawlessly. "We would be honored, Rayleigh-san," Ben smiled, offering his arm to Robin once more. With the slaves freed, the nobles unconscious, and the legendary Dark King happily clutching his Asgardian liquor, the three of them walked out the back door of the auction house, leaving a trail of absolute chaos behind them, and heading straight for the reunion of the era. Chapter 170, Sabaody Archipelago. 4729 words. The evening air of the Sabaody archipelago was cool and damp, the signature iridescent bubbles floating lazily upward from the mangrove roots to catch the faint glow of the gas lamps lining the streets. Ben, Robin, and Silvers Rayleigh walked comfortably side by side down a quiet, winding path away from the chaotic ruins of the auctioning house. The thick, chaotic noise of Grove 1, the screaming nobles, the frantic marine sirens, and the fleeing slaves was fading into the distance, replaced by the tranquil rustling of leaves in Grove 13. Rayleigh took another long, slow sip from the heavy glass bottle of magical rum Ben had given him. He wiped his white beard with the back of his hand, letting out a deeply contented sigh. The potent, alchemically enhanced liquor burned a pleasant, fiery trail down his throat, instantly warming his old bones. "I have to admit, young man," Rayleigh chuckled, his voice a gravelly rumble that echoed lightly in the quiet grove. "I have sailed the length and breadth of this world. I have raided the private cellars of kings and shared cups with the greatest pirates of the era. But I have never, in all my 70-odd years, tasted a brew that kicks quite like this." "It's a special vintage," Ben replied smoothly, his hands tucked casually into the pockets of his mint-green suit trousers. As Lloyd Forger, he exuded an aura of immaculate, untouchable professionalism. Brewed with a touch of magic and a lot of patience. Robin, walking gracefully on Ben's arm in her stunning black, rose-patterned halter dress, her Forger disguise, smiled serenely. "Ben has a talent for producing the impossible," Rayleigh san. Rayleigh glanced at the two of them, his sharp eyes crinkling at the corners. He didn't ask how they had instantaneously teleported him out of a heavily guarded facility, nor did he press for the details of Ben's strange, reality-bending powers. He had lived long enough to know that the sea birthed anomalies that defied all logic. "Well, whatever your secrets are, you've earned a drink on the house," Rayleigh pointed ahead with the neck of his bottle. "We're here." Nestled amidst the towering, twisting roots of a massive Eurycomen mangrove was a modest, slightly run-down establishment. A flickering neon sign above the wooden double doors read, "Shacky's Rip-Off Bar." Even from 50 yards away, the establishment was anything but quiet. The heavy, rhythmic thudding of massive boots, the clinking of oversized tankards, and the chaotic, overlapping shouts of a dozen different arguments were vibrating the very windows of the bar. It sounded like a localized hurricane had taken up residence inside the tavern. "Ah," Ben sighed, adjusting his glasses. "It seems my crew has already found the rendezvous point." "A lively bunch," Rayleigh laughed, thoroughly amused. He stepped up to the wooden doors and pushed them open, announcing his arrival with a jovial shout. "I'm back, Shacky." As Ben, Robin, and Rayleigh crossed the threshold, the sheer, unadulterated absurdity of the scene inside washed over them. The interior of Shacky's Rip-Off Bar was surprisingly spacious, but the straw hats had managed to fill every square inch of it with absolute chaos. In the corner, the four giant Story, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashii were sitting around a table that looked comically small for their broad shoulders. Despite being shrunk to human size, they were drinking from barrels and roaring with laughter, arm wrestling with enough force to crack the floorboards. At the bar counter, a tall, imposing figure in a dark trench coat, with a hat seemingly fused to his hair, Frankie in his Jotaro disguise, was aggressively demanding more cola from the bartender. Nearby, a small boy in a suit and thick glasses, chopper as Conan, was talking fluffy-haired, green-suited man Brooke as Spike Spiegel. Sitting at a large circular booth in the center of the room, surrounded by an absolute mountain of empty plates, bowls, and discarded bones, was Luffy as Goku. He was currently inhaling a plate of spaghetti whole, utterly ignoring a man with wavy silver hair and dead fish eyes, Zoro as Jintoki, who was asleep with his face resting on the table. Standing nearby, arguing loudly about the tab, was a towering man with electric blue spiky hair and triangular sunglasses, Usopp as Kamina, while a beautiful blonde woman with celestial keys at her hip, Nami as Lucy, aggressively counted a stack of berries. A fierce scarlet-haired knight, Vivi as Urza, was feeding a surprisingly regal-looking Shiba Inu, Karu, while two 10-year-old children in a pink dress and a school uniform, Mary and Sunny as Anya and Damien, were giggling and drawing on a napkin. And standing gracefully nearby, serving a fresh drink with immaculate precision, was a raven-haired demonic butler, Sanji as Roy Mustang. Behind the bar counter stood a slender, ageless woman with short black hair, wearing a spider-patterned shirt and smoking a slim cigarette. This was Shikoyaku, universally known as Shaki. She paused, wiping a glass with a rag, her sharp eyes flicking toward the entrance. A smirk played on her lips as she saw the old man enter. "Ray," Shaki greeted him, her voice smooth and knowing. "You're early. You usually take a few more days to empty their vaults before you break the collar and stroll back home." Rayleigh laughed, walking up to the bar and taking a seat on a stool. "Well, my dear, this gentleman right here completely spoiled my plans." He gestured over his shoulder to Ben. "He knocked out the entire auction house before the bidding even started." Shaki raised an eyebrow, looking at Ben's immaculate blonde hair and mint green suit. "Is that so?" "Don't worry, though," Rayleigh grinned, placing the heavy glass bottle of golden liquid onto the wooden counter. "I got a rather spectacular compensation for the lost gambling funds." Shaki leaned forward, looking at the glowing, amber liquid sloshing inside the unmarked glass. She took a long drag from her cigarette. "The best in the world," Rayleigh declared confidently. "I've tasted the finest reserves of the New World, and this puts them all to shame." Intrigued, Shaki reached under the counter and pulled out a small, clean-shot glass. Rayleigh poured a generous measure of the golden liquid, the rich, intoxicating aroma of aged magic and perfectly fermented sugar instantly filling the immediate area around the bar. Shaki picked up the glass. She brought it to her lips and knocked it back in a single, smooth motion. For a second she just stood there. Then, her eyes widened significantly. A faint flush of color rushed to her cheeks. She exhaled sharply, a small, visible puff of heat escaping her lips as the impossibly potent, alchemically enhanced alcohol hit her stomach like a pleasant, roaring fire. "My word," Shaki whispered, her usual unflappable composure completely broken. She stared at the empty shot glass, turning it over in her hand as if searching for a trick. "That is unbelievable. The flavor profile is endlessly complex, and the kick is absolutely immaculate." She looked directly at Ben, a serious, business-minded glint in her eye. "Handsome. I don't care what you do for a living. I want to buy a crate of this. Name your price." 5 million berries a bottle." Ben smiled politely, resting his hand on the counter. "I appreciate the offer, madam, but it's not for sale. Besides, you wouldn't need a crate." Shaki raised an eyebrow. "The bottle I gave to Rayleigh-san is enchanted with a replication charm," Ben explained casually. "Once the liquid inside reaches the bottom, it will automatically refill itself infinitely." Shaki stared at the bottle. Rayleigh stared at the bottle. "Infinite?" Rayleigh whispered, picking the bottle up with both hands, as if he were holding a newborn baby. "Infinite rum." "You are a god among men," Shaki told Ben, her tone entirely deadpan and serious. Ben chuckled, turning his attention away from the bar and looking out over the chaotic, crowded tavern. His eyes swept over the ridiculous, anime-inspired disguises he had slapped onto his crew hours ago. "All right, everyone," Ben called out, his voice carrying clearly over the din, "did we all have a good time on our shore leave?" Luffy, who was mid-bite into a massive turkey leg, stopped chewing. Luffy mumbled, his mouth full. He swallowed loudly. "Who are you?" Ben let out an exhausted sigh. He pinched the bridge of his nose, pushing his glasses up. "We've been over this." Ben raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A ripple of magical energy washed over the entire tavern. In an instant, the flawless, physical transmutations dissolved. Luffy's spiky hair vanished, replaced by his messy black locks and signature straw hat. His Shahakusho robe melted away, returning to his open red vest and blue shorts. Zoro's wavy silver perm disappeared, revealing his short, green moss head. Sanji's black butler tailcoat shifted back into his royal blue shirt. Usopp's spiky blue hair and red triangular sunglasses reverted to his curly black hair and sniper goggles. Chopper popped back into his cute, furry, reindeer mascot form, his suit dissolving. Frankie's trench coat and hat vanished, leaving the massive cyborg in his Hawaiian shirt and Speedo. Brooke's human flesh and green suit melted away, leaving the towering, skeletal musician in his tattered black suit and afro. Vivi's scarlet hair returned to its natural, regal light blue. Karoo transformed back from a Shiba Inu into a massive, yellow spot-billed duck. Even Ben and Robin's immaculate Spy X family disguises melted away into their standard, tailored pirate attire, Ben in his unbuttoned floral shirt and dark trousers, and Robin in her dark leather jacket. Luffy blinked, looking down at his familiar red vest. Then he looked back up at Ben. Luffy shouted, a massive grin spreading across his face as he slammed his hands on the table. I totally forgot about the disguise. Shishishi. That hair was so itchy. Behind the bar, Shaggy and Rayleigh stood in stunned silence. They had seen devil fruits that could alter appearances, but to mass transmute the physical structures of over a dozen people simultaneously, and then instantly revert them with a snap of the fingers, was a level of power that defied common logic. However, they were veterans of the Grand Line. They had survived the era of Rox, Roger, and Shiki. They had seen a lot of weird people in their lives, so they accepted it with a remarkable degree of nonchalance. Shaggy leaned her elbows on the counter, her sharp eyes scanning the newly revealed crew. The pieces instantly clicked together. Well, Shaggy smiled, taking a long drag from her cigarette. Isn't it the famous Monkey D? No wonder you needed disguises. I should have recognized that chaotic energy. Her gaze shifted, panning across the room, until it locked onto the long-nosed sniper who was currently trying to untangle his slingshot from his bag. Shaggy's smile widened. God, Usopp. Usopp froze. He heard the title. He slowly turned around, his chest puffing out to its absolute maximum capacity. He pushed his goggles up, striking a majestic, incredibly arrogant pose, resting his hands on his hips. You have heard of me, madam. Usopp boasted loudly, his voice echoing in the tavern. It is true. I am the divine marksman of the sea. The man who strikes fear into the hearts of admirals. I've read the papers, yes, Shaggy chuckled, highly amused by the bravado. You guys have sure made a lot of commotion in Eni's lobby. The Marines are losing their minds trying to figure out where you vanished to. As far as the world was concerned, the events of Thriller Bark were still completely covered up and unknown to the public. To Shaggy and Rayleigh, Eni's lobby was their most recent claim to fame. Luffy rubbed the back of his head, looking genuinely shy at the compliment. It was nothing. We just wanted to get Robin back. Shishishi. Modesty does not suit a 500 million berry man, Captain, Ben smirked, walking over to join the main group. Ben stood at the head of the table. He looked around at the crew, counting heads. Everyone was present. The shopping bags were piled high, the food was mostly eaten, and the mood was relaxed. All right, crew, Ben said, crossing his arms and putting on his serious, tactical face. Shore leave is officially over. But before we get down to business, I need to ask a very important question. The crew quieted down, looking at Ben expectantly. Did anyone, Ben asked slowly, emphasizing every word, hit a celestial dragon during this time you went out? A collective, massive question mark practically materialized above the heads of Luffy, Chopper, Frankie, and Mary. They looked at each other in total confusion. A celestial what? Luffy tilted his head. Is that a type of fish? We saw a flying fish earlier. Is it a new marine rank? Chopper guessed, scratching his furry chin. Vivi, Robin, Sanji, Brooke, and the four giants, however, did not look confused. Their expressions tightened, fully aware of the political and physical danger associated with that specific title. Ben sighed, rubbing his temples. The people with strange white suits and bubble helmets over their heads. Did anyone attack them? Zoro's voice cut through the tavern. The swordsman was sitting in a booth near the window, casually wiping down the blade of Shusway with a soft cloth. He didn't look up. He didn't sound panicked. He sounded completely, utterly bored. I might have stepped on one of their faces after I knocked them unconscious, Zoro admitted casually. The silence that descended upon Shaki's rip-off bar was absolute, that you could hear the ash falling from Sanji's cigarette. Nami's jaw unhinged. Her eyes popped out of her skull, stretching 3 feet in front of her face. Vivi turned a ghastly shade of pale blue, her hands flying to cover her mouth in sheer horror. Sanji choked on his smoke, coughing violently. Robin's eyes widened significantly. Why you? Nami squeaked, her voice cracking into a hyperventilating whistle. What happened? Luffy asked, entirely oblivious to the terror radiating from his navigator. Luffy-san, Vivi said, her voice trembling violently as she slowly turned to the captain. The Celestial Dragons. The world nobles, they are the descendants of the creators of the world government. They are considered literal gods walking among men. Vivi swallowed hard, her royal education screaming at her. If a commoner even crosses their path without bowing, they are executed. If someone attacks them. If someone so much as lays a finger on them. Vivi pointed a shaking finger at Zoro. The world government instantly dispatches a marine admiral and a fleet of battleships to the island in retaliation. Chopper and Frankie screamed in perfect, horrified unison, their eyes bugging out. You assaulted a god. Chopper shrieked, grabbing his head and running in circles. Zoro, you idiot. You doomed us all. The admirals are coming. Nami didn't scream. She didn't panic. She simply blurred into motion. Nami's fist collided with the top of Zoro's skull with the force of a thunderbolt. You stupid, directionless, muscle-brained moron. Nami roared, her teeth turning into sharp, demonic shark fangs, as she grabbed Zoro by the collar of his shirt, and shook him violently back and forth. We came here for a quiet vacation. And you casually curb-stomped the highest authority in the world. Let go of me, you witch. Zoro grunted, swatting her hands away and rubbing the fresh, smoking bump on his head. It wasn't my fault. I was just trying to find a bar. How do you find a celestial dragon while looking for a bar? Sanji yelled, pointing an accusing finger at him. He was standing in the middle of the road. Zoro defended himself, crossing his arms stubbornly. He yelled at me for not bowing, and then the idiot literally pulled out a gun and pointed it at my chest. He tried to shoot me. Zoro glared at Nami. I controlled myself. I didn't even draw my swords. I just used a little burst of Conqueror's haki to put him and his guards to sleep. If he hadn't shot at me, he wouldn't have passed out. And if he wasn't lying in the middle of the street, I wouldn't have accidentally stepped on his stupid fishbowl helmet and popped it. Zoro huffed, taking a swig of his booze. Honestly, if I didn't have so much restraint, he'd be 6 feet under the ground right now. Nami stood there panting, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, terrifying logic of the swordsman. Behind the bar, Shaki had been listening to the entire exchange. She brought her hand up to her mouth, her shoulders trembling. A second later, after composing herself, she lost it entirely, bursting into a loud, ringing fit of laughter. Naya ha ha ha. Shaki laughed, wiping a tear from her eye. Oh, you boys are a riot. A pirate claiming he showed restraint by only knocking a world noble unconscious with haki and stepping on his face. That is the funniest thing I've heard in a decade. Rayleigh, sitting next to her, offered a small, deeply amused smile. He took another sip of his infinite rum, shaking his head. You've got a wild bunch here, Benjamin. They certainly don't lack for spirit. Geba bababa. Dory's booming laugh joined in from the corner table. Well done, swordsman. The little tyrants of Mary Geos deserve to have their bubbles popped. They are cowards who hide behind the skirts of the navy. Broggy roared, slamming his fist on the table. A true warrior kneels to no man just because of his bloodline. To hell with the celestial dragons. Luffy, finally understanding the situation, just laughed his signature, carefree laugh. Shishishi. So you beat up a bad guy who shot at you. Good job, Zoro. Don't encourage him. Nami wailed, dropping her face onto the table in despair. Luffy turned his attention away from his navigator's breakdown. He looked past Ben, his eyes finally landing on the old man with the white hair, the round glasses, and the scar over his right eye sitting at the bar. Hey, Ben, Luffy tilted his head, pointing a finger at Rayleigh. Who's the old man who came with you? Is he a friend? Ben smiled. He had been waiting for this. He stepped to the side, gesturing grandly toward the man at the bar. Crew, Ben announced, his voice carrying a weight of absolute respect. Allow me to introduce the man, who will be coding our ship for the journey to Fishman Island. This is Silver's Rayleigh, also known as the Dark King. Ben paused, letting the name hang in the air for a second before dropping the hammer. He is the former vice-captain and first mate of the Roger Pirates. The silence in the tavern returned, but this time, it wasn't comedic. It was a suffocating, heavy silence born of pure, unadulterated awe. Usopp's jaw literally unhinged, hitting his chest. Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth again, and burned a hole in the floorboards. Chopper hid behind Zoro's leg, trembling. Frankie pushed his sunglasses down, his eyes wide. VV Vice Captain. Usopp shrieked, his voice cracking 3 octaves higher than normal. Of the Pirate King. Roger's right-hand man is sitting in a bar drinking rum. Wait a minute. Sanji yelled, spinning around and pointing furiously at Hatchan, who was quietly eating a bowl of takoyaki in the corner. You said you knew a guy who could code our ship. You didn't say that you were bringing us to the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Hatchan blinked, looking up from his food with a completely innocent, vacant expression on his octopus face. He scratched his bald head with one of his 6 hands. Hatchan mumbled awkwardly. I didn't think that was important. You all wanted a bubble coder, that was what I told you I was bringing you to. I didn't want to brag. Not important. The entire crew screamed at him, their teeth turning into shark fangs. He is a living legend. Rayleigh chuckled softly, waving a hand to diffuse the panic. Now. No need for titles. I'm just an old retired ship mechanic these days. The era of Roger is long over. Sanji stepped forward, his mind trying to process the impossibility of the situation. He looked at Rayleigh with deep suspicion. Wait, Sanji frowned, crossing his arms. That doesn't make any sense. 22 years ago, the world government captured Gold. They executed him in Logetown. If they caught the king, didn't the world government capture his crew too? How come you are alive and running around freely in the Sabaody archipelago, right next to Marine headquarters? Rayleigh's smile faded slightly. A look of nostalgia and a touch of sorrow crossed his weathered face. He looked down at the shot glass of rum in his hand, swirling the amber liquid. Captured? Rayleigh repeated, his voice quiet, lacking any of his previous joviality. He looked up, meeting Sanji's gaze with an intensity that demanded absolute silence from the room. Roger wasn't captured, Rayleigh stated flatly. The crew froze. What do you mean? Nami asked, her voice a mere whisper. The whole world knows the story. The Marines cornered him. It's in every history book. History books are written by the men who want to look strong, Rayleigh scoffed softly. The truth is he surrendered himself. A collective gasp echoed through the tavern. Surrendered? Usopp cried. Why would the Pirate King ever surrender? Because he was dying, Rayleigh said, his eyes distant as he recalled the memory. He had a disease which would have led to his death in a few months. Even the greatest doctor in the world could only stall the inevitable. Roger knew his time was running out. But he refused to die quietly in a bed. Rayleigh took a slow sip of his rum. So he thought of surrendering himself and using his execution to open the curtains to the great pirate era. He traded his dying life to light a fire that the world government could never extinguish. The weight of the true history settled over the straw hats. The legend they had all grown up with was a lie, covering up a sacrifice that had literally shaped the world they currently sailed. Robin took a slow, deliberate step forward. "Really-san," Robin asked, her voice trembling slightly with the overwhelming weight of her life's purpose. "Can I ask you something?" Rayleigh looked at the archaeologist, his sharp eyes softening. "Ask, child of O'Hara." "About the Void Century." Robin breathed, her hands clutching her dress. "Do you know anything?" Rayleigh didn't hesitate. He didn't look away. "We learned everything there," Rayleigh answered simply. "At the final island." Robin gasped, taking another step forward, entirely abandoning her usual composure. "Everything?" "Yes," Rayleigh nodded. "The Void Century, the meaning of the D. and the ancient weapons. We learned the truth of this world." Tears sprang to Robin's eyes. The culmination of her entire existence was sitting on a bar stool. Robin pleaded, her voice cracking with desperation. "What is the true history?" Rayleigh looked at her. He saw the desperation, the pain, and the hunger for the truth. But he didn't answer her question. He simply smiled, a sad, incredibly wise smile. Rayleigh chuckled softly. "Even if I told you now, you wouldn't be able to do anything about it." Robin froze. "What do you mean?" "The conclusions you'll reach," Rayleigh said, his gaze drifting toward the ceiling, "might be different from ours. We were too early and our time was up. You need to see the world as it is today, not just as it was." He looked back at Robin. "Why not travel the world yourself?" Rayleigh suggested warmly. "And reach the answer." Robin stared at the old pirate. The initial wave of disappointment washed away, quickly replaced by a sense of understanding. She wasn't alone anymore. She had a crew. She had a ship. She had the time to find the answers herself. She took a deep breath, wiping a tear from her eye, and offered a serene, incredibly grateful smile. "You are right," Robin bowed her head slightly. "I will find my own answer." A loud, frantic shout shattered the poignant moment. Usopp scrambled forward, pushing past Chopper and Frankie. His eyes were wide with absolute, frantic curiosity. He pointed a trembling finger at Rayleigh, shouting at the top of his lungs. "I wanna know. Tell us where the treasure is. Is the One Piece real?" Before Rayleigh could even open his mouth to answer, a roar erupted from the center table. Luffy slammed his hands down onto the wooden table so hard it splintered. He leaped out of his chair, his face contorted in absolute, furious anger. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't playing around. He was yelling at his sniper with a ferocity that made Usopp physically recoil. Luffy." Usopp stammered, backing up. "I don't want to hear it from him." Luffy yelled, his voice echoing fiercely through the tavern, silencing everyone. Luffy pointed an accusing finger at Usopp, his chest heaving. "If we find out now, then what's the point of setting out to sea?" Luffy roared, his passion filling the room. "We didn't risk our lives just to follow a map someone else drew. We didn't build a new ship just to skip to the end." Luffy grabbed the brim of his straw hat, pulling it down fiercely. "I don't want to go on a boring adventure," Luffy declared, his voice ringing with absolute finality. "If you ask him about the One Piece, I will quit being a pirate right here, right now." The tavern was dead silent. Usopp stared at his captain. He swallowed hard, the sheer force of Luffy's conviction washing away his curiosity. Usopp slowly lowered his hand, nodding apologetically. "I'm sorry, Luffy. You're right. I won't ask." Rayleigh watched the exchange. His eyes widened slightly. He looked at the boy in the straw hat, the boy who had just threatened to throw away his dream rather than cheat to achieve it. Rayleigh leaned his elbow on the bar, looking directly at Luffy. His voice was smooth and probing. Can you do it? Rayleigh asked. The Grand Line will exceed your imagination. The enemies ahead are monsters. Will you rule the seas? Luffy just tilted his head up. The anger vanished, replaced instantly by his wide, signature, blindingly bright grin. Who wants to rule? Luffy laughed, his voice light and completely unburdened. Luffy placed his hands on his hips, looking the Dark King dead in the eye. I want to become the Pirate King, Luffy stated, simple and pure as gospel, because he is the freest man in the world. The silence in the tavern returned, but it wasn't heavy or tense. It was warm. It was electric. Rayleigh stared at the boy. For a fleeting, magical second, the walls of the rip-off bar seemed to fade away. The boy in the red vest vanished, replaced by the towering, laughing silhouette of a man with a dark mustache and a captain's coat, standing on the deck of the Oro Jackson, making that exact same, impossible declaration to the wind decades ago. Rayleigh let out a soft breath, a nostalgic smile breaking across his scarred face. Roger, Rayleigh thought, his heart swelling with joy. Your will is alive and well. Behind Luffy, the crew watched their captain. Zoro smirked, taking a proud swig of his ale. Sanji lit a fresh cigarette, blowing a ring of smoke toward the ceiling. Nami smiled warmly, shaking her head at her idiot captain. Usopp and Chopper beamed with pride. Robin's eyes crinkled with deep affection. The giants nodded in silent, warriors' respect. Mary and Sunny cheered quietly, and Frankie struck a subtle, teary-eyed pose. Brook clattered his jaw in a happy hum, and Ben simply adjusted his glasses, a knowing, satisfied grin on his face. Even Shaki and Hatchan couldn't help but smile at the sheer, undeniable charisma radiating from the rubber boy. They were the Straw Hat Pirates. And they wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 171, Sabaody Archipelago 3745 words. The silence that had fallen over Shaki's rip-off bar was broken by a soft, nostalgic chuckle. Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King, sat at the wooden bar, swirling the golden, alchemically enhanced rum in his glass. His eyes, sharp and clear behind his round spectacles, were fixed entirely on the young man in the red vest standing in the center of the room. Specifically, Rayleigh's gaze rested on the battered, carefully stitched straw hat resting upon Monkey D. Luffy's head. It seems, Rayleigh murmured, his voice rich with decades of memories, that old hat has found its rightful owner. Luffy blinked, reaching up to touch the brim of his treasured hat. He tilted his head, a look of mild confusion crossing his face. You know about my hat, old man. I do, Rayleigh smiled softly, taking a slow sip of his rum. And I know the man who gave it to you. Shanks has done a very good job, entrusting the future to you. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up, expanding into massive, sparkling stars. The mere mention of his childhood hero was enough to completely overwrite any tension in the room. You know Shanks? Luffy practically vibrated, stepping closer to the bar. He's my friend. He gave me this hat and told me to return it to him when I become a great pirate. Is he doing well? Have you seen him? Of course I know him, Rayleigh laughed, setting his glass down. He used to be an apprentice on our ship, the Oro Jackson. Sailed with us for years, right alongside Buggy. The atmosphere in the tavern instantly shifted. The awe and reverence that had filled the room completely vanished, sucked into a vacuum of absolute, unadulterated disgust. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji all froze simultaneously. Their faces contorted into expressions of revulsion. Their eyes narrowed, their lips curled back in distaste, and a collective, visceral groan escaped their throats. Nami grimaced, her shoulders shuddering. That flashy clown. Zoro grunted, looking like he had just swallowed a lemon. Don't remind me of that big-nosed idiot, Sanji sighed, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Wait a minute, Usopp raised a trembling finger, completely ignoring the legendary status of the man he was speaking to. Are you seriously telling us that Buggy the Clown, the guy who shoots his own body parts like cannonballs and cries when he stubs his toe, was on the ship of the Pirate King? He was, Rayleigh confirmed, highly amused by their synchronized disgust. They were quite the pair. Always bickering, always fighting over treasure maps. But they were good kids. Luffy crossed his arms, pouting. I didn't know Shanks was on the Pirate King's ship. He never told me. And I can't believe he was friends with Buggy. Buggy is annoying. He didn't tell you. Rayleigh leaned his chin on his hand, a fond look passing over his scarred face. I suppose he wouldn't. Shanks was never one to brag about the past. He was always looking toward the future. 13 years ago, Rayleigh began. I was sitting in a tavern on the Sabaody archipelago, much like I am now. The door opened and Shanks walked in. The crew listened intently. Even Zoro stopped drinking his ale. He had been in the East Blue for a long time, Rayleigh recalled, tracing the rim of his glass. But when he sat down next to me, I noticed he was missing his left arm. And he was missing the straw hat that Roger had given him. Luffy stiffened, his hand instinctively gripping the brim of the hat. He knew exactly how Shanks had lost that arm. The memory of the Sea King, the blood in the water, and Shanks smiling at him while missing a limb flashed vividly in his mind. A heavy drop of sweat rolled down Luffy's temple. I was shocked, Rayleigh admitted. Red-haired Shanks, a man who even back then was making a terrifying name for himself in the New World, returning from the weakest sea missing an arm. I asked him what happened. I asked him who could have possibly done that to him. Rayleigh smiled, looking directly into Luffy's wide eyes. Do you know what he told me? Rayleigh asked softly. Luffy swallowed hard, unable to speak. He laughed, Rayleigh said. He laughed and he said, Rayleigh-san, I found a kid in the East Blue. A kid who said the exact same things Captain Roger used to say. So I bet my arm on the new era. The tavern was completely silent. Looking at you now, standing here with that hat, declaring you want to be the freest man on the sea. Rayleigh chuckled, raising his glass in a silent toast to the young captain. I see that he was not wrong. You carry his spirit well, Monkey D. Luffy's chest swelled. Shishishi. I'm gonna make sure his bet pays off. The emotional weight of the moment lingered for a few seconds, before the ever-pragmatic navigator of the crew cleared her throat. That is a very beautiful story, Rayleigh-san, Nami said, wiping a stray tear from her own eye before shifting seamlessly into business mode. And we are incredibly honored. However, we have a slight logistical nightmare on our hands. Nami stepped forward, pulling out a nautical chart. You mentioned you could code our ship so we can travel to Fishman Island. Considering we just declared war on the world government, time is of the essence. How long exactly will this coding process take? Rayleigh stroked his beard thoughtfully. That depends entirely on the vessel. A small caravel would take a day, maybe two. How big is your current ship? It's a galleon-class battleship, Ben answered smoothly. Roughly the same size as the Red Force. Rayleigh's eyebrows shot up. Shanks' flagship. You rookies are sailing a beast that size. That requires a massive amount of Eurycomen resin to achieve a stable, deep-sea bubble. Rayleigh did some quick mental calculations. Working alone, with a ship of that magnitude, it will take me exactly 5 days to complete the coding process, and ensure it won't pop at 10,000 meters below sea level. 5 days? Vivi gasped, stepping forward, her composure cracking. She pointed a frantic finger toward the door. We cannot stay on the Sabaody archipelago for 5 days. Zoro-san just assaulted a celestial dragon in the middle of Grove 1. I stepped on his stupid fishbowl helmet, Zoro corrected with a grunt, as if that made it better. He was in the way. That is worse. Usopp shrieked, grabbing his head and running in a tight circle around the table. You physically crushed a world noble. The Marines won't just send an admiral, they'll send the entire fleet. They'll search every single mangrove route on this archipelago until they find us. We are sitting ducks. Usopp-kun is correct, Robin agreed calmly, sipping a fresh cup of coffee Shaki had poured for her. The response for an attack on a celestial dragon is absolute. Staying docked here for 5 days would guarantee a confrontation with a buster call. So what do we do? Chopper whimpered, hugging Dory's massive leg. We can't go underwater without the bubble. We don't go underwater, Ben interjected, his voice cool and confident, instantly drawing the crew's attention. And we don't stay here. We are currently in the first half of the Grand Line. Paradise, Ben explained, walking over to the bar and leaning against the counter next to Shaki. But in our rush to reach Water 7 and Eni's lobby, we skipped over dozens of fascinating, highly unique islands. Islands that offer incredible resources, training opportunities, and environments we haven't seen. Ben held up a finger. I propose we visit a few of these islands. A grand tour of paradise before we descend into the new world. Shaki raised an eyebrow, taking a drag from her cigarette. And what islands do you have in mind, handsome? Well, for starters, Ben said, looking directly at Sanji. There is an island located deep within the calm belt. It is completely isolated from the rest of the world. It is called Amazon Lily. The Island of Women. Sanji froze. The cigarette fell from his mouth, bouncing off his shoe. Did you say? Sanji whispered, his voice trembling with the sheer, overwhelming gravity of the revelation. An island entirely populated. Yes, Ben nodded casually. No men are allowed. It is a warrior nation of beautiful women, who have never even seen a man before. Miss Shaki here is former empress of that island. Sanji didn't just get hard eyes. He went supernova. A swirling, blinding tornado of pink hearts and fiery passion erupted around the cook. He spun across the room like a drill, skidding on his knees until he slammed into the bar counter directly in front of Shaki. Shaki Swaan. Sanji screamed, tears of pure, unadulterated joy streaming down his face as he clasped his hands together in desperate prayer. I beg of you. Can you get me the permission to step on that island? It doesn't matter if I die the moment I step on the shore. If I perish surrounded by a nation of goddesses, I will die the happiest man in the history of the seas. Send me to Amazon Lily. Nami, Vivi, and Robin froze. They all slowly turned their heads to stare at the slender, ageless woman behind the bar who was casually wiping down a glass. Empress! Nami shrieked. You were the queen of Amazon Lily. Oh, stop it, Shaki laughed, waving a dismissive hand, though a fond smile touched her lips. That was a long, long time ago. Before I retired to run a bar and hang out with this old man. She patted Rayleigh's arm affectionately. I'm just a humble bartender now. Don't fall for her modesty, Ben warned the girls, his eyes gleaming with respect. She didn't just rule an island of hockey-wielding warriors. Back in her prime, she was a pirate defeated Gold, Roger Pirate King himself. The collective jaws of the Straw Hat crew hit the floorboards with a resounding, synchronized thud. She defeated the Pirate King. Usopp wailed, pointing a trembling finger at the bartender. Is everyone in this bar a legendary monster? Shaki exhaled a plume of smoke, shaking her head as a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Those were good times. The sea was wilder back then. Ben turned his attention back to the crew, ignoring their shock to continue his pitch. Aside from Amazon Lily, Ben continued, looking directly at Nami. There is a moving sky island called Weatheria. It is populated entirely by elderly scientists, who have dedicated their lives to studying the unique, bizarre weather patterns of the Grand Line. They have technology that can tie wind into knots and cultivate localized storm clouds. Nami's eyes instantly transformed into sparkling berry symbols. Weather science. Real, documented meteorological technology. Ben, I need to go there. I figured you'd like that, Ben nodded. He then turned his gaze to Luffy and Usopp. And for those looking for something a bit more grounded, Ben said, a devious smirk playing on his lips. There is the Boyne Archipelago. A series of islands shaped like massive flowers. Luffy tilted his head, unimpressed. Sounds boring. It's a carnivorous island, Ben corrected. The forests are filled with giant, terrifying insects. But the flora, the plants themselves, are made of food. There are trees that grow perfectly roasted ham. Bushes that bloom into chocolate cake. And rivers, literal, flowing rivers made entirely of hot, savory ramen broth and noodles. Luffy stopped breathing. His eyes bulged out of his skull. A literal waterfall of drool cascaded from his mouth, pooling on the wooden floor. A river of ramen. Luffy roared, his voice cracking with pure, religious ecstasy. Ham trees. Meat flowers. And giant, terrifying bugs that want to eat you, Usopp noted, terrified. Who cares about bugs when there's a ramen river? Luffy grabbed Usopp by the collar, shaking him violently. We are going to the Flower Island. Ben continued listing the locations. There's Karakuri Island, the birthplace of Dr. Vegapunk, filled with advanced cyborg technology and freezing winter mountains. Frankie's metallic nose twitched. Super technology. Sounds like my kind of scrap yard. There's the Torino Kingdom, Ben added, looking at Chopper. An island where humans and giant birds coexist, home to a vast, untouched library of ancient medicinal herbs and pharmaceuticals. Medicinal herbs. Chopper gasped, doing a happy little dance. I can learn so much. And then, Ben looked at Sanji with a very serious, very dangerous glint in his eye. There is Momwaro Island. The Kamabaka Kingdom. A vibrant, pink island completely devoid of biological women, populated entirely by fierce, cross-dressing Okama masters of Nukama Kenpo. Sanji visibly shuddered, a cold, terrifying chill running down his spine. Never speak of that place again, magician. Erase it from your maps. The excitement in the tavern was palpable. The crew was buzzing, each member already visualizing the upgrades, the knowledge, and the absolute gluttony awaiting them. Luffy, realizing his role as the captain, suddenly stood up. He crossed his arms, pushed his straw hat down over his eyes, and put on his most serious, intense, commanding face. Listen up, crew. Luffy announced, his voice dropping into a deep, authoritative baritone. If we stay here on Sabaody, the Marines will eventually find us. The crew stared at him, bewildered by his sudden grasp of military strategy. Therefore, Luffy nodded solemnly, we have no choice but to execute a strategic retreat. We must leave this island immediately and secure our survival at the Ramen River. He pointed a dramatic finger at the ceiling. Luffy quickly corrected himself, sweating profusely as Nami glared at him. I mean, the other islands. We must secure tactical advantages in this part of the Grand Line before we proceed to the New World. Dismissed. The entire crew rolled their eyes in perfect unison. You just want to eat the river, you idiot, Sanji sighed, shaking his head. All right, get your things, Ben instructed, clapping his hands. As the crew scrambled to gather the things they bought, Ben walked over to the bar. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a sleek, black kimoyo bead bracelet, identical to the ones the crew wore. He handed it to Rayleigh. Rayleigh-san, Ben said respectfully. This is a secure, encrypted communication device. When we come here again, I will send a message through these beads, so keep it with you all the time. Rayleigh took the bracelet, examining the advanced technology with a curious smile. A handy piece of kit. I will guard it well, magician. 10 minutes later, the Straw Hats was gathered in the center of the tavern, fully packed and vibrating with excitement. Ben asked, raising his elder wand. The crew cheered. Portus Maxima. Ben swept his wand in a wide, intricate arc. A massive, blinding flash of violet and gold light engulfed the tavern. The sound of displaced air cracked like a thunderstorm. When the light faded, the center of the room was completely empty. The Straw Hats, the giants, and the androids were gone, scattered across the various islands of paradise for their grand, 5-day vacation. The quiet ambience of the rip-off bar returned. The dust settled on the floorboards. Silver's Rayleigh and Shaki sat alone at the wooden bar. The Dark King looked at the empty space, a fond, highly amused smile on his face. They truly are a storm, Rayleigh chuckled, shaking his head. Shaki smiled, picking up the heavy glass bottle of infinite, magical rum Ben had left behind. She poured 2 generous glasses, sliding one across the polished wood to the former first mate. A storm, Shaki agreed, taking a slow sip of the exquisite liquor that is going to wash away the rot of this world. Let's enjoy the peace while it lasts, Ray. Rayleigh raised his glass, clinking it gently against hers. They drank in silence, 2 legends of the old era quietly cheering on the monsters of the new one. Meanwhile, an uninhabited island in the East Blue. While the Straw Hats were teleporting to lands of science and ramen rivers, a very different kind of reunion was taking place on a quiet, pristine white sand beach halfway across the world. A sleek, heavily armed marine galleon anchored just offshore. A longboat rowed quickly to the beach, hitting the sand with a soft crunch. Stepping out of the boat was Vice Admiral Guion, widely known by her alias, Momosaji. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in a tailored pink marine coat draped over her shoulders, her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her famed Mito, Kanpira. Her face, however, was set in a scowl of pure, unadulterated frustration. In her left hand, she held a small, fluttering piece of white paper, a vivre card. The paper was pulling insistently toward a dense thicket of palm trees a few yards down the beach. This is ridiculous, Guion muttered, marching across the sand. Sengoku-san is having a stroke in his office, Eni's lobby is a crater, and I am sent to the weakest sea in the world to retrieve a missing admiral. She pushed past a cluster of large, tropical ferns, following the pull of the card. As she broke through the tree line, she stopped dead in her tracks. The sight before her completely shattered her strict, disciplined marine composure. Suspended between 2 massive, bending palm trees was a wildly elaborate, incredibly comfortable-looking hammock woven entirely from thick, sturdy jungle vines and massive leaves. To the left of the hammock was a mountain of freshly cracked coconuts, perfectly stacked. To the right was a towering pile of massive, charred bones, the remains of several sea kings that had clearly been flawlessly roasted by pinpoint, light-speed lasers. And lying in the very center of the hammock, swaying gently in the tropical breeze, was Admiral Borsellino. Kizaru was fast asleep. He was still wearing nothing but his yellow, polka-dotted boxer shorts. His tinted sunglasses rested casually on his nose, protecting his eyes from the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. A soft, contented snore escaped his lips. Guion stared. Her left eye began to twitch violently. The vein on her forehead throbbed with enough pressure to burst. She marched forward, her boots stomping aggressively through the sand. She didn't yell. She didn't salute. Guion reached out, grabbed Kizaru firmly by his hairy, bare ankle, and yanked downward with the immense physical strength of an admiral candidate. Kizaru was ripped from his comfortable nest, crashing heavily back first onto the sandy beach. His head hit the ground, jarring his sunglasses askew. Ouch, Kizaru murmured, slowly opening his eyes. He didn't jump up. He didn't activate his devil fruit. He just lay there in the sand, looking upside down at the furious woman looming over him. Moshi mosh. Kizaru drawled lazily, adjusting his sunglasses with a lazy finger. Guion-chan. What a pleasant surprise. When did you get here? Did you bring any pants? Just now, Guion hissed, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword so tightly the leather creaked. Sengoku-san sent me to fetch you. The entire navy thinks you are dead, captured, or lost in a labyrinth. Ah, the labyrinth, Kizaru sighed, resting his hands behind his head in the sand. Yes, it was very tricky. I fought bravely, but the magician's traps were quite confusing. How did you manage to track me through the dimensional rift? Guion glared down at him, utterly unamused by the lie. She held up the fluttering piece of paper. With your vivre card, you idiot. Kizaru paused. His lazy expression cracked into a deep, genuine frown. My vivre card. Kizaru repeated, sitting up slightly. But the magician stole my suit jacket. He took the card to ensure I couldn't navigate back to the Grand Line. Clearly not, Gion deadpanned. Check your pockets. Kizaru blinked. He looked down at his yellow, polka-dotted boxer shorts. He patted the right side. He patted the left side. He felt a distinct, crinkling sensation against his thigh. Kizaru reached his long fingers into the small, hidden interior pocket of his boxer shorts, a pocket he hadn't even realized existed. He pulled out a large, perfectly intact piece of white paper. His own Vivre card. Kizaru stared at the paper in baffled silence. His mind, capable of processing information at the speed of light, recalled the exact fraction of a second when Ben had teleported him. The magician hadn't stolen the Vivre card to strand him forever. He had deliberately left card from the suit jacket and planted it directly into the Admiral's boxers before teleporting him away. Ben knew the Marines would eventually notice Kizaru was missing. He knew they would track the card. Ben didn't want to kill an admiral and start an unending war. He just wanted to bench him long enough for the Straw Hats to escape, while ensuring the Marines would eventually find him and waste their own time doing it. That sneaky, silver-haired bastard. Kizaru muttered, a rare scowl breaking his relaxed face as he cursed the magician's petty foresight. He planned this. He left it here so I would be dragged back to the paperwork. Kizaru let out a long, incredibly depressed sigh. He fell back onto the sand, staring up at the canopy of palm leaves he had so lovingly woven. Get up, Gion ordered sharply. We have a crisis meeting at Marineford. Sengoku is waiting. I am currently experiencing severe trauma from the labyrinth, Kizaru lied flatly, closing his eyes and refusing to move a single muscle. My legs do not work. You will have to carry me, Gion-chan. Gion let out a sound of frustration. She didn't argue. She didn't try to reason with the manifestation of laziness. She simply turned around, grabbed Kizaru by the ankle once more, and began marching back toward the longboat. Admiral Borsellino, one of the three greatest military powers in the world, resigned himself to his fate, allowing himself to be unceremoniously dragged across the white sand, his bare back creating a long, smooth trench all the way to the shoreline, mourning the loss of his perfect tropical vacation. Chapter 172, Sabaody Archipelago 4150 words Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku was a sanctuary of absolute misery. Sengoku sat rigidly in his high-back chair, his fingers pressing deeply into his temples in a desperate bid to ward off a migraine that felt like a localized buster call inside his skull. In the corner of the spacious office, sitting on the plush leather sofa opposite the desk, was Vice Admiral Monkey D. The hero of the Marines was completely ignoring the apocalyptic mood of the room. He had one leg kicked up over the armrest, bag of infinite rice crackers in his lap, and was loudly, aggressively crunching away, dropping crumbs onto the expensive carpet. Will you stop eating for 5 minutes? Sengoku finally snapped, his voice tight with fraying patience. Your grandson has completely destabilized the first half of the Grand Line. The 5 elders are demanding answers I don't have, and you are sitting there acting like you're at a theater. Bwahahaha. Garp roared, tossing another cracker into his mouth. What do you want me to do, Sengoku? Cry about it. The boy has a wild streak. I told you he was gonna be a handful. A handful is stealing a marine vessel, Sengoku hissed, slamming a fist onto the desk. Declaring war on 170 nations and obliterating Buster Call is a global catastrophe. Before Garp could respond with another infuriating laugh, the den mushi on Sengoku's desk erupted into a frantic, high-pitched ringing. Bolo 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 bolo. Sengoku snatched the receiver, his knuckles white. Sengoku speaking. This better be good news, Commander. F Fleet Admiral, sir. The voice of a Marine base commander stationed at the Sabaody Archipelago crackled through the speaker, laced with sheer, unadulterated panic. We have a code red emergency in Grove 1. A world noble has been assaulted. Sengoku froze. The air in the office seemed to drop 10 degrees. Assaulting a celestial dragon was the ultimate taboo, an offense that demanded the immediate, unwavering deployment of a marine admiral. Assaulted. Sengoku demanded, his voice dropping into a deadly baritone. What happened? Give me a casualty report immediately. St. Charlos, St. Roswald, and St. Shauria were out for a stroll, the commander stammered, the sounds of shouting Marines echoing in the background. An individual refused to kneel. St. Charlos drew his weapon and fired at the suspect. The suspect dodged the bullet and then knocked the entire royal family, along with their CP agent's escort, completely unconscious. The witnesses say he didn't even draw a weapon. He just glared at them, and a massive shockwave of spirit knocked everyone out. And then, the commander audibly gulped over the line. And then, as he walked away, the suspect deliberately stepped on St. Charlos's face and popped his resin bubble helmet. Garp, who had been mid-chew, suddenly stopped. He covered his mouth with his massive hand, his cheeks puffing out as he desperately tried to suppress a laugh. He popped the bubble. Sengoku roared, the vein on his forehead throbbing violently. Who did this? Was it Monkey D? Did the Straw Hats circle back to Sabaody? That's the strange part, Fleet Admiral, the commander replied, sounding entirely bewildered. He isn't in any of our active bounty archives. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose. Describe him to me. Right now. Yes, sir. According to the witnesses, the suspect is a human male, approximately 27 to 29 years of age. Average height and build. He has bright, striking silver hair, styled in a very distinct, messy perm. Garp snorted, a small spray of cracker crumbs escaping his lips. Sengoku glared at his old friend before returning to the snail. A silver perm. His eyes are green-gray, but the witnesses specifically noted that he had incredibly lazy-looking, dead fish eyes, as if he was completely bored by the entire altercation, the commander read from his notes. As for his attire, he was wearing a white yukata with blue swirling patterns, worn sloppily with one sleeve pulled off his shoulder, a black shirt underneath. Silence stretched across the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku stared at the den mushi. He looked at the massive stacks of wanted posters on his desk. He tried to mentally match the bizarre, highly specific description to any known pirate captain, revolutionary commander, or underworld broker. A silver-permed man with dead fish eyes wearing a half-off yukata, who possessed Conqueror's hockey strong enough to drop CP agents. Sengoku came up completely blank. Are you absolutely certain he isn't in the database? Sengoku asked, utterly baffled. A man with the color of the Supreme King doesn't just fall out of the sky wearing a sloppy yukata. We ran the description through the database 3 times, sir, the commander pleaded. He is a complete ghost. A total unknown. Unable to hold it in any longer, Garp absolutely lost his mind. PFFFT bwahahahaha. Garp threw his head back, howling with laughter. He slapped his knee so hard the shockwave rattled the windows of the office. He fell off the leather sofa, rolling onto the carpet, clutching his stomach as tears streamed down his scarred face. A silver perm. Garp roared, gasping for air. Dead fish eyes. Bwahahaha. And he stepped on their stupid fishbowls. Oh, that is priceless. What a legend. Garp, shut up. Sengoku screamed, his face turning a shade of violent purple. He turned back to the snail, gripping it so tightly the shell cracked slightly. Commander, Sengoku ordered, his voice trembling with barely contained fury. Lock down the archipelago. I am dispatching Admiral Akiji to Sabaody as soon as possible. Continue to search for this silver-haired individual. Turn every mangrove root upside down until you find him. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Sengoku slammed the receiver down. He slumped heavily onto his desk, burying his face in his hands. The world was spinning out of control. Rookie pirates were destroying islands, warlords were missing, and now, an unknown, high-tier hockey master with a terrible haircut was casually curb-stomping the world nobles. Bwahahaha. Garp wiped a tear from his eye, slowly picking himself up off the floor and dusting off his pristine white suit. Oh, Sengoku, you have to admit, that's hilarious. To hell with those arrogant celestial dragons. They've been asking for a boot to the face for decades. I'd like to shake that permed idiot's hand. Get out of my office, Garp, Sengoku whispered, entirely defeated. The New World, the Moby Dick. The weather in the New World was famously treacherous, a chaotic maelstrom of shifting currents, unpredictable storms, and gravity-defying waves. But today, the seas surrounding the colossal flagship of the Whitebeard pirates were uncharacteristically calm, as if the ocean itself was holding its breath. On the massive main deck of the Moby Dick, hundreds of seasoned pirates were going about their daily routines. Some were swabbing the decks, others were sharpening their weapons, and a large group was gathered near the bow, drinking heavily and playing cards. Sitting in his massive, throne-like chair at the center of the deck, surrounded by an array of medical equipment and attentive nurses, was Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world. He had a massive jug of sake in one hand, his piercing golden eyes looking out over the endless blue horizon. Suddenly, Marco the Phoenix, the 1st Division commander, dropped from the sky. He landed lightly on the wooden railing, his blue and yellow flames dissipating into the air. Pops, Marco said, his usual lazy drawl replaced by a note of genuine surprise. We've got an unidentified vessel approaching fast from the starboard side. It's tiny. Doesn't match any known marine or pirate ship designs. Diamond Josa grunted, stepping up beside Marco, his massive arms crossed. Should I intercept it? Hold on, Marco squinted, peering through the slight sea mist. It's moving incredibly fast, and it's practically glowing. The crew gathered at the railing, weapons drawn, ready to defend their father. Cutting across the surface of the ocean, leaving a perfectly straight, white wake behind it, was a sleek, silver capsule. It didn't have sails. It didn't have oars. It was completely enclosed by a reinforced glass canopy, propelled by a quiet, pulsing blue thruster at the rear. It looked like a drop of liquid mercury skimming over the waves. The silver vessel slowed down as it approached the Moby Dick, executing a flawless, automated docking maneuver right next to the massive wooden hull. The pirates stared in bewilderment. With a soft, pressurized hiss, the glass canopy of the capsule slid back. A hand reached up, gripping the edge of the cockpit. A figure vaulted out of the small ship, landing gracefully on the deck of the Moby Dick with a familiar, heavy thud of combat boots. He wore dark shorts, a thick belt, and a distinct orange hat adorned with 2 smiling and frowning faces. He was stripped to the waist, the massive purple cross of the Whitebeard pirates tattooed proudly across his broad, heavily muscled back. Marco gasped, his eyes widening. Commander Ace is back. The crew erupted into a deafening roar of cheers. Swords were raised into the air, and tankards of ale were spilled as hundreds of pirates rushed forward to welcome their brother home. Port Gas D, Ace stood up straight, offering a wide, genuine grin to the men he had sailed with for years. Hey, guys. You crazy bastard. Vista, the flower sword, laughed, clapping Ace hard on the shoulder. Where have you been? If you were any more later, we would have thought you were dead. Thanks for having such confidence in me, I think, Ace chuckled, though his eyes quickly sought out the massive figure sitting at the center of the deck. The crowd naturally parted, creating a wide path between the 2nd Division commander and his captain. Ace walked forward. His usual swagger was tempered by a deep, profound sense of respect and lingering guilt. He stopped a few feet away from Whitebeard's chair. He took off his orange hat, holding it against his chest, and dropped to one knee on the wooden deck, bowing his head. Pops, Ace said, his voice carrying clearly over the quieted crew. I'm back. And I'm sorry. Whitebeard looked down at the young man. His massive, crescent-shaped mustache twitched slightly. Sorry for what, my son? For leaving the ship to chase Teach without your permission, Ace replied, his grip tightening on his hat. You warned me. You told me to let it go. I was arrogant. I let my pride cloud my judgment, and it almost cost me my life. And worse, it would have dragged this entire family into a war. Whitebeard stared at Ace for a long, heavy moment. The silence on the deck was absolute. Then, a low, rumbling vibration began deep within the Emperor's chest. Gururara. Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed, a booming, joyous sound that instantly shattered the tension. He slammed the base of his massive bicento, Murakumajiri, against the deck. Raise your head, Ace. Whitebeard commanded, his voice filled with warmth. You are young, and you are hot-blooded. It is the nature of the fire you wield. A father understands when a son must walk his own path, even if it leads into the storm. Ace looked up, his eyes widening slightly at the easy forgiveness. You are alive, and you have returned to our family, Whitebeard smiled, his golden eyes filled with affection. That is all that matters. Stand up, grab a drink, and tell me. What happened with the men who broke our iron rule? What happened to Teach? Ace stood up, placing his hat back on his head. Marco handed him a massive wooden tankard filled to the brim with ale. Ace took a long, thirsty gulp, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The entire crew gathered around, sitting on crates and barrels, eager to hear the tale. I tracked him down to Bonero Island, Ace began, his voice steady as he addressed his captain and his brothers. He had gathered a crew of his own. But Teach wasn't the man we thought he was, Pops. He found the devil fruit he had been searching for. The yummy no me. The dark fruit, Joza grunted, his diamond-hard face turning serious. Yes, Ace nodded. It's a terrifying power. It creates a localized black hole that crushes everything it touches. But the worst part, it completely nullifies other devil fruit abilities upon physical contact. When he grabbed me, I wasn't made of fire anymore. I was just a normal human. Mutters of shock rippled through the crew. A power that could turn off a Logia user's defense was unheard of. I fought him for 12 hours, Ace continued, his eyes darkening as he remembered the brutal brawl. I finally managed to awaken my armament hockey in the heat of battle, and broke past his guard. But I got careless. His sniper shot me with a sea-stone bullet from a mile away, and his brawler ambushed me with a 10-ton boulder. They knocked me out cold. They ambushed you. Vista scowled, his hands resting on his sword hilts. When I woke up, Ace said, looking directly at Whitebeard, I was chained to a raft with marine-grade sea-stone cuffs. Teach told me his plan. He was going to hand me over to the world government to secure a position as a warlord of the sea. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed dangerously, a terrifying, heavy aura bleeding from his massive frame. If Teach had succeeded, the Marines would have executed Ace to make a point, forcing Whitebeard into a catastrophic war to save him. But you escaped, Marco noted, looking at Ace's unchained wrists. With sea-stone cuffs, you couldn't use your flames to melt the chains. A fond, slightly disbelieving smile touched Ace's lips. I didn't break out, Ace explained. I used a port key. A what key? Izo, the 16th Division commander, asked, tilting his head. A piece of magic, Ace said, pulling the small, metallic locket from beneath his shirt to show the crew. My little brother, Luffy, his crew has a Magian named Ben. He gave me this locket in Alabasta. He told me it was an emergency escape hatch. I just had to hold it and say the activation words. 1 second I was chained to Teach's raft in the middle of the ocean, and the next second I teleported completely across the world, landing squarely on the deck of my brother's ship. The deck of the Moby Dick went dead silent. Teleportation. Marco blinked, rubbing his neck. Ace, are you sure you didn't hit your head too hard on that boulder? That sounds like a fairy tale. I know how it sounds, Ace laughed. But it gets crazier. The Straw Hats took me in. But they realized Teach would likely go after Luffy since I escaped. So we needed to get stronger. Ace leaned against a barrel, looking around at his incredulous crewmates. The magician created a pocket dimension inside their ship, Ace said, his voice dropping into a serious, awestruck tone. A place he called the time chamber. The flow of time inside was entirely different from the real world. 10 minutes outside equaled 1 full day inside. You're joking, Joseph muttered, his jaw dropping. I spent exactly 14 months inside that white room, Ace confirmed, patting his densely muscled chest. And we weren't just lifting weights. The magician brought in a special instructor to train us. Whitebeard asked, leaning forward, genuinely intrigued. Ace swallowed hard, a shiver running down his spine, as the phantom pain of 1,000 punches flared in his memories. My grandfather, Ace said quietly. Vice Admiral Monkey D. A dozen pirates literally dropped their weapons onto the deck. Whitebeard's eyes widened slightly, a rumble of surprised laughter escaping his throat. Garp the fist. Marco yelled, completely losing his cool. The hero of the Marines trained a pirate crew for 14 subjective months inside a magical time-bending dimension. He didn't just train us, Ace winced. He beat us until our bones turned to dust. Every single day. If it weren't for the magician's healing spells, we would have died in the first week. By the time we came out, the entire crew had mastered hockey. We were completely different fighters. Ace went on to describe the climax of his journey. He told them about the convergence at Thriller Bark. How the Straw Hats had faced down 3 admirals. How he and Luffy had stood back-to-back against Akainu. And finally, he told them about his rematch with Teach on the northern coast of the island. Teach has conqueror's hockey, Ace revealed, causing a murmur of unease to ripple through the commanders. He was hiding it the entire time he sailed with us. We clashed and it tore the sky apart. But this time, I wasn't just relying on my fruit. Ace held up his fist, coating it instantly in a dense, dark purple layer of advanced armament hockey. I cornered him on the cliffs, Ace smiled fiercely. I compressed my white flames with my hockey so deeply that his darkness couldn't absorb the core of the attack. When the NTI detonated, it blew the entire cliff face into the ocean. Teach went into the water, and he didn't come back up. His crew fled like cowards. Ace lowered his fist, letting the hockey fade. He's gone, Pops. The traitor is sleeping with the fishes. The crew stared at Ace in absolute, unadulterated shock. The sheer scale of the adventure, the impossible technology and magic of the Straw Hats, and the brutal, definitive end to Marshal D. Teach was almost too much to process. For a long moment, the only sound was the crashing of the waves against the hull of the Moby Dick. Then, Whitebeard began to laugh. It started as a low rumble, building into a massive, earth-shaking roar of pure joy and fatherly pride. Gururara. Whitebeard slammed his hand against his thigh. A time chamber. Teleportation magic. And the old dog Garp teaching a bunch of brats how to fight. The sea is truly entering a miraculous new age. Whitebeard looked down at Ace, his golden eyes shining with immense pride. You did well, my son, Whitebeard praised, his voice booming across the deck. You sought justice for your brother Thatch, and you learned the most vital lesson of this sea. Devil fruits are powerful, but it is hockey that truly conquers the world. You have grown into a true king. Ace smiled, a deep, warm feeling settling in his chest. He was home. Listen up, my sons. Whitebeard roared, raising his massive jug of sake into the air. Our commander has returned victorious. The traitor is defeated. Tonight, we drink until the barrels run dry. Let the banquet begin. Yeehaw! The Whitebeard pirates erupted into joyous, chaotic celebration. Music began to play, massive cuts of meat were thrown onto open grills, and the ale flowed like water. Ace sat among his brothers, laughing and sharing a drink with Marco, his heart finally at peace. An uninhabited island, the South Blue far removed from the chaotic wars of the Grand Line, and the boisterous banquets of the New World, a small, lush, uninhabited island sat quietly in the calm waters of the South Blue. The sun was high in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow over a pristine, crescent-shaped white sand beach. The gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore provided a soothing, rhythmic soundtrack to the perfect, idyllic afternoon. Sitting on a large, checkered picnic blanket spread out over the sand was Jewelry Bonnie. She was in her true form, a small, energetic child with bright pink hair. Her cheeks were stuffed to capacity with food, her tiny hands aggressively dual-wielding two massive, roasted turkey legs. Sitting cross-legged beside her, wearing a simple, comfortable white linen shirt and dark trousers, was Bartholomew Kuma. The massive, towering man looked completely different from the warlord the world knew. The cybernetic enhancements were gone. His eyes were clear, kind, and entirely human. He wasn't holding his Bible, instead, he was holding a small, delicately woven flower crown he had spent the last hour meticulously crafting from the island's native flora. "Slow down, Bonnie," Kuma rumbled softly, a gentle, paternal smile touching his lips. He picked up a napkin and carefully wiped a smear of barbecue sauce from his daughter's chin. "The food isn't going to run away. But it's so good, Daddy." Bonnie mumbled around a mouthful of turkey, chewing happily. She swallowed with a loud gulp and reached into the enchanted leather pouch Ben had given her, effortlessly pulling out an entire, steaming pepperoni pizza. "The magician's magic food bag is the best thing ever. I never want to eat regular food again." Kuma chuckled, the deep sound vibrating pleasantly in his chest. He reached over and gently placed the flower crown atop Bonnie's pink hair. "There," Kuma said affectionately. "A crown fit for a pirate princess." Bonnie beamed, dropping the pizza for a second to reach up and touch the soft petals. She threw her arms around Kuma's massive neck, hugging him tightly. "Thanks, Dad," Bonnie whispered, resting her head against his chest, listening to the steady, strong, entirely organic beating of his heart. Kuma wrapped his large arms around her, holding her close. He closed his eyes, soaking in the warmth of the sun and the presence of his daughter. For the past 29 days, they had done nothing but enjoy this quiet, secluded paradise. They had fished in the clear waters, built massive sandcastles, explored the lush jungles, and simply existed together as father and daughter. It was the vacation they had been denied for years. But as the sun began to slowly dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and orange, the bittersweet reality of their situation settled over them. "Tomorrow is the day," Bonnie said softly, her voice losing its boisterous energy. She pulled back slightly, looking up into Kuma's eyes. Kuma nodded slowly, his expression turning somber but resolute. "Yes," Kuma affirmed. "Tomorrow, this vacation ends. I must return to Baltigo. Dragon has need of me. The Revolutionary Army is waiting for me, and my knowledge of the world government's internal structures will be vital to our success." Bonnie pouted, crossing her arms over her chest. "You have to save the world. I don't want you to go. We just got you back." Kuma smiled sadly, reaching out to gently stroke her pink hair. "I don't want to leave you either, my brave girl. But you know it is too dangerous for you to stay by my side. The world government will be hunting me relentlessly once they realize my cybernetics have been removed and my free will restored. If you are with me, you will be a target. I can fight," Bonnie argued, her eyes flashing fiercely. "I have my devil fruit. I can turn them into babies." "I know you are strong," Kuma said soothingly. "But I need to know you are absolutely safe. Dragon has personally assured me that the best place for you right now is with the Straw Hat Pirates." Bonnie wrinkled her nose. "With that rubber idiot and his crazy crew." "They are not just a crazy crew, Bonnie," Kuma said, his voice dropping into a tone of profound respect. "They are the Dawn. I saw them at Thriller Bark. They declared war on the world to save a single friend. They possess power, magic, and loyalty that defies reason. Under the protection of Monkey D, Luffy, and the Magician. There is Northwest's safer place for you in this era." Bonnie looked down at the sand. She knew he was right. She already agreed to it. The Straw Hats had saved her father when the entire world had given up on him. They had given her this month of happiness. Besides, Kuma smiled, trying to lighten the mood. You said you liked the food the magician provides. Bonnie sniffled, a small, reluctant smile breaking through her pout. Their cook is pretty amazing too. And I guess the reindeer is kind of cute. Kuma laughed softly, pulling her into one last, tight embrace as the sun set over the ocean. I will come visit you time to time, Bonnie, Kuma promised, his voice a steady, unbreakable vow. You better, Bonnie whispered, hugging him fiercely. Or I'll turn you into a wrinkly old man. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, father and daughter sat together on the beach, enjoying the last few hours of their stolen peace, ready to face the turbulent new era waiting for them tomorrow. Chapter 173, On the Seas 30 for 42 words. The morning sun cast a bright, golden glow over the grassy main deck of the Thousand Sunny. The ocean breeze was cool and refreshing, carrying the scent of salt and the faint, sweet aroma of Nami's tangerine grove. The ship coasted peacefully over the gentle waves of the Grand Line, the crew enjoying a quiet start to the day. The tranquility of the morning was suddenly punctuated by a sharp, echoing crack of displaced air. Materializing near the main mast were two figures. Bartholomew Kuma stood tall, his massive frame clad in a simple, comfortable linen shirt, his signature Bible tucked under his arm. Clinging to his side was Jewelry Bonnie, her pink hair slightly messy from the tropical wind of the vacation island they had just departed. Ben, who had been sitting at the patio table drinking his morning coffee, stood up and walked over. Welcome back, Ben greeted them with a polite nod. Kuma looked down at Bonnie. The towering, usually stoic former warlord knelt down on one knee, placing his massive, paw-padded hands gently on his daughter's shoulders. Listen to me carefully, Bonnie, Kuma rumbled, his voice thick with parental anxiety. We discussed the rules. No eating food off the floor, even if you think the 5-second rule applies. Brush your teeth every night, especially after the magician gives you candy. Do not punch any Marines unless they shoot at you first. Bonnie sniffled, wiping a stray tear from her cheek. She looked sad but she nodded dutifully. I know, Dad. I'll be good. And please, Kuma added, glancing toward the crew, listen to the navigator. She seems to be the only one with common sense on this vessel. Usopp protested weakly from the background, though no one paid him any attention. And remember, Kuma pulled her into a tight, crushing hug, burying his face in her pink hair. I will call you every single day using the kimoyo beads Ben provided. If you need anything, or if you are ever in danger, you press the emergency button. I will come to visit you twice a month. I swear it. Okay, Bonnie hugged his massive neck back, her voice muffled against his shirt. The rest of the Straw Hat crew had gathered on the deck, watching the scene unfold. A collective, warm smile spread across their faces. Seeing the terrifying tyrant acting like an overbearing, worried father was both heartwarming and deeply humanizing. Kuma finally stood up, gently releasing his daughter. He turned to face the Straw Hat pirates. He bowed his head deeply, a gesture of profound, genuine respect. Please, Kuma said, his voice earnest. Look after her. She is my entire world. Nami stepped forward, resting a hand on her hip with a confident, reassuring smile. No worries, Kuma-san. We already have 4 kids on this ship. Adding another one doesn't matter at all. She'll be perfectly safe with us. Kuma offered a rare, small smile. He looked at Bonnie one last time. Goodbye, Bonnie. I love you. Bye, Dad, Bonnie waved, trying to put on a brave face. Love you too. Ben stepped beside the massive revolutionary. He placed a hand on Kuma's broad shoulder. He focused his magic on the coordinates of Baltigo, the hidden base of the Revolutionary Army where Dragon was currently waiting for his top commander to return. With a sudden burst of displaced air, Kuma and Ben vanished. A heavy silence fell over the deck. Bonnie stood there, staring at the empty space where her father had just been. Her lower lip trembled slightly as the reality of his departure set in. She crossed her arms, trying to look tough, but a single tear escaped down her cheek. A few seconds later, Ben reappeared on the deck with another crack, having successfully dropped Kuma off with Dragon. Ben looked at Bonnie, sensing the quiet sadness radiating from the pink-haired pirate. He caught Sanji's eye across the deck and gave the cook a subtle, pointed look. Sanji didn't need any further instruction. He gave Ben a sharp nod. "Hey, Bonnie-chan." Sanji called out, his voice smooth and cheerful as he slid out of the kitchen holding a steaming, perfectly baked pizza on a silver tray. "I was experimenting in the kitchen this morning. I tried to make a completely new flavor profile just for you. A wood-fired margarita with a garlic butter stuffed crust, topped with spicy ground sea sausage and caramelized onions. Care to be my official taste tester?" Bonnie looked at the pizza. The rich, savory aroma hit her nose, entirely overriding her melancholy. Her stomach gave a loud, appreciative rumble. She looked up at Sanji and gave a small, sad but genuine smile. She nodded. "I'd like that. Thanks, Curly." As Bonnie followed Sanji into the dining table to eat, Luffy bounded over to Ben, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Hey, Ben." Luffy grinned, adjusting his straw hat. "We're done waiting. Where are we going next? Is there a meat island?" Ben pulled his wrist up, activating the holographic projector built into his kimoyo beads. A glowing blue 3D map of the Grand Line materialized in the air, showing their current trajectory. "Our next destination on this route is an island known as the Momwaro Kingdom." Luffy tilted his head. "Does it have good food?" "It has very unique residents," Ben replied, a faint, highly amused smirk touching his lips. He knew exactly what kind of island Momwaro Kingdom was. An entire island populated exclusively by cross-dressing Okama masters. A literal pink nightmare for a certain blonde cook. Fortunately, Sanji was currently inside the kitchen, loudly explaining the optimal cheese pull technique to Bonnie. The heavy oak doors were shut, completely blocking the sound of Ben's announcement. If Sanji had heard the words Momwaro Kingdom, he would have immediately sprinted to the helm, violently hijacked Sunny's controls, and sailed the ship directly into the nearest hurricane to avoid that specific island. But completely oblivious to his impending doom, the cook continued to happily bake pizzas. Meanwhile, near the railing, Usopp was sweating profusely. He nervously shuffled over to where Nami was sitting on a lounge chair. "Hey, Nami," Usopp whispered, glancing around with slight paranoia. "Earlier, when you were talking to Kuma, what exactly did you mean by for kids?" Nami didn't look up from the fashion magazine she was reading. She simply raised her hand and casually counted them off on her fingers. "Mary, Sunny, Chopper and Luffy," Nami listed flatly. Usopp let out a massive, shuddering breath of profound relief. He leaned against the railing, wiping a waterfall of nervous sweat from his forehead. "Oh, thank God. I thought you were talking about me for a second." The great god Usopp is a mature, fearless warrior of the sea. "I am a pillar of adulthood." Nami just rolled her eyes and turned the page of her magazine. 10 minutes later, the entire crew had migrated into the massive, magically expanded dining hall. The smell of Sanji's new pizza recipe filled the room. Everyone grabbed a slice, sitting around the long oak table. "This is amazing, Sanji." Bonnie mumbled around a mouthful of gooey cheese, her sadness entirely cured by the culinary masterpiece. "Super tasty, bro." Frankie agreed, downing a slice in one bite. "The crust is so crunchy, it rattles my bones." Brooke laughed, wiping his jawbone with a napkin. "Even though I have no stomach to digest it." As the crew ate, Ben stood up from his chair. He tapped a button on a small remote in his pocket. "Mary," Ben called out. "Pull the screen down, please." "You got it, Papa." Minnie Mary chirped from her high chair. With a soft mechanical whir, a massive, high-definition white projector screen descended from the ceiling at the far end of the dining hall. The lights in the room automatically dimmed. What's this? Robin asked, tilting her head as she took a sip of her coffee. Since we have quite a few new faces on the ship, Ben explained, gesturing to Brooke, Frankie, and Bonnie, who had joined their journey late, I thought it would be a good idea to show everyone exactly what we did, and what we went through to get here. Mary and I captured a few pics and videos of our journey. About us. Luffy cheered, his eyes shining. Oh, this should be incredibly embarrassing, Zoro grunted, taking a swig of ale. Hit the playback, Mary, Ben instructed. And add some background music. Something fitting for a long journey. Loading the nostalgia playlist now. Mary announced. The projector clicked on. A crisp, upbeat, acoustic guitar riff began to play through the dining hall's surround sound system, immediately setting a warm, energetic, and emotional tone. Hope when you take that jump, you don't fear the fall. Hope when the water rises, you built a wall. The screen flickered to life. The first video clip was chaotic and bright. It was Arlong Park. The footage showed the towering gates of the Fishman base being blown completely off their hinges. Hope when the crowd screams out, it's screaming your name. Hope if everybody runs, you choose to stay. The screen rapidly cut between the intense, high-stakes fights. There was Luffy, screaming in fury, grabbing Arlong by the face, and pile-driving the massive Fishman directly through 3 floors of solid concrete. There was Zoro, bleeding heavily but grinning like a demon, his swords crossing in a lethal blur as he effortlessly sliced through the 6-armed Hatchan. Next was Sanji, underwater, delivering a devastating, high-speed kick directly into Karubi's gills, sending the martial artist flying out of the pool. Then Usopp, trembling in fear, before turning around, pulling back his slingshot, and delivering a perfectly placed, explosive hammer blow to Chu's face. Finally, it showed Ben, standing completely unbothered in the center of the courtyard. Dozens of Arlong's mob rushed him. With a lazy flick of his wand, a telekinetic force sent the entire mob flying backward into the stone walls simultaneously. Bonnie gasped, lowering her pizza. Such youthful vigor. Brooke praised, clapping his bony hands. The passion of a true warrior shines through the screen. Super cool. Frankie struck a pose at the table. Hope that you fall in love, and it hurts so bad. The only way you can know is give it all you have. And I hope that you don't suffer but take the pain. Hope when the moment comes, you'll save. The heavy fighting faded out, replaced by the warm, flickering light of a massive bonfire. It was the banquet in Kokoyashi Village. The music swelled into an upbeat, triumphant chorus. I did it all. I did it all. The screen showed Luffy running around with a pair of chopsticks stuck up his nose and a basket on his head, doing his ridiculous party dance. Usopp was howling with laughter. I owned every second that this world could give. I saw so many places, the things that I did. The video panned up to the night sky. Ben was standing on a rooftop, waving his elder wand. Massive, impossibly intricate, and colorful magical fireworks exploded in the sky, taking the shapes of roaring lions, soaring dragons, and blooming lotuses. The villagers' faces were illuminated by the glowing sparks, their expressions filled with absolute, pure awe. In one of the shots, a beautiful woman with blue hair and a warm smile was clapping her hands, laughing at Luffy's antics. Nami pointed excitedly at the screen, a huge smile on her face. That's Nojiko. She's my older sister. And that's Genzo, the mayor. They're the ones who raised me. She's very beautiful, Nami Swan. Sanji swooned. The genes in your family are truly divine. Yeah, with every broken bone, I swear I lived. The music shifted, the beat driving forward as the video cut to a dark, stormy sky. It was Logue Town. The rain was pouring down in sheets. The camera angle zoomed in on the towering execution platform in the center of the town square. Luffy was trapped in the wooden stocks, completely immobilized. Standing directly above him, holding a massive, jagged sword executioner style, was Buggy the Clown. I'm dead. Luffy's voice echoed from the video, accompanied by his massive, carefree grin. "You smiled while getting executed?" Bonnie asked, her jaw dropping in disbelief. "Are you insane?" Just as Buggy swung the sword down to decapitate the future Pirate King, a blinding, jagged bolt of natural lightning tore through the dark clouds. It struck the metal sword perfectly, blowing the entire wooden execution platform into a million burning splinters. Through the smoke and falling debris, the video showed Ben materializing out of thin air. He grabbed Luffy's collar and Zoro's arm, and with a sharp crack of displacement magic, he teleported the entire core crew out of the heavily surrounded marine plaza. Hope that you spend your days, but they all add up. And when that sun goes down, hope you raise your cup. The video transitioned again. The stormy weather vanished, replaced by the sheer, towering red wall of the Red Line. The ship sailed down the reverse mountain rapids, crashing into the Grand Line. And there, blocking the entire ocean, was the colossal, scarred face of a gigantic whale. The video showed Crocus, the grumpy lighthouse keeper, sitting inside his lawn chair. It showed Luffy painting the massive, crude straw hat Jolly Roger directly onto the whale's forehead. Laboon roared, the sound echoing through the dining hall. At the dining table, Brook stared at the screen. He saw the whale. He saw the scars. "Laboon," Brook whispered. He didn't have tear ducts. He had no eyes. But the skeletal musician buried his face in his bony hands, his shoulders shaking with profound, silent sobs. "He grew so big," Brook wept openly. "Tears are flowing from my eyes. Even though I have no eyes. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Oh, I wish that I could witness all your joy. And all your pain. But until my moment comes, I'll say." The screen cut to the dark, cactus-shaped islands of Whiskey Peak. It showed the massive banquet. The crew eating and drinking until they passed out. And then, it showed the ambush. Zoro was a blur of motion in the moonlight. The video captured him running across the rooftops, effortlessly slicing through the Baroque Works bounty hunters. He took down 100 armed assassins with terrifying, casual precision. "Geba Baba." Dory laughed, clinking his mug with Bragi. "The swordsman possesses excellent stamina. To fight 100 men alone at that time is a true warrior's feat." Then, the video cut to Zoro, who was standing in an alleyway. Facing him was Miss Wednesday Vivi. She was wearing a bizarre, swirling, hypnotic dress. In the video, Vivi began to sway back and forth, performing her peacock slasher, hypnosis dance. She spun her weapons, shaking her hips in a slow, mesmerizing, and utterly ridiculous attempt to put the swordsman to sleep. Zoro, in the video, just stared at her with a blank, unimpressed dead fish expression. In the dining room, absolute chaos erupted. Bwahahaha. The crew roared with laughter, slapping the table. The peacock hypnosis. Usopp howled, pointing at the screen. Vivi turned the color of a ripe tomato. Her entire face burned with unadulterated embarrassment. Vivi shrieked, her royal dignity completely shattered. She spun around and began aggressively hitting Ben repeatedly on the shoulder with her fists. "Where did you get that footage? Delete it. Delete it right now. The cameras are always rolling, princess," Ben laughed innocently, easily absorbing her flurry of punches with a single hand. Meanwhile, Luffy, who was sitting at the head of the table, was staring intently at the screen. As the video Vivi continued her swirling, hypnotic dance, Luffy's eyes began to glaze over. He swayed slightly in his chair. His eyelids drooped. "Getting." Luffy mumbled, his head lolling to the side, literally being hypnotized by a video recording from months ago. Usopp slammed his hand onto the top of Luffy's head. "Don't get hypnotized by a screen, you moron." I did it all. I did it all." The video cut again. The ship was sailing away from Whiskey Peak. Sitting casually on the railing of the ship, bathed in the moonlight, was a mysterious, dark-haired woman in a cowboy hat. Miss All Sunday. Nico Robin. She looked edgy. She looked incredibly dangerous. She delivered her ominous warning to the crew with a cool, sophisticated smile. And then, right in the middle of her cool villain monologue, a flurry of glowing, magical ropes shot out from the floorboards. Before Robin could even react, the ropes bound her wrists, her ankles, and completely hogtied her. She fell backward onto the deck with an undignified thud, her cool, mysterious aura utterly ruined as she squirmed helplessly like a captured caterpillar. The dining hall erupted into fresh laughter. Robin's calm, serene smile froze. A bright, intense blush dusted her cheeks. She slowly turned her head, fixing Ben with a dark, terrifying glare that promised slow, agonizing retribution. Ben took a slow sip of his coffee, maintaining a perfectly innocent, guiltless smile, as if he had absolutely nothing to do with her humiliation. I owned every second that this world could give. I saw so many places, the things that I did. The music softened, transitioning into a grand, epic instrumental bridge as the screen showed the dense, prehistoric jungles of Little Garden. It showed the massive, earth-shaking battle between Dory and Broggy, their weapons clashing with the force of thunder. Then, it showed the friendly duel Ben and Luffy standing back-to-back, facing down the two legendary giants in a test of pure strength and will. Dory and Broggy watched the screen, smiling warmly. That was a good day, Broggy rumbled. A true warrior's duel. The video showed the massive, terrifying island-eater goldfish erupting from the ocean to block their path. And it captured the awe-inspiring moment when Dory and Broggy fired the Hakoku, warrior nation, shockwave, blasting a massive, perfect hole straight through the beast's giant body to clear the path for the ship to sail safely through. Yeah, with every broken bone, I swear I lived. The scene changed to blinding white snow. Drum Island. The video showed Ben's magic carpet soaring high above the freezing blizzards, carrying Luffy and Sanji up the sheer, vertical face of the Drum Rockies toward the castle. Then, it showed a small, furry reindeer standing in the snow. The screen filled with brilliant, blooming pink light. The snow turned into falling sakura petals, illuminating the dark winter sky with the promise of a miracle. Chopper watched himself on the screen, tears welling up in his eyes all over again as he remembered his mentor's dream coming true. With every broken bone, I swear I lived. The montage sped up, flashing through rapid, high-energy clips. The golden sands of Alabasta. Crocodile flying through the bedrock. The knock-up stream, launching the ship into the clouds. The descent into Water 7. The chaotic, flying invasion of Eni's lobby. The destruction of the world government flag. I did it all. I did it all. I owned every second that this world could give. I saw so many places, the things that I did. Yeah, with every broken bone, I swear I lived. The music reached its final, triumphant crescendo. The acoustic guitar strummed its last chord, fading out softly as the screen faded to black. The dining hall was quiet for a long moment. The new crew members looked at the screen, and then at the small, core group of pirates who had lived through all of it. They had compressed a lifetime of legendary adventures into a few short months. Luffy was grinning so widely his face looked like it might split. He looked around his table. He saw his swordsman, his navigator, his sniper, his cook, his doctor, his archaeologist, his shipwright, his musician, his princess, and his magician. We did some pretty cool stuff, huh? Luffy laughed. We did, Ben agreed, shutting the projector off. He raised his coffee cup. And we're just getting started. To the future. To the future. The crew roared, clinking their glasses and mugs together. They were bonded. They were strong. And they were completely, blissfully unaware that the log pose on Nami's wrist was currently pointing them directly toward an island of cross-dressing warriors that would test Sanji's sanity far more than any Marine Admiral ever could. Chapter 174, On the Seas 3647 words. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue. The gentle sea breeze carried the scent of salt and Nami's blooming tangerine grove across the grassy main deck. Luffy was trying to catch seagulls barehanded from the figurehead. Zoro was asleep against the main mast, his rhythmic snores acting as a metronome for the ship. Brooke sat on a barrel near the stern, softly plucking a cheerful, relaxing tune on his violin, while Sanji was locked in the kitchen, attempting to perfect a new seafood pastry recipe. Inside the deep, soundproof bowels of the ship, however, the atmosphere was strictly academic. "All right, everyone. Take a seat." Ben stood at the head of the massive table in his private research laboratory. The room was bathed in the cool, blue light of the pulsing arc reactor and several floating holographic screens. Seated around the table, looking a mix of curious and apprehensive, were Nami, Nico Robin, Princess Vivi, Usopp, and Tony Chopper. "You're probably wondering why I called only the 5 of you down here, and left others up on deck," Ben began, sliding his hands into the pockets of his dark trousers. "I assumed it was because if you put Luffy in a room full of fragile, highly explosive scientific equipment, we would all be dead within 4 minutes," Nami stated flatly, resting her chin on her hand. "That is the primary reason, yes," Ben chuckled. "But there is a secondary, much more important reason. It concerns your combat trajectories." Ben tapped a button on the table. A holographic projection flared to life in the center of the group. It displayed a complex, three-dimensional rotating model of a human body. However, instead of showing bones or blood vessels, the hologram highlighted a network of glowing, ethereal blue lines running through the torso, limbs, and brain. "During our time in the training chamber," Ben explained, pacing slowly around the table, "I observed your growth. You all unlocked the fundamentals of hockey. You improved your physical stamina, your reaction times, and your tactical awareness. You are all significantly stronger." Ben stopped, looking at the sniper. "Usopp, your future sight is developing nicely. Nami, your weather manipulation is deadly. Chopper, your monster point is under control. And Vivi and Robin, your devil fruit mastery is exceptional." "Thank you, Magician-san," Robin smiled politely. "But there is a however coming, isn't there?" "There is," Ben nodded. "However, your baseline physical ceilings will never match the monster trio. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, the Giants, and Frankie, they are natural-born brawlers. Their bodies can withstand and generate force that defies logic. If the 5 of you try to match a Yonko commander in a pure contest of physical strength, you will lose." Usopp slumped in his chair, rubbing his long nose. "Way to crush our confidence, Ben. We know we aren't the muscle. That's why we fight from the back line." "Exactly," Ben pointed at Usopp. "You are the back line. You are the brains, the utility, and the tactical support. And that is why I am going to give you the ultimate tactical advantage." Ben gestured to the glowing blue lines on the hologram. "I am going to give you magic circuits." The room went dead silent. Chopper blinked his large eyes, adjusting his pink hat. "Like the magic you use?" "The floating, the shields, the healing." "Precisely," Ben confirmed. "A few days ago, Robin and I discussed this. I explained that to use genuine sorcery, not devil fruit powers or hockey, but actual, reality-bending magic, a person requires a specific biological and spiritual infrastructure. A network to generate and process mana. Normal humans do not possess this network. If a normal human tries to channel raw magic, their nervous system fries, and they spontaneously combust." Vivi swallowed hard, looking at the hologram with a hint of trepidation. "Spontaneous combustion sounds highly unpleasant. Which is why you need the circuits," Ben continued. "Until recently, grafting a magical circuit onto a non-magical soul was too risky. The rejection rate in my simulations was near 100%. But thanks to the transmutation magic I acquired recently." Ben held up his right hand. A soft, iridescent silver light washed over his fingers. "I no longer need to graft foreign circuits onto you. Using transmutation, I can safely, permanently rewrite a small percentage of your existing, latent spiritual pathways into functioning magic circuits. Your bodies won't reject them, because they will be built from your own native energy." Nami's eyes widened. She sat up straight, the implications hitting her instantly. "You're saying you can give us the ability to cast spells?" Real spells. Like teleportation. Or turning rocks into gold. In theory, yes, Ben smirked. But here is the catch. Ben deactivated the hologram. He walked over to a heavy bookshelf against the wall and pulled out a massive, dust-covered leather tome. He dropped it onto the table with a loud, resounding thud. Magic is not a superpower you just wake up and know how to use, Ben stated seriously. A devil fruit gives you an instinctual understanding of its ability. Magic gives you nothing but the raw fuel. Magic is a science. It is mathematics, physics, geometry, and linguistic precision all rolled into one. Ben tapped the heavy book. I will provide the hardware, Ben said, looking at each of them in turn. But you have to write the software. If you agree to this procedure, you will have to study. You will have to read these tomes. You will have to understand the fundamental laws of reality in order to break them. You will need to create your own spells, tailor-made to fit your fighting styles. Usopp stared at the massive book, visibly intimidated. I haven't studied since I was 8. It's either study, or you remain vulnerable to physical blitzes in the new world, Ben offered simply. The choice is entirely yours. There is no pressure. If you prefer to rely solely on your current arsenals and hockey, I will not touch your pathways. Silence hung over the table for a long moment. The prospect was daunting. A permanent alteration to their souls, followed by grueling academic study. Robin was the first to move. She didn't hesitate. She reached out and rested her pale hand smoothly on the cover of the ancient tome. Her blue eyes sparkled with a fierce, insatiable hunger for knowledge. To read the texts of the Age of Gods, Robin murmured, a genuine smile gracing her lips. To understand the architecture of reality itself. I accept your offer, Magician-san. Willingly. I'm in too, Nami declared, crossing her arms firmly. If I can learn to manipulate the weather using magic instead of just relying on the climate act, my lightning will be unstoppable. Plus, if I can learn how to transmutate dirt into gold, I'm never passing that up. I want to do it, Chopper squeaked, raising a small, brave hoof. Ben, your healing magic, it fixed internal organs in seconds. If I can learn that kind of medical sorcery, I could cure any disease. I could save so many lives. Vivi nodded, her expression resolute. I have the Simurgh fruit, but my physical defenses are still my weak point. If I can learn to cast those unbreakable shields you use, Ben, I can protect the entire crew. Four pairs of eyes slowly turned to look at the last remaining member of the support squad. Usopp was sweating. He looked at the massive book. He looked at Ben. He thought about Admiral Akainu's magma fists, and the terrifying monsters waiting in the new world. Usopp slammed his hands on the table, puffing out his chest. God, Usopp shall master the arcane arts. I will become the greatest sniper wizard on the seas. My trick arrows will be legendary. Excellent, Ben smiled, highly satisfied with his team. Let's get started. The procedure and the adaptation. The procedure itself was surprisingly anticlimactic, though conceptually terrifying. Ben had them lie face down on the sterilized tables in the medical bay, one by one. Chopper insisted on monitoring everyone's vitals before and after his own turn. This won't hurt, Ben assured Nami as she lay nervously on the table. You will feel a strange sensation, like a sudden rush of cold water inside your chest. That is simply your newly formed circuits activating for the first time. Ben placed his right hand flat against the center of her back, right between her shoulder blades. He closed his eyes, his breathing slowing to a meditative crawl. Transmute, etheric pathways. A brilliant, pulsing silver light emanated from Ben's palm. The magic seeped directly through Nami's skin, bypassing physical matter entirely to interact with her spiritual core. Nami gasped, her back arching slightly. That feels steady, Ben whispered, manipulating the flow. He carefully isolated a safe, manageable 5% of her latent life force, and began the delicate process of rewriting the energy structure. The silver light flared brighter for 3 seconds before slowly dimming and vanishing completely. Ben removed his hand. "How do you feel?" Nami sat up slowly, rubbing her chest. She blinked, looking around the room. "I feel like I just drank 10 cups of coffee, but my heart isn't racing. My skin feels like static." "That is mana," Ben explained, handing her a towel to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Your body is now actively generating and storing magical energy. However, you are strictly forbidden from attempting to use it right now." Ben gathered the group once the procedure was complete for all 5 of them. "Listen to me carefully," Ben commanded, his tone turning deadly serious. "The implantation took 10 minutes. The adaptation period will take exactly 7 days. 7 days? Usopp asked, looking at his hands, which were currently trembling slightly from the new energy flowing through his veins. "Your souls need time to align with the new hardware," Ben stated. "For the next 7 days, you will experience what we call mana sickness. You will have mild fevers. You will occasionally see auras around objects. You might accidentally shock yourselves on doorknobs. This is normal." Ben pointed a stern finger at them. "During this week, you are on strict bed rest and light meditation. Absolutely no strenuous physical training. No heavy lifting. And most importantly, do not attempt to cast a spell, shape the energy, or force it outward. If you try to channel the mana before the circuits have fully settled, they will short-circuit. You will fry your brain from the inside out." The 5 of them swallowed hard, nodding in perfect, terrified unison. "Good," Ben smiled, his stern demeanor vanishing. "Chopper, monitor their temperatures. Take it easy. I'll see you all in a week." 7 days later. The adaptation period was exactly as annoying as Ben had predicted. For a week, the Thousand Sunny was treated to the bizarre sight of the support team walking around like fragile glass dolls. Nami spent 3 days with a low-grade fever, complaining loudly about her skin tingling. Usopp accidentally caused the lights in the hallway to flicker every time he sneezed. Chopper found himself briefly levitating 2 inches off his bed while he slept, only to crash back down when he woke up. Vivi reported hearing faint, high-pitched humming noises from the ship's wood, while Robin simply sat in the library, perfectly still, enjoying the strange, expanded sensory input. By the morning of the 7th day, the fevers had broken. The static discharges had ceased. The energy within them had settled into a calm, steady, and accessible rhythm. They gathered once again in Ben's research laboratory. They looked rested, focused, and eager. "The alignment is stable," Chopper reported professionally, reviewing his medical charts. "Everyone's core temperatures have normalized. The readings are holding at a constant, safe output." "Excellent work, Doctor," Ben praised. Ben stood at the head of the table. He reached into his coat and drew the Elder Wand. The dark, knobby wood hummed with an ancient power. "You have the hardware," Ben said, looking at the eager faces. "Now it's time for a diagnostic test. To see if the software runs." He held the wand out by the tip, offering the handle. Wandless magic is the pinnacle of sorcery. It requires immense focus and mastery. For beginners, a wand acts as a focal point. It bridges the gap between your intent and the physical world, funneling your raw mana into a structured spell. Ben looked at the archaeologist. "You were the first to agree. You go first." Robin stood up gracefully. She walked to the head of the table. Her expression was calm, but a faint glimmer of genuine excitement shone in her blue eyes. She reached out and wrapped her pale fingers around the handle of the Elder Wand. The moment she made contact, a soft, audible hum filled the laboratory. The wand didn't reject her. A faint, violet glow emanated from the tip of the wood. "It feels alive," Robin whispered, her eyes widening slightly at the sensation of the magic amplifying her own energy. "It is a conduit," Ben nodded. "Now we start simple. A basic levitation charm. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. The wand motion is a simple swish and flick. Ben placed a heavy, leather-bound dictionary in the center of the table. Focus your intent on the book, Ben instructed. Visualize it lifting off the table. Let your mana flow down your arm, through your hand, and into the wood. Speak the words clearly. Robin took a deep breath. She narrowed her eyes, locking her gaze onto the heavy book. She raised the wand. She executed the swish and flick flawlessly. Wingardium Leviosa, Robin enunciated, her voice smooth and precise. The violet light at the tip of the wand flared. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the heavy dictionary trembled. With a soft rustle of pages, the book lifted smoothly off the mahogany table. It didn't jerk or wobble. It floated upward, rising steadily until it hovered exactly 2 feet in the air, suspended by an invisible, magical force. Robin's breath hitched. A breathtaking, radiant smile broke across her face. She moved the wand slightly to the left, and the heavy book followed the motion perfectly, gliding through the air. Incredible, Robin murmured, entirely captivated by the reality-bending power she was wielding. Perfect execution, Ben applauded softly. He took the wand back from her, and the book dropped heavily back onto the table with a thud. Nami, your turn, Ben offered the wand. Nami practically snatched it from his hand. Let's see some magic. Let's try something different, Ben said. A basic illumination charm. Focus your mana at the tip of the wand. Visualize pure, concentrated light. The incantation is Lumos. Nami closed her eyes, her brow furrowing in intense concentration. She thrust the wand forward. Instead of a small, soft glow, a blinding, stadium-level spotlight erupted from the tip of the wand. The sheer intensity of the flashbang illuminated the entire laboratory like the surface of the sun, forcing everyone to shield their eyes and groan in pain. Too much mana. Dial it back, Nami. Ben yelled, squinting through his fingers. Nami panicked, dropping the wand onto the table. The light instantly snuffed out. She rubbed her eyes, grinning sheepishly. Guess I have a heavy foot on the gas. Your elemental affinity is naturally high, Ben noted, blinking away the spots in his vision. We will need to work on your output control. Over the next hour, Vivi, Chopper, and Usopp all took their turns. It's a start, Ben reassured the dejected sniper. Magic is a muscle. You have to train it. Ben clapped his hands, concluding the practical test. With a wave of his hand, Ben opened a dimensional rift in the air above the table. 5 massive, impossibly thick stacks of books tumbled out, landing with heavy thuds in front of each crew member. The books ranged from the standard book of spells, grades 1 to 7, to Introduction to Runic Linguistics. You have the hardware, Ben announced, grinning at their horrified expressions as they looked at the mountain of homework. Now you write the software. I want you reading these texts every single day. Master the theory before you attempt to practice. I will hold individual tutoring sessions in the evenings. Welcome to Magic School. Usopp groaned, letting his head hit the table. I traded physical torture for infinite homework. I hate the grand line. Robin, however, simply pulled the first massive tome toward her, opening the cover with a look of pure, unadulterated joy. I look forward to the curriculum, Professor. For the next 2 weeks, the Thousand Sunny was a floating academy. The heavy hitters continued their brutal, physical training regimens on the deck and in the gravity chamber. The support team, however, was rarely seen without a book in their hands. Nami could be found muttering incantations under her breath while charting weather patterns. Chopper was constantly cross-referencing magical healing theories with his medical textbooks. Robin and Vivi held quiet study sessions in the library. It was a peaceful, productive rhythm. Until one sunny afternoon, the ship's intercom crackled to life. Land ho, everyone. Sunny's cheerful voice echoed across the deck. Visual confirmation of an island dead ahead. ETA, 10 minutes. The quiet routine shattered instantly. An island. Luffy roared, bursting out of the kitchen with a mouth full of ham. He sprinted to the bow of the ship, jumping onto the figurehead. An adventure. I want to explore. The rest of the crew poured out onto the grassy deck, eager for a change of scenery. Zoro stretched his arms, Sanji lit a cigarette, and the magical students closed their books, happy for a break from their studies. As the Thousand Sunny sailed closer, breaking through a light bank of sea mist, the island came into full view. It was a large, lush island, dominated by a massive, towering mountain in the center. But the geography wasn't what caught the crew's attention. It was the color palette. What in the world? Usopp muttered, pulling down his sniper goggles to get a better look. Is it just me, or is everything on that island? He wasn't exaggerating. The leaves on the trees were a vibrant, shocking shade of hot pink. The sandy beaches were a soft pastel rose. Even the ambient light reflecting off the coastal waters seemed to carry a bizarre, magenta hue. It looks like a giant cotton candy. Chopper drooled, his eyes sparkling. What kind of island is this? Nami frowned, walking over to Ben, who was standing calmly by the helm. Ben adjusted his glasses, looking out at the aggressively pink shoreline. His expression was completely blank, totally unreadable. I believe I already mentioned it during our itinerary briefing, Ben said, his voice smooth and entirely casual. This is the island of women. The deck went completely silent. A seagull cawed in the distance. Sanji, who had been halfway through taking a drag of his cigarette, froze completely rigid. The cigarette slipped from his lips, tumbling down his shirt and falling onto the grass. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the cook turned his head toward Ben. His visible eye was wide, bloodshot, and twitching violently. Sanji whispered, his voice trembling with a sheer, overwhelming, religious ecstasy that defied human comprehension. An entire island populated entirely by beautiful, untainted. That is the rumor, Ben nodded innocently. Sanji didn't ask another question. He didn't say goodbye. He didn't even wait for the ship to drop its anchor. A localized sonic boom shattered the air on the deck. Sanji launched himself vertically into the sky with such explosive, desperate force that the wind pressure knocked Usopp flat on his back. Melorien! Sanji roared, a primal, deafening battle cry that echoed across the ocean. He didn't use the ship. He didn't use a boat. He ignited his leg with diable jam, and began violently, frantically kicking the air. Sanji became a blurring, flaming rocket of pure, unadulterated perversion, shooting across the sky directly toward the pink shores of the island at supersonic speeds. The crew watched him go, completely dumbfounded. Zoro sighed, rubbing his temples. Idiot cook. He's going to get himself killed by a tribe of angry warrior women. Nami, however, wasn't looking at the fleeing cook. She was glaring at Ben. Her sharp navigator's mind had instantly processed the geography. Ben, you said, Nami said, her voice dropping into a dangerous, accusatory tone. Amazon Lily, the legendary island of women, is located entirely within the calm belt. The ocean here is completely active. There is wind. There are waves. We are absolutely not in the calm belt. Vivi's eyes widened in realization. She's right. We are still in the standard currents of paradise. Nami crossed her arms, fixing the magician with a terrifying scowl. Why did you lie to him? What island is this? Ben didn't flinch. A slow, diabolical smirk spread across his face. I know I lied, Ben chuckled softly, his golden eyes gleaming with pure amusement. Nami demanded. Because, Ben said simply, turning back to the helm. I wanted to give Sanji a surprise. He refused to explain anything more than that. The crew watched him warily as Sunny expertly guided the Thousand Sunny into the vibrant, pink-hued harbor of the island, smoothly dropping the anchor into the shallow waters. The ship settled. The birds were singing. The tropical breeze was warm and inviting. And then, erupting from the very center of the pink island, a scream shattered the tranquility of the morning. It was not a scream of joy. It was not a battle cry. It was a scream of absolute, soul-crushing, mind-shattering despair. No. Chapter 175, Momwaro Island 3010 words. No. On the grassy main deck of the ship, the crew froze. Luffy, who had been midway through stretching his arm toward the kitchen for a snack, blinked. Zoro's hand stopped an inch above the hilt of his sword. Oimo, standing near the main mast, reached up and scratched the side of his helmet. He frowned, tilting his head toward the vibrant, aggressively pink island they had just docked at. Geba Baba. Oimo rumbled, a look of genuine confusion crossing his face. Isn't that the cook's voice? It sounded like he stepped on a rusty nail. Did something happen to him? Nico Robin, sitting gracefully in her deck chair, didn't even bother looking up from her book. She simply turned a page, a calm, serene smile touching her lips. Perhaps the warrior women of this island have decided he is an intruder, Robin murmured, her voice smooth and entirely devoid of panic. They might be initiating a sacred, localized ritual with his male parts. I read that some isolated tribes deal with male trespassers by slowly harvesting their internal organs, or perhaps by turning them into decorative, screaming centerpieces for their dining halls. Usopp and Chopper, standing nearby, instantly turned the color of chalk. Stop scaring us. Usopp shrieked, grabbing his head. Why is your brain like this? Sanji's centerpiece is going to be removed. Chopper wailed, tears streaming down his furry face. I don't have another one to fix a centerpiece. We have to save him. A rescue mission. Luffy roared, his eyes lighting up with the promise of a fight. He completely forgot about his snack. Sanji is in trouble. Let's go beat up the organ stealers. Super rescue. Frankie yelled, striking a pose. The blue-haired cyborg didn't hesitate. He engaged the hydraulic pistons in his legs and vaulted entirely over the ship's railing, landing on the pink sandy beach below with a heavy thud. Luffy stretched his arms, grabbed the railing, and slingshot himself after the cyborg, shouting battle cries. You idiots, that's not what's happening. Nami yelled, but it was useless. Seeing their captain and shipwright charge headfirst into unknown enemy territory, the rest of the crew had no choice but to follow. Zoro grunted, hopping over the side. Usopp, Chopper, Vivi, Karoo, Robin, and the four giants followed suit, rushing down the gangplank. Ben strolled down last, adjusting his glasses. Mary and Sunny walked on either side of him, each holding onto one of his pinky fingers. They wore simple, practical hiking clothes, Mary in a light pink windbreaker and Sunny in a small blue hoodie, chatting normally about the strangely colored trees as they walked. The pursuit led them away from the beach and deep into the island's interior. The environment of the Momwaro Kingdom was bizarre. Everything, the trees, the grass, the dirt, and even the local wildlife was tinted in various shades of vibrant, aggressive pink. It was like walking through a massive, botanical cotton candy machine. Luffy and Frankie ran at a blistering pace, tearing through the pink foliage for a solid 15 minutes, following the faint, echoing sounds of a commotion ahead. Finally, the thick brush cleared, opening up into a massive, sprawling valley shaped like a giant heart. Luffy skidded to a halt, his boots kicking up pink dust. Frankie stopped right beside him. The rest of the crew, panting slightly from the sprint, caught up a few seconds later. Did you find him? Usopp gasped, pulling out his transforming bow rifle, ready for a fight to the death with tribal warrior women. Where are the Amazons? Where is Sanji? Luffy didn't answer. He just stood there, his jaw completely unhinged, staring at the valley below. Frankie pulled his sunglasses down his nose. What am I looking at? The crew stepped up to the ridge. They looked down. Mary and Sunny peered over the edge, still holding Ben's fingers. Are those men wearing dresses? Sunny asked, blinking in confusion. It looks like a very loud parade, Mary observed simply. In the center of the valley, Sanji was running. He wasn't just jogging, he was sprinting with the desperate speed of a gazelle being hunted by a pack of starving lions. He tried to use Jeppo to kick into the air, but the moment he left the ground, a dozen pink feather boas shot up like lassos, wrapping around his ankles and violently yanking him back down to the dirt. "Stay away from me!" Sanji screamed, his royal blue suit torn and covered in pink dust. "I am a lover of ladies. Real ladies. Stay back." Sanji was not being chased by beautiful Amazonian warrior women. He was being pursued by a tidal wave of over 50 massive, heavily muscled, hairy men. But they weren't dressed like warriors. They were wearing frilly tutus, fishnet stockings, heavy mascara, bright red lipstick, and heart-shaped pasties. "Come back, sweet prince." One particularly large man with a thick beard and a pink ballet skirt yelled, blowing a kiss that physically manifested as a flying pink heart. "Don't be shy. We have so much love to give. Let us show you the maiden's way," another burly man in high heels shrieked, swinging a massive battle axe decorated with ribbons. The sheer number of them was steadily increasing. Every time Sanji turned a corner, more Okamas poured out of the pink woods, their eyes locked onto the handsome, tailored cook with terrifying, romantic intensity. The Straw Hat Pirates stood on the ridge, completely frozen in shock. Usopp slowly lowered his weapon. Chopper blinked his wide, innocent eyes. Vivi covered her mouth, a slight blush rising to her cheeks. Nami's eye twitched. She slowly turned her head to look at the man standing casually beside her. "Ben," Nami said, her voice a deadly, quiet whisper. "Yes, navigator." Ben answered smoothly, keeping his eyes on the chaotic chase happening below. "You said this was the island of women," Nami stated, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her climate act. Ben tapped his chin thoughtfully. "I must have gotten my coordinates mixed up. Amazon Lily and Momwaro Island, they both feature pink flora, you see. It's a very easy navigational error to make. A simple geographical mix-up." Nami glared at him. "You are the smartest man I have ever met. You do not make simple geographical mix-ups." "I'm only human, Nami," Ben offered a completely insincere, innocent smile. "You did this on purpose," Nami accused, though she couldn't completely hide the small, amused smirk tugging at the corner of her own mouth. Next to them, a strange sound broke the silence. Zoro had his hand clamped over his mouth. His face was turning a dangerous shade of purple. He was shaking violently. He watched Sanji trip over a pink root, only to be immediately swarmed by three bearded men in lingerie trying to apply lipstick to the cook's face. Sanji kicked them away, screaming, "I'll burn this whole island down. Diable jam. Ftahaha." Zoro couldn't hold it in anymore. The stoic, demonic swordsman threw his head back and absolutely lost it. "Ha ha 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 ha." Zoro roared, clutching his stomach as tears of pure, unadulterated joy streamed down his face. "Look at him. He's in paradise. The idiot finally found his heaven." Luffy, realizing the danger wasn't actually lethal, burst into his own fit of laughter. "Shishishi. Sanji looks so popular. They really like him. Gebabababa." Dory and Bragi joined in, their booming laughs echoing across the valley. "The cook has many admirers. A true ladies' man." Even Robin couldn't suppress a light, musical chuckle. "It seems he has found a very dedicated fan club." The collective laughter from the ridge was loud enough to carry down into the valley. One of the Okamas, a tall, muscular individual wearing a swan-themed corset and heavy blue eyeshadow, stopped chasing Sanji and looked up. The Okama gasped, placing a large, manicured hand over their cheek. The Okama squealed. "More visitors. And they look so rugged." The Okama abandoned the chase, sprinting up the ridge with surprising speed and agility, bounding over rocks in high heels to reach the Straw Hats. Zoro immediately stopped laughing, taking a cautious step backward. Usopp hid behind Bragi's leg. Greetings, Candies, the Okama bowed gracefully, fluttering their eyelashes at Luffy and Zoro. Welcome to the Momwaro Kingdom. Are you friends of that energetic, handsome runaway prince down there? Luffy stepped forward, completely unfazed by the heavy makeup and the corset. He crossed his arms and grinned his trademark smile. I'm Monkey D, Luffy declared proudly. The man who's gonna be Pirate King. And yeah, that guy running away is our cook, Sanji. Luffy gestured to the rest of the group. This is Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Vivi, Karoo, Ben, Mary, Sunny, Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashiai. We're the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirates. The Okama gasped, fanning themselves. Oh, how thrilling. Rough, tough men of the sea. My name is Caroline. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you all. Caroline looked back down into the valley, where Sanji was currently using a flurry of kicks to keep a horde of tutu-wearing men at bay. Your cook is quite the fiery spirit, Caroline sighed dreamily. He came falling out of the sky earlier, screaming at the top of his lungs about Melarine, and begging for romance. We are a very hospitable kingdom, you know. When a handsome boy drops from the heavens demanding romance, we simply couldn't hold ourselves back. We wanted to give him exactly what he asked for. He asked for romance. Usopp choked, trying not to laugh again. Caroline nodded enthusiastically. We prepared the finest dresses, the brightest lipstick, and the warmest embraces. But the moment we approached him to offer our maidenly affection, he started screaming and running away. We don't know what we did wrong. Zoro stepped forward, a malicious, evil grin spreading across his face. You didn't do anything wrong, Caroline, Zoro said smoothly, placing a hand on his hip. Zoro, don't, Nami whispered, knowing exactly what the swordsman was doing. Zoro ignored her. Our cook, he's a bit of a tsundere, Zoro explained, using a tone of deep, understanding camaraderie. He acts like he hates it, but he secretly loves the attention. He wants everyone to follow him. If he didn't want you to chase him, he would have just fought his way out. But look at him, he's running. He's playing hard to get. Zoro pointed down at Sanji, who was currently sobbing while desperately trying to climb a pink tree. In fact, Zoro concluded, I can say with absolute certainty that he is very, very happy right now. He's just waiting for you to catch him, so he can finally accept your romance. Caroline's heavily shadowed eyes went completely wide. A massive, radiant smile broke across the Okama's face. A tsundere. Caroline squealed, clapping their large hands together. Oh, how precious. Playing hard to get. I understand completely. He wants us to prove our devotion. Caroline turned toward the valley, cupping their hands around their mouth. He's a tsundere. He wants us to chase him harder. Caroline roared to the mob below. The horde of Okamas stopped for a second. They looked up at Caroline, then looked at the sobbing Sanji in the tree. A collective, terrifying cheer erupted from the mob. We're coming for you, sweet prince. Don't worry. We won't give up on your love. Sanji stared down at the reinvigorated, highly motivated mob. He slowly turned his head to look up at the ridge. He locked eyes with Zoro. Even from a mile away, the pure, unadulterated hatred and promises of murder in Sanji's visible eye were palpable. Zoro just waved casually. Oh, don't you worry about a thing, Caroline assured the Straw Hats, wiping a tear of joy. My friends will not leave his side until they finish giving him exactly what he asked for. He will be drowning in romance by sunset. The entire crew went dead silent. They collectively pictured Sanji the ultimate connoisseur of women, the man who bled from his nose at the mere sight of beautiful women being caught, pinned down, and smothered in romance by 50 heavily bearded men in lingerie. A unified, violent shudder ripped through the Straw Hat crew. That is a fate worse than death, Usopp whispered, going pale. I almost feel sorry for him, Frankie muttered, adjusting his sunglasses. He brought it upon himself, Ben said simply. He shouldn't have jumped off the ship before getting a proper recon report. Caroline beamed at the crew. Since your cook is currently occupied with his courtship, why don't you all come with me? I can take you to the main settlement. We have wonderful tea and the best cakes in the Grand Line. Luffy and Chopper perked up instantly. Lead the way, Caroline. Luffy laughed. The Straw Hats followed the cheerful Okama away from the ridge, leaving the distant, agonizing screams of their cook behind them in the valley. As they walked along a wide, paved road made of pink cobblestones, the environment grew more civilized. They passed fields of strangely shaped pink crops, and eventually, the towering, flamboyant architecture of the Kamabaka Kingdom's main castle came into view. This place is certainly unique, Vivi noted, looking around at the vibrant decorations. Is it always this lively? Oh, always. Caroline smiled, walking with a dramatic sachet. Kamabaka Kingdom is the second island of dreams. A place where anyone can be exactly who they want to be, free from the judgments of the outside world. Chopper trotted up beside Caroline, his medical curiosity piquing. Excuse me, Caroline-san. What is the specialty of this island? I mean, besides the pink trees. Does it have rare medicines? Medicine? Caroline chuckled. Well, little reindeer, our specialty is a form of medicine, in a way. The true treasure of the Momwaro Kingdom is our food. Luffy drooled immediately. Not just any food, Caroline clarified, raising a finger. It is the legendary attack cuisine. Ben raised an eyebrow. He knew about attack cuisine, but he let the Okama explain. Our beloved queen, Emporio Ivankov, who is currently away on important business, unfortunately perfected the art of attack cuisine, Caroline explained proudly. It is a culinary discipline consisting of 99 vitality recipes. These recipes aren't just for filling the stomach. They are designed to attack the body's weaknesses from the inside out. Attack the weaknesses? Vivi asked, fascinated. Caroline nodded. When prepared correctly, attack cuisine physically alters the consumer's biology. It builds muscle mass, rapidly heals fatigue, purifies the blood, and increases raw physical strength permanently. It is the secret behind the boundless energy and power of the Nukama. The crew stopped walking. Zoro's eyes narrowed. Luffy stopped drooling. Ben adjusted his glasses. Food that permanently increases physical strength and heals fatigue. Ben asked, his tactical mind instantly seeing the immense value. That is essentially a biological upgrade system disguised as a meal. If Sanji learned those recipes. Usopp muttered, doing the math. We would be eating power-ups for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Our stamina would double, Zoro noted, gripping his swords. The time chamber training would be twice as effective if our recovery time was cut in half. Caroline-san, Vivi asked, her voice firm and respectful. Is it possible for outsiders to learn the 99 vitality recipes of attack cuisine? Caroline stopped walking. The cheerful, flamboyant demeanor faded slightly, replaced by the serious aura of a seasoned martial artist. It is possible, Caroline said, turning to face the princess. But it is not freely given. The 99 recipes are the sacred treasure of our kingdom. They are guarded closely. Guarded by who? Luffy asked, cracking his knuckles. To obtain the recipes, Caroline explained, pointing toward the massive pink castle in the distance. An outsider must defeat the 99 masters of Nukama Kenpo. Each master holds one recipe. You must fight them, one by one, and prove your strength and your spirit. If you lose, you leave with nothing. Caroline smirked, striking a martial arts pose. And let me tell you, Candies. The masters of Nukama Kenpo are not to be taken lightly. We hit as hard as battleships, and we dance like swans. Vivi didn't flinch. She didn't look back at Ben or Luffy for permission. She gripped the shaft of her vibranium spear tightly. I am ready, Vivi declared, her voice ringing with absolute confidence. The golden aura of the Simurgh flickered briefly in her eyes. I will fight the 99 masters. I will win those recipes for my crew. Nami smiled, proud of her friend's resolve. Geba Baba. A true warrior spirit. Dory laughed. Are you sure, Princess? Ben asked quietly, stepping up beside her. Nuka Makenpo is no joke. They use high-level martial arts. I'm sure, Ben, Vivi nodded. I spent 14 months surviving GARP's training. I learned how to read intent, and I learned how to take a hit. I won't lose. Caroline clapped their hands together in delight. Oh, how brave. A beautiful maiden challenging the 99 masters. Very well. Follow me to the dojo. We shall set up the gauntlet immediately. As the crew followed Caroline enthusiastically toward the castle, ready to cheer Vivi on in her gauntlet, the quiet ambience of the pink forest was momentarily broken. From the distant valley, drifting faintly on the wind, came the unmistakable, agonizing, tear-soaked voice of the ship's cook. I beg of you. Just let me go. I like women. Real women. Nu. Zoro smirked, placing his hands behind his head as he walked. Sounds like he's making a lot of friends. I'm sure he's fine, Ben chuckled, leading the way to the dojo. He'll figure it out eventually. While the Straw Hats prepared for a martial arts tournament to secure the ultimate culinary power-up, Sanji was currently sprinting for his life, desperately fighting off a horde of aggressive suitors in frilly skirts, unwittingly undergoing his own unique, terrifying brand of high-speed stamina training. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.